Chapter 301 An Actor's Self-Cultivation. Insomnia. The scaly armored demon clan occupied the entire Taihu Lake and many rivers. Such a vast body of water was divided up by the 6 major scale-armored demon clans, one of which was the Bio Palace. It had countless powerful men under its command, and was one of the overlords of the Sanyu domain. The human clans here did not dare to provoke it at all. A lot of information flashed through Bai Donglin's mind, all of which were read from the memory of the big-eyed fish monster. In addition to these, he also obtained some unexpected things. It is related to the sirens in the Endless Sea and involves his second trial mission. Interesting. It seems that for both public and private reasons, I have to break into the Bio Palace. Bai Donglin's eyes flickered, and his gaze involuntarily fell on the lucky ring on his left hand. He never believed in coincidences. The information from the mermaid appeared too abruptly. He first slaughtered thousands of monks on the treasure ship, and then destroyed the Blood River sect. More than 100,000 Blood River monks died at his hands. This lucky ring seems to have swallowed up a lot of the dead people's luck. Bai Donglin knew without thinking that he must be extremely lucky at this moment. And his wishes came true. It made sense that he could obtain information about the mermaid in the dark. The Scale Demon Clan is a faction of the Bio Palace, and they have killed young children of the human race. This is a heinous crime, so I have a legitimate reason to do so. A cold light flashed in Bai Donglin's eyes, and the fire of will burned fiercely, enveloping every particle in his body. With a thought, the structure of his body began to change from the particle level. As the fish monster's body structure changed, Bai Donglin's appearance changed drastically in the space of a breath. He became exactly the same as the fish monster imprisoned in the time prison. Even his soul aura and will fluctuations were the same. He raised his hand and took out several magic weapons of the fish demon. The blood armor changed, and the clothes became the same. He possesses all the memories of the fish monster, including his body, soul, and will. He is now a fish monster. Monks who are not proficient in the way of will cannot tell whether he is real or fake. The use of this will is really wonderful, ever-changing, and yet so easy. The voice Bai Donglin made was difficult and awkward, exactly the same as that of the big-eyed fish monster. Even the fish monster's closest monster could not tell the difference. His will has already touched the threshold of the third realm of simulating all things. It is still a little short of simulating the complex and ancient will fluctuations of the ancient Dragon Gate, but it is still easy for a mere fish monster to do it. Bai Donglin's eyes moved, and a strange light emanated from his big fish eyes. But in just a moment, he had thought of all kinds of sinister schemes. He was ready to make a fortune this time. The first step was to empty the treasury of the Bio Palace. Snap! Bai Donglin held up his palms and slashed at himself, leaving several wounds so deep that the bones could be seen. A lot of fine scales fell off. He used his mind to control the particles in his body to constantly disappear, maintaining a balance with his recovery ability. The big-eyed fish monster successfully faked a body of injuries, and suddenly became dying, as if it had just escaped from a fierce battlefield. The acting skills I honed in the ancient world are finally put to good use. Bai Donglin took a step forward and rushed towards the direction of Bio Palace. When he approached the core area, he moved and rushed to the bottom of Taihu Lake at a high speed. Taihu Lake is extremely deep, and the water pressure is terrifying. But Bai Donglin has already transformed from a particle level into a scaly fish monster, and has acquired the instinctive talents of these water monsters. A slight ripple overflowed from the dense scales. The water pressure dissipated. The water flow pushed him forward, and his speed suddenly soared. Not long after, Bai Donglin dived to the bottom of the lake. When he looked around, he saw an endless series of palace buildings, shining brightly and magnificently, in no way inferior to the legendary Dragon Palace. This is a fairyland different from the one on land, and it has its own unique flavor. Bai Donglin turned a blind eye to these scenes, as if he had seen them 1,000 times. His expression remained calm, and he portrayed the demeanor of the big-eyed fish monster vividly. He has entered the state. This is an actor's self-cultivation. Oh no! Something terrible has happened. Bai Donglin looked panicked, shouting loudly, staggering, and coughing up blood from time to time. Coming to the periphery of the thick defensive light shield of the building complex, Bai Donglin took out a token. A light flashed, and a wave shot out and swept over him carefully. The wave flashed by, and then the light shield emitted a strong light, instantly sucking him in. Bai Donglin was immediately certain in his heart that the first step of infiltration was successful. Oh no! Something terrible has happened. Bai Donglin was still howling in a hoarse voice. which immediately attracted the attention of the patrolling demons around him. And they surrounded him. Commander Big Eyes. What happened? Why are you so panicked? The fish monster that by Donglin disguised himself as was named Big Eyes. He was a commander, and his status was much higher than those patrolling guards. Two sharp-eyed and quick-handed shrimp soldiers quickly stepped forward to support Bai Donglin, and asked with concern, "Stop talking nonsense. Take me to see General Ao. I have something important to report." "Yes." Several shrimp soldier guards hurriedly took Bai Donglin and rushed deep into the building complex. In a huge palace that looked like a military camp, Bai Donglin saw the burly General Ao, just sitting there. He was nearly 10 feet tall. His limbs and facial features had turned into human form, but the huge tortoise SHL behind him was very eye-catching. "General Ao, something terrible has happened." Bai Donglin was breathing weakly, and just after he finished speaking, he collapsed to the ground, as if he was seriously injured and on the verge of exhaustion. General Ao frowned, and without caring about the big-eyed fish monster's rudeness, he asked in a buzzing voice, "Big Eye Commander, didn't you go to hand over the blood food to the people of the Blood River sect? Where are they?" "Hoo-hoo. Gone. Gone. It's so tragic. They are all dead. I was the only one who managed to escape with my life. Millions of blood food were also stolen." Bai Donglin let out a howl. The sound was extremely harsh. "What did you say?" General Ao glared with anger and suddenly stood up. His fierce aura spread out, causing the hall to creak. "Humph! Who did it? This batch of blood food is of great use. Moreover, if the matter is leaked, their biopalace will also be in trouble. The human race is not easy to mess with. Even if there are high-level demons who can help to negotiate, they will still have to pay a heavy price. Therefore, these things can only be done secretly and cannot be announced publicly. It was the Vortex Palace. It was the Vortex Palace that raided us and took away our blood food. General Ao, you have to take care of me. All my brothers are dead. They are my own flesh and blood." The big-eyed fish demon howled heartbreakingly and was heartbroken, causing the demons outside the hall to sigh in low voices. They did not expect that the Big-Eye Commander was such a loyal and righteous demon. A gleam of light flashed in General Ao's eyes. As expected, if they were to say who the biggest enemy of their biopalace was in Taihu Lake, it would naturally be the Wolia Palace. The two forces have a deep hatred for each other. Some time ago, they had a big fight over a mineral vein at the bottom of a lake. Until now, the two sides are still in a stalemate. Who else except the Wolia Palace would dare to offend the Bio Palace to death? At the same time, he also breathed a sigh of relief. Since the other party was a demon, there was no need to worry about the matter of the blood meal being leaked out. This was an unspoken rule among the demons. If the Vortex Palace dared to file a complaint, it would be rejected and despised by all the demons. Even if they had a fight, that was an internal matter of the demon race. If they sided with the human race, then they would be crooked and would not be able to survive. General Ao, please gather the soldiers. We can still intercept them and take back the blood food. At the same time, we could also avenge our brothers who died tragically. Bai Donglin continued to show off his acting skills, which made all the monsters feel a little angry. They secretly decided to avenge the Big Eye leader. Humph! The Bio Palace should not be insulted lightly. These brats from the Vortex Palace are simply courting death. Left and right. Gather your troops and follow me to kill the enemy. Yes, sir. The two deputy generals saluted respectfully. And in a flash, they left the hall. General, should we ask for instructions first? Not far from General Ao sat an old man with white hair and beard, who spoke hesitantly. The old man was dressed as a military advisor, and his true form could not be seen, except that he had two soft tentacles on his forehead that were fluttering slightly. No need. They are just some vagrant soldiers. It won't take much effort to deal with them. If we ask the superiors for instructions, it will take a lot of time. They would have run away long ago. In General Ao's opinion, since the other side couldn't even keep the Big Eye Commander, they probably didn't have many capable people. If he personally took action, he would naturally be able to sweep away everything. General, get ready. Set off. Bai Donglin quickly stood up and led the way, saying as he walked, General Ao, I know their retreat route. Please follow me. Bai Donglin brought General Ao, who brought 50,000 elite soldiers, and flew away after leaving the Bio Palace. After a long time, he escaped nearly tens of thousands of miles away. Bai Donglin slowly stopped, and the group of soldiers following him also stopped. Commander Big Eyes, Where are the people from the Vortex Palace? General Ao frowned slightly, and his divine consciousness poured out, sweeping in all directions. But he did not find anything unusual. For some reason, he felt something was wrong. Bai Donglin looked calm. 3 divine souls emerged silently from the sea of gods, forming a 3 talents formation and surrounding all the monsters. Oh! I don't know either. The people from the Whirlpool Palace were clearly evacuating in this direction. So why are there no traces of them? With a thought, the formation was activated, and a powerful spiritual wave swept through. The 50,000 elite demons trembled. Their eyes suddenly lost their color, and they slowly fell down. Enemy attack. General Ao became furious, and was about to reveal his true form. Phew! A black knife surrounded by scarlet light pierced through General Ao's dantian, and the demon pill was instantly shattered. General Ao turned his head with difficulty, and looked at the big-eyed commander in disbelief, with blood oozing from the corners of his mouth. I'm sorry. I'm human. Bai Donglin blinked his big fish eyes innocently. His voice was still awkward, but full of a sense of sacred justice. Chapter 302. Oh my god. Damn it! Who are you? General Ao's eyes instantly turned red. Veins bulged on his thick arms, and he slashed backwards fiercely. The powerful demonic force pressed the lake water into gold and iron. Who? Get out of here! Boom! Bai Donglin's figure flashed, and the terrifying slash pierced through the shadow, splitting the mountain range at the bottom of the lake 100 miles away in half. Hey! The big turtle seems angry, holding the death omen at an angle. His eyes, that could see through illusions, swept over General Ao's burly body. An extremely strong energy wave was bursting out from the sea of blood in his dantian. General Ao was determined to fight to the death. The broken demon pill was completely burned. This was also his only choice. After all, his demon pill had been shattered by Bai Donglin. If he didn't burn, the outcome would be the same. Even if he doesn't die, he won't be able to keep his cultivation. As for the cultivation system of the demon race, due to their naturally powerful physical talents, 95% of them follow the route of physical cultivation. Only a small number of special demons will follow the route of chi cultivation. However, there are still differences between the demon race and the human race. The core foundation of the human race's physical cultivation is the spiritual orifice, while the core of the demon race is the demon pill and bloodline. Bloodline is the innate talent of a race, while the demon pill is the foundation of cultivation. If the demon pill is destroyed, the person will die at worst, or all his cultivation will be wasted at the least. When physical cultivators fight for their lives, their spiritual orifices will be burned, while chi cultivators will burn the Dharma images transformed from their primordial embryos, and for the demon race, naturally, it is the demon pills. At this time, with the help of Bai Donglin, General Ao has entered the peak state of his life, and his combat power has skyrocketed. I'm going to kill you! Hawk! General Ao roared towards the sky, and the sound waves turned into countless sharp blades that shot out in all directions. The black and red demon energy was like substance, condensing into twisted long snakes that tightly wrapped around his burly body. Buzz! The burly body, which was more than 10 feet tall, moved at an alarming speed. All the surrounding lake water pushed General Ao forward, and he instantly appeared in front of Bai Donglin. The thick sharp claws cut through the void, and black and red demonic energy and several laws lingered on it. The aftermath was surging, and the lake water within 100 miles radius began to boil. Bai Donglin's eyes focused, and instead of retreating, he advanced and drew his sword to cut. Guishu, destruction with one strike. The scarlet thread flashed by, and the dark lake bottom suddenly glowed red. General Ao's figure froze, and his thick arms covered with thick scales broke at the shoulder like tofu. The double blow from reality and dimension completely ignored the defense of matter. A fierce look flashed across General Ao's scarlet eyes, which transformed into tangible black and red demonic energy that intertwined dense silk threads, forcibly connecting the broken arms, and then hit Bai Donglin hard with undiminished force. Boom! The bottom of the lake trembled, and dense cracks spread wildly in all directions, directly creating a deep pit of dozens of miles. The shock wave expelled the surrounding lake water to form a large hole, which was instantly restored under the action of the terrifying water pressure. Wow! Bai Donglin spat out a large mouthful of blood. He had dozens of ways to dodge the attack just now, but he didn't dodge. He just played for fun, sensing the enhanced energy surging wildly in his body. A smile appeared in Bai Donglin's eyes. The injuries in his body were recovering rapidly. At the same time, the black and red demonic energy and the disordered laws that permeated his body were also continuing to destroy his body. General Ao, who burst out with all his strength, is as powerful as Shui before, and also possesses the combat power of the upper three realms of divine source. His defense was extremely strong, even though both of his attacks were successful. This was only possible because he used the fused unparalleled law. Bai Donglin learned from the memory of the big-eyed fish monster that General Ao's blood talent is defense. Not only his physical body, but also his soul has terrifying defensive power. This is also the reason why General Ao can ignore Bai Donglin's ranged soul attack. I've always wanted to find a group attack soul attack magic. I wonder if there is such a rare thing in the Monument Realm. However, in just a breath, the abnormal energy in Bai Donglin's body was completely dissipated, and he became full of energy again. Bai Donglin's expression suddenly changed. His sight was covered by a huge black shadow, and an extremely thick claw stepped straight towards him, squeezing the lake water like gold and iron. Boom! The earth is shaking. Roar! 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 General Ao revealed his huge body, standing tall and upright, thousands of feet high. His sturdy limbs were like pillars supporting the sky. His ferocious turtle head covered with dense barbs roared to the sky, and the rich red and black demonic energy blended with complex laws gathered in his mouth. Die! Sizzle! A thick column of energy spurted out instantly, and wherever it passed, the lake water turned into nothingness and was disintegrated at the particle level. The law of heaven and earth, steel and iron bones, gold soil, Buddha's golden body, the ultimate sublimation, light. A dazzling golden light suddenly appeared at the bottom of the lake. Bai Donglin shed his fish demon body to reveal his original appearance. His eyes were filled with white light, and his 430 feet tall body was shining with golden light. He looked extremely majestic, and his naked upper body was covered with countless secret patterns and surrounded by golden flames. Clang! The solid chains of laws suddenly tightened and wrapped around the body, making a sound of metal clashing, and several golden flame halos slowly rose behind him. Huh? Looking up at the energy column of the law shooting towards him, Bai Donglin loosened his palm and let the death omen fall. Big Turtle, let's have a real fight between men. With his firepower at full blast, his defense was as terrifying as his strength. Drink! With a strong stomption of his foot, the void twisted, the earth cracked, and all the strength in his body gathered. His fist shone like the sun, and countless fist shadows flashed by and collided with the energy column in an instant. Break it for me! The golden red force was like a blade or a swimming dragon, spreading wildly in the energy column that was as solid as a substance. Click! Click! The energy column collapsed instantly, and the horrific explosion spread wildly. The lake water evaporated. The void was torn apart. The earth rolled like a dragon, and deep cracks extended to the end of the site. Immortal dark world. Bai Donglin's mind moved, and a layer of thin black light as illusory quietly spread out, slowly swallowing the energy fragments of the shattered energy column. Under the horrific attack, a trace of blood flowed from the corner of Bai Donglin's mouth, and the strengthening energy in his body continued to surge. Roar! The attack failed again, and General Ao went completely crazy. He opened his big mouth and bit Bai Donglin fiercely. At the same time, the spikes on his tortoise SHL shot out countless attacks. The demon essence condensed, and the laws surged, blocking all of Bai Donglin's retreat routes. Bai Donglin frowned. Fighting with the turtle monster at the bottom of the lake, he was completely at a disadvantage in terms of geographical location. The laws of water were completely taken over by General Ao. Now the lake water no longer felt familiar. It was as hard as solid gold and iron. The terrifying water pressure was also squeezing him madly. Humph! Since I can't use them, I'll cut them all off. With a cold snort, the body surface that seemed to be cast in gold was suddenly shrouded in fine scarlet sword threads, and the aura of destruction spread. Bai Donglin moved and rushed towards General Ao. Wherever he passed, the iron-like lake water was instantly cut apart, and his speed was not affected at all. Bang bang bang. Bai Donglin and General Ao engaged in close combat and fought fiercely in close range. You punched me and I slapped you, and the bottom of the lake was shattered into pieces when he burst out with all his strength. His strength was no less than that of General Ao when he revealed his true form. He was only weaker in his perception and fusion of the laws, but these could be made up for. He took on General Ao's claw head-on. His physical defense was able to absorb most of the attack, and his immortal dark realm could absorb 10%. The rest of the attack could be withstood by his recovery ability, and the huge amounts of enhanced energy surging from his body never stopped. His fists were shrouded in the unparalleled spatial laws that were a fusion of the two world dimensions. He completely ignored General Ao's defenses, and every punch he punched caused real damage and was a critical hit. The terrifying destructive power was poured into his huge body without a trace left. As one side gains strength while the other loses strength, General Ao's death is inevitable. If he stays alive, he will only contribute to his enhanced energy. Roar! The weak roar was mixed with a hint of whine. General Ao's body, as huge as a mountain, collapsed with a loud bang, stirring up a turbid mess. The bones of his thick limbs were all shattered. His body was covered with huge holes. His internal organs were turned into mud, and his blood was almost drained out. Damn it! Who are you? General Ao was dying, but his huge scarlet eyes were still staring at Bai Donghan. I am just a human cultivator passing by. In my next life, I must remember to be a good turtle. Boom! Bai Donghan stepped down fiercely, and the terrifying force instantly pierced through the huge turtle head. The sea of consciousness was broken, and General Ao's soul shot out. A light flashed between Bai Donglin's eyebrows, and his extremely evil and thick arm stretched out, grabbed the turtle-shaped soul, and suddenly retracted it into the sea of consciousness. A eerie chewing sound was heard. Hee hee. This guy's soul tastes pretty good. Unlike those shrimp soldiers and crab generals, they are all uneducated and have no skills. Their memories are all garbage. The souls of the 50,000 demon soldiers were completely devoured by the evil. Although the demon race had physical advantages over humans, they were much inferior in spirit, soul and wisdom, and the secret techniques they practiced were also extremely crude. This situation will only change for powerful demon tribes. The souls of low-level demon tribes are like garbage to the picky evil. With a thought, inky black light flowed out from under his feet and spread rapidly on General Ao's body. After a while, the entire demon corpse was swallowed into the immortal dark world. Bai Donghan is a very picky person. Only high-level, rare, pure-blooded monsters like the golden-winged rock and the dragon fish are pleasing to him. This big turtle is far from that. It is not worthy of being a delicacy and can only be used as a raw material for converting energy. The figure moved and appeared next to the corpses of the 50,000 demon soldiers. The immortal dark world spread out and swallowed them all. Pure energy was gushing out of his body like crazy, and his many spiritual orifices were enjoying a feast, absorbing energy crazily. A hint of relief appeared on Bai Donglin's face, and he could clearly feel his growing strength. Sure enough, this is the correct way to practice. In this situation, the advantage of his infinite space spiritual awareness is very obvious. He can absorb as much energy as possible. Other cultivators could only cultivate their energy slowly, fearing that their spiritual orifices would be damaged. However, he did not have such worries at all. He was only worried that he had too little energy. Bai Donghan calmed down, and a light flashed in his eyes. After devouring General Ao's memory, he had a deeper understanding of the situation in Bio Palace. The fire of will in his body burned fiercely again. Countless particles were enveloped, and Bai Donglin's body began to melt, twist, and stretch. After a moment, he had transformed into the appearance of General Ao, with a burly body more than 10 feet tall, and was exactly the same as his original form inside and out. TSK. This turtle SH. L is so hacking ugly. General Ao treasured the unusual turtle SH. L. But in Bai Donglin's eyes, he only felt disgust. After taking a quick look around and making sure that nothing was missed, he turned and fled towards the Bio Palace. His revenge has just begun. Chapter 303, The Snipe and the Clam Fight. The Bio Palace is very powerful, and there are 36 generals, like General Ao, who command millions of demon soldiers. The information obtained from General Ao's memory made Bai Donghan temporarily change his invasion plan. Nearly 1 million demon soldiers were also good supplies, and they could be recycled before being devoured. Bai Donghan traveled across the space and returned to the outskirts of Bio Palace in the blink of an eye. He had to hurry as much as possible. Otherwise, once the higher-ups of Bio Palace noticed something was wrong, he would be in trouble. After activating the token and successfully entering the Bio Palace, Bai Donghan went straight to the territory belonging to General Ao. In the hall, an old man with white hair and beard hurried in, looked at Bai Donglin's burly back, and saluted respectfully. Greetings, General. Why did you come back alone? Did your trip go well? Bai Donghan slowly turned around, looked down at the old man, and said with a hint of depression in his tone. Don't mention it. We just found the trace of the Vortex Palace. And this general received the order from above and hurried back. Bai Donglin paused, then continued. As for the Vortex Palace, this general has handed it over to the left and right deputy generals, asking them to assist the Big Eye commander in the pursuit. A hint of realization flashed in the old man's eyes. The superiors had something to call him for. So General Ao naturally had to go back. He did not doubt what General Ao said at all. Bai Donglin's disguise was flawless, coupled with his incredible acting skills. Even though the old man was a military strategist and was quite wise, he could not find a single flaw. General, why did the superiors call you back? Humph! What else could it be? It's none other than those little brats from the Vortex Palace. Bai Donglin snorted coldly, and there was a hint of anger in the buzzing sound, which made the hall tremble slightly. The conflict in the newly discovered spiritual stone vein has become increasingly fierce. The people from the Vortex Palace raided our garrison not long ago, and the mining area was pushed back dozens of miles. Our losses are heavy. The Poison Dragon Vice Palace Master ordered our troops to go to support immediately and severely suppress the arrogance of the Whirlpool Palace. As Bai Donglin finished speaking, a murderous intent emanated from him, perfectly portraying the image of an angry general. Old Snail, you must gather all the troops and follow me to provide support. He raised his hand and threw out a military token. Old Swallow took it and saluted respectfully. I obey your command. The old slug's figure flashed, and he instantly left the hall. He did not question Bai Donglin's words at all. After all, this statement was too perfect and well-founded. This is the information gap. As a subordinate of General Ao, Lao Xia had no direct access to higher-ups without going beyond his immediate superior. So it was naturally impossible for him to go to Deputy Palace Master Du Jiao to verify the matter. A smile flashed in Bai Donglin's eyes, and his figure moved, and he instantly appeared deep in the back hall. He pinched his hands, and a hidden secret room was opened. Walking sideways into it, the precious light was dazzling. Spirit stones, spiritual liquids, various precious medicine materials, and magic weapons were piled up into a small mountain. Bai Donglin didn't look at it carefully, but his divine sense covered it all, and took it all into the eternal light realm. The storage magic weapon that General Ao carried with him has also been put into his pocket. This secret room is another part of his treasure. Some monks in the cultivation world like to carry all their treasures with them. But when encountering various dangerous battles, there is a risk of losing the storage magic weapons. So some cautious monks will not put all their eggs in one basket, which is why General Ao's secret room exists. This kind of separate storage of treasures becomes more common when cultivators reach the realm of great power. Because of their ability to reborn by a drop of blood, the powerful often fight to the death. And death is commonplace when they are defeated. After death, the treasures they carry with them will naturally be lost and become the enemy's trophies. Resurrection requires a huge amount of resources. It is not difficult to know that every resurrection point of the powerful is a treasure house with various treasures and resources. If some powerful people are extremely unlucky and are completely wiped out, losing the chance of resurrection, then the treasure houses scattered all over the world will become ownerless and become various secret realms of opportunity, becoming opportunities for those who are blessed with good fortune. This is also the reason why Bai Donglin is so cautious about opening up the eternal immortal world. Now he doesn't need to worry about losing the treasure at all. The eternal and immortal world is based on the unparalleled laws of the fusion of the three-world, real space, dimensional space, and devouring. It was born in the infinite space spiritual orifice, with the law of opening up heaven and earth. It exists between existence and non-existence, in the ethereal and endless dimensions, neither real nor unreal, and is bound to his will and concept. No matter how he dies, he will not lose his sense of the eternal and immortal world. Although it cost a lot, the benefit of this permanent solution often made Bai Donglin laugh out loud. After looting the treasures, Bai Donglin's figure flashed, and he instantly appeared on the huge square. Nearly 1 million demon soldiers had gathered. These grandsons of the Vortex Palace have bullied my Bio Palace too much. This general can no longer tolerate it. Soldiers, can you tolerate it? Bai Donglin shook his arms and shouted with a crazy look, perfectly showing General Ao's previous habits. No! No! The roar was deafening. The various departments of Bio Palace were far apart, and were isolated by formations. Otherwise it would have attracted attention long ago. Very good. Follow me to kill the enemy. Bai Donglin raised his hand and summoned a pitch-black shuttle-shaped magic weapon, which was General Ao's flying magic weapon. specially used to transport soldiers. This time the distance was far, and the number was too large. So it was better to pack them up and take them away in order to avoid attracting attention. The magic weapon was activated, and light sprinkled down, sweeping up nearly 1 million soldiers in the square and collecting them into the huge space of the magic weapon. Go! He jumped into the magic weapon, and with a thought, the shuttle instantly disappeared into the space layer and flew away. When passing through the defensive formation of the Bio Palace, a token shot out, and the thick light shield deep in the space layer suddenly cracked, allowing the shuttle to escape. Millions of miles away from the Bio Palace, there is a continuous mountain range at the bottom of the lake called the Horror Mountains. The previously tranquil mountains became bustling due to the discovery of a huge vein of top-grade spiritual ore. The spiritual mine is the center line. The Bio Palace occupies the south, and the Vortex Palace occupies the north. The two are tit for tat, and have begun to mine the spiritual mine from their respective directions. At the same time, they attack and harass each other from time to time, and both want to swallow up this spiritual mine alone. The Bio Palace had 1 million soldiers stationed there, and the same was true for the Vortex Palace, which was equally powerful. Some of the 2 million demon soldiers were digging for spiritual mines, while others were confronting each other, causing chaos in the Horror Mountains. The void was rippling, and a shuttle slowly emerged from it. Bai Donglin's eyes were filled with white light, taking in all the situations below. The two sides were still very restrained. Although small conflicts continued, there was no possibility of a large-scale battle because both sides knew that their strength was similar, and neither could destroy the other. This can also be said to be a compromise reached by the top leaders of both sides. Although it was not stated explicitly, they have actually made the decision to divide the spiritual mine equally, as can be seen from the fact that neither side has sent reinforcements. There is naturally no need for the subordinates to know these things. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a loss of prestige for the leader? What? The boss I admired the most actually compromised with the enemy? This is naturally not good. Since you can't fight, let me help you. I love helping others the most. 3 million monsters and a huge spiritual mine. All belong to him. If he devours them all, his strength will increase a lot. His spiritual orifice has been hungry and thirsty. A cold light flashed in Bai Donglin's eyes. He had no intention of letting the demon soldiers of the Vortex Palace go. The saying that the enemy of my enemy is my friend was simply nonsense. Those who are not of my race must have different hearts. He has no good feelings towards these man-eating monsters. Moreover, destroying the garrison of the Vortex Palace would inevitably cause a conflict between the two forces. By then, the top brass of the Bio Palace would be in a panic and muddy the waters, giving him a chance to sneak into the Bio Palace's treasure house. With a thought, the shuttle quietly sneaked towards the north of the mountain range. He had no intention of disbanding the garrison of Bio Palace, but was preparing to directly raid the Wolia Palace. By then, the garrison of Bio Palace would have no choice but to join the battle. The shuttle was suspended above the Vortex Palace headquarters. Bai Donglin took a step forward and 2 huge copper hammers appeared in his hands. The light shone, and a large number of demon soldiers gushed out from the shuttle like a river flowing back from the sky, falling downwards. Soldiers, the brats from the Vortex Palace are in front of us. Follow me to kill the enemy. Avenge our dead brothers. Kill! Bai Donglin raised the copper hammer high, pointed it directly at the Vortex station, and his loud voice shook the rocks down. Kill! Attack! Attack! Millions of soldiers roared in unison, instantly breaking the tranquility of the mountains. Woo woo woo! Enemy attack! Defense! You? The prearranged defense formation was activated, and the entire northern side of the mountain range suddenly shone with light. Layers of light shields visible to the naked eye were turned upside down, with runes flowing on them. However, these hastily arranged formations did not have much power, and could not withstand the attack of millions of demon soldiers. Middle, Bai Donglin threw the copper hammer in his hand, which became extremely huge and smashed hard on the light shield. Snap! Countless cracks spread out instantly. The general is mighty. Kill him! The defensive formation only lasted for a moment before it shattered into pieces of light and dissipated. The two sides of the demon soldiers engaged in hand-to-hand combat, fighting fiercely. The surging blood dyed the lake blood red. Bai Donglin looked down with cold eyes. 3 spirits stepped out from between his eyebrows and fled in 3 directions, preparing to set up a formation to cover the entire mountain range. We can't let any of them escape. And even if we have to let them go, we will do it selectively, such as letting 1 or 2 demon soldiers from the Vortex Palace escape. on the south side of the mountains. The general who commanded millions of demon soldiers changed his expression and looked towards the north, where the war was breaking out. What's going on? Why is there a fight? Who is attacking the Whirlpool Palace? Before he could think about it, the war had spread to the south of the mountain range, sweeping in his soldiers. This was a war between monks, and it affected a very wide range, so they had no chance to evacuate at all. The two sides, who had been in a stalemate here for a long time, were already full of anger and could explode at any moment, and they became bloodthirsty. Damn it. It's a mess. Everything is a mess. The entire Horror Mountains are in chaos. Seeing that the general of the Vortex Palace was also killed and his soldiers were massacred in large numbers, the general of the Bio Palace could no longer sit still. He roared and rushed into the battlefield in an instant. Donlin disappeared, sat cross-legged high in the air, and looked down at the entire battlefield with a cold gaze. Kill! Kill! My spiritual awareness is already thirsty. Chapter 304. The Fisherman Gains Benefit. Chirp! 1,000-foot-long Snow-White Slug was lurking on the battlefield, emitting sharp and piercing roars from its mouth full of sharp teeth, and densely packed bumps appeared on its fair skin. Zizizi! The bulges exploded, and the turbid mucus turned into countless sharp arrows that shot wildly in all directions. The demon soldiers hit by the sharp arrows turned into a pool of pus in an instant while howling miserably, and even their souls were corroded. Is this the old man? This army is the followers of that old bastard. General Manhua looked at the slug that was killing crazily, and his expression suddenly changed. He knew this old slug. He had seen him several times beside General Ao, and knew that he was General Ao's military advisor. Haven't we reached a consensus with the Vortex Palace? Why is there such a commotion again? This general didn't even receive any news. That old bastard has sent out his entire army. But where is he now? Manhua's expression became increasingly gloomy. As the person in charge of this place, he was unaware of such a big thing happening. He had a feeling that someone must be trying to frame him and take away this hard-earned lucrative job from him. Ah! Bio Palace. This general wants you to be buried with him. The general stationed here in the vortex saw that his subordinates had suffered countless casualties, and he became completely mad. He manifested his 10,000-foot-tall true form, and a huge amount of demon energy gushed out, carrying with it many chains of laws. Every time he struck, mountains collapsed and the earth cracked, and thousands of demon soldiers died in an instant. Manhua frowned. If he let the other party continue to kill like this, he would be left alone. Without thinking too much, he rushed forward in an instant. A moment later, a giant green python tens of thousands of feet long stood up on the battlefield. The horrific aftermath of the fight between the two generals was surging, and mountains were collapsing. For a moment, no one dared to step forward. The tragic battlefield spread across the entire mountain range at the bottom of Lake Horror. No demon soldier could escape unscathed, whether they were willing or not. All were swept in. A large number of demon soldiers died every moment. The strange thing was that although the lake water here was turbid, there was no trace of blood. The blood of the demon soldiers did not merge into the lake water, but drilled into the ground like a living thing. Such a strange scene was unaware of the demons who were bloodthirsty. Blood, evil spirit, murderous intent, resentment, and many negative energies were all absorbed by a huge formation deep underground. Countless runes flowed in the formation, and a dark mist rose up, spreading silently on the battlefield. The eyes of all the demon soldiers that were contaminated by the dark fog instantly turned bloodshot. Their rationality disappeared, and their consciousness was completely taken over by killing. They became unable to distinguish between friend and foe, and would chop down any demon they saw. The battle situation instantly became dozens of times more brutal. They completely gave up on defense, and used self-detonation as a basic attack. Every few breaths, the number of surviving demon soldiers was reduced by half. Damn it! Are these brats crazy? The huge body of the python tightly wrapped around the opponent, with divine patterns and laws lingering on its scales. The terrifying binding force even made the void collapse towards it. His strength was slightly stronger than that of the general of Vortex, and he still had enough energy to pay attention to the changes on the battlefield. At this moment, the dazzling balls of light that suddenly appeared from all directions made his expression change drastically. His divine sense poured out, and his eyes became even colder. In such a short period of time, his tribe had less than 10,000 men left. What made him even more heartbroken was that his divine sense was blocked in the Horror Mountains. Even a fool would know that something is wrong. Old man, what's going on? Where is your General Ao? Ask him to come see me. The python's divine voice exploded in the slug's mind. Its tone filled with anger. The slug's huge, soft body trembled, and it slowly turned around. Its 2 tentacles were scarlet, and corrosive mucus flowed from its mouth full of sharp teeth, looking extremely hideous. Squeak! The slug turned into a streak of white light, and instantly rushed in front of the python. But its 1,000-foot-long body looked particularly petite in front of the giant python. What do you want? The python's eyes turned cold, and he opened his bloody mouth and looked down at the slug. He vaguely felt that there was something wrong with the old slug in front of him. Squeak! The slug shot out and stuck directly onto the giant python. Without hesitation, its soft body suddenly expanded wildly. Boom! A dazzling white light suddenly appeared, and countless corrosive mucus gushed out in an astonishing amount. With a body of only 1,000 feet in size, the thick mucus sprayed out actually wrapped the 2 generals completely in it. The slug, which had gone mad, directly self-destructed, as a powerful being in the lower 3 realms of the divine source. Coupled with his unique bloodline talent, the power of his self-destruction should not be underestimated. Roar! The python roared towards the sky. Its green scales were corroded and torn into pieces, and in serious places one could even see its bones. Crack! The python's eyes turned red, and its body suddenly tightened, causing the vortex general, who was entangled by it, to suddenly make a sound of bones breaking. Die! Deadly breath. The big mouth of the python's scourge expansion is crazy, and the rough energy light cylinders are sprayed in the near hand, and several rules are contained in the light condensed by the dark green demon yuan, which is amazing. Ha ha ha. You stinky water snake. If you want to die, then let's die together. General Vortex looked crazy. The demon pill in his body shattered and burned instantly. His strong arms continuously bombarded the python's body, which was getting tighter and tighter, and rich demon light beams spurted out from his eyes. Boom! The void was torn apart, and the flesh and bones silently turned into nothingness. At such a close distance, both of them were seriously injured. General Vortex, who had shattered his own demon pill, was not far from death. At this time, the sound of fighting on the battlefield faded away and returned to silence, except for a few Vortex demon soldiers who were released by Bai Donglin in advance. Only 2 generals were still alive. Boom! Bai Donglin revealed his figure and appeared in front of the python in an instant. His heavy body smashed a big hole in the ground. Ahem. Old bastard. Which adult wants to mess with me? Is it Master Dujiao? Or the young palace master? The python's huge head drooped, with large streams of blood flowing out of its mouth. It was dying, but its eyes were still extremely cold as it stared at Bai Donglin. Bai Donglin raised his eyebrows and ignored the python. He raised his palm knife, with scarlet silk threads entwined around it, and slashed down with a sideways move. Not far away, General Vortex, who had lost all his cultivation, had a flash of fear in his huge eyes. His 10,000 feet long body was instantly split into 2. Scarlet threads spread, cutting off several huge mountain peaks in the distance. General Manghua, the garrison commander of the Horror Mountains, provoked a dispute out of selfishness and killed the garrison general of the Vortex. He also took the entire spiritual mineral vein for himself and defected with his troops. Bai Donglin's eyes were calm and his tone was gentle, as if he was stating a fact. Hurry! You old bastard! How dare you try to trick me? Manghua's heart exploded with rage, knowing that he would not be able to survive today. The demon pill filled with chains of laws deep inside his body trembled violently, and was about to shatter and burn. The terrifying dark green demon energy lingered around his body, and turned into substance. Unfortunately, I'm very pressed for time. Otherwise I could have some fun with you. A bright golden light flashed in Bai Donglin's eyes. His eyes opened vertically between his eyebrows, and his golden pupils shrank slightly. Mystical power, eye that breaks through the void. A thick and solid pillar of spiritual light, surrounded by blazing golden and black flames, with faint Buddhist sounds coming from it, shot into the sea of consciousness of the python disaster in an instant at a terrifying speed that exceeded the speed of light. With its soul destroyed, the python's eyes suddenly dimmed, and the surging demonic energy also subsided. Manghua's soul defense is far inferior to General Ao's, and he used a single attack this time. With his extremely powerful soul, he can be considered a strong man in the divine source realm. The evil stretched out his arm, captured the python's soul, threw it into his mouth, swallowed it, and slowly digested its memories. Bai Donglin's eyes flashed white light, and with a thought, The black light of the immortal dark world flowed out from under his feet and spread wildly in all directions. The two huge corpses of the demon generals in front of him, as well as the nearly 3 million demon soldiers scattered across the battlefield, were all swallowed up and transformed. An endless pure energy gushed out. Half of the energy is used to nourish the spiritual orifice that carries the eternal immortal world. In this way, the immortal dark world will expand even larger, and the speed of swallowing will be enhanced. There was no such need before. But the recent cultivation resources are indeed a bit too much, and the swallowing and conversion speed of the immortal dark world has become a bit strenuous. The other half is used to nourish the more than 5,000 newly opened hidden spiritual orifices, so that they can catch up with the level of other spiritual orifices as soon as possible. At this time, Ji had already digested the memory of Manghua. Bai Donglin was stunned, and a strange look flashed in his eyes. TSK, TSK, TSK. Amazing. This python monster is quite capable. It can actually have an affair with a young palace master's woman. Hee hee. God is really helping me. Bai Donglin's thoughts turned, and a sinister plan came to his mind. With a sly smile on his face, we have to speed up. The vortex demon soldiers that were let go will pass on the information in no time. By then, the identity of this python disaster will be useless. The spreading immortal dark world has swallowed up all the demon corpses. The terrifying number cannot be digested in a short period of time. He also does not have time to digest them with all his strength now, as the huge spiritual mine under his feet is still waiting for him. Thoughts poured out, locking onto the core of the spiritual mine. He took a step into the space, and his figure instantly moved to the depths of the mine. Chapter 305 Women's Clothing. In the mountains at the bottom of Lake Horror, deep in the spiritual stone veins. As soon as Bai Donglin appeared, he was wrapped in sticky spiritual liquid and nodded with satisfaction. The quality of this spiritual mine was not low. In addition to a large amount of spiritual stones, it also came with more precious spiritual liquid. The collection of spirit stones and spirit liquids is a delicate job. If they are collected violently, it will cause energy to leak out and reduce the quality of the spirit stones and spirit liquids. The two forces of Bio Palace collected for half a month and only collected about 20%. The speed is so slow. One of the reasons is that the two forces are constantly interfering with each other. Bai Donglin has other means of his own, so he doesn't need to collect it bit by bit like ordinary cultivators. Sitting cross-legged in the spiritual liquid, his mind sank into his body, and his soul condensed into countless physical threads, flashing red light, and began to cut and decompose the entire spiritual ore. At the same time, the white light representing the eternal light world, and the black light representing the immortal dark world diffused out from the body, and slowly enveloped the entire spiritual mine. The spiritual ore and spiritual liquid that were cut into pieces were all swallowed up into the eternal light realm. Because the movement was too big, the rich spiritual energy that overflowed was swallowed up into the immortal dark realm. No waste was caused. He was keeping these spirit stones and spirit liquids for his own use anyway, so he didn't care if their quality would decline. As long as the speed was fast, it was fine. He is now racing against time, and must successfully sneak in before the Bio Palace can react. Half an hour later, the entire spiritual mine was completely dug out. On the continent of the eternal light realm, spirit stones are piled up like mountains. Spirit liquid is gathered into a small lake, and the immortal dark realm has also swallowed up a huge amount of spiritual energy, occupying 20% of the entire vein. The overflow and loss are really quite large. No wonder mining is so troublesome. Bai Donglin opened his eyes with satisfaction. He stretched out his hand, and a huge formation deep underground quickly shrank and flew into his palm. In the center of the formation, a pitch-black round bead emitted terrifying fluctuations, which were formed by the evil spirit and resentment of 3 million demon soldiers. Bai Donglin raised his palm knife, gently cut open his chest, and used his fingers to pull out the skeleton figure deep in his heart. Master Skeleton, you must be tired of drinking my blood. Come, I'll give you a snack today. The little skeleton figure, which looked like it was carved out of blood jade, had become more and more magical after being fed with blood and essence for more than 10 years, with traces of mysterious divine patterns covering its entire body. What made Bai Donglin even more excited was that the cracks on the skeleton's skull were slowly healing. The power of this skeleton boss is extremely terrifying. It is one of his trump cards to deal with the powerful, so he cannot help but take it seriously. The black round bead was placed on the skeleton's chest. With a flash of red light, it was swallowed up in an instant. Bai Donglin shook his head slightly. This skeleton boss was strong, But his appetite was also terrifyingly big, which was somewhat similar to him. Fortunately, essence and blood are free businesses, and the immortal talent can be restored forever. Otherwise, he would not be able to afford it. He stuffed the skeleton man back deep into his heart, and the wound healed instantly. Then, he took a step forward and returned to the ground. Let's change my skin first. I can't stand this turtle SHL anymore. The fire of will burned fiercely within the body, enveloping every particle, and the body began to melt, twist, and shrink. A moment later, General Ao's burly figure disappeared, and was replaced by a handsome man who was more than 2 meters tall and exuded a cold aura. His eyes were narrow and long, with a pair of gem-like emerald green vertical pupils, and a slight smile, with a hint of evil beauty. Ha. I am so handsome. I am just playing with the young palace master's woman. So what? What's the matter? Bai Donglin stood with his hands behind his back. Having swallowed up the memory of the python, he imitated its evil and arrogant expression and movements vividly. Well, actually I can make a living with my face. But my stomach is too strong. I can eat anything. I don't need to rely on others for money. He sighed inwardly, thinking that he had wasted a hidden talent. But he took one step forward after another, and the void rippled violently. A moment later, Bai Donglin returned to the outskirts of Bio Palace. This was his 3rd time in the palace, and he thought that he should be able to completely handle the situation this time. Once the matter in the Horror Mountains was exposed, the Bio Palace would surely notice something was wrong, and he would not have a second chance. The power of Bio Palace is not weak. Although it shares a territory with many forces, it is still a holy land after all. There are quite a few powerful ones among them. The reason why he was so successful before was because he had been hanging around in the outer area. But this time, he wanted to go deeper into the inner area. You have to be careful. He sacrificed the token, passed through the defensive shield, followed the memory of the python, hid his body, and ran towards his own nest. There was no one in the lair, and all his followers were dead in his stomach, which just happened to prevent his whereabouts from being exposed. The python should be staying in the Horror Mountains at this time. Its inexplicable appearance here will naturally attract investigation from higher-ups. The only person I can expose to him is my old lover. Compared to this close relationship, what else matters? Bai Donglin raised his hand and took out a jade token. Then he made a hand gesture and sent a message to the woman who lived deep in the inner area. Baby, come to the old place quickly. I miss you. You know? Hiss. He took a breath and couldn't help scratching his numb scalp. He didn't want to do this, but there was no way. This was the tone in Meng Hua's memory. Meng Hua was having an affair with this woman, but he was risking his own life, so he naturally needed a secret place. His own lair was crowded with people and eyes, so it was obviously not suitable. Bai Donglin moved and ran towards the old place, feeling a little excited in his heart. It was not because of the young palace master's woman, but the excitement of going deep into the tiger's den and plundering the treasure house. At the junction of the inner and outer areas of Bio Palace, there is a huge extinct volcano, because the surrounding area is full of fire laws. It is not liked by these water-based scaled armored monsters, and usually no monsters come here. Bai Donglin's figure flashed, and he jumped into the crater. He followed the steps in his memory, unleashed the numerous formations, and went deep into the bottom of the volcano. The depths of the extinct volcano are filled with red-hot magma. A cave has been opened up in the rock strata, and the rock walls are covered with dense isolation formations. The cave is quite large and contains all kinds of items, especially the big bed in the middle, which is extremely eye-catching. This hidden rendezvous place was found by Meng Hua, and its name means a place where dry wood and raging fire meet, which is extremely appropriate. Bai Donglin sat cross-legged on the bed, thinking about what to do after going deeper into the inner realm. He had only one chance, and once he took action, he would have to escape immediately regardless of success or failure. According to the cultivation system of this world, numerous laws will have different characteristics and powers after being integrated with each other. There are countless combinations that explode exponentially, and no one can fully understand them. Therefore, the methods of the powerful are mysterious and unpredictable, and he might encounter the ability to restrain him, and he doesn't want to capsize. Little snake, I'm coming! A delicate voice was heard, and Bai Donglin's scalp suddenly exploded, and he came back to his senses in an instant. Looking up, the formation rippled slightly, and a girl with a graceful figure and beautiful face stepped in, staring at Bai Donglin with fiery eyes. as her body swayed and she walked in cat-like steps. A few pieces of gauze that were casually hanging on her body slowly fell down, revealing her crystal white and delicate skin. She walked a few steps in front of Bai Donglin, and she was no longer naked. Little snake, why did you come back instead of staying in the Horror Mountains? You know, I spent a lot of effort to get you this job. The girl stretched out her slender hand and lifted Bai Donglin's chin, with a hint of anger in her eyes. Bai Donglin had already known this information. Manghua and this woman not only had a physical entanglement, but also had interests involved. Mining spiritual mineral veins is naturally a lucrative job. After all, necessary losses are normal. Half of the water intercepted by the Python disaster will be divided among the women. This is also a way for this woman to convert her status advantage into benefits. As a woman of the young palace master, she cannot go out easily, and she also needs to rely on the power of the Python disaster. In short, the two of them are mutually beneficial, enjoying the pleasure of love and giving the young palace master a green hat. A clam monster and a python monster. No wonder they get together. That's their nature. There was a faint flash of golden light in the depths of Bai Donglin's eyes. On the surface, he was staring at the girl's naked body. But in fact, he had used the eye of vision to see through her true form. It even went deep into the particle level. This was also his purpose. If he wanted to make use of this demon skin, he naturally had to use his will to sense its essence first in order to achieve perfect simulation of the changes. Oh! Little snake, stop staring at me there. I'll be embarrassed. The girl covered her face with her hands and acted shy, which was a trick she often played with the python. Bai Donglin shook his head and smiled, revealing his white teeth, and said slowly, "Girl, please enter Nirvana." The girl's expression changed. She realized something was wrong and wanted to step back. But she found that the python in front of her seemed to have turned into a black hole. The terrifying suction force pulled her, and she flew towards the python involuntarily. Bai Donglin stretched out his index finger and gently tapped the girl's white forehead. The girl's eyes, filled with fear, trembled slightly and lost their color in an instant. You reap what you sow. When you swallow the blood pill, you were destined to have this disaster. Bai Donglin's eyes were cold. He raised his hand and waved it, then put the girl's body into the immortal dark realm, completely destroying it. Blood pills are made from the blood, flesh, and soul of human children. After being swallowed by the demon race, their Taoism can be improved. All the monsters he encountered in the Bio Palace, as long as they had a little status, had swallowed the blood pill. The reason why those ordinary monster soldiers did not eat it was that they were not qualified. A hint of hesitation and struggle flashed in Bai Donglin's eyes, and he sighed softly. Whatever. It's just women's clothing. No one will know about it anyway. If anyone knows, don't blame me for being ruthless. If he wanted to successfully sneak into the inner realm and get close to his target, the young palace master, the easiest way would be to use the identity of this clam monster. TSK. What do you mean there are only 0 and countless times of wearing women's clothes? I don't believe that with my supreme will. I will be afraid of such a ridiculous curse. Bai Donglin sneered, and the fire of will in his body burned fiercely. Countless particles were moved and transferred, and in an instant he turned into the appearance of a girl. His body flashed red, and he was covered with a gorgeous palace robe. His thin eyebrows frowned, and a hint of displeasure flashed in Bai Donglin's eyes. It's so uncomfortable. Brother, this method of changing one's will is too realistic. It's really unbearable. It only takes 1 hour, and we must finish this quickly. Otherwise we will make ourselves sick to death. He took a step forward, exerting his maximum speed, and rushed towards the inner area. Chapter 306, Undressing for this young master. Deep inside the Bio Palace is the Soul Gathering Hall. A young man with silver horn sat cross-legged with his eyes closed. The spiritual energy in the hall was as thick as liquid, forming a vortex and pouring into the young man's body. From time to time, solid chains of laws emerged in the void. Not far from the young man was sitting on the ground an old man with snow-white hair and beard. Azure characters flew out from between his brows, circling and shooting into the body of the silver-horned man. The azure light was dazzling. After a long time, the old man stopped and said, "Young palace master, let's stop here for today. The mysterious dark Ao Shurju is extremely obscure and needs to be mastered step by step. If you are too impatient, it may cause damage to your soul." The silver-horned man's eyebrows trembled slightly, and he slowly opened his eyes. Countless runes flashed in the depths of his silver pupils. "Thank you, Master Yin." I will come to visit you again another day. Go ahead. Ming Ling straightened his robe, bowed respectfully once again, and slowly left the spirit-gathering hall filled with spiritual liquid. The old man looked at Ming Ling's departing back, and shook his head slightly. This young palace master Ming Ling possessed the purest silver-eyed Ming Ho bloodline of this generation, and had an extremely strong talent. Unfortunately, his character was still a little lacking. As Ming Ling walked out of the hall, a ray of light came from afar. 8 mysterious and powerful monsters pulled a gorgeous carriage, and slowly stopped in front of him. As he mounted the chariot covered with divine patterns, the solemnity on Ming Yan's face instantly disappeared, and his eyes revealed a sinister and cruel look. Young palace master, where are you going to rest tonight? Outside the carriage. The attendant who had been keeping his head down asked respectfully. Ming Ke narrowed his eyes slightly, raised his hand, and took out a jade compass. With a thought, images formed by light spots appeared on the compass. They were all images of beautiful girls. The lights and shadows flashed rapidly. No less than 1,000. The light and shadow stopped, and a woman with a graceful figure, an expression that seemed half angry and half happy, and charming eyes appeared on the compass. Let's go here. What's this woman's name? Ming Yan supported his chin with one hand. A trace of thought flashed in his eyes, and then he shook his head slightly. He had countless women, so how could he have the time to remember their names? The attendant raised his eyes, and scanned the light and shadows, and replied respectfully, Young palace master, this is Miss Lan Zhu who lives in Wanlu Palace. She is the girl you brought back from the endless sea 300 years ago. Lan Zhu. Okay. Let's go here. Yes. The attendant raised his hand, and waved. Divine light lingered under the feet of the 8 strange beasts, and they instantly turned into divine light, and flew towards Wanlu Palace. Deep inside the Wanlu Palace, in a spacious and bright bedroom, Bai Donglin, wearing a pearl leather bag, sat cross-legged on a soft bed, his pretty face full of solemnity, his eyes full of thought, his slender jade fingers rubbing the black ring on his index finger. On the ordinary-looking lucky ring, a faint black light flashed and then disappeared. Little guy, I've given you a lot of luck recently. Now it's your turn to show off your power. There is no specific method to use the lucky ring. As long as the wearer has a strong desire in his heart, it will naturally burn the luck value and demonstrate its power. If one's own luck is not enough, one will directly overdraw the future luck of the entity in order to achieve the incredible effect of making one's wishes come true. With this mysterious power of destiny, it would be easy to catch a mere young master of the Bio Palace. A smile flashed in by Donglin's eyes. With the help of Lanju's identity, he was able to sneak into the inner area very smoothly, but he couldn't take the initiative to find the young palace master. Although she is the woman of young palace master Ming Ling, Ming Ling has too many women. These women seem to be of noble status, but in fact they are just tools for Ming Ling to vent his desires. He could only stay deep in the inner realm and wait for Ming Luan to come to him. He had no qualifications to take the initiative to look for Ming Luan. Everything is ready. We are just waiting for the fish to take the bait. Ming Yan is of noble status, so we cannot kill him hastily to avoid alerting the enemy. Bai Donglin did not do nothing during the process of sneaking into the inner domain. He went to all the places that Lan Zhu had the authority to go to, and left behind many original bombs disguised as dust. He visited all the formation nodes, the main hall, and the outer perimeter of the restricted area, and when the time was right, he would detonate them all. The original bomb has become his regular weapon of destruction. He has devoted part of his soul to integrating and manufacturing it all the time. Outside the eternal light continent, in the dark void, those twinkling stars are all the original bombs he stored. The more cards he has, the better. He likes to plan ahead. As expected, Bai Donglin's expression changed, and as his mind sensed, a ray of divine light fell straight into the Wanlu Palace. A magnificent carriage emerged, and Ming Yan took a step forward and walked directly to his bedroom. Squeak! The heavy door was pushed open. Well, my beauty, your name is Lan Zhu, right? Come! Undress for me. Ming Yan was straightforward and showed no respect for his tools. Without even finishing a sentence, he opened his hands and motioned Bai Donglin to take off his clothes. Bai Donglin raised his eyebrows, stood up from the bed, and slowly walked towards Ming Ke. At the same time, a formation that had been set up in advance deep in the hall was instantly activated. An extremely obscure wave flashed, and the dimension of the entire bedroom was faintly dislocated. Sir, your silver horn is so beautiful. Let me touch it. Bai Donglin smiled sweetly, and reached out to touch Ming Yan's forehead. Ming Hao frowned slightly, with a hint of displeasure flashing across his face. The silver horn was the symbol of their identity as a silver-eyed Mingho clan. So how could they allow a lowly woman to touch it? Ming Ling's eyes met Bai Donglin's, and he vaguely sensed something was wrong. And fine silver scales suddenly appeared on his body's surface. Bai Donglin's eyes turned cold, and the speed of his outstretched palm suddenly increased countless times. Ming Ling felt a chill in his heart, and it was too late for him to dodge. It was so close, and happening so fast, that I didn't even have time to think before a finger was pointed at my forehead. Ming Ling's body trembled, and his eyes fell into a daze for a moment. A light shone between Bai Donglin's eyebrows, and 3 streams of light shot out and instantly sank into Ming Ling's sea of consciousness. Amitabha. This beast is really not so easy to deal with. 3 enormous divine souls, like giants supporting the sky, formed a 3-talent formation, towering on all sides of Ming Li's divine sea. Hee. Isn't this to be expected? After all, he is the first in line to succeed a faction, so he naturally has to have a trump card to save his life. Chi Evil sneered in a low voice, his body surrounded by pitch-black flames, and his dark eyes stared directly at the core of the formation. Roar! Ming Ling's spirit awoke from its momentary daze, and roared towards the sky. The spirits of the demon race all retained their original appearance. Silver-eyed Mingho's entire body is silver, with silver flames lingering around his sturdy limbs, and dense silver scales covering his body. The mysterious silver horn on his forehead pierces the sky, and his bright silver pupils are filled with rage. What made Bai Donglin feel difficult to deal with for a moment was that there was a bright moon hovering outside of Ming Yan's soul, casting hazy moonlight all the time, covering his entire body. It was a precious magic weapon for soul defense. In addition, there are countless forbidden patterns flowing on the surface of Ming Kuang's soul, emitting a powerful aura, which is obviously the work of a powerful person. Who are you? If you dare to assassinate me, you are dead. Ming Yan looked around with extremely angry heart, but he was not afraid. Although his soul was suppressed in the sea of consciousness by a force and lost his sense of the outside world, he had treasures to protect his body, and his life was not in danger. Moreover, this is deep in the Bio Palace. If his protective magic weapon is attacked, naturally someone powerful will sense it. Bai Donglin remained silent and ignored Ming Ling's shouting. He had expected this situation. First of all, Ming Ling must not be killed at this time. Not to mention things like the soul lamp. The moment Ming Ling dies, his father, the palace master of Bio Palace, will definitely feel it. Although he could escape immediately through the low-dimensional world, it would be impossible for him to enter the treasure house. He went to great lengths to kill a dude. It is impossible for Zai to forcibly control and transform Ming Lan's soul at the moment. It is impossible for him to silently pass through the heavy protection outside his soul, especially the forbidden patterns laid by the powerful person himself. This kind of thing is specially arranged to avoid control and possession of the body. So he is not sure at all now. Humph! What's the point of trapping me? Once my father notices something is wrong, none of you will survive. Ming Ling was right. As the young palace master, his soul and aura were suddenly isolated and disappeared. The powerful ones would definitely sense something was wrong. This is also the reason why Bai Donglin arranged the formation in advance. This formation is not an isolation formation, but the application of the laws of dimensional space. Ming Ling's spiritual aura was not isolated and still continued to diffuse outwards, but it was stretched and extended through the dimensional space, which could buy some time for Bai Donglin. TSK. You little brat. Since we dare to take action, we must be sure of it. You should worry about your own life first. The mocking and disdainful look on Zai's face immediately angered Mingku. His blood was extremely noble, but someone actually used a lowly creature like a dog to describe him. Mingku's mind was in a state of violent agitation, and he and Ji started to curse each other loudly. A moment later, finally succeeded, Bai Donglin said in a low voice with a hint of smile in his eyes. Deliberately angering Ming Yan was to understand the fluctuations in his soul and will, and to prepare for the next step. Bai Donglin's expression became serious. He spread out his palms and took out a small thing from the eternal light realm. A soft, pink ball that looks like jelly. Chapter 307, Illusion-Loving Demon. Illusion-Loving Demon. During the soul-searching test in the demon-suppressing temple, he obtained a strange life among the dark stars. This is a kind of life form that is almost extinct in the outside world. It has a very strong talent for creating illusions. A trace of breath that emanated from it pulled him into a terrifying illusion. and his soul and consciousness almost fell into danger of eternal damnation. It is naturally very difficult to attack their young palace master in the lair of Bio Palace. After reading the memory of Manghua, he decided that the key to this plan is this illusion-eating monster. Without the illusion-eating demon, it would be impossible for him to control Ming Yan silently under the nose of the powerful. Bai Donglin's eyes focused. Although there was a dimensional space cover, there was no guarantee that there would be no accidents. He had to speed up. Boom! The fire of will in his body burned fiercely, spreading along his arms, and wrapping up the illusion-eating monster in his palm. Choo choo choo. The illusion-eating demon's soft body struggled violently, rushing left and right, but was trapped in by Donglin's palm. Don't worry, little guy. I won't harm your life. Help me once, and you will get something in return. Sensing the illusion-loving demon, who was still resisting his will, Bai Donglin narrowed his eyes slightly, and said in a cold tone, Do you remember the time prison I showed you before? If you don't cooperate with me, I will have no choice but to lock you up in there too. You know me. I'm very cruel, and I keep my word. The illusion-loving demon seemed to recall something horrible. His body suddenly trembled, and he collapsed like a puddle of mud. A smile appeared in his eyes, and the fire of will surged again. With the cooperation of the illusion-eating demon, it successfully penetrated into its particle level. Bai Donglin's eyes became extremely cautious, and his mind had now entered a world composed of countless pink particle light spots. Unlike controlling his own body particles, the particle forms of other life forms are unfamiliar and much more difficult, and he needs to put in all his strength. The body and soul were sublimated to the utmost, and the fire of will instantly became several points stronger. The illusion-eating monster in Bai Donglin's hand began to wriggle, disintegrate and melt, and then slowly formed a new form. A quarter of an hour later, Bai Donglin exhaled lightly, retracted the fire of his will, and the illusion-eating demon in his palm had disappeared. Instead, there was a small beast that looked exactly like Ming Ling itself. Even a single hair was identical, except that it was pink in color. The pink little beast leaped lightly, dived into Ming Ling's sea of consciousness, and fell into the hands of the evil one. Ming Ling, who was still cursing, looked at the little beast that suddenly appeared. It looked exactly like him except for the color. His expression suddenly changed. He felt something was wrong. This pink thing was a little weird. What do you want to do? I advise you not to do anything rash. Ming Yan swallowed hard. The black-robed man in front of him looked at him with such an evil gaze that he felt a little frightened, and he dared not to be stubborn anymore. Hey. What? Are you finally scared? Don't worry. You won't die now. At least not until I achieve my goal. Just have a good sleep first. Zai raised his hand and waved it, and the illusion monster turned into a pink divine light and shot straight towards Ming Yan. The defensive shield formed by the hazy moonlight had no reaction and was directly penetrated by the divine light. The terrifying forbidden pattern that protected Ming Yan from being controlled and possessed by others was functioning normally, and was also not activated when the divine light passed through it. Ming Ling was suppressed on the spot and had nowhere to hide. The illusion-loving demon was like a drop of water, directly merging into Ming Ling's soul. Ming Ling's gaze froze, and his bright silver pupils suddenly turned pink, and his ferocious expression became docile. Success? Bai Donglin was delighted, as it turned out to be exactly the same as the deduced result. The life form of the illusion-eating monster was extremely special, and it was a kind of illusory illusion creature. In principle, its constituent particles do not belong to any of the four major forms of matter. Using this illusionary particle to simulate the fluctuations of Ming Ling's soul and will, there is indeed no rejection reaction, and even the means arranged by the powerful cannot be detected. The three divine souls withdrew the formation, transformed into streams of light, and returned to the sea of consciousness. With a thought, the formation covering the entire bedroom slowly disappeared, and the extended and stretched dimensional space was slightly distorted, seamlessly connecting Ming Yan's divine soul aura back to the original state. Everything was perfect, without a trace of abnormality. Ming Ling's consciousness was controlled by him silently. At this time, Ming Ling's consciousness had sunk into the illusion, and everything in his body and soul was under the control of the illusion-eating demon. Bai Donglin's figure flashed, and he discarded the skin that made him so uncomfortable and returned to his original appearance. At this point, Lanju's identity was no longer useful. Illusion-loving demon, you should know what to do next. This little thing has been completely subdued by him for such a long time. Its fundamental will has been infected by him, and its current form is refined by the fire of his will. He could kill it on the spot with just a thought. so naturally it dared not disobey his orders. Mingyan knelt on his knees, kowtowed respectfully and said, "I understand." At this moment, a surprised female voice suddenly sounded behind Bai Donglin. "Wow! That's amazing! How did you do that?" "Who?" Bai Donglin's expression changed drastically. He turned around and punched out. A scarlet light flashed, and the spatial dimension was directly torn apart by this punch. Although he was shocked and suspicious, he still retained his rationality, and his attacks were confined to a range of 10 feet without any overflow. Everything he did was actually being watched by others. But he didn't sense even a hint of abnormality. The formation he had just set up enveloped the entire surrounding dimensional space. This was so outrageous that he was extremely shocked. "Stop! I have no ill intentions. Our goals are the same." Bai Donglin frowned and stopped his attack. His Wu-Wei soul was ready to open the low-dimensional channel at any time. If something went wrong, he would retreat strategically first. The void was rippling, and a graceful figure jumped out. She patted her slightly heaving chest with her small hands, and stared at Bai Donglin with a hint of fear. Is this man a monster? The attack was so fierce and terrifying. If she didn't have the treasure on her, that attack would have cost her half her life. "Who are you?" Bai Donglin's tone was cold. When he was concentrating on doing something bad, someone was watching him from beginning to end. Anyone would be tempted to kill him. A stern aura emanated from him, locking on to the woman in front of him wearing a golden hollow mask. This person had a treasure on her that could block prying eyes, so Bai Donglin could not see her true appearance. "Huh? Can you stop staring at me like that? Your reaction is too big. I didn't spy on you on purpose. I'm just like you. My goal is also to get to the Bio Palace. I've been lurking behind Mingyan. But who would have thought that I would see you take action? You acted too quickly, and I was forced to watch. Okay? Okay. Okay. Isn't it okay for me to apologize to you?" The masked woman spread her hands to show her innocence, then walked up to Mingyan, looked him up and down in surprise, and muttered, "By the way, how did you do that? You were able to control Mingling silently. That's amazing." Bai Donglin's eyes flashed slightly. This woman was very extraordinary. She was able to hide from his perception. He wondered how she did it. But judging from her words and actions, she seemed to have some problems with her brain, and didn't seem like a professional. "You haven't answered me yet. Who are you? Which faction are you from? And why did you sneak into the Bio Palace?" The masked woman tilted her head and thought for a while, then nodded slowly and said, "Our goal is the same. To target the Bio Palace. So we are friends. It's natural for me to tell you my identity. Here, take a look. You should recognize this thing. Right?" The woman reached out and took out a token surrounded by golden light. Bai Donglin focused his eyes and saw the words on it clearly. "God's power is like a prison. Inspecting the universe. The Divine Court Inspection Department. Inspecting laws? Are you from the Inspection Department?" Bai Donglin frowned slightly. It was not the first time he had seen this inspection decree. The eternal aura on it could not be faked. It was exactly the same as the one in the hands of E2, the 6th Deputy Director of the Inspection Department. However, Bai Donglin's eyes were still full of suspicion. This woman didn't look like a professional from the Inspection Department at all. Apart from the way she hid her body, which made him look sideways, the rest of her behavior was completely like that of an amateur. Hey! 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 What's with that look in your eyes? Don't I look like this?" Glancing at Bai Donglin's suspicious gaze, the masked woman suddenly became furious, as if her fragile heart was hurt. Bai Donglin curled his lips slightly, already having a guess in his mind, and then asked, "Okay, I'll believe you for now. I have another question. Do you have any relatives or elders working in the inspection department?" "Yes." The masked woman nodded obediently. "And he's in a high position?" "Yeah. Yes. It's the highest. Of course it's high." Bai Donglin's fingers trembled slightly. "Oh my goodness. I didn't expect this naive person to have such a powerful background. I already understand it in my mind. It's a classic old routine. It's nothing more than a young lady who has been protected since childhood, becomes tired of the caged bird life of fine clothes and delicious food, and then secretly runs out alone to explore the world in order to prove herself to her elders. And so on. Haha. It's so classic. It's simply the best of classics. Okay. Silly. No. Miss Inspection. What crime are you investigating in the Bio Palace? It must be extraordinary to be able to make you take action. Right? The masked woman's eyes became serious, and she pulled Bai Donglin to sit on the ground. She reached out and took out a huge scroll. and said in a serious tone, "Our inspection department has been investigating the sea monsters in the Endless Sea, and recently we discovered that the Bio Palace has an inexplicable connection with them." The woman paused and continued, "The Siren clan is suspected of collaborating with alien races." Bai Donglin was stunned, raised his hand, and unfolded the huge scroll. And countless top-secret information came into view. Wow! She is worthy of being the eldest lady of the inspection department. Even such top-secret files were stolen. Bai Donglin's eyes flashed slightly, and a lot of information rolled in his mind. Deducing and analyzing. Haha. Things are getting more and more interesting now. Bio Palace. The Siren clan. What a coincidence. Bai Donglin murmured in a low voice, his expression obscure and inexplicable. Chapter 308, Dragon Breaking Stone. The light in the dim bedroom was uncertain. Bai Donglin shifted his gaze from the huge file in his hand, raised his hand and handed it back to the masked woman, with a thoughtful look in his eyes. If he could bring this naive girl into the group, given her status and position, even if something unexpected happened to the plan, there would be the inspection department to help him. Moreover, according to the information collected in the files, there is indeed a hint of uncleanness between the Sirens, the Bio Palace, and the alien races. The inspection department did not take action simply because it has not yet obtained solid evidence. If he could use the Bio Palace as a springboard to allow the inspection department to face the Sirens directly, then his second trial mission, killing the son of the Sirens' royal family, would be possible to complete ahead of schedule. It would be best if he could use the Divine Court. But even if he couldn't, it wouldn't be a big deal. At least the treasure house of the Green Tur Palace was already in his pocket. After making a decision in his mind, Bai Donglin slowly said, "I plan to use Ming Ling's identity to enter the treasure house of Bio Palace. Are you sure you want to follow me? You should know that this trip is very dangerous. I will not guarantee your safety. He doesn't like to force others to do things, and he won't interfere with the other party's wishes even if the result is good for him. And he would never let this woman use his retreat to the low-dimensional world. If it were exposed to her, wouldn't it mean that the entire Divine Court would know about it? I know there's danger, but don't underestimate me. I'm confident I can protect myself. Besides, the only place in the Bio Palace where I can find clues is this treasure house." The masked woman spoke in a firm tone. It was obvious that she had been lurking behind Ming Yin and had had this idea a long time ago. But Bai Donglin had acted on it first. "Okay. Then you come with me. But let me make it clear first. The treasure belongs to me, and the evidence your inspection department needs belongs to you." Bai Donglin looked serious. He had worked so hard to get to this point, so there was no way he would share the profits. "TSK. You stingy guy?" Bai Donglin nodded, acknowledging that she was right. Okay. I don't even like those things. What are you going to do?" "Well, I'm a little curious. How did you hide your body just now? If we use your method, our action will be much easier." The masked woman hesitated for a moment, then spread out her palms, and a gem surrounded by light slowly appeared on her white palm. The aura was obscure, and Bai Donglin could clearly see it, but could not sense its existence. This is a mustard seed spirit bead, which can turn into dust and conceal all aura fluctuations. I was hiding in it just now. Bai Donglin's eyes lit up. "What a good treasure," he immediately said. "We can use this spiritual pearl to hide in Ming Yan's body. Before that, there is one more thing to do." Bai Donglin lowered his eyes to the lucky ring, and a strong desire arose in his heart. The lucky ring flashed a faint black light, and the time and space around Bai Donglin became slightly disordered. Some faint light spots were forcibly absorbed from the future time and space and merged into Bai Donglin's body. Bai Donglin frowned. He didn't expect the consumption this time to be so huge. Was there an accident? Or was there some incredible treasure in the treasury? He shook his head slightly. Since he had already used the lucky ring, the result must be in his favor. He then said to the masked woman, "It's time to start." The masked woman blinked her big eyes, and did not notice anything unusual about Bai Donglin. She raised her hand to activate the spirit bead. A ray of light flashed, and the two figures disappeared in an instant. The mustard seed spirit bead spun around and shrank rapidly, becoming the same size as a spiritual energy particle. Its aura was exactly the same as the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. It moved slightly, and instantly shot into Ming Ling's sea of consciousness. Bai Donglin stood in a strange space, and saw it all. This spiritual bead is not only a treasure to conceal the body, but also very useful to ambush people. The spiritual energy absorbed into the body suddenly becomes extremely huge, and can directly suffocate a person to death. Minger's eyes flashed. His expression returned to normal. He stood up and slowly walked out. Ming Ling's state at this time is extremely strange. Although he is controlled by the illusion-eating demon, his behavior is no different from before. It is not that the illusion-eating demon devoured his memory and then controlled Ming Ling's body. With the existence of the powerful forbidden pattern, it is impossible to devour Ming Ling's memory. Ming Ling's soul and consciousness were all normal, but his behavior was distorted by the illusion. Ming Ling's consciousness sank into the illusion. His consciousness made an action of picking up a cup and drinking tea. But after being distorted by the illusion, what appeared in the real world was opening the door. His consciousness is normal, but all his behaviors have been distorted and changed. And his ego consciousness is unaware of it. This is the strange and powerful reason why the illusion-loving demon is so powerful. Because it is too powerful. It is also the reason why its race is on the verge of extinction. No cultivator can endure being controlled like this. Ming Quang left Wanlu Palace. And with a thought, he summoned his own exclusive vehicle, which turned into divine light, and shot towards the restricted area treasury of Bio Palace. Where there are privileges, there are bound to be loopholes. Young Palace Master Ming Yin was the loophole in Bio Palace's tight defense. I'm afraid the top brass of Bio Palace could not have imagined that their next supreme ruler would lose control right under their noses. Since the establishment of the Bio Palace, the silver-eyed Mingho clan has held the ruling power of this force from generation to generation. And the other many subordinates are all employees of their family. This highly centralized power structure is extremely common among the demon race. And Ming Ling can therefore freely enter and exit the treasure house of the Bio Palace. Ming Ling's car was moving at an extremely fast speed and had a smooth journey. In just a moment, it had entered the heavily defended restricted area of the Bio Palace. After passing through layers of checkpoints, Ming Ling landed in a huge square. At the end of the square, there stands a huge portal that is completely black. There are no inscriptions or divine patterns on the portal, and it is extremely smooth. Around the huge gate, there were more than a dozen huge water apes lying on the ground. Some of them were nearly 10,000 feet tall when they were lying down, and tens of thousands of feet tall when they were standing up. Their bodies were covered with dense pale hair, like towering trees. A thick chain was tightly bound around the necks of these water apes, and the extremely hard chain extended to the pitch-black portal. Ming Yin looked calm, ignoring the deafening snoring of the water monkeys around him, and walked straight to the gate as if he had been here countless times before. Before arriving at the gate, there was a gleam in Ming Yan's silver eyes, and his soul and mind probed into a mark on the door. At the same time, he raised his palm, and a trickle of silver blood seeped out, and he pressed the blood-covered palm onto the mark. A dazzling light flashed, and after the dual verification of soul, mind and blood, the door trembled slightly, and suddenly a ray of silver light appeared, like lightning, and was transmitted into the head of the sleeping water ape through a dozen thick chains. Roar! 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 The water ape was awakened, stood up and roared, beating its chest wildly with its huge fist. The terrifying power distorted the void. Puff! The water apes snorted loudly, turned their heads and looked down at the tiny Ming Yin, their eyes bloodthirsty and bloodshot. Then, as if by instinct, he lifted the thick chain onto his shoulders, clenched his hands, bent over, and, with all his muscles tensed, he pulled forward with all his might. Click! 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 The huge black portal slowly rose up under the joint pull of more than a dozen water apes that were tens of thousands of feet tall. Inside the mustard seed spirit bead, Bai Donglin had a panoramic view of everything that was happening outside. He couldn't help but marvel at the method of opening the treasure house. It's a very pure and ancient method, but it has to be said that it is very practical. This kind of pitch-black portal has a unified name, Dragon Breaking Stone, which means that once it is closed, even with the power of a real dragon, it cannot be opened. The material used to make the Dragon Breaking Stone is the same, a rare mineral called Liontai Stone, which has only two characteristics. One is that it is extremely hard and heavy, and the other is that it has a very strong rejection of the law of energy, as high as 99%. No matter how sophisticated the formation restrictions are, there are always loopholes. This piece of dragon stone is very simple. It relies on its mass to suppress everything. If you want to get in, you can only lift it up with pure strength. The power of magic laws has little effect on the anti-magic stone. The gate to the Bio Palace's treasury is quite large and requires more than a dozen powerful water monkeys to pull it up. Moreover, the chain obviously also utilizes the principle of leverage. Boom! The door froze, and a huge gap opened. Ming Kuai looked calm. His figure moved, and turned into silver light that shot into the treasure house. As the young master of Bio Palace, everything in this treasure house will belong to him in the future. Even now, he can use most of the treasures at will. Boom! As Ming Ling entered the treasury, the Duanlong stone fell with a loud bang, and the earth shook. Chapter 309. No one can get rich without unexpected fortune. In the treasure house, the brilliant light is extremely dazzling. Bai Donglin narrowed his eyes slightly, and scanned the vast space through the colorful precious light. As far as the eye could see, mountains made of piled-up spirit stones could be seen everywhere, and huge spheres formed by spirit liquid were suspended in the void. The aura of countless treasures circulated throughout the space, and the overflowing spiritual energy was so abundant that it turned into liquid mist. Small puddles formed by the spiritual mist on the ground were like garbage, and could be seen everywhere. Huh? Bai Donglin slowly exhaled a breath of foul air. It was a success. This time it was really a success. All the cultivation resources he has obtained since he started practicing, added together, are probably not even 1/10 of what is in this treasure house. As expected of being one of the 6 major forces in Sanyu, the value of this is truly terrifying. This is understandable. All the well-known forces in this world have existed for a very long time. With the accumulation of time, there is naturally no shortage of treasures and resources. Moreover, the things in this treasure house are probably just the tip of the iceberg. It goes without saying that most of the treasures are in the storage magic weapons of the high-level officials of the Bio Palace, especially those powerful and mighty ones, hiding in the resurrection points all over the world. There must be a lot of treasures there. This treasure house is nothing more than a resource reserve room to maintain the normal operation of the Bio Palace. Daily expenses, salaries and rewards of subordinates, etc. are all drawn from here. Humph! These evil demons have collected so much ill-gotten gains and committed so many crimes. These spiritual stones and treasures are soaked in blood. Well, let me save these evil creatures. Bai Donglin chuckled, turned to look at the masked woman, and said, "What are you waiting for? Start taking action. The sooner the better. I can't guarantee when the senior officials of the Bio Palace will notice something unusual." Huh? Oh. Okay. The masked woman also came back to her senses from her shock. Although she had never lacked anything since she was a child, this was the first time she saw so many treasures. She couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Hey! Look at all these treasures and resources. Your storage magic weapon must be too big to hold them all. Right? Do you need to? Need not. I won't give you even a single spiritual stone. Humph! Stingy. Hey, little guy. There is a world inside my body. Will I tell you? I'm not kidding about not being able to contain it. It doesn't exist. If it existed, he could also devour the resources on the spot to nourish his spiritual orifice, and continue to expand the eternal and immortal world. Follow the plan. After Bai Donglin finished speaking, a slight ripple began to appear on his body. The masked woman nodded. A ray of light flashed, and Bai Donglin was released from the Jiezi Lingzhu. The moment he came out, the waves on his body surface opened up the dimensional space, and Bai Donglin immediately dived into it. Through Ming Kuai, I learned that there is a detection formation in this treasure house. The soul and aura of those who are qualified to enter this place are recorded. If an unknown life enters, the warning formation will be activated instantly. Bai Donglin has already agreed on the division of labor with the masked woman. He will go to collect the treasures, while the masked woman will stay in the Lingzhu space and look for the so-called evidence of treason with Ming Yin. Possessing the laws of dimensional space, he can walk in the dimensional space. Naturally, he is not afraid of just exploring the formation. Bai Donglin moved and instantly appeared on a spirit stone mountain peak. Mine. Mine. All mine. The eternal light realm. Swallow it up. A layer of hazy white light bloomed from Bai Donglin's chest, flowing out of the body like water, passing through the dimensions, and spreading wildly towards the sacred mountain under his feet. In the eternal light realm, a huge vortex channel emerged in the void. Countless spirit stones fell like raindrops, and a mountain was piled up on the eternal continent in a moment. Oh my god! Which unlucky guy did the master rob again? Yes. Yes! What a poor fellow. On the tree house next to the medicinal field, 4 little flower spirits looked up at the vortex channel in the void, their mouths slightly open, expressions of shock, and they didn't even notice that the food petals in their hands had fallen. The master is such a great robber. In just a short while, he has already piled up several mountains. Hush. How dare you say bad things about the master? The master is a vengeful guy. If he hears you, you're doomed. Ouch. Ouch. As soon as the words fell, the two little flower spirits were flicked on the forehead by energy fingers that appeared out of nowhere, and they screamed in pain. Master, we are wrong. Bai Dongling's eyes were bright. After swallowing a mountain of spirit stones, his expression became extremely comfortable. Ever since he had successfully practiced the true scripture of conceiving the god and forging the demon, he had been under too much pressure. Every spiritual orifice is like a bottomless pit and is crying out for milk. Who can understand the sadness of an old father? He even suffers from the terrible lack of cultivation resources fear syndrome. Whenever he thought about the fact that his cultivation resources were about to run out, and he could only absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth at a speed 1,000 times faster than that of an ordinary cultivator, he would be unable to sleep all night. It is impossible to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Not in this lifetime. One can only rely on the immortal dark world to swallow the sky and the earth to barely maintain this kind of life. 1, 2, 172. A quarter of an hour later, all the spirit stone peaks in the treasure house were swallowed up by Bai Donglin into the eternal light realm. In an instant, the treasury became emptier, and even the spiritual energy became thinner. 198 billion tons of low-grade spirit stones, 745 billion tons of medium-grade spirit stones, 30 billion tons of high-grade spirit stones, and even 90 million tons of top-grade spirit stones. Bai Dongling's heart was beating so violently that he almost pushed the skeleton boss out. It was so exciting. But after a rough calculation, the terrifying number of spirit stones made his mind dizzy. Because spirit stones have abundant spiritual energy. The higher the quality and grade, the heavier they are. Even low-grade spirit stones, with the same volume, are 100 times heavier than pig iron. That's it. The converted number is also a terrifying number. His eyes swept across the spiritual liquid ball in the void, as well as the various materials, magic weapons, precious medicines, etc. piled randomly on the ground. It seems that I have overestimated myself, let alone the possibility of 1 in 10 million. The total amount of resources I have obtained in the past is probably less than 1/10,000,000th of the total. It's true that a horse cannot grow fat without night grass. At this time, Bai Donglin had calmed down. His eyes were calm. With his will, he should not have such a big emotional fluctuation. It was only because he was too obsessed with cultivation resources. Suppressing his thoughts, Bai Donglin stepped into the void and dived directly into the sphere of spiritual liquid. A black hole suddenly appeared in the center of the sphere, but it was swallowed up in just a few breaths. As Bai Donglin continued to move, all the spiritual liquid suspended in the void was swallowed up into the eternal light realm. One sphere is 1 million square meters, and there are 68 spheres in total, except for 8 that are Xin-level spiritual liquid. The rest are all Huan-level spiritual liquid. Bai Donglin nodded slightly, without showing any surprise. Spiritual liquid is more precious than spiritual stone, so it is normal for the quantity to be smaller. As for the higher-level spiritual fluid of heaven and earth, that is a rare resource used by powerful people to restore their divine bodies after resurrection. So it will naturally not be stored in this treasure house. I wonder if that silly woman has been found. In Bai Dongling's opinion, as long as the top leaders of Bio Palace are not fools, they will definitely carry such important evidence of treasury with them. How could they throw it into this treasure house? That's why he said that the eldest lady of the inspection department was very amateur and naive. However, the Bio Palace had a high status and was not a powerful demon clan. So the only breakthrough point was the young palace master Ming Yin. Apart from that, this woman had no other way. She couldn't afford to offend the powerful. Even if he had a rare item, like the mustard seed spirit pearl. Bai Donglin fell from the void and walked towards the direction where Ming Ling was. Wherever he passed, white light flowed like water, and all kinds of strange and bizarre treasures were swallowed up into the eternal light world. Even the spiritual pools that naturally gathered on the ground were not spared. It can be said that nothing was left behind wherever it passed. Deep in the treasury, there are endless jade platforms carved from white jade, and on each of them is placed a brilliant treasure. The jade platform is surrounded by layers of formations and restrictions. Each jade platform's defensive light shield exists independently. If you want to take out the treasures inside, you have to break them one by one. Ming Ling held a token in his hand and inserted it on the defensive formation. The light shield immediately turned into light fragments and dissipated. A precious sword surrounded by divine fire was taken out. Ming Ling held it in front of him and examined it carefully. That's not it. A female voice sounded out of nowhere. And Ming Yan threw the spiritual weapon level sword to the ground, as if throwing away garbage, and walked towards the next jade platform. Behind him, there were all kinds of treasures on the ground. No less than 200. Bai Donglin paused and looked at the treasures thrown casually on the ground. This woman was really honest. She didn't even take a single spirit stone. She was indeed a lady from a wealthy family. She looked down upon these vulgar things. The white light spread, collecting all the scattered treasures, except for those treasures protected by formations. All the cultivation materials in the treasury had been taken away by him. The figure moved and appeared behind Ming Ling, and slowly spoke. I think you should not hold your hopes too high. The higher-ups at Bio Palace are not that stupid. Humph! I don't care. I will definitely solve this case and expose the evil ambitions of the Bio Palace. Stingy guy. You're really quick. You got it done so quickly. The masked woman sounded surprised. It was nothing to have such a large storage magic weapon, but the speed of collecting it was a bit exaggerated. A cultivator needed to use his soul and mind to activate a storage magic weapon. But it was not as convenient as Bai Donglin. He could just project the eternal light realm and swallow it up. I've always been very fast when it comes to cultivation resources. Bai Donglin smiled slightly. The purpose of his trip had been achieved. He could retreat through the low-dimensional world at any time. He felt naturally happy because he had gained such a great benefit. Buzz! The defensive light shield in front of Ming Ling trembled slightly, and the inserted token was repelled and fell to the ground, making a crisp sound. It's the upper limit. With my authority, I can only take out 200 treasures from the jade platform at a time. Ming Ling opened his mouth slowly and explained in a calm tone. The formations and restrictions on these jade platforms are connected to the core formation, and each formation is different. If you break them forcibly, there is a possibility that the warning formation will be triggered. Do you want to continue? Bai Donglin raised his eyebrows. These formations all had strange force fields that interfered with the surrounding space. It would not be feasible to take out the treasure by crossing the space. But his dimensional space can do it. It has different rules from the real space, and can ignore the restrictions of the formation. He said this just to see what other tricks this woman has. Humph. Of course, I have to continue. I am from the Divine Court Inspection Department. Don't underestimate me. You guys stand back. The sound coming from the void became increasingly fierce. Bai Donglin and Ming Yan hurriedly retreated 1,000 feet, ready to watch his mighty power. The void rippled slightly, and a transparent emerald green hairpin appeared out of thin air, surrounded by extremely sharp aura fluctuations. Bai Donglin, who was 1,000 feet away, narrowed his eyes slightly. A trace of blood with a golden glow flowed from the corners of his eyes, and fine cracks appeared silently on his skin. This thing is so scary. Bai Donglin licked the blood at the corner of his mouth. What a little rich woman she is. Fortunately, Bai Donglin is an upright and good man. Otherwise he would have wanted to rob her. Break. A cold shout came from the void. The light in the treasure house dimmed, and the emerald green hairpin turned into a green light, instantly passing through the light shields on all the jade platforms. Thousands of jade platforms and defensive light shields simultaneously turned into scattered light fragments. Silently, and the warning formation seemed to be ineffective, and was not triggered. This silly woman. You're really good at this. Bai Donglin swept his eyes over, and dozens of crystal balls on the jade table attracted his attention. The complex aura of laws fluctuated slightly. Seed of law. Most of them are ones he doesn't own yet. The lucky ring is really awesome. Chapter 310. Bagua breaks the formation. No! That's not it. Where is the evidence of Bio Palace's treason? Bai Donglin shook his head slightly. He no longer had any hope that the masked woman could achieve her wish. He walked towards the jade platform, where the seeds of laws were displayed. With a wave of his hand, 47 empty crystal balls floated in front of him. After carefully sensing the complex aura of laws for a moment, Bai Donglin nodded with satisfaction. Yes, there are 38 laws that I don't possess. This ratio is simply outrageous. If you say that there is no lucky ring in this, I will never believe it. Especially this one. Bai Donglin's eyes flashed slightly, and he raised his hand to pick up an empty crystal ball. Deep in the core of the ball, there was a crystal clear and bright light spot, emitting a hazy white light, which was extremely holy, and icy. The law of the moon among the sun, moon and stars is a peerless level, which can just help me comprehend the law of The 3 laws of the sun, moon and stars are all a peerless level, which are extremely rare and precious. They are the highest grade among this pile of laws, and the only ones that can catch his eye. The rest are just used to make up the numbers. Bai Donglan has already made a clear plan for his future path in the law. Force, time and space, dimension, devouring, soul, yin and yang, 7 emotions and 6 desires, will. With these 7 types as the core, the rest of the laws are only used to integrate the resources for promotion and are not valued by him. These are enough. They are the powers he desires or has the advantage over. Strength is the fundamental combat power of physical cultivators, and it is also the advantage of his strong physical body. Currently, it has 3 branches: physical strength, gravity, and electromagnetic force. Time and space are the most powerful forces that can restrain his immortal talent. This is something that must be mastered. He already possesses the complete laws of the world space at the unparalleled level. He only needs to comprehend them step by step. As for time, he also sees hope in the secret of travel. The power of dimension is also very strong, which can be seen through the low-dimensional world. If possible, he wants to find dimensional matter and dimensional time, so that he can embark on the path of dimensional rules in the future. Needless to say, devouring is the source of power for the growth of his spiritual awareness, and its importance cannot be ignored. The last 3 categories are related to his Trinity soul. The characteristics of extreme evil have great bonuses to the soul and the way of devouring, and he has already tasted the benefits of a powerful soul. It is extremely important whether it is used to fight against enemies, improve the perception and engraving of the laws, and the subsequent practice of the scriptures. Wu Wei possesses the characteristics of absolute rationality and the yin-yang Dao. Ever since he obtained the innate Bagua Tai Chi diagram in the Bagua furnace, he has begun to condense the seeds of the yin-yang law. The sun and the moon, life and death, light and darkness, etc. are all related to yin and yang. They can conform to the rules of chaos and transform into the 5 elements. It is a powerful force that is no less than any law and cannot be abandoned. Shishan is good at the 7 emotions and 6 desires. Bai Donglan does not value these powers, but the 7 emotions and 6 desires can nourish and enhance will. Senior Jiang said that will is very important for cultivators. He has only experienced it roughly during this period of time, and it is indeed very useful. Unconsciously, I already possess so much power, and it is all full of potential. Any path I take can lead to a path that leads to heaven. Bai Donglan felt deeply moved. He had already streamlined the means he had to a great extent, discarding the trivialities and getting straight to the point. No matter how tempting these powers are, he always understands one thing: the powerful body relying on many spiritual orifices is the foundation of everything and the source of his strength. The power of law is a means of protecting the way, a weapon, and a tool to assist the growth of his physical body. No matter what kind of law it is, or any higher level rules, they all need to be driven by the essence of the physical body. This is the inevitable fundamental. Putting his thoughts aside, Bai Donglan waved his hand to collect all the empty crystal balls. Together with these 38 laws, he already possessed 90 different laws. Achieving the 3rd level of the realm of supernatural powers is just around the corner. What is this? Bai Donglan narrowed his eyes slightly, picked up a crystal ball, and looked at it intently. There were countless sword shadows flowing in it, and bursts of sword intent spread out. This should be the sword seed. It was the first time he had seen this thing. Although it was not as precious as the law seed, it was also something coveted by sword cultivators. Bai Donglan now possesses too much powerful strength. Even the destructive sword intent he sensed from the omen of death is only used to comprehend the law of destruction. He will definitely abandon it in the end. He has even less interest in practicing swordsmanship. No matter what sword power or knife power it has, it is not as useful as his will. With the immortal will blessing his body, a pair of iron fists is enough for him. As for comprehending the laws from these sword intentions, he had no such idea. It was time-consuming and laborious. After trying it once, he didn't want to try it a second time. With this energy, it is better to use to understand more important time. Yin and Yang. Shaking his head slightly, Bai Donglan was about to put this useless thing away, but his heart suddenly ached. He used his mind to probe, and saw the little skeleton man was faintly flashing red light. Are you interested in this stuff? Bai Donglin's eyes lit up, as if he had thought of something. He opened his mouth and bit the crystal ball into pieces, and countless sword shadows rushed into his body. The skeleton figure in the heart suddenly glowed red, and the sword shadows were like rivers flowing into the sea, all sinking into the skeleton figure. As the sword seeds were swallowed up, The cracks on the top of the skeleton healed rapidly. I see. I was wondering why the sword seed Lu Dongchuan gave me disappeared. It turns out you ate it. Bai Donglin was a little bit amused and helpless. Before, he had never been able to sense the sword seed left in his body by Lu Dongchuan, and he thought it was his own problem. Until not long ago, when he ignited the fire of will and penetrated his body. He still didn't discover it. He thought that Lu Dongchuan had made a mistake. But he didn't expect that it was this big guy who was causing trouble. He had no complaints about this. Consuming some waste could repair one of his trump cards. So this deal was still worth doing. He exited his mind and looked around. The masked woman who had been yelling had stopped making any noise. And the treasure house was completely silent. Ahem. I told you it's impossible to find any clues in this place. You're right. I was too naive. The voice of the masked woman appeared out of nowhere in front of Bai Donglin, with an extremely low tone. Let's leave here. I'm going to try somewhere else. Humph. I don't believe that my first mission will end in failure. A smile appeared in Bai Donglin's eyes. He was the one who ran away secretly. But he still said he was on a mission. What a stubborn guy. With a light step of his feet, an eternal white light swept across, and thousands of rare treasures that were turned into a mess were swallowed up in an instant. There are still a lot of good things here, but it's not suitable to take a closer look now. So let's leave first. Let's go! Bai Donglin flicked his sleeves and turned to walk towards the gate with Ming Ling. The theft of the treasury went extremely smoothly, and there was no need to use many backup plans. Ming Ling could still be squeezed out. Just after walking several thousand feet, Bai Donglin stopped and suddenly stood there in a daze. Why don't you leave? The masked woman's puzzled voice rang out in the void. Something's wrong. Something's wrong. Bai Donglin had a dazed expression and was murmuring unconsciously. The Bagua Tai Chi diagram in the depths of his eyes was spinning wildly, decomposing and combining, and a trace of mysterious aura was emerging around his body. Hey! What's wrong with you? Cheapskate? Don't scare me. Seeing Bai Donglin's crazy look, the masked woman also became nervous. The mustard seed spirit bead enlarged and spun rapidly around Bai Donglin. Uh-huh. What a good trick. You almost fooled me. There was a bright light in Bai Donglin's eyes. He ignored the masked woman and moved his figure, instantly appearing in the void above the many jade platforms. According to his previous habits, these jade platforms should have been moved away. But the jade platforms were connected to the base of the treasure house formation. So he was too lazy to spend the effort and gave up. This almost made him overlook the secret of this place. With such a deep hidden means, let me see what the Bio Palace is hiding. Bai Donglin's eyes were filled with white light, and he took in all the thousands of jade platforms below. The three souls temporarily put everything aside, gathered all their energy, and devoted all their efforts to deduce. A huge battle formation was reflected in the Sea of Gods, and jade platforms, like chess pieces, were located on many nodes. Wu Wei raised his hand, and a huge Bagua Tai Chi diagram shot out, expanding rapidly, vaguely coinciding with the formation diagram. Under the formation diagram, three divine souls stared at the constantly evolving formation diagram with bright eyes, and blazing flames lingered on their bodies. The soul-burning secret technique has been performed, and the power of calculation has reached its limit. Qian 9 moves 7. DUI 4 becomes 6. Li 3 combines with Jin 8. So in 2 changes to Can. Thousands of jade platforms on the formation diagram moved rapidly, constantly changing on the nodes, forming continuous afterimages, and the corresponding Bagua diagram was also constantly decomposing and combining. Every time the jade platform changes the position of a node, it will result in a different change. With thousands of jade platforms, the results that can be extended are endless. After a moment, Bai Donglin slowly opened his eyes, and his expression returned to calm. Although only a short period of time had passed in the outside world, the deductions in his sea of consciousness had been repeated billions of times. So that's how it is. It's a very clever technique. If it weren't for the Bagua diagram reflecting each other, it would probably take a lot of effort. Seeing that Bai Donglin had returned to normal, the masked woman also flew up into the sky with the spirit pearl, circled around Bai Donglin for a few times, and asked, "What happened to you? You look so scary just now." "Nothing. I just found something interesting. Take a good look at it. Maybe you will really gain something this time." After Bai Donglin finished speaking, he pointed his finger and thousands of jade platforms on the ground began to move along mysterious trajectories, getting faster and faster, forming a series of continuous white shadows. Buzz! As the void trembled slightly, the jade platform stopped moving, and rays of light condensed from runes connected all the jade platforms together. Looking down from the sky, a large formation with a radius of 10,000 feet was formed. This is... The masked woman's voice trembled slightly, as if she had thought of something. Mingyu! Bai Donglin shouted in a low voice. Mingling, who was standing still, nodded slightly, raised his hand, and cut his palm. A drop of silver blood surrounded by light flowed out, and with a flick of his finger, the blood shot into the formation. A humming sound was heard, and the formation was completely activated. All the jade platforms burst into strong light, and solid beams of light were ejected towards the center of the formation. At the intersection of the light columns, a huge dark passage slowly emerged. The light faded, the formation disappeared, and everything returned to normal, except for a deep black hole that appeared on the ground. The formation in this treasure house has been lifted. You can come out now, Bai Donglin said in a low voice. The mustard seed spirit bead flashed and disappeared in an instant, and the figure of the masked woman appeared out of thin air in the void. Do you think there might be? The masked woman stared at the black hole with her eyes fixed, her tone tinged with nervousness. Bai Donglin nodded slightly and replied, well, it's possible. Yeah. You're awesome. The masked woman jumped up, opened her arms, and rushed towards Bai Donglin. Bai Donglin raised his eyebrows, put one hand on her head, and said with a tone full of disgust, Girl, please respect yourself. I am not a casual person. The masked woman was about 1.7 meters tall, and her head was only at the level of Bai Donglin's shoulders. Her head was pressed against her, and her hands couldn't touch Bai Donglin's body at all. She could only wave her arms wildly. TSK, if you don't want to hug me, then don't hug me. You're so stingy. He muttered something in a low voice, turned around and took a few steps, but then suddenly turned around and pounced on Bai Donglin. But unfortunately, he only hugged his afterimage. Do you still want to find evidence of Biopalace's crime? Bai Donglin's voice came slowly from the black hole, and he walked slowly into the depths side by side with Ming Ling. The masked goddess was stunned, staring blankly at her own jade-white palm. What's wrong with me? Why do I feel so close to him? This is obviously the first time we meet. He shook his head violently. His expression became clear, and his figure flew towards the black hole. This is impossible. We don't even belong to the same era. Chapter 311, Jade-Eyed Water Ape King. Tick! Bai Donglin and the other two moved forward at a very fast speed along the sloping dark passage. The passage was incredibly long, spanning nearly 1,000 miles, before reaching the wide and flat bottom. The rock walls were covered with glowing moss, and water droplets dripped onto the ground, making crisp sounds that were unusually clear in the silent space. The spiritual energy in this place is so thin. Even the fluctuations of the laws are so weak. What exactly is hidden in the Biopalace? Bai Donglin glanced at the masked woman, stepped forward, and said casually, Even Ming Ling knows nothing about this place, and it is hidden so deeply. As for whether it is as we guessed, we will know after we go and take a look. The masked woman nodded, without thinking any more, and followed Bai Donglin into the depths. As the three walked further and further away, the spiritual energy became thinner, and the fluctuations of the laws became more obscure and vague. Bai Donglin frowned slightly, and scanned the increasingly dense divine patterns on the ground and the rock wall. He could easily discern the power contained in these divine patterns: suppression, isolation, and prohibition. This seems to be a prison? The three of them stopped. There was a thick black fog in the air on the road ahead. Their sight and thoughts were blocked, making it impossible to see what was behind it. Bai Donglin did not sense any danger in the black fog, as if it only served as a cover. There was no need to hesitate, and he stepped straight in. The black fog seemed thick, but they only took a few steps, and it quickly dissipated, and the obscured scene immediately came into view of the three people. Hiss! What is this thing? The three of them were standing on a protruding stone platform, and not far away was a steep cliff. Below was an extremely huge deep pit, and the dome above had been hollowed out to an unknown depth. What made him gasp was that there stood a huge humanoid creature in the deep pit. Bai Donglin's eyes flashed with white light as he took in its entirety. This huge monster covered with golden hair is nearly 100,000 feet tall. The huge body was wrapped in thick chains made of unknown metal. The chains looked extremely heavy and hard, and were engraved with shining divine patterns. What was even more eye-catching was that a red metal pillar with a diameter of 10,000 feet directly pierced through the chest of the humanoid creature, and was deeply inserted into the rock wall. Perhaps it cannot be called a rock wall, The densely packed, overlapping runes engraved on it have completely changed its material structure. A terrifying force of suppression and sealing spread out from all directions, covering the humanoid creature in the center of the pit. Bai Donglin frowned. He did not sense any breath of life, soul, or consciousness from this demon. It was as if it was just a dead object. But is it possible that the Bio Palace made such a big fuss just to suppress a dead creature? Don't you think this big guy looks familiar? Bai Donglin's eyes flashed slightly, and he searched for information about the demon race in his mind. There were too many types of demons in this world, and because the demon race had no reproductive isolation, the result was that their bloodlines were complicated and rampant. Just from the appearance, he couldn't be sure what kind of demon this big guy belonged to. Are you talking about those apes outside the treasury that pulled the dragon-breaking stone? The masked woman nodded slightly. The two were indeed very similar, except for the color of their hair. Those are Jadeite Oizatl. As for this big guy, I have no memory of him. Mingling spoke slowly, his expression still calm. A thoughtful look flashed in Bai Donglin's eyes. The power of suppression and sealing here was extremely terrifying. With his knowledge, he could only see through 1 or 2% of it superficially. He felt that the monsters were dead things, which was probably caused by the fact that the power of suppression here was too strong. Soul, consciousness, life source, all were suppressed. A powerful demon was trapped but not killed. Suddenly a flash of inspiration came to his mind, and he knew how to communicate with this big guy. And then he sat cross-legged. The fire of will in the body burned fiercely, and the will slowly condensed, turning into a vague and ethereal thread that stretched out from the body and shot towards the suppressed demon clan. The thread of will ignored the terrifying suppressive force and instantly shot into the body of the giant monster. The thought rippled and transformed into the illusory figure of Bai Donglin. Bai Donglin looked around curiously. It was the first time for him to peek at a powerful man. All he saw was a mist, and he did not see the common particle structure. As expected, powerful and strong people have completely transformed their life forms, and the form of their existence is not so easy to see through. Before Bai Donglin could think about it, the surrounding fog began to roll violently, as if stimulated by his will, and then a face condensed by his will, which was exactly the same as the original body in the outside world, emerged. Little human. Who are you? I smell a foul odor. It's the smell of the silver-eyed dark hound. Will's face was glaring with eyes, as if he could see through the heavy blockades and see the darkness of the outside world. Bai Donglin nodded slightly. As expected, all the powerful men were involved in the way of will. However, will is eternal and indestructible. This horrific suppression can even completely seal off consciousness, but it still cannot do anything to the will. It doesn't matter who I am. You just need to know that my presence is only good for you. Isn't it? Bai Donglin's tone was firm, and after hearing that, his determined face slowly calmed down, and his gaze fell on Bai Donglin again. You are right. No matter what your purpose is, the situation could not be worse than it is now. He was not a fool. The human boy in front of him was not simple. He was so young, but had mastered the way of will. He was so evil that he could never become a running dog of Bio Palace. Well, can you introduce yourself first? And why are you suppressed here? Bai Donglin sat cross-legged, staring at the other person and pretending to listen. I am the Jade-Eyed Water Ape King. The reason I was suppressed here is because... Ming Lan of the Jade Wandering Palace was colluding with alien races, and I accidentally discovered it. In order to cover up their crimes, many powerful people in the Bio Palace joined forces to attack me. These shameless people knew that they could not completely wipe me out, so they made up their minds from the beginning and used tricks to completely suppress me here. I can't live, and I can't die. Having said that, Iji's face looked angry, and his eyes were full of regret. Alas, I was careless. If I had been more decisive and had directly self-destructed and escaped, I wouldn't have ended up like this. Poor my people. Bai Donglin showed a hint of surprise when he heard this. He didn't expect that this old ape was actually a powerful king and an amazing strongman. As for the rest of the information, it was similar to what he had guessed. He didn't expect that this guy was really from the Green-Eyed Water Ape clan. The Green Traveling Palace really had a bad taste. Or was vicious. He actually used other people's disciples to guard his ancestors' prison. This is like killing the monkey and breaking the heart. Aquatic Ape King. To be honest, the Azure Palace is our common enemy. Or we can say it is the enemy of the entire one true world. Can the evidence in your hands bring down the Green Travel Palace? If so, I can help you pass it on to the Divine Court. Once the Divine Court overthrows the Green Travel Palace, that will be the day you escape. Bai Donglin spoke sincerely. He really thought so. And he did not deceive the Water Ape King. If he could destroy the garbage that harmed human children, the Bio Palace, he would naturally step on it a few times. The Aquatic Ape King was silent for a moment, then slowly spoke. I have no choice now, so I can only choose to believe you. However, apart from my will, everything else about me has been completely suppressed. Oral evidence alone will have no effect. I know the Divine Court style of doing things better than you do. Although the inspection department has great power, it is also restricted by rules. Without solid evidence, they cannot take action. At least, we need to cut out what I saw and heard at the time from my soul memory so that it can be used as evidence. The Water Ape King paused, as if he had seen through Bai Donglin's thoughts, and shook his head and explained. Even if you report my current situation, it will be the same. Without evidence, the Bio Palace will not let the inspection department search. Moreover, after hearing the news, they will immediately transfer me. Bai Donglin frowned. This didn't work, and that didn't work either. It was really troublesome. What do you think? Aquatic Ape King? Help this king break the suppression seal. Bai Donglin was stunned. Didn't the Water Ape King think too highly of him? There was no way he could break through this terrifying sealing formation that could completely suppress the powerful king. This had already exceeded the limits of his current knowledge. I'm sorry. I can't do that. Bai Donglin shook his head slightly, stood up and prepared to withdraw his will, etc. You can do it. The key to unlocking this place is the blood power of the Silverite Abyss. Ha ha ha. That guy outside can't be your friend. Right? Bai Donglin raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect the solution to be so simple. Ming Yan would definitely be killed. It was only a matter of time. If he was killed now, he could not only release the powerful enemy of Bio Palace, but also attract the inspection department to intervene. No matter how you think about it, Ming Ling died a worthy death. Okay. How do we do this? You, a human kid, are so happy? I am a demon, and you are a human. Aren't you afraid that after I break the seal, it will be bad for you? The Water Ape King sounded surprised. This kid was so cautious just now. He shouldn't be so reckless. Then what else can we do? In your current state, even if I ask you to make a true spirit or great Tao oath, you can't do it, right? Bai Donglin stood up from his cross-legged sitting position in the outside world, and raised his hand to ask the masked woman to check the law. Aquatic Ape King. Did you see that? I am from the inspection department. How dare you touch me? Ha. Bai Donglin shook his head slightly. When the Water Ape King saw the inspection decree, his expression suddenly changed. Inspection decrees were only held by high-ranking officials above the rank of deputy director, and there were not many of them in the entire inspection department. Who is this kid? Ha. I was wrong. In that case, let's get started. I owe you a favor. After saying that, the Water Ape King passed the solution to Bai Donglin. Bai Donglin's will withdrew and returned to his body. He looked at Ming Kuai, and all the information was exchanged instantly. Ming Ling nodded, stepped on the void, ignored the terrifying suppression and ban, and walked step by step to the thick red metal pillar. With a cold expression, he made hand gestures, and an extremely bright silver light burst out from the depths of his eyes. Silver flames appeared silently out of thin air, covering the entire body and burning fiercely. The hard flesh began to melt, and the soul of the original body leaped out from the sea of consciousness. He swallowed the body, which had turned into a ball of silver blood, along with a demon pill in one gulp. A hint of pink flashed in his soul's eyes, and without hesitation, he began to spontaneously combust. Thick silver flames flowed like water, covering the crimson metal pillar. The core of the sealing formation emerged and slowly dissipated under the scorching silver flames. Snap! The suppression and sealing formation was broken. Chapter 312: The Pawn's Conspiracy. Choo choo choo. Countless pink particles emerged from the surging silver flames and instantly condensed into soft pink balls, which turned into a stream of light and fell on Bai Donglin's shoulder, rubbing against his face in a flattering manner. Huan, you did a great job. Chirp. Bai Donglin narrowed his eyes slightly and stared at the fiercely burning silver flames. The young palace master Ming Yan should be waking up. Ah! What happened? Where is this? Why? My soul. No! The howls were filled with endless despair. His physical body and demon elixir were completely destroyed, and the burning of his soul was irreversible. Ming Yan was about to die. He was at a loss at this moment. He was clearly playing with a few seductive women just now. But the scene changed, and he was already in a desperate situation where he was doomed to die. Clang! Countless silver runes floated out from the silver flames, and then condensed into many silver chains. They shot out with the sound of metal collision and penetrated deeply into the nodes of the forbidden formation. Click! Click! In this huge deep pit, the stagnant space was shattered like a surface, and fine cracks quickly expanded, spreading wildly in all directions. Boom! 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 The dull sound of drums began, rising from low to high, becoming increasingly intense, and was followed by the sound of waves rushing in a river. The heartbeat was like a drum. The blood was rushing like a river, and the body of the green-eyed water ape king awakened. The masked woman pressed her hands tightly against her chest, her face pale. Bai Donglin frowned slightly when he saw this. The Qi cultivator's body was really fragile. So he spoke. You'd better go into the Lingzhu. I'm enough here. Well, be careful. The masked woman nodded. And then, there was a flash of light, and her figure disappeared. I won't give up. Following Ming Ling's feeble roar, the silver flame dissipated, and he died completely. The higher-ups of Bio Palace must have sensed the death of their loved ones. This treasure house was merely built from a ruined small world, and its isolation effect is certainly not as good as that of the demon-suppressing temple. Bai Donglin glanced at the constantly collapsing space and formation diagram around him. With a thought, the low-dimensional world suddenly opened up a tiny gap. Using the low-dimensional world as a transit station, he forcibly crossed out of this broken little world. The thought descended upon the Qianyuan realm through the split body of the pointed monument, millions of miles away, and instantly detonated the many original bombs he had left behind in the Bio Palace. Awazatl, let me help you buy time for a while. Let's go back to not long ago. A pitch-black shuttle flew straight through the defensive light shield of the Bio Palace, crossed many formations and restrictions, carved out a space layer, and landed deep in the core of the Bio Palace. Two figures in black robes that concealed all auras stepped out and stood there in silence. After a while, ripples appeared in the void, and Ming Lan, the current palace master of Bio Palace, walked out. Why did you come earlier than the agreed time? Ming Lan frowned slightly, and the thick silver horn on his forehead shone brightly. This kind of meeting had happened more than once or twice, and the timing had always been perfect. The transaction between them had huge implications, and if he was not careful, there would be no recovery. So he had no choice but to be careful. Hee. Palace Master Ming. Don't worry too much. We encountered a space storm on the way here, and we used the power of the storm to advance a little bit. Ming Lan's brows relaxed immediately after hearing this. He nodded and said, apart from the normal handover, is there anything else this time? Palace Master Ming. This time we also brought the oral instructions from the clan leader. Please call your deputy palace master and elders. We have something very important to discuss with you. The other black-robed man nodded and replied with a serious tone. Good. Ming Lan's eyes flickered slightly. He had actually received some information as well. He already had a general idea of what they were talking about. With a thought, several messages were transmitted. More than a dozen powerful figures crossed the void and instantly appeared behind Ming Lan. Bowing slightly. Meet the palace master. Ming Lan nodded slightly, staring at the black robe with a pair of silver eyes, and slowly said, Old rules? Hee. Of course. The man in black robe chuckled, raised his hand, and sacrificed an emerald green gem. The light swept across, and more than a dozen figures present disappeared instantly. The orb was suspended in the air, spinning around, breaking into the depths of the dimensional space, and disappearing completely. Haha. It's only in this place that I can feel a little safe. That's right. The inspection department has a very sharp nose. We have no choice but to be careful. In a strange space, filled with thick white fog, more than a dozen figures were sitting cross-legged in it. Looming, two mysterious strong men in black robes lifted their hoods, revealing heads covered with fine colorful scales. There was not a single hair or ear on their bald heads, but instead there were two fish fins. It was they who had just sighed, and their sharp teeth were clearly visible when their mouths opened and closed. Let's hand over the goods first. Ming Lan spoke, a trace of desire flashing in the depths of her eyes, and she reached out and took out a storage ring and a jade tube 2 fingers wide. Palace Master Ming is still so straightforward. We, the Siren clan, will certainly not let you down. The black-robed mermaid raised her hand to take the jade ring tube. Then she opened her palm, and a liquid ball with bright light and hazy breath appeared out of thin air. More than a dozen powerful men in the Bo Palace stared at the sphere, their expressions revealing undisguised desire and greed. Ming-Lan solemnly took the liquid ball, took out a square jade box engraved with divine patterns, and put it away. And his expression suddenly relaxed. Palace Master Ming, this thing will be available again in the future. I wonder how your old Palace Master is doing these days. Thank you for your concern. After my father swallowed the source fluid, it won't be a problem for him to live for another few 100,000 years. Ming-Lan looked happy and spoke in a cheerful tone. Then continued, 2 messengers. What important matter do you want to discuss? As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere suddenly became solemn. There are 3 important things. Because the previous incident between the alchemy and weapon alliances was too big, the Divine Court has been acting quite frequently recently, and its sights have swept across the endless sea more than once. I hope that the Lord of Ming Palace will act carefully. If, at that time, we, the sea monsters, will have no choice but to sever our ties with your Bo Palace. You know we have the strength to do so. There was a hint of warning in the black-robed siren's tone. Since it was related to the life and death of the tribe, there was no need to care about the other party's face. Ming-Lan looked calm and showed no dissatisfaction. They had been mentally prepared to take this path. There were only conflicts of interest between them and the mermaids. Nothing else. Just abandoned. If the roles were reversed, he would do the same. This palace master understands this. Don't worry. We don't want to die yet. So we will naturally not give the Divine Court a chance to cause trouble. Let's talk about the second thing. The black-robed siren nodded slightly, very satisfied with Ming-Lan's attitude. After thinking for a moment, she continued, the human race has been making a lot of moves recently. As the eyes of the Qianyuan continent, the Bo Palace hopes that you can collect intelligence in this regard. Of course, this is also the order of those adults. In addition, the era has reached its peak. The curtain is about to be raised, and the hidden forces of various parties will also appear one after another. The atmosphere in this strange space suddenly became solemn. Everyone's eyes were a little vague, and the powerful aura overflowing was slightly agitated. These times are very different. Those old monsters that have been sleeping for endless years are waking up. It seems that they have suppressed everything in this era. Ming-Lan's fingers trembled, and his eyes slightly opened. The silver light was extremely bright, and he asked with a tone of doubt, why this time? Who spread this news? I don't know. The black-robed siren was silent for a moment, then continued, but you and I both know that when the chess player starts the game, our tribe must prepare as soon as possible. At the very least, we must be a useful chess piece. This is our only hope of survival. If you make a mistake, you will end up in ruins. Ming-Lan nodded solemnly, then began to discuss the next course of action with the other party. A dozen deputy palace masters and elders behind him also joined in. Every plan and every step must be foolproof, and backup plans and follow-up measures are set up one after another. Under the trend of the times, even the powerful and mighty have become insignificant. They seem to have returned to the time when they were weak, walking on thin ice and being very cautious. After a long time, the noisy sounds gradually faded away, and the discussion came to an end. Ming-Lan slowly stood up, his blurry figure looming in the mist, his mind churning with thoughts. He had received too much information today, so it seemed he had to ask his father for his opinion. There is no need for my father to continue sleeping. Palace Master Ming, let's leave it at that for today. If there are any changes to the plan, we can discuss it again. Hee. Before leaving, the old rules still apply. The black-robed siren chuckled, raised her hand and patted the ground, and countless terrifying forbidden patterns emerged from the mist, circling and dancing, shooting into everyone's sea of consciousness, and deeply imprinted in the depths of their souls. Ming-Lan and the others looked calm and accepted the forbidden patterns without any resistance. It was obvious that this was not the first time. It is just a necessary insurance measure. 2 envoys. Would you like to stay for a few more days? This will allow me to have a good time in the Bo Palace. Before Ming-Lan finished speaking, his face suddenly turned pale. He covered his chest, which was in intense pain, and quickly took out a crystal ball. Snap! Under Ming-Lan's incredulous eyes, the crystal ball instantly shattered and turned into fragments that flew away. No! Who killed my son? Ming-Lan looked crazy, and a terrifying aura was surging wildly, causing the expressions of everyone present to change. Broken. Something big happened. Chapter 313, the layers of the world. The emerald green orb cut through the dimensional space and descended upon the Bio Palace. More than a dozen figures stepped out, all with a powerful aura. Ming Lan, who was leading the group, had an even more ferocious look, no longer as elegant as before. During the long years, he had countless women and worked tirelessly every day. Although he had many children, they were all mixed blood, and he himself called them bastards. The only person who possesses the perfect and pure silver-eyed Mingho bloodline is Ming Ling. This is a limitation that exists in all demon races. God is fair, although he has given them powerful blood talents. How to continue them has always been the biggest problem. The more precious and powerful the demon race is, the more difficult it is to give birth to pure blood. Ming Lan had a son in his old age, so he naturally doted on Ming Lan and trained him as his successor. He gave Ming Lan the best resources and the greatest power, just like his father had given him. The entire Bio Palace serves these three pure-blooded silver-eyed Mingho. And now, his beloved son is dead. He died in the Bio Palace right under his nose. Who on earth is it? The rage in Ming Lan's heart could no longer be suppressed. He roared towards the sky. The terrifying sound waves stirred up, and the surrounding lake water instantly turned into nothingness. Huge cracks were torn into the void. Silver beams of light shot up into the sky from his eyes, ready to spy on everything, capture the breath, and lock onto Ming Ling's place of death. Right at this moment. Boom! The extremely fierce explosion. The white light of the stabbing. The huge light balls rose in all directions in the Bio Palace. The white light of destruction spread wildly around. The laws boiled, and the energy filled with the breath of destruction carried along the complex laws. Wherever it passed, everything turned into nothingness. The continuous building shattered like bubbles. Countless monsters turned to ashes silently. Huge black holes were shattered in the void. Mountains were razed to the ground. Countless bottomless cracks appeared on the ground, and boiling magma gushed out. The explosion came extremely suddenly. Although many powerful people in the Bio Palace were caught off guard, they reacted instantly. All of their figures moved and appeared at the core of the explosion. The violent attack could not hurt them at all. Only their robes fluttered slightly. Destroy! With a cold shout, the white light of destruction that had just expanded and spread for thousands of miles suddenly stopped for a moment, as if the pause button had been pressed, and then quickly retreated and shrank. The endless destructive energy and laws were compressed into the size of a marble. An old man with white hair twisted the solid marbles with 2 fingers and rubbed it gently to condense the large amount of bald balls that destroyed the white light. The powerful and strong have boundless divine power. Although Bai Dongling's original bomb is fierce, when the amount reaches a certain level, it can even burst out the destructive power of a powerful and strong person, such as the time in the demon-suppressing temple. However, the essence of this destructive explosion is ultimately just energy, the fusion of laws. The great power has already involved the power of rules. This qualitative gap is difficult to make up for by quantity. As Bai Dongling's spiritual awareness continues to grow, the primordial bomb in the future may really be able to create miracles and defeat powerful enemies. But now it's still a little short of the mark. However, within a few breaths, the horrific explosions in other areas were easily put out by the powerful men of the Bio Palace. Although the rescue was timely, the Bio Palace also suffered great damage. Except for the important restricted areas shrouded by the formation restrictions, other places were almost reduced to ruins, and countless subordinates were killed or injured. Sun Lan watched all of this indifferently. He didn't care about these losses. Even if the entire Bayou Palace was gone, he could be rebuilt. But now that his pure-blood son is dead, he is truly gone. Even if he did nothing from now on, and worked hard every day, even until his lifespan ran out, he might not give birth to a pure-blood child again. Although the explosion was put out, the turbulent destructive energy and the chaotic fluctuations of the laws wiped out the traces of Ming Yan's breath and interfered with Ming Lan's surveillance. This was also Bai Dongling's purpose. Once Ming Ling died, the top leaders of Bio Palace would definitely riot. He needed to buy time for the Water Ape King to escape. Humph! You think you can escape with these little tricks? Whoever killed my Gur, I will make you live a life worse than death. Ming Lan snorted coldly, raised his hand and cut his palm, forcing out a drop of shining silver blood. He pinched his hand to perform a mysterious spell, and countless runes appeared out of thin air and merged into the silver blood. As the runes continued to merge, the light emitted by the silver blood became stronger and stronger, and traces of mysterious aura fluctuations slowly spread. This is a kind of mystery that comes with the blood of the silver eyebrows. It can be traced back to the picture before the death of the blood. Although it is cumbersome, its powerful effect can ignore the shielding. The small world of Treasure House is a forbidden space deep underground. The sound of the Water Ape King's heartbeat was as loud as thunder. His blood was flowing like a tsunami, and his golden hair began to emit a dazzling light. This terrifying divine body had completely awakened. The scope of the stagnation space is getting larger and larger, and the complicated array maps are constantly annihilating. The runes of the huge chain entangled around the body are dim and began to decay. Buzz! The Water Ape King's huge body trembled slightly, and a terrifying aura emanated from it. Amid a huge buzzing sound, the entire ceiling formation was instantly shattered. The 2 rounds of scarlet day slowly emerged in a darkness, and the huge potholes were suddenly filled with red light. The Water Ape King opened her eyes. My king is back. Roar! 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 The Water Ape King roared to the sky, his voice filled with anger, joy, and hatred as deep as the ocean. Clang! His big hands tightly grasped the red metal pillar that pierced his chest, and slowly pulled it out with a difficult friction sound. Ha! Old buddy. Fight with me forever. Een! The huge red pillar trembled violently, as if responding to the call of the Water Ape King. It shone brightly. Divine patterns flowed and shone, and 4 huge words appeared on it. The divine weapon shatters the sea. Bai Donglin narrowed his eyes slightly. The dazzling light made his eyes feel a little uncomfortable. He didn't expect that this big pillar was actually the weapon of the Water Ape King. Refining the Water Ape King's magic weapon into the core of the formation, and using it to suppress the Water Ape King. This Biopalace is really amazing. One trick after another. Clang! The shattered sea was pulled out entirely, and slammed heavily on the ground. Suddenly, the earth shook and countless cracks began to spread. Groan! Amid the joyful humming sound, the broken sea shrank rapidly, and was grasped by the Ape King. Countless points of light gathered together, and the big hole in the Ape King's chest began to heal. The giant ape, which was 10,000 feet tall, held the huge divine weapon shattering sea at an angle. Its golden hair was shining, and its eyes were as red as the sun. In this situation, Bai Donglin's eyes couldn't help but become a little vague. This Water Ape King actually has a bit of the demeanor of a great sage. Sure enough, both apes and monkeys like to play with sticks. What's your name, little one? The Water Ape King lowered his eyes, and stared at the extremely tiny Bai Donglin below. The red light in his eyes dissipated, and returned to pure green. Bai Donglin. This king has remembered it. The Water Ape King nodded slightly, and slowly stretched out his huge palm towards Bai Donglin. Wherever he passed, the void boiled and rolled violently. Donglin, follow me and destroy the Biopalace. Bai Donglin was stunned for a moment. Then he moved and jumped onto the huge palm, standing on a golden hair that was as big as a towering tree. The Water Ape King moved his hand, placed Bai Donglin in front of him, and stared at him. Would you like to? Well, King Ape, although I am not afraid of death, I think you should leave first. After all, there are many monsters in the Green Tour Palace. Wouldn't it be better to bring the inspection department with you to take revenge? Bai Donglin frowned slightly. Since the Biopalace could suppress the Water Ape King once, it could suppress it again. Wouldn't it be a waste of his efforts to rashly throw his head away? A powerful person shouldn't be so reckless. You are right. But I have sensed the aura of my people. They are not extinct yet. A hint of red flashed in the Ape King's green eyes. And he continued, if I escape now, they will definitely be killed by Minglan. These are the last of my people. A look of sudden realization flashed in Bai Donglin's eyes. He had previously thought that using water monkeys to guard the gate of Biopalace was just a bad taste. But he didn't expect it to have such a deep meaning. The people in the Biopalace have completely understood the character of the Water Ape King, knowing that the Water Ape King was loyal and righteous. He left his people behind, figuring that the Water Ape King would not easily abandon his people and run away even if he escaped. Hiss! These monsters are too scary. Aren't they all said that the monsters have strong limbs, but simple minds? The monsters in the Biopalace are so deep in thought. It seems that after breaking through to become powerful, even their brains have evolved. However, how did the Water Ape King sense his people? Bai Donglin was amazed. You know, this treasure house exists in a ruined small world. Although this small world has collapsed and only an area of 10,000 miles remains, it still exists in the dimensional space. It is separated from the Qianyuan realm by 2 barriers. He can only contact the outside world through the transit of the low-dimensional world. The space where Qianyuan realm exists is called the real world. Breaking the void is the space layer. Breaking through the harder barrier in the layer is the dimensional space, also called the interdimensional space. There is an absolutely hard wall of the real world between it and the boundless outer dimensional space outside the only real world. The power below the great power can generally only break through to the space interlayer. The great power can break through to the interdimension space. And only the ancestors can break the wall of the real world and enter the real dimension space. This small treasure world exists in the interdimension space. The exit is a coordinate crack, which closes as the dragon breaking stone is opened. Almost all the secret realms that use the dragon breaking stone as a portal exist in this form. The reason is very simple. The dragon breaking stone is used because the characteristics of the law-annoying stone make it impossible to set up formations or prohibitions. The dragon breaking stone is very powerful. So can't I dig a hole around it? Therefore, only this kind of small world that exists in the inner dimension will use the dragon breaking stone as a portal. This is also the reason why it is so difficult for Bai Donglin to enter the treasure house. It's easy to get out. The low-dimensional world covers the entire only real world, including the interdimensional space, which can be easily crossed. King of the Ape, you can sense your people even though they are separated by a world? Bai Donglin asked the doubts in his heart. Naturally. Bloodline is an extremely mysterious power. As soon as the Water Ape King finished speaking, his eyes suddenly widened and turned scarlet, and a crazy murderous intent spread everywhere. Following the inexplicable breath, his gaze crossed the barrier of the world and looked at Ming Lan from across the air. Ming Lan! Ming Lan's face was as gloomy as water. His body was shaking slightly uncontrollably, and his mood became countless times worse than when his son died. If things go wrong this time, the Bo Palace lineage will be annihilated in the long river of time and space. The Divine Court. The Divine Court. My clan is in danger. Chapter 314 The Resurrected Demon. Snap! The fierce energy merged and collided. The dimensional barrier collapsed, and fine cracks spread rapidly. Two murderous gazes met across the world. The fierce clash of auras severed Ming Lan's bloodline's secret technique, and the connection between the two worlds was instantly severed. The Water Ape King closed his huge eyes slightly, revealing a hint of heaviness. His gaze fell on Bai Donglin again, and a thunder-like sound buzzed and exploded. Donglin boy, the situation has changed. I don't know where that old bastard Ming Lan found two helpers. Their aura is strong and strange. I'm afraid I can't protect you. After saying this, before Bai Donglin could react, the Water Ape King opened his bloody mouth, and a bit of bright light floated out and fell into the palm of Bai Donglin's hand. This is the soul memory that I cut out. It contains evidence of the Green Travel Palace's collusion with the enemy. Take it with you and hand it over to the Divine Court. Bai Donglin held the shining soul crystal ball in one hand, frowning slightly. Why did the Water Ape King seem to be making arrangements for his last affairs? It was not so easy to kill a powerful king. Aquatic Ape King. Why do you have to do this? My people. I owe them so much. I will not abandon them again this time. Never. Looking at the Water Ape King roaring towards the sky, Bai Donglin sighed slightly in his heart. He had seen those water apes guarding the gate before. Their conditions were very strange, and it was hard to tell whether they were alive or dead. But it made no difference. Even if it was just a corpse, the Alwazatl King would not change his decision. Bai Donglin had already sensed the Water Ape King's determination from his strong will fluctuations. Little girl, take this boy with you, and I will open a path for you. The Water Ape King shifted his gaze and stared at the empty space beside Bai Donglin. As expected, the mustard seed spirit bead could not hide from the perception of the powerful king. Good. The masked woman agreed decisively, her voice full of excitement, completely unaware of the danger she was in. Hee. I am indeed a genius. I successfully solved a major case on my first mission. Take care. Aquatic Ape King. Bai Donglin raised his hand slightly. His figure flashed, and turned into a stream of light that shot into the spirit bead. The Water Ape King's eyes darkened, and a terrifying aura gushed out. Countless divine auras flowed on his huge body, and his golden hair fluttered slightly, and the void was shattered. The divine weapon Shattered Sea, which had fully awakened, was humming violently, and its red light was dazzling. It was held tightly in one hand of the Water Ape King. The muscles in his thick arm bulged. The void was stagnant, and a red light flashed, suddenly piercing the sky diagonally. Broken! The broken sea turned into a scarlet beam of light, instantly penetrating the void and the wall of the small world, and penetrating deep into the inner dimension. The scarlet beam of light was extremely solid. as if it was an extension of the broken sea's body. The Water Ape King shook his arm slightly, and the beam of light once again burst into terrifying waves, about to pierce through the interdimensional barrier of the only true world in one blow, and directly open a passage to the Qianyuan world. Want to escape? Humph. You have to get past me first. An old voice full of the breath of time sounded in the dimensional space. A dazzling silver light suddenly appeared, and an incomparably huge palm stretched out from the rolling dimensional turbulence. The palm was covered with silver scales and surrounded by hot silver flames, and slowly pressed down towards the small world. It seems slow, but it has unparalleled speed. It arrives first after starting later and presses directly on the thick scarlet light column. Clang! The sound of metal clashing was deafening. The advancing broken sea suddenly stagnated. Its light dimmed, and it was pressed back into the small world. Boom! The silver palm's momentum continued unabated as it directly imprinted itself on the wall of the small world. Countless huge cracks appeared, and the small world was about to collapse under one blow. Endless silver flames transformed into countless shining runes and condensed into thick chains, filled with the aura of isolation, prohibition, and suppression, spreading and covering the entire outer wall of the small world. Roar! 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 The Water Ape King roared to the sky. His eyes turned scarlet, and with a light leap his huge body broke through the 1,000-mile rock layer in an instant. Wherever he passed, all matter was smashed into nothingness. One stick to open the sky and the universe. The broken sea trembled violently, and a touch of azure color appeared on the stick, spreading wildly, and instantly turned into blue and red. The aura of the rules of water and fire filled the air and boiled. The Water Ape King's eyes were cold, and he crushed the void with his feet. He raised his arms high up in the broken sea that was shining with blue and red light, and slashed down fiercely at the collapsing sky. Blue and red light filled the entire world. Wherever the broken sea passed, the walls of the void turned into nothingness. Countless thick chains broke and shattered, and the thick broken sea was inserted into the dimensional space again. Wishful thinking. Ming Lan's figure appeared in the dimensional space. With a cold snort, murderous intent filled his silver eyes. He took a few steps forward and joined forces with the white-haired old man to strike back at the shattered sea into the small world. Buzz! A terrifying aura swept through, starting from the Hand Ape King. The void was annihilated, and all matter in the entire small world was instantly shattered into particles, causing chain fission. Endless white light of destruction filled the entire world. After a moment, the white light dissipated. The entire small world has been destroyed. When the line of sight swept across, only a broken transparent boundary wall was left. Outside it, countless silver chains grew and spread again, forming a huge sphere wrapped in silver chains, floating up and down in the dimensional space. The Water Ape King stood in the void, holding the broken sea tightly in both hands, his golden hair still shining brightly, and the huge destructive explosion did not hurt him at all. With a frown on his face, the Water Ape King's scarlet gaze penetrated the broken boundary wall and stared at Ming Lan in the dimensional space, as well as the dozen or so powerful men behind him and the two black-robed sirens with strange auras. Ming Kong, I didn't expect that you, an old dog, are still alive. Why don't you come out and see me? Ming Kong's sudden appearance caught him off guard. According to his calculations, he could still send Bai Donglin away in front of Ming Lan and others. Ming Lan's strength is slightly weaker than his, and he was suppressed before because of the opponent's sneak attack. Ming Lan's father, Ming Kong, has reached the peak of the King realm, and his strength is one small realm stronger than his. What puzzles him is that this old thing should have been dead. So how could he come back to life out of thin air? Ha! You old ape. You almost ruined everything. As a low laugh sounded, an old man with an aged face slowly appeared in front of Ming Lan, with his silver hair fluttering freely and thick silver horns on his forehead with a hidden aura. His appearance was 70% similar to Ming Lan. Please forgive me, Father. It's all my fault for disturbing your sleep. Ming Lan looked ashamed and stood behind the old man with his head down. Meet the old palace master. More than a dozen powerful men from the Bio Palace bowed and saluted, looking at the old man's back with respect in their eyes. It doesn't matter. Even if this didn't happen, I should have woken up. Mekong waved his hand slightly. His eyes passed through the silver chain ball that was constantly rolling below, and he looked into the eyes of the Water Ape King inside it. It's really this old guy. The Water Ape King narrowed his eyes slightly, but his heart sank again and again. The situation was not good, as both of them were powerful kings. Even if Ming Lan and his son, Together with a dozen other Six Realms Masters attacked together, they could not completely wipe him out. If one wanted to completely wipe out a powerful being, one must completely suppress the other party in terms of comprehension of the rules. Although Mekong, this old dog, is at a higher level than him, his comprehension of the rules is not yet to the point of crushing him. What makes him feel difficult is that this old dog can ban and suppress him with one hand, which is extremely terrifying. Although he cannot be killed, it is still possible to seal and suppress him again. Even if he is prepared this time, the opponent's strength is much stronger than last time. Now it seems that the only way to survive is to self-destruct and be reborn before being suppressed. But, my people, the Water Ape King was caught in a dilemma for a moment. The hesitation in his eyes flashed away and then turned into determination again. Raising his palm, an invisible light point floated out. The Water Ape King stared at the mustard seed spirit bead and said apologetically, "Donglin boy and little girl, I am very grateful to you for saving me. You have seen the current situation. Although I cannot guarantee anything now. At least, I will not let them hurt you in the slightest before I die." After saying this, his palm trembled slightly, and the mustard seed spirit pearl was passed through the Water Ape King's ear and stuffed into the depths of his mind, where it was strictly protected by layers of divine light. After doing all this, the Water Ape King's eyes became more stern, and a crazy fighting spirit gushed out, breaking through the silver chain blockade and reaching the dimensional space, causing everyone's expressions to change. The Water Ape King held the broken sea upside down and stepped onto the sky step by step. He looked crazy, but his heart was extremely calm. I still have a chance to break through. As long as I break through during the battle, I can completely break the seal of this old dog. The green-eyed water ape is a warlike race. It is not that he has never achieved a breakthrough during a battle, but it has never happened since he broke through to the great power realm. In the later stages of cultivation, each step is as difficult as ascending to heaven and requires long years of accumulation, not to mention a breakthrough in battle, which is simply a fantasy. Be careful. This old ape is going to fight to the death. Roar, roar, roar. Kill. Chapter 315 Remember My Name. Inside the mustard seed spirit bead, Bai Donglin and the masked woman sat cross-legged on the ground, facing each other. Aren't you afraid at all? Your identity will only have a counter-effect in front of those desperate criminals in the Bio Palace. Bai Donglin played with the soul crystal in his hand, looked at the calm Henin opposite him, and asked slowly, "Of course I'm not afraid. Are you underestimating me again? I have my own way to protect my life." The masked woman shook her head slightly, looked at Bai Donglin who was calmer than her, blinked her clear eyes, and continued with a firm tone. "You must have some means of saving your life. Right? The answer is correct. But unfortunately there is no reward." Whispering sound. The masked woman turned her head away with disdain. Bai Donglin frowned slightly, and slowly retracted the soul thread that covered the soul crystal. He was still thinking about whether he could read the memories that were torn out of the Water Ape King. But the result was obvious. He couldn't do it yet. With a light toss of his hand, he stored the soul crystal into the low-dimensional world. He looked through the mustard seed spirit bead and looked out at the horrific battle that was beyond his understanding. Endless light of destruction filled the air. In just a moment, the surging atmosphere on the battlefield had obscured all senses, and it was no longer possible to see the battle situation clearly. "Hey! Your name is Bai Donglin, right? Aren't you curious about my name?" The masked woman was silent for a moment. She couldn't stand this weird atmosphere, and she took the initiative to talk to Bai Donglin. "Well, I'm not interested." Bai Donglin closed his eyes, shook his head slightly, and then said calmly, "By the way, I'm not targeting you. I'm not interested in all women. Women only slow down my punching speed." Crunch. The masked women's double fist tightly fists, and the crunching noise is extremely clear in the silent spiritual beat space. "This guy. Uh-huh. If you don't want to know, then I'm going to tell you." The masked woman stood up, crossed her arms over her chest, raised her chin slightly, and said loudly, "Remember this? My name is Lin." Bai Dong's eyebrows trembled. Lin? Single-word names are not very common in this day and age. Pressing the thoughts in his heart, Bai Donglin's idea came to the low-dimensional world along the Scarlet Channel opened. Tian Luo. With Bai Donglin's call, a huge round of light rose slowly from the core of the low-dimensional world. "Master, what do you want from Tian Luo?" Tian Luo is much busier than Bai Donglin. Now, the number of split bodies spread out is close to 3 million. and the interaction between many hosts, and the Tianluo space needs her to maintain. Help me find a delivery man. Search to see if there is a Tianluo host who can immediately contact the Divine Court. The closer the better. Okay. Master. Please wait a moment. The power of the low-dimensional world is beyond imagination. Neither the interdimensional space nor the band set by those powerful beings can hinder it in the slightest. It can be retreated at any time. So Bai Donglin is calm. Now that they have been forcibly stayed here, it will make people crying the soul directly to Shinting's hands for him. As Tianluo's space expanded, all of Tianluo's abilities were enhanced, especially its calculation ability. It only took a moment to find the information Bai Donglin wanted. Master, Tianluo host who meets your conditions. There are 17 people in total. As follows. Luo Feiyu. Male. 327 years old. Cultivation level. Dharma appearance great perfection. The young master of Feixian Villa. His third uncle works at the Divine Court Star C Division. Codename Tan Lang. Hongxiu. Female. 29 years old. Cultivation level. First level of Dharma. A direct disciple of the Grand Elder of Huaxiang Valley. Her great-grandmother worked at the Divine Court Fate Pavilion. Tanjiu. Male. 261 years old. Cultivation level. Ninth level of Dharma. Young master of Luoha Palace. His great-grandfather worked at the Divine Court Inspection Department. The 11th Deputy Director. Stop! Where is this drunkard now? How long will it take to reach the Divine Palace? Bai Donglin raised his hand to interrupt Tianluo's report. Compared to contacting other departments and then transferring it to the Inspection Department, it would of course be best to go directly to the Inspection Department. Who knows what the operating procedures between the various departments of the Divine Court are like? What if he takes too long? All the opportunities will be lost. Master, this greedy drunkard is now exploring the Crimson Secret Realm in the Elan Star region. It is not far from the nearest stronghold of the Divine Court. Only 900 million light years away. It is only 900 million light years. Which is indeed not far. With a transmission hub spread all over the one true world by the Divine Court, it is easy to cross. What does he want? If you want someone to help you run errands, you naturally have to offer attractive benefits. And you also have to think of a perfect task as a cover. Master, this person is very interested in the art of formations. The many formation collections that you have improved have always been very popular among the Tianluo hosts. Moreover, after my analysis of Tanjiu's personality, I found that he is a man of justice and hates evil, even if there is no reward. I believe that after he understands the whole story, he will do his best. Bai Donglin smiled when he heard that. He liked these hosts, who were full of sense of justice the most. Well, not bad. Not bad. He had good vision, and could see the extraordinary aspects of his improved formation. Okay. It's him. You can make up a mission. The more exciting the better. Oh! And give him a few formations. Don't make it seem like we are stingy. Anyway, it's just some reusable knowledge, which is meaningless to him. In his opinion, it is not as valuable as a spirit stone. Yes, Master. The Grey Nether Superboundary Galaxy Cluster. The Elan Star region. The Scarlet Secret Realm. On the banks of the Bitter River, Tanjiu was lying on the ground covered with red pebbles, holding a huge wine gourd in one hand and pouring the dark blue liquor into his mouth. Brr! It feels so good. He smacked his lips, looking after the taste, and gently shook the wine gourd, leaving only a small half of the liquid gurgling. A trace of pity flashed in the wine-loving eyes. He swallowed and put the gourd away reluctantly. Squeak! In the red bitter river, ripples appeared. With sharp hisses, strange-looking beasts jumped out of the water and turned into streams of light and shot towards Tanjiu. Tanjiu's expression remained unchanged, and he turned a blind eye to the beasts that attacked him. Zila! A flash of green lightning passed by, and the leaping beasts instantly turned into charcoal and fell to the ground, breaking into a pile of powder. In the void, countless dense, mysterious and complex runes flashed slightly and then disappeared. Tanjiu put his arms behind his head and looked up at the 9 scarlet moons in a line in the sky, his eyes wandering. The virtual and the real rotate, turning the virtual into the real, and the real into the virtual. Sigh. It is not easy to see through the virtual and the real. Where is the opportunity for my breakthrough? Tanjiu, at a young age, has already reached the 9th level of the Dharma realm and is very close to breaking through to the great perfection. However, he is still not satisfied and has been searching for the secrets of the cave void. His talent is truly terrifyingly strong. Beep beep beep. A white jade ring hanging around Tanjio's neck suddenly vibrated violently, shining red light and making a shrill beeping sound. Huh? A new mission? Tanjio's eyes lit up. He was very curious about the rare object he had obtained not long ago. He thought that he had seen many treasures thanks to his family's influence. But he still had not figured out the magic of this Tianluo space. At this time, apart from the mystery of Dongxiu, the only thing that could arouse his interest was this Tianluo space. Tanjio quickly probed his thoughts into the white jade ring. And immediately a piece of information was transmitted deep into his mind. Special mission. The darkness lurking in the light. Wherever there is light, there is the shadow of darkness. In the Qianyuan continent, the Sanyu Bio Palace secretly colluded with alien races and killed hundreds of millions of human children. Their crimes are too numerous to list. Every day that Bio Palace exists, countless young lives of our race are in danger. And the dark tentacles of the alien race are spreading under the light. Are you the warrior who can cut off these twisted tentacles? Objective: deliver the soul crystal, the evidence of treason of the Bio Palace, to the Divine Court Inspection Department. Rewards: Bright Warrior title, a mysterious array gift pack. Tanjio took a deep breath and his expression was shocked again and again. Warrior of Light. Isn't this referring to him? Although he hadn't figured out the situation yet, Tanjio's body had already moved subconsciously. He summoned his flying magic weapon, shot into the space layer, and flew towards the nearest transmission hub. Whether it is true or false will naturally be determined by the inspection department. He is just delivering something, so there is no need to think too much about it. Every moment of delay could result in countless young human children dying tragically. Thinking of this, Tanjio's eyes became slightly moist, and the anger in his heart surged, and his speed increased several times again. Wait, my children. The Warrior of Light, Greedy, is here to save you. Chapter 316, Ape Fight. Aquatic Ape King. Just surrender. Today, you will have a hard time dying. Ming Lan had an indifferent expression, and the bright silver light in his eyes continued to gather, and turned into a silver beam of light that shot out. A big hole was instantly pierced through the dimensional barrier in the distance, and the scene inside the Bio Palace became vaguely visible. Ding-ling-ding. Along with a huge sound of metal collision, more than a dozen pitch-black chains shot out from the big hole into the dimensional space. Ming Lan wrapped his hand around it, and the thick chains suddenly shrank. They were tightly grasped by his palm covered with silver scales, and he pulled them hard. Roar! 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 More than a dozen water apes tens of thousands of feet tall were pulled in an instant like chicks. They struggled hard and roared wildly, but they still could not break free from the shackles of the pitch-black chains. Ming Lan! The Water Ape King's eyes were bloodshot, and his endless rage made the void tremble and tear apart. His heart was beating violently, and an illusory ape-shaped beast shadow emerged in his heart, roaring towards the sky. When the Water Ape King broke through the realm of gods and demons, the hard monkey that he cut off with his will was stimulated by this and revived again. You all must die. Colorful divine light gushed out like a raging flame, lingering around the gigantic divine body that rose 10,000 feet high. The rage in the Water Ape King's eyes had already become real, burning like a scarlet flame, and his aura was extremely terrifying. The huge figure flashed, leaving behind a dark space crack, and the Water Ape King instantly appeared in front of the silver chain barrier, with his arms raised high. The broken sea dragged countless afterimages and slammed heavily on the sealed silver chain. Click! Click! Under the continuous and violent attacks, the chains condensed by the silver flame runes broke into pieces and turned into illusory light fragments that drifted away. The Water Ape King threw out thick pieces of broken sea to block the several powerful people from the Bio Palace who rushed up. Open it for me! Shinxi's lingering palm inserted into the broken hole of the silver chain barrier. His muscles bulged high, and a terrifying strange force burst out. He violently tore it to both sides, and the constantly twisting and entangled forbidden barrier was torn into a huge crack that was tens of thousands of feet long in an instant. The Water Ape King took a step forward, staring at Ming Lan with his fierce giant eyes, colorful flames gushing out from his nose, stirring up a large dimensional storm. Clang! He raised his hand, and the broken sea swirled and flew, turning into a stream of red and blue light that fell into the hands of the Water Ape King, making a deafening sound of metal clashing. Palace Master, have we overstimulated it? This old ape has gone crazy, and his fighting power seems to be much stronger than before. The white-haired old man behind Ming Lan frowned, and was affected by the scarlet gaze of the Water Ape King. His heart suddenly felt cold. He was only at the third level of gods and demons, and his understanding of the rules was far inferior to that of the Water Ape King. If he fought to the death with the Water Ape King, he might be completely wiped out. Ming Lan narrowed her eyes slightly and did not answer, but looked at Ming Kong beside her. Ming Kong looked calm, not showing any surprise at the Water Ape King's escape. To completely suppress a powerful king is more difficult than to kill him. My son did the right thing. These little ape cubs are our only bargaining chip to control the Ape King. The Ape King's brain is all muscle. If he goes crazy and blows himself up, we will be completely finished. It's still the same. It's better to remind him all the time. Ming Kong paused, glanced at the dozen or so powerful people behind him, and said with a determined look, "Come on together. If you consume 90% of the Water Ape King's power, I will be able to suppress and seal him. You must go all out. Even if it means death, I will compensate you with the resources for resurrection." Ming Kong's tone left no room for doubt. The expressions of more than a dozen powerful men gradually became fierce. They had no choice. They had long been coexisting with the Bio Palace in life and death. "I obey your command. Kill!" Ming Lan led the way, transformed into silver light and shot out. His body swelled wildly, and when he approached the Water Ape King, he had transformed into his true form. A silver-eyed Ming Ho that was nearly 100,000 feet long. Roar! More than a dozen powerful men from the Bio Palace rushed out at the same time, revealing their huge bodies, roaring ferociously, and their terrifying auras through the dimensional space into chaos. No matter how high or low the demon's cultivation level is, the combat power of the original body is always stronger than that of the human incarnation. Only for a small number of demons who take the cheat cultivation route, this combat power gap seems negligible. Facing the siege of more than a dozen powerful gods and demons, and even Ming Lan, who was only slightly inferior to him, the Water Ape King showed no fear. His will to fight became more and more crazy, and his terrifying aura turned into a condensed tornado that enveloped his body. Fight! He needs to fight! Only by breaking through one more level can he defeat Ming Kong, who is watching him covetously. Ice Flame Battle Song. Fighting Ape. The Water Ape King is best at the rules of water, and he comprehended the form of ice, and then used ice instead of earth to penetrate one of the four major forms of matter. Solid. With the gift of water bloodline, one can see through the three major forms of matter: gas, liquid and solid. Going against the water is fire, and thus one can see through the plasma state of matter. The Water Ape King displayed his strongest combat form and transformed into a fighting ape. Endless divine power instantly boiled over in his huge body, and every particle of divine power shone with four colors under the control of his will. Four runes of different colors, representing the mysterious rules of earth, wind, water and fire, slowly emerged behind the Water Ape King, spinning rapidly and transforming into four dazzling four-colored light wheels that faintly blended into each other. Under the illumination of the four-colored light, the divine body continued to rotate in particle form. In a flash, powerful men such as Ming Lan appeared before their eyes, and countless terrifying attacks poured down. Kill! The Water Ape King tightly grasped the broken sea and advanced instead of retreating. He had forgotten everything at this moment, and only the crazy will to fight and the roaring monkey heart remained in his heart. Boom! The dimensional space was rippling violently. Laws were dispersing. Rules were manifesting. And endless light was gushing out in all directions, colorful and complex, expanding madly into a huge sphere spreading over millions of miles, covering the constantly flashing huge beast's shadows. Ming Kong narrowed his eyes slightly, taking in the fierce battle scene in the light ball. Countless silver chains spread out behind him, tightly binding more than a dozen water apes. He couldn't take action. He needed to accumulate strength and wait until the Water Ape King was weak, then suppress and seal him in one fell swoop. Fortunately, everything was under control. Although the Water Ape King had a terrifying fighting talent, he was still suppressed when facing more than a dozen powerful gods and demons at the same time. Not far away, the sirens in black robes were floating in the dimensional storm, watching everything with cold eyes. From beginning to end, they had no involvement in this matter at all. Shijiao, do you think Bio Palace can successfully handle this matter? The thoughts of the two black-robed sirens blended together silently. Humph! So what if it succeeds? The Water Ape King is an insider, and they have kept such a big thing secret from our clan. I now doubt whether it is still worth cooperating with the Green Travel Palace. I don't want to be implicated by these idiots. Hee hee. You are right. These idiots can't even keep the most basic secrets. They are no longer worth existing. I think the clan leader would think so too. Look for an opportunity. Use them one last time. And then discard them. That would be the best. But it also depends on whether they can successfully survive this disaster. You too. How long do you want to watch the show? Mingkong spoke in a calm tone, his eyes shining with silver light, silently watching the two black-robed sirens. They were on the same front. So wasn't it natural for them to help each other? Forget it. Xiqiao. Let's take action too, so as to avoid any more trouble. If we really attract the gods, we will be in big trouble. Xiqiao frowned and glanced at the calm Mingkong, with a hint of displeasure in his eyes. Although the current battle situation seemed to be in favor of Bio Palace, accidents could not be ruled out. They were not helping the Bio Palace, but helping their own tribe. After convincing himself, Xiqiao nodded. Okay, let's do it. The black-robed siren transformed into two dark rays of light, and instantly shot into the huge ball of light. Wherever it passed, the dimensional space rolled violently, and the foul-smelling evil spirit spread crazily. The siren powerfuls possessed great strength worthy of being granted a title of nobility. With their joining, the Water Ape King was under great pressure, and was forced to retreat step by step, with the speed at which his divine power was consumed soaring. The battle intensified. The Water Ape King used solidity to strengthen his body in close combat, and used terrifyingly powerful plasma beams from his eyes and mouth to withstand the attacks and transform into gas and liquid, greatly reducing the damage. In the fighting ape form, with the power of earth, wind, water and fire added to its body, it is extremely powerful in both attack and defense. Even if its huge body is shattered from time to time, the four-colored light will flash past, and it will heal instantly, but it will consume some divine power. Fight! 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 The Water Ape King became more and more courageous as the battle went on. The illusion of the inner monkey in his heart madly devoured his fighting spirit and killing intent, expanding rapidly and becoming increasingly integrated with his divine body. Boom! 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 His heart was beating violently, and a strange feeling emerged in his heart. The eyes of the Ape King became brighter, and a hint of green flashed in the rich scarlet. This feeling, a flash of light flashed through the Water Ape King's soul, and he caught the opportunity for a breakthrough. 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 As long as we succeed in breaking through, everything will turn around. Chapter 317, Characteristics of a Strong Person. The battle in the dimensional space became more and more intense. The hard monkey in the Water Ape King's body roared wildly, and the realm barrier was loosening. An inexplicable aura emerged on the surface of the Water Ape King's body. Ming Lan and other powerful men who were attacking frantically did not sense that the Water Ape King was in any unusual state. The surging fighting spirit weakened their perception. Mingkong, who had been watching the battlefield, trembled, and a look of doubt appeared in his eyes. Then his expression changed, as if he thought of something. Not good. This old ape actually wants to break through in the battle. Mingkong moved his feet, but stopped abruptly. No. He couldn't move. The suppression and seal in his body was about to be completed. If he moved, all his efforts would be wasted. But we can't let the Water Ape King break through successfully. Mingkong narrowed his eyes slightly. A hint of coldness flashed across them, and he slowly set his gaze on the Water Ape behind him. A person of great passion and nature is not suitable for embarking on a cruel path of cultivation. With a wave of his hand, two water apes tens of thousands of feet tall were entangled by silver chains. The silver chains spread and threw them into a huge ball of light when they were hundreds of thousands of feet away from the water apes. The silver chain tightened suddenly. The aura of rules filled the air, and the extremely hard body of the water ape was slowly cut apart like tofu. Rich silver flames gushed out, burning every particle, and fell into silence and nothingness. Roar! 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 The burning of the silver flame added to the horrible pain, and the water ape roared madly, and the sound waves instantly spread throughout the entire ball of light. The Water Ape King, who was in a state of profound breakthrough, had his pupils shrink suddenly. The connection between their bloodlines made it impossible for him to ignore it. Ah! You bastard! The Water Ape King looked crazy, and the shattered sea danced wildly, instantly knocking away several powerful men, and pounced on his tribesmen who were howling in pain. Stop him! Ming Lan and other powerful men also reacted. Their expressions suddenly changed. Their divine powers burned fiercely, and their attacks became even more fierce. The Water Ape King's condition was extremely unstable at this time. He was so emotional that he almost fell out of his breakthrough state. He couldn't bear to see his people die in front of him. but with the obstruction of Ming Lan and others, he could hardly move forward. Ahoo! Accompanied by a wail, the two water apes were instantly burned into nothingness. The power of rules followed the mysterious connection, crossed through layers of space, and resurrected them, and strangled their hands. No! The water ape king roared to the sky. Blood gushed from the corners of his eyes. And a crack. An inaudible shattering sound was heard. And the bright heart was suddenly covered with cracks. The huge ape illusion also shattered and dissipated after a wail. The breakthrough failed. The horrific backlash came. And the water ape king's eyes, like the sun, suddenly dimmed. And the terrifying aura lingering around his body kept decreasing. It's now! Ming Lan's eyes lit up. All those present were powerful, and naturally had an extremely accurate grasp of the timing. They seized the moment when the water ape king lost his mind, and launched their most powerful attacks. They were sure that after this blow, the water ape king's divine power would plummet to the bottom. Ah! Despicable and shameless. Ming Kong, I hack your ancestors. Under the threat of severe danger, the water ape king woke up instinctively. His heart filled with great pain and anger. He completely lost his mind, and his body shook. Endless particles of divine power shone with light. Oh no! He's going to self-destruct. There was a trace of fear in the eyes of all the powerful people present. This water ape king was crazy. If they really let him destroy himself and escape, they would all be finished. Snort! Ming Kong snorted coldly, and waved his hand. All the water apes behind him were tied up, and sent to a place not far from the water ape king. The sound of the chains colliding was crisp and pleasant. The water ape king's expression was shocked. Pain emerged in his eyes, and they slowly closed. The shining divine power particles suddenly dimmed. Boom! With countless attacks on him, the water ape king was torn apart in an instant. Countless particles of divine power were wiped out. His aura dropped rapidly, and after a moment, his divine power was less than 10%. Haha. Such a pathetic and ridiculous blood relationship. Aquatic Ape King. You are defeated. You are defeated because you do not have the qualities of a strong man. With a look of sarcasm in Ming Kong's eyes, he took a step forward and appeared above the gradually dissipating ball of light, looking down at the weak water ape king. In Ming Kong's opinion, the strong do not need ridiculous things like emotions. When his blood grandson Ming Kong died, he did not show any emotion at all, and the survival of his tribe was not something he cared about. Only when one is on the verge of death will one understand that becoming strong is everything. If a cultivator's cultivation is so strong that he is immortal, then does he still need to continue his bloodline? You are a tribe all by yourself. Only weak and fragile mortals who are born and die every day need to reproduce their bloodlines in order to sustenance the ridiculous thoughts in their hearts. This is the thinking of a mortal. So in his opinion, the water ape king is destined to be a loser. Ahem. Of course you, an old beast, don't understand. TSK. So that's how it is. This king understands. The reason why your pure-blooded silver-eyed Ming Ho is so rare must be that you and your father are not good in that aspect, which has led to the psychological distortion of an old beast like you. The corner of the water ape's mouth overflowed with bright blood. His eyes looked at the empty eyes. He said suddenly. His voice was deafening. Humph. You stinky mouth? Ming Kong's expression turned cold. Any male would not tolerate such words. His figure flashed and turned into a silver sea of fire. Every drop of fire was filled with runes formed by endless rules. The boundless sea of fire instantly submerged the water ape. I'm anxious. I'm anxious. The old beast is anxious. The voice of the water ape king came from the sea of fire, becoming weaker and weaker, inaudible, until it dissipated. The entire body of the god was enveloped in liquid silver flames, and he fell into complete stagnation. There was still a look of mockery on the frozen furry face, and his dull eyes were staring at Ming Kong. The terrifying silver flame continued to penetrate deeper into the water ape king's body. The endless number of divine power particles tried their best to resist, but to little avail. They were defeated one after another. Once they were swept through, they were immediately suppressed and sealed, falling into stagnation. Deep in the mind of the water ape king, the only remaining divine power gathered together, and an invisible speck of dust floated in it. I'm sorry, little guys. I've caused you trouble. The voice of the water ape king sounded in the mustard seed spirit pearl. In a moment, his body, soul, and consciousness would all be suppressed and sealed. And by Donglin, and the others would naturally not be spared. Although he kept his promise, and didn't let Bai Donglin and the other two get hurt, he caused them to be suppressed and imprisoned. They had to spend the rest of their lives in stagnation in the imprisonment, wasting their lifespans in vain. I am really useless, and can't do anything right. My people, I have disappointed you again. The Water Ape King spoke in a low voice, gradually became silent, and fell into self-reproach. When the two sides stopped fighting, the white light dissipated, and everything in the outside world came into the eyes of Bai Donglin and the other man. Well, the situation seems a little bad. Miss Lin, don't you have some tricks? Use them quickly, and help this poor old ape king for once. Bai Donglin raised his eyebrows slightly. These guys in the divine court were really slow. Even if they were mobilizing troops, they should be here soon. Ahem. Well, it's not that I don't want to help, but my method can only ensure my own escape. And it can't help the aquatic ape king. Lin looked a little embarrassed. After all, she had boasted before. Then she glared at Bai Donglin and said, "Don't talk about me. Don't you have some incredible skills? Show them to me now." Bai Donglin blinked, spread his hands and said, "I have already performed it. Didn't you notice? What did you do? Why didn't I sense anything?" Lin looked puzzled. They had been together, and very close to each other. If Bai Donglin took action, it would be impossible for her to be unaware of it. Well, I don't need to use my trick. It's a passive skill called turning danger into fortune. This is a heaven-defying trick that only the child of destiny can possess. Whenever I encounter danger, a noble person will naturally come to my rescue. Lin's face turned dark. She rolled her eyes at Bai Donglin, turned her head away, and ignored him. Buzz! There was a sudden buzzing sound in Lin's arms, and a brilliant golden light flashed. The inspection decree automatically floated out, hovering in the air and spinning continuously. Lin's eyes trembled. She stood up, looking at Bai Donglin in surprise and suspicion. Could this guy really have done something silently? The dimensional space where the aura was violently vibrating returned to calm. Ming Lan and others transformed into human forms and silently watched the Water Ape King in the silver sea of fire, waiting for the band to be completed. Father, I am so grateful for your presence this time. Otherwise the consequences would be unimaginable. Ming Lan let out a breath, and her expression became relaxed. Under the drastic change of emotions, the pain of losing her son became almost unnoticeable. Well, luckily nothing serious happened this time. But you have to think about how to deal with the sirens. It's best to stabilize them first. If necessary, you can give up some of your interests. Ming Kong spoke in a calm tone, his eyes still fixed on the Water Ape King in the sea of fire. He did not dare to be careless until the seal was completely completed. My child understands. I will. Before Ming Lan finished speaking, he was suddenly stunned, sensing a strong thought sweeping past him. Then, a majestic voice suddenly resounded through the dimensional space. Little mouse, I found you. Sizzle! A thick scarlet sword beam flashed across, creating a huge crack in the dimensional barrier. The aura of destruction lingered, and the crack took a long time to heal. Ah! Don't kill me! Run! Help! Palace Master, where are you? Countless tragic howls were heard through the dimensional cracks, and the scene of the Bio Palace at this moment came into everyone's eyes. 3 huge warships, each several million feet long, were suspended in the sky above the Bio Palace, surrounded by brilliant golden light, and countless thick beams of light were continuously ejected. The incomparably solid defensive light shield of the Bio Palace turned into shattered pieces of light. The Forbidden Area formation collapsed. The mountains turned into ashes. The earth tilted, and countless subordinates of the Bio Palace were terrified and fled for their lives. Crash! Endless golden chains spurted out from the warship. The extremely sharp barbed tips instantly pierced through the fleeing monsters. The chains were as flexible as snakes, like skewering meat. One chain could penetrate thousands or tens of thousands of monsters. In just a moment, the monster corpses piled up like a mountain. The evidence is irrefutable. The Supreme Director of the Inspection Department has ordered that the Bio Palace colluded with the enemy and execute them. An inspection decree tens of thousands of feet tall stood in the center of the Bio Palace, shining brightly, and the divine text written on it was extremely eye-catching. God's power is like a prison, inspecting the universe. God's Court Inspection Department. How is this possible? How could this happen? This shouldn't happen. This shouldn't happen. The Aquatic Ape King is clearly under our control. Many powerful people in Bio Palace, including Ming Kong and the 2 sea monsters, turned extremely pale. Their bodies trembled like sieves, and the despair in their eyes was about to overflow. Who on earth is it? Who brought in the inspection department? Mingkong's voice was extremely hoarse, no longer as high-spirited as before, and the light in his eyes quickly dimmed. He had worked so hard to live another life. He did not want to die. And he did not want to die in obscurity. I don't want to die yet. Boom! Several elders of the Bo Palace, with crazy expressions and determination in their eyes, self-destructed without hesitation. The terrifying destructive waves swept in all directions, causing a dimensional storm to sweep over. Who ordered you to die without my permission? The majestic voice sounded again, and a slender white hand stretched out from an unknown place. With a light move, the endless destructive energy was absorbed into the palm of the hand. With his palms clenched, the destructive energy was instantly annihilated, and a hidden wave of rules flashed by, spreading all over the world, hidden very deeply, and the divine power particles and hundreds of thousands of resurrection points were extinguished at the same time. When Minglan and others saw this, they couldn't help but tremble, and there was only endless despair in their hearts. You can die if you want, but I have to do it myself. A tall figure in a white robe appeared silently in the dimensional space, staring at everyone with cold eyes. The pitch-black sword behind him trembled slightly. This dimensional space was cut off and isolated, making it impossible to enter or exit. Chapter 318 True Ancient Artifact. Why? Why can't we rewrite our own destiny? I am unwilling to accept this. I will not submit. Mingkong cried out in a bloody voice. His fists clenched tightly. The boundless silver sea of fire that enveloped the Water Ape King in the distance suddenly tightened, transforming into countless streams of light that returned to Mingkong's body. His aura surged and returned to its peak. It no longer made any sense whether the Water Ape King was suppressed or sealed. Mingkong retracted his power, and the silver light in his eyes was extremely bright. His gaze cut through the dimensions and stared at the man in white robe. Not convinced? Interesting. If you have any objections, just tell us. The inspection department will make sure you die with a satisfied heart. The man in white robe moved his fingers slightly, suppressing the restless black sword behind him, and looked at Mingkong with interest. Humph! From the look of the sword you carry, I can tell you're from the Daluo sword sect. Right? Mingkong spoke with a firm tone, looking at the pitch-black sword with fear in his eyes. He only took a glance and quickly looked away. A trickle of silver blood flowed down the corners of his eyes, and a chill ran down his heart. Well, you are right. I am indeed from the Daluo sword sect. So what? Daluo sword sect. Jonda sword sect. You four great sword cultivation holy places are of the same origin, and jointly control the four swords of immortal slaying. Your sword is one of the true one ancient artifacts. A replica of the sword of immortal slaying. Right? Mingkong's eyes revealed an infinite desire. The Zhini ancient artifact, and the only true self, were the most powerful force in the eyes of all cultivators in the world. Without a doubt, the origin of the Zhini ancient artifact cannot be traced. It existed before the chaotic ancient times. There are only a limited number of Zhini ancient artifacts in the world. The pinnacle of magical instruments that cultivators can forge is the level of immortal instruments, which is far from comparable to it. The true one ancient artifact is a supreme item that countless forces desire but cannot obtain. Isn't it because of the true one ancient artifact that you top forces can survive forever? And what about us? We are a mediocre force. We have seen the truth of the world, but we are powerless to change it. How hateful! How hateful! If I had known this, I would have lived a free life like those low-level forces who are muddle-headed. Mingkong's voice trembled and his eyes showed self-mockery. He had betrayed all living beings in the real world, but he had no choice. He just wanted to survive. You top forces, relying on the Zhini ancient artifact, can prolong your lives without restraint. But what about us? Are we just waiting to die? You are so high and mighty. Can you empathize with us? I don't have a true ancient weapon to suppress myself, but I don't want to die, even if I have to rely on the power of aliens. I'm just trying to survive. What's wrong with that? What's wrong? I hate the injustice of heaven. We refuse to accept it. Mingkong manifested his true form, which was 100,000 meters long, roared towards the sky. His aura vibrated violently. Silver flames surged, and his unwillingness penetrated the dimension. Father! Minglan's eyes trembled slightly as she saw her usually well-mannered father becoming so furious. All the years of caution and fear flashed through her mind. She wanted to say something but stopped herself, and then let out a weak sigh. That's it? The man in white robe narrowed his eyes slightly, revealing dissatisfaction, and said a faint "That's it." instantly suppressing Ming Kong's furious roar. And the dimensional space returned to silence again. I thought you were going to say something amazing. But I didn't expect you to say the same old stuff. What a waste of time. You are unwilling? You don't accept? Humph. You are just a coward who is afraid of death. The man in white robe snorted coldly, like thunder, and swept his cold eyes over, causing the powerful people present to tremble in their hearts. You wanted to use the True One ancient artifact, but you were not given the opportunity? Do you think those seniors enjoyed the True One ancient artifact for nothing? Which one of them didn't get it through countless contributions? If you don't want to die, why don't you go to the battlefield? Why don't you fight the aliens? Kill the aliens and accumulate military merits. As long as you have enough military merits, you can use the God's Palace, Ghost Palace, and any ancient artifacts at your disposal. The man in white robe paused, shook his head slightly, and looked at the many powerful people with eyes full of disdain. Besides that, if you want to stay alive, you can still try to destroy your body and let your soul return to the Mother River. If you enter reincarnation, but your soul is not lost, you can live another life. How ridiculous. You don't want to fight the aliens. And you don't dare to fight the calamity of reincarnation. You only dare to take the dirtiest path. Those who use the lives of the weak to forge their own path in life are nothing but cowards. Living is a waste of spiritual energy. Not convinced? Not willing? You guys are worthy. The man in white robe shook his head slightly. His expression returned to indifference, and he said no more. He raised his hand lightly, and the black sword behind him was freed from its restraints. It immediately made a joyful buzzing sound, turned into a stream of light, and instantly appeared on the slender white palm of the man in white robe. A dark and extremely strong aura of murder spread out, and the light in the severed dimensional space suddenly dimmed, filled with a murderous aura. Roar, 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 kill! All the powerful people in Bio Palace were filled with despair and madness. They manifested their huge bodies and rushed towards the man in white robe. Although they knew they would die, they did not want to surrender. A mayfly shakes the tree. A murderous intent flashed across the white-robed man's eyes. He tightly grasped the black sword, raised his hand, and swung it lightly. A ray of extremely dark light flashed across, and the dimensional space of tens of millions of miles in radius that was cut off instantly fell into stagnation. More than a dozen huge monsters were frozen in the void, unable to move at all. Their crazy expressions and hair shining with divine light were all clearly visible. The dark light crossed the void and passed through the body of the powerful man in the Bio Palace. This old man is unwilling. Ming Kong's eyes, which were shining with silver light, suddenly became silent. His extremely hard body disappeared in an instant like bubbles. Father! We don't want to die. The silent shouting could not stop the annihilation of the divine body in the slightest. It merged with the divine soul consciousness. But every independently existing particle of divine power was wiped out at the same time and turned into a wisp of ash. The rules of killing spread, and the many divine particles hidden in various parts of the world by the powerful men. All of their plans for resurrection were destroyed. They died completely, without even the chance to enter reincarnation. The power of a sword is so terrifying. This was an absolute crushing of strength. A complete suppression at the rules level, coupled with a replica of a Jinni ancient artifact. A pitch-black long sword at the immortal level. Although they are both powerful, the suppression in the later stage is more terrifying. And each level is like a natural chasm. In the eyes of the white-robed man, they are just slightly stronger ants. There was no need to leave any of these powerful men from the Bio Palace alive, as all the intelligence that could be obtained from them had already been peeped out just now. Inside the body of the white-robed man, a gem of pure light was spinning rapidly. While he was chatting with Ming Kong just now, the gem had silently read the information about Ming Kong and other powerful men. Unfortunately, the forbidden texts in the soul memory of the powerful person in Bio Palace are very unusual, and the information that can be intercepted is very limited, and no decisive evidence has been found. The man in white robe held a black sword at an angle. His eyes slightly narrowed, and his gaze fell on the two black-robed sirens hiding in the distance. Gurgle. Qiqiao swallowed hard. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead, and he felt extremely terrified. It was over. It was over. He had met such a terrifying killing god, and he was definitely going to die this time. Ahem. Sir. No. Lo Senior. My brother and I are innocent. We didn't know that the Bio Palace was collaborating with the enemy. We were just invited as guests. We never expected that the Bio Palace would be so ambitious. They really deserve to be killed. They deserve to be destroyed. That's right. That's right. We know nothing, and we're not involved in anything. Please understand. Senior. The two sirens looked trembling, and had no intention of escaping. They didn't even dare to self-destruct. They could only stay where they were, watching the man in white robe killing people everywhere, and wait for their fate. The abnormality of the sirens had already attracted the attention of the Inspection Bureau. But they were extremely vigilant, and did not reveal any flaws. So the Inspection Bureau could not obtain any conclusive evidence. Although the Divine Court is powerful, it also has to abide by the rules. Everything is done according to the rules, and based on evidence. How could it kill people indiscriminately? Greetings. Sir. A stream of golden light passed through the huge dimensional crack, and landed in front of the man in white robes. Bowing respectfully. What is it? Sir. The headquarters of the Bo Palace, and the 37 strongholds scattered across the southeastern area of Taihu Lake have all been eliminated by us. All the subordinates of the Bo Palace, a total of more than 370 million, have been executed. The man in white robe nodded slightly, not caring about the death of billions of lives. Although everyone understood that the real culprits were just these powerful people, and those subordinates under them had no qualifications to participate in such things. But this is the rule set by the Divine Court. If the ruler of a force commits the crime of treason, all the cultivators belonging to that force will be killed. The only difference is that as long as they are not participants, these monks can still leave a little bit of their true spirit to return to the Mother River and enter reincarnation again. This is completely different from the way the Holy Blood sect dealt with a few small shrimps when they first discovered them. After all, low-level monks and minions are easily seduced into corruption. But if the supreme ruler of a force is corrupted and collaborates with the enemy, then it means that this force no longer has any reason to exist, and can be completely destroyed. A situation like the one in Bo Palace, where the entire upper echelons are corrupt, is actually very rare. And this most severe punishment also rarely occurs. The policy of executing people one after another is also intended to serve as a warning to others. Chapter 319, The Night of the Heavy Moon. Come here. You too. The man in white robe thought for a moment, and said to the two sirens in a tone that left no room for doubt. The two powerful sea monsters shuddered all over, revealing expressions uglier than if their entire family had died. Although they were extremely unwilling in their hearts, they did not dare to resist the order of the white-robed killer god. They turned into two streams of light, and instantly landed in front of the white-robed man. Hello, Senior. The mermaid saluted respectfully, trying her best to suppress the fishy smell in her body, for fear of displeasing the person in front of her. Why don't you stay in the endless sea, but come here to hang out? Well, since you have come from afar, I would like to invite you to stay at the inspection department for a while. It would be nice to drink tea and discuss philosophy. The expressions of the two sirens changed, and there was a struggle in their eyes. They had no choice but to agree. The inspection department had this right, and every monk had the obligation to cooperate with its investigation. This was within the rules. Why? You don't seem to be willing? Do you look down on me? The white-robed man's expression turned cold, and a terrifying aura spread out. The mermaid trembled all over, and suddenly woke up, and quickly said, No. No. I'm willing to wait. Yes. I am flattered to have been invited by you. Senior, I am flattered. The sirens calmed down. Their souls and memories were filled with forbidden words, so it was impossible for them to reveal the secrets. As long as there was no evidence of their collusion with the enemy, the inspection department could not do anything to them. Very good. Take them back to the inspection department. Yes. Sir. The big man in golden armor bowed slightly, escaped from the dimensional space with the two sirens, and returned to the huge warship. Roar. 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 In the silent dimensional space, the angry roar of the Water Ape King was heard. The white-robed man's eyebrows moved slightly, and his figure flashed, and he appeared in front of the Water Ape King in an instant. The Water Ape King was in a weak state, having consumed a large amount of his divine power, and had not yet recovered. He knelt in the dimensional void, roaring and hoarsely screaming. Not far in front of him, more than a dozen water apes were lying in a mess. Every water ape opened its eyes wide, but there was no color in them, although there was breath flowing in its huge body. Its state was extremely strange, and no spiritual breath or consciousness fluctuations could be sensed. It seemed like life but not life. It seemed like death but not death. Colorful lights flashed in the white-robed man's eyes, sweeping through the water ape's body one by one. After a moment, he had seen through everything, and slowly spoke to the desperate Water Ape King. Their soul structures were completely destroyed and then rebuilt. Their consciousness has fallen into confusion. It is difficult to save them. The Water Ape King shuddered upon hearing this, and a hint of color appeared in his dead eyes. His huge body shook and turned into human size. He knelt respectfully in front of the man in white robes and kowtowed with a slightly trembling voice. "It's hard. But there's still hope. Please teach me, Senior, for the sake of the remaining members of his tribe. The Water Ape King is willing to give everything, including his life, and even dignity, which is more important than life." It was the first time for the Water Ape King to kneel down and kowtow in such a long time. It was he who brought disaster upon himself and brought his tribe to the brink of extinction. This is his atonement. Aquatic Ape King, you don't have to do this. The evidence you provided played an important role in completely eradicating the Green Travel Palace this time. The man in white robes spoke in a calm tone. Before he opened his mouth, he had already slightly turned his body to avoid the bow of the Water Ape King. He was not the one who could save these water apes, and he did not like to take advantage of others. Go to the inspection department. With your contribution this time, someone will help you. The Water Ape King buried his head deep in the water, and his hairy and rough face stretched into an ugly smile, as if he was half crying and half laughing, and his eyes were faintly moist. "Thank you, sir." The Water Ape King stood up, bowed slightly with a look of gratitude, then raised his hand and waved it. The rules appeared, and the dozen or so water apes in strange states in front of him shrank quickly, and were held carefully in the hands of the Water Ape King like little dolls. He stepped hard, and his feet turned into a stream of light, shooting towards the warship surrounded by golden light. The white-robed man's eyes wandered around the empty dimensional void, and he slowly spoke. "Lin, do you want to just slip away like this? Why don't you come out to see me?" The void trembled, and a gem with an obscure aura was forced out. It struggled and spun in the air, but it could not break free from the gaze. "Hey! What on earth do you want to do? Uncle, stop slaughter." Lin was furious. After making sure that she could not escape, she appeared out of nowhere with a flash of light. A layer of green light film lingered around her body, isolating her from the destructive waves in the dimensional space. Without the strength of a great power, there is no way to survive in the dimensional space. If you are not a powerful cultivator, you can only wander in the interlayer of space. Lin appeared alone in the dimensional space, with a rare treasure protecting her body. As for Bai Donglin, he used the poor excuse of having a stomachache and stayed in the mustard seed spirit bead. The white-robed killer god outside is extremely powerful. Bai Donglin doesn't want to have contact with him to avoid any trouble. Lin's identity is not simple, and he can handle it. When Jilu heard Lin calling him uncle, his breath suddenly stagnated. He had just killed more than a dozen powerful men with one sword, but his breath didn't even show the slightest fluctuation. "Lin, didn't I tell you not to call me that? According to the hierarchy, all the ancestors of my Ji family have to call you Aunt Grandma." "Shut up." Lin put her hands on her hips and roared, her little fangs flashing coldly. Obviously she was very dissatisfied with Jilu's words. "I just turned 18 this year. I'm not as old as you say. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll ask my father to punish you." Jilu smiled awkwardly, wondering why this little ancestor reacted so strongly this time. He had said this before, but he was never so angry. Okay, I was wrong. I won't say it again. The Supreme Director asked me to tell you something. Ahem. That if you've had enough of the trouble, go back home and stop running around everywhere. He also said, Stop. Lin raised her hand to interrupt Jilu and said with dissatisfaction, "Jilu, when did you become my father's messenger? Aren't you ashamed?" Okay. I get it. I'll go back. You don't have to worry about him. There is one more thing. Once I finish it, I will go back." Jilu was stunned. When did this little ancestor become so easy to talk to? He asked with a little surprise. "What do you want to do?" After much investigation by this lady, I discovered that the sea monsters in the Endless Sea also seem to have connections with the alien races, and they are also closely related to the Bio Palace that he destroyed. Jilu, how do you think the Water Ape King escaped? I was the one who released him from the suppression. This time, I alone took 80% of the credit for annihilating the Green Tur Palace, and you and the Water Ape King each took 10%. What I have to do next is to find evidence of the sirens colluding with the enemy and eradicate them completely. Lin crossed her arms across her chest. Even though her head was only as high as Jilu's elbow, she seemed to be looking down at him from a superior position with a look full of pride. Ji Lu looked doubtful. He was well aware of Lin's abilities. Although Lin was superior to him due to all the treasures he had, his business ability was just average. How could he release the Water Ape King? He expressed his doubt, and thought that it was probably done by the kid in the spirit bead. That little guy seemed to have a high IQ, which was far beyond the reach of Lin, who was so stupid. Well, as a junior, how can I interfere with what you want to do? I will convey your words to the Supreme Director. TSK. Megaphone. Ji Lu raised his eyebrows slightly, and kept silent. He was afraid that he would be angry to death if he said a few more words. He raised his hand, and a jade tube fell into Lin's hand. This is the intelligence of the Siren clan. You don't need to investigate it. 5 years later, on the night of the full moon, the inspection department will close the net. After Ji Lu finished speaking, he pointed his finger. An array of sword light pierced through the dimensional barrier, opening a passage to the Qianyuan continent. Without giving Lin a chance to speak, he pushed lightly, and Lin and the mustard seed spirit bead were sent into the passage. Huh? It's finally quiet. If he had to choose, he would rather kill a few powerful aliens, which would be much easier. As for the boy hiding in the spirit bead, Ji Lu didn't care about him at all. He was just a minor physical cultivator in the supernatural power realm. If he took the initiative to step forward and salute him, he might respond with a nod for Lin's sake. But it was simply impossible for him to take the initiative to ask. And he was not worried about Lin's safety. Lin was a wealthy woman with no shortage of treasures, which even he envied. Ji Lu saw through the dimensional barrier, took a step forward, and instantly appeared on the huge golden battleship. Returned to the divine palace. Buzz! The void shook violently, and huge vortex ripples emerged. 3 golden warships slowly sank into it, crossed the void, and disappeared. The original site of the Bio Palace has turned into a dilapidated ruin. Countless demon corpses, after their precious materials had been collected, were thrown randomly on the spot, piling up like a mountain. When a whale dies, all things come to life. With the existence of these demon corpses, it is believed that a new force will emerge here again in the near future. In the boundless Taihu Lake, on an island that is neither big nor small, Bai Donglin and Lin lay comfortably on the beach, basking in the warm sunlight. Lin stretched out her little hand and threw a jade tube into Bai Donglin's hand. Here. What you want? Those words that Lin and Ji Lu said were naturally instigated by him. How could Lin, such a fool, have such an IQ? He wanted to take the opportunity to understand the progress of the inspection department. But in an instant, Bai Donglin finished reading the information, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. I see. Looks like I don't need to worry about it. After 5 years, I'll just follow along and complete the mission naturally. Putting aside his thoughts, Bai Donglin waved his hand to put away the jade tube, turned his head to look at Lin beside him, and said seriously, Lin, we need to have a good talk. I am very curious about the matter of the Jinni ancient artifact. The true one. The true self is the only one. It's quite something. Chapter 320, Glimpse into the Real World. Bai Donglin only knew a little about the information about the Jinni ancient artifact from the fragments of the Black Mist Demon Emperor's memories. The old thief was too cunning and decisive. He destroyed himself too quickly and cleanly. He only caught a glimpse of some important secrets. The Jinni ancient artifact has existed since time immemorial, and is above everything else. Its number is extremely rare, and only the Supreme Force can possess it. However, he has no idea what power this ancient artifact has. In response to Bai Donglin's request, Lin just frowned and thought for a moment, then nodded slightly and said, I see that you are mysterious and have extraordinary abilities. You must be from some top power. Right? You will naturally know the information about the Jinni ancient artifact when you break through to the god and demon realm. But, Lin's tone, the big black and white eyes showed a cunning smile, and asked curiously, how did you send the Water Ape King's soul crystal out? And, you used the way of will in the forbidden area? What level can you reach? I'm afraid you have broken through to the 3rd level. Right? Although it was a doubt, Lin was extremely confident in her heart. She was sure that she was not mistaken. When Bai Donglin controlled Ming Ling before, she had some doubts in her heart. However, Bai Donglin is too young, and his cultivation is not even at the divine source realm. But he has already started to dabble in the realm of powerful men. You know, the reason why the powerful men can be reborn by a drop of blood is that the way of will plays a decisive role. How about it? Satisfy my curiosity, and I will tell you the secret of the Jinni ancient artifact. Lin tilted her head back slightly, crossed her arms across her chest, and looked like she was sure of victory. Haven't you heard the saying? Curiosity kills the cat. Bai Donglin shook his head slightly, turned around, and closed his eyes. He would know these things in the future. It was just a matter of time. It was impossible for him to exchange the information of the low-dimensional world. The value of the low-dimensional world is immeasurable, and he can only use it superficially at present, far from unleashing its full power. Bai Donglin even suspected that the low-dimensional world itself was a real ancient artifact. Although the Divine Court is an upright organization, who can guarantee that it will not have evil intentions? At least Bai Donglin is not so brainless. Being cautious and low-key is the right way to go. This world is very dangerous. You? Lin Lu frowned, feeling very annoyed at Bai Donglin's stubbornness. She had never been humiliated so many times before. Boom! A slightly curved bronze plate, half a meter square, was thrown in front of Bai Donglin and inserted into the sand. It was shrouded in the breath of time and looked extremely heavy at first glance. This is? Bai Donglin opened his eyes slightly, revealing a look of doubt. The patterns engraved on the bronze plate were extremely complicated and ancient in style, and even he could not decipher the meaning for a moment. The seal of time is made of a rare immortal material that can resist the corrosion of time. It is a tool used by the Divine Court to record top-secret information. There are only 9 of them in the entire Divine Court, and each is managed by one of the 9 officials. I have already released the information about the Jinni ancient artifact. Humph! I am not as stingy as some people. Lin rolled her eyes at Bai Donglin and her silver teeth clenched. Then would like to thank Miss Lin. By the way, did you steal this thing from the inspection department? Bai Donglin reached out and touched the bronze plate, feeling the vast breadth of time on it. Although this thing was only used to record information, it spanned several eras, hundreds of billions of years, a long time that could even corrode immortal artifacts. This is the crystallization of knowledge and a witness of civilization, which makes Bai Donglin admire it endlessly. Steal? Is it stealing when I take things from my own home? I took them openly. Bai Donglin was silent. What this idiot said made a lot of sense. How could stealing one's own things be considered stealing? Oh, so that's how it is. I'm too narrow-minded. I apologize. Ahem. Since you are so righteous, Lin, I won't be polite. It's another free day. Happy. Bai Donglin suppressed his thoughts, and his expression gradually became solemn. A condensed thread of soul flowed along his palm and probed into the imprint of time. Boom! Bai Donglin only felt a loud thunderclap in his mind, and his consciousness instantly entered a vast void. Endless spots of light were like a brilliant galaxy. Looking up, he saw the same thing everywhere. Are these light spots all information aggregates? He tentatively brushed his soul and thoughts towards a spot of light. As soon as he got close, an impenetrable force of isolation emerged, and his soul and thoughts could not move forward. It suddenly dawned on him that he did not have the authority to view this information. At this moment, a spot of light suddenly flashed violently in the void, pulling Bai Donglin's soul and thoughts into it. Countless rune information emerged and was absorbed by Bai Donglin. The Jinni ancient artifact existed before the chaotic ancient times. At that time, there was no civilized order, and even the current cultivation system had not yet been born. The world was in chaos and confusion, and all living things were in a daze. They killed and devoured each other, without understanding the great way and the destiny. It is unknown how much time passed in this unrecorded period until the appearance of the Jinni ancient artifact. A wise man discovered the mystery contained in it, took control of it, and swept across the universe. Civilization emerged and order was established. The time point when the cultivation system of this world appeared coincides with that of the Jinni ancient artifact. Some powerful people in later times have inferred that there may be an inseparable relationship between the two. A hint of doubt flashed in Bai Donglin's eyes. He only believed half of the ambiguous information, especially the one regarding the cultivation system. He felt that it was not that simple. Otherwise, how to explain the existence of Senior Jiang the fisherman and the 9 secrets? He shook his head, thinking that these were not important and not what he cared about. He then focused his attention on the introduction of the power of the Jinni ancient artifact. The greatest characteristic of the Jinni ancient artifact, the only true self, is its uniqueness. This uniqueness does not only mean that it cannot be replicated, but also that it only exists on one node on all timelines. This thing, a tool, actually converges the timeline? Bai Donglin's eyebrows trembled slightly, with disbelief in his eyes. Those who can do this are the absolutely supreme existence in countless myths and legends. To a certain extent, Each of these Genie ancient artifacts is a Hunyuan Daluo Jingxian. I see. No wonder the Genie ancient artifact is so important. This is what Ming Kong meant by those words. A look of realization flashed across Bai Donglin's eyes. An ancient artifact that could exist independently of the timeline could naturally pull cultivators out of the long river of time and space, so as to avoid the erosion of time and prolong their lives. How it is done specifically, and at what cost is unknown, without considering the destructive power of the ancient artifact. This point alone is enough to establish the solid position of these top forces. Who knows how many powerful people these forces have hidden by using the Genie ancient artifact? After countless years, the number must be quite large, which makes my scalp tingle just thinking about it. The drama of Guan Gong versus Qin Qiong will definitely be very common in the future. In addition to these, the Genie ancient artifact also has a very special meaning. It is a ray of hope in the hearts of all the ancestors and powerful men. Is the end of spiritual practice really the realm of creation, Wuji? Why has no cultivator been able to break through to a higher level over the endless years? Is this the upper limit of this world? If so, where did the Genie ancient artifact come from? Even the most powerful ancestors could not damage the ancient artifacts, let alone manufacture them. The upper limit of the magic weapons that the ancestors could manufacture was only the top-grade immortal artifacts that contain complete rules and avenues. The immortal weapons in this world all came from this way, either left behind by deceased ancestors or bestowed by ancestors. Each immortal weapon was the life weapon nurtured by the ancestors. But the immortal weapon is far from comparable to the Genie ancient weapon. From this, we can know that the realm of cultivation is not limited to this. Otherwise, the existence of ancient artifacts cannot be explained. This also gives hope to the ancestors who cannot see the way forward. And they call the next realm, which is the 11th realm, the only realm of true self. Bai Donglin slowly opened his eyes and moved his hand away from the bronze plate. The excitement in his heart gradually subsided. After absorbing this information, he had a basic understanding of the Genie ancient artifact. He inferred more content from this. No wonder the world is in constant turmoil. It turns out that everything is caused by this. A group of the strongest people in civilization, the masters of the fate of all living beings, are still full of passion. How can nothing go wrong? The true one ancient artifact gave them the desire to seek. Moreover, judging from the current situation, they should have a goal, and have been working hard for it for a long time. Bai Donglin sighed slightly. Through some information, he got a glimpse of the truth of the world. He could understand the thoughts of those ancestors. If he were in their shoes, he would do the same. The most crucial thing is that the lifespan of cultivators in this world is a big problem. The life form of powerful ones can be said to be semi-eternal. But in this world, even the ancestors, who are one level higher, have the disaster of lifespan exhaustion. They cannot rely on the Genie ancient artifact to suppress their own lifespans forever. What is the meaning of living if they hide in the truncated stagnant time and space? Therefore, they have ambitions to go to the next level. With ambitions, conflicts are inevitable, which is also the root cause of the current corrupt situation. Where did the Genie ancient artifact come from? From what I have seen so far, the Jidao Bell and the Demon Suppression Temple are undoubtedly ancient artifacts. Oh, yes, Senior Jiang was able to cut off time and space in one fell swoop. So he should also have an ancient artifact. Bai Donglin narrowed his eyes slightly, hiding his thoughts, raised his hand and waved it, returning the seal of time containing endless information to Lin. Thank you. Bai Donglin raised his hand slightly and gave Lin a brilliant smile. This information seemed far away and out of reach, but he valued it very much. Your vision determines the size of your goal. At least in the future, when you consider problems, you will think more and more comprehensively. And this is an advantage. Humph! You still have some conscience. Lin muttered something in a low voice, put away the seal of time, and then asked, "What are your plans next?" Lin's eyes rolled around, and she smiled softly and said, "Hey, why don't you follow me? I think you are quite talented. If you perform well, I can recommend you to the inspection department. The inspection department has good benefits, and you can use your status to do whatever you want. It's not easy for ordinary people to get in. What do you think? Consider it." Bai Donglin raised his eyebrows. Is he the kind of person who would abuse his power? He is a good man. He shook his head slightly and refused. Thank you for your kindness. I have no plans to join the Divine Court for now. We'll talk about it later. Well, aren't you very curious about my realm of will? It just so happens that today's weather is good, suitable for fishing. After Bai Donglin finished speaking, he raised his hand and a green fishing rod appeared in his hand. This trial mission has been delayed for so long. It's time to complete it. Chapter 321. A crisis arrives. The emerald green fishing rod is more than 3 meters long, without any wire or hook. Under the sunlight, the fishing rod sparkled, with a green light flowing continuously, looking quite extraordinary. He got this fishing rod from Senior Jiang. Senior Jiang had planted a large bamboo forest and didn't need this one. TSK. Boring. What's the fun in fishing? What kind of fish do you want? Lin rolled her eyes, and while speaking, she stepped lightly, and the rich fluctuations of the laws instantly spread over the surface of the lake. Crash! Crash! The lake water rolled violently, and gushed up to a height of thousands of feet. Countless fish and shrimps of all kinds, from small shrimps to strange fish hundreds of feet long, were all suspended in the void, struggling violently. Don't make a fuss. What I want to fish for is not these ordinary things. Bai Donglin raised his hand and pressed, and the poor fish fell back into the water, and the lake returned to calm. He turned his head and looked at Lin speechlessly. This woman had something wrong with her brain. Dragonfish, no. Right? That's what I want to catch. Bai Donglin closed his eyes and began to recall the fluctuations of the will of the ancient dragon gate in his memory. Dragonfish? With this broken fishing rod without even a line? Lin looked Bai Donglin up and down with suspicion. She knew that the dragonfish was a very rare monster, a species unique to Taihu Lake. It was good at hiding, cunning, and extremely difficult to catch. Talk less and watch more. Today I'll show you what it means to fish with a straight hook. Those who are willing will take the bait. His palm trembled slightly, and surging life energy poured out, condensing into a solid silk thread that spread down the fishing rod. The fire of will in Bai Donglin's body burned fiercely, and light and shadow flowed on the actual thread, disintegrating into the most basic particle structure, and powerful will enveloped every particle. After a long time, the energy particles began to reorganize and fuse, and traces of vast and ancient waves spread out. As the silk thread condensed again, a faint sound of a dragon's roar appeared out of thin air. This is the third realm of will, the realm of all changes. Colorful divine light flashed in Lin's eyes as she stared closely at the vague silk thread on the bamboo pole. She was right in her guess. Bai Donglin had indeed mastered the way of will, and he was at the third level. The reason why she could see the energy threads that changed drastically was because she had also practiced the way of will. But she was only at the first level. Even so, her father had praised her as a genius more than once. There is always someone better than you. Although Lin did not show it, she admired Bai Donglin in her heart. Willpower is something that cannot be cultivated by just relying on natural talent or resources. Only those who have practiced it know how difficult it is. Bai Donglin tightly grasped the emerald green bamboo pole and waved it lightly. Energy threads fell into the lake, extending and spreading wildly to the depths of Taihu Lake. Lin, you can light the fire and prepare the dragonfish soup. Bai Donglin's calm tone was full of confidence. TSK, TSK, TSK. You are so arrogant. Catch it first. Although Lin said this, she silently took out a big pot surrounded by precious light and secretly swallowed some. Dragonfish. She hasn't eaten it yet since she woke up from her deep sleep. She really missed it. For a moment, the lakeside fell into silence, and a subtle ancient wave spread from the energy thread and spread to all directions of Taihu Lake. 3 days later, Bai Donglin was still sitting upright, the fishing rod in his hand motionless. Like a sculpture, Lin was lying on the sideboard, playing with sand in her hands, gazing at the sky with empty eyes, mumbling unconsciously. Why can't you catch any fish? Can you do it? Hey, I'm so hungry. I really want to eat dragonfish. Bai Donglin's eyebrows suddenly trembled, and a smile appeared on his face. Good guy. He finally took the bait. With a thought, his mind quietly spread along the fishing rod to the bottom of the lake, hiding the fluctuations in the energy threads to avoid alerting the enemy. Under the perception of the mind, a golden dragon-shaped beast, thousands of feet long, went in and out of the law of water, its figure appearing and disappearing from time to time. Extremely sneaky and extremely vulgar. Bai Donglin frowned. This cunning thing was really cautious. It had been hovering hundreds of miles away from the energy thread, circling around, and only approaching a few miles every once in a while. Even though there was a call from deep within his blood, he was still able to suppress the temptation in his heart. Bai Donglin did not dare to act rashly. This dragonfish had an extremely keen sense of crisis, and coupled with its affinity for the laws of water, It would instantly escape if there was any disturbance. After being frightened once, it will never take the bait again and will also warn other companions. Don't worry. Don't worry. The most difficult step has been achieved. Don't give up. Otherwise, Lin will definitely ridicule you. The most difficult part of fishing for arowana is to lure it out. As long as it bites the line, he can manipulate the energy thread to capture it. Time passed little by little, and the arowana was getting closer and closer to the hookless silk line. 100 meters? 10 meters? It was already within reach. The dragonfish stared at the silk thread with its huge eyes, full of doubts, and a hint of desire emerged from time to time. But it just swayed back and forth, letting the silk thread drift, and refusing to bite the hook. Time flies. Another day passes. The situation remains the same, and there is a stalemate between the two. Bai Donglin was a little restless. Perhaps his simulation of the will was not pure enough, or there was a slight mistake in his memory of the long min will that Senior Jiang showed him. Anyway, the dragonfish below seemed to have sensed something was wrong. Damn it. We can't wait any longer. We have already got the duck. How can we let it fly away? Bai Donglin's eyes turned cold, and he decided to take the initiative. He then turned to Lin and said, Lin, help me hold the fishing rod. Lin got up in a daze, carefully took the fishing rod, and looked at Bai Donglin, who disappeared out of thin air. Then she came to her senses. Hey! I don't know how to fish. It's over. My dragonfish soup is gone. Bai Donglin dived into the dimensional space and tried his best to restrain the fluctuations of his breath, especially the murderous intent and evil thoughts, all of which were burned away by the blazing fire of will in his body. He slowly dived to the bottom of the lake and approached the swimming dragonfish little by little, with a thoughtful look in his eyes. The strength of this dragonfish was not low, and it was not much different from the one Senior Jiang caught last time, especially its escape method, which was extremely strong in the water. In that case, I will create a waterless environment. Bai Donglin had unknowingly lurked within 100 feet of the dragonfish. This was already the maximum distance. If he got any closer, he would alert the other party, concentrating and calming his mind. Just when the dragonfish turned its gaze to the energy thread again, Bai Donglin's eyes lit up. It's now! Bai Donglin crossed a distance of 100 feet in an instant and appeared on the huge head of the dragonfish. At the same time, a strong white light spread out from Bai Donglin's chest and instantly spread to thousands of feet away. The Eternal Light Realm has been opened. The Eternal Light Realm can collect living things, but the prerequisite is that the other party will not struggle. He naturally did not think of putting the dragonfish in it. His target is the lake water. Yinon. The dragonfish was frightened and roared madly, but its extremely cautious nature made it not consider the enemy's strength at all. Instinctively, it activated its talent and hid its body by following the law of water. Huh? Where's the water? I have so much water. It was still there just now. Hey, little guy. You're done. Bai Donglin sneered sinisterly. Use the power of heaven and earth. Rode on the neck of the dragonfish, swung his huge fist, and smashed it down hard. When he appeared above the dragonfish's head, the expanding light realm swallowed up all the lake water in a radius of 10,000 feet. A huge spherical hole enveloped the dragonfish without a drop of lake water in it. The edge of the sphere was shining with white light, and the lake water that was squeezed in was all swallowed up by the light realm. With the support of countless resources, his eternal immortal world is now dozens of times larger, and it is difficult to fill it up in a short period of time. Aya! Aya! Bang bang bang. Bai Donglin's eyes were fierce, and each of his punches carried tremendous force. Chains of laws were wrapped around his fists, and scarlet light flashed continuously, smashing the dragonfish's head and causing milky white brain matter to spurt everywhere. A dragonfish that possesses the strength of the upper three realms of divine origin is not so easy to kill, even if its head is cut off. Bai Donglin's fists flew up, and the dragonfish struggled more and more violently, flying madly towards the nearby lake. Unfortunately, the sphere with it as the center moved with it, and the lake water from the outside could not penetrate in at all. Hold head high. After a moment, the dragonfish let out a mournful cry. Its soul was completely shattered. Its colorless eyes were still staring at the lake not far away, and it died with its eyes open. Huh? Finally done. This dragonfish is really peculiar. These glittering golden scales can actually reduce the attack of the soul. Otherwise, there would be no need to go through so much trouble. Bai Donglin nodded with satisfaction. Remove the light world. and the lake water instantly filled the hole in the sphere. He pulled the dragon fish with one hand, and instantly moved in front of the energy thread. With a thought, the silk thread spread wildly, and tightly wrapped around the dragon fish. Buzz! After completing these actions, a light suddenly appeared on Bai Donglin's wrist, and 9 halos consisting of only a shining light band emerged. Under the role of unknown power, there was another light shining slowly, and there was a arowana pattern that was tightly wrapped around by the thought silk thread. Well, it's easy. A smile appeared in Bai Donglin's eyes. He stretched out his hand and pulled the energy thread hard. After a pause, he was suddenly pulled out of the lake along with the dragon fish. Yeah, I caught the arowana. Ha ha ha. Miss Ben is really a genius. Lin laughed at his hands, laughed at the sky, and had no ladylike style. Crackling. After Mimi had eaten a mail-on soup, the two lit the bonfire, and they fell into cultivation with their knees. In the middle of the night, the branches on the moon. Bai Donglin frowned slightly, opened his eyes slowly, and glanced at Lin's opposite. His figure disappeared. What is it? The low-dimensional world opened a gap, and the idea of light and shadow came out. The 3 Taoist priests of Qinglu, Qingsong, and Qingshi appeared solemnly to the opposite side of Bai Donglin. Brother Bai, something happened. Oh, is there any news of Chizu Chao? Or is the poisonous teeth Miao Miao out of the customs? Bai Donglin frowned, and the progress of the matter should not be so smooth. Neither. It's another thing. We think it may be related to you. So please remind you. The 3 looked at each other, and said one by one. Bai Donglin nodded slightly, motioning for them to continue. King Dapeng and King Qingli came to us. It was still the unknown thing before, and the life and death of a mysterious woman was also related to the life and death of Jie Lu. The attitude of Yishan Palace was very strange. We vowed to get rid of their entanglement. We asked the sword Fei Jian, Lai Kong, and they were the same. 3 people tone, staring at Bai Donglin inexplicably, and then said, the attention of the Winged God Palace seems to have fallen on you. You are very special. You have never appeared from beginning to end. You are now their biggest suspicion. Winged God Palace is looking for you. Be careful. Take care. Goodbye. The idea projection disappeared slowly, and the place was once again silent. The bright moonlight was spilled on Bai Donglin, and it was uncertain. Demon. It's so terrible. The heart of jealousy is so heavy. Isn't it just to kill your 2 younger disciples? So aggressive. This is really too much. Bai Donglin narrowed his eyes slightly. Murderous intent looming. That being the case, don't blame me with ruthlessness. Why bitter? I just want to be a good person. Chapter 322. I come from the Han Tian era. Huh? This fluctuations are. As soon as Bai Donglin's expression changed, his thoughts were interrupted by strange fluctuations from the distance, and the white light flowed in his eyes, and the scenes other than 100 miles were included. Lin. The void stirred ripples, and stepped out, and Bai Donglin returned to the bonfire by the lake in an instant. The strange changes on Lin's body made him frown. Without time to think, Bai Donglin raised his hand and threw out a bronze array plate, which was suspended in the void. A divine light flashed, and countless dense runes shot out, layer upon layer, covering an area of 100 miles and instantly isolating all breath fluctuations. Bai Donglin looked intently, and the strange fluctuations on Lin's body became more and more intense. The golden hollow mask that Lin had been wearing on her face had disappeared, and was replaced by countless purple gold divine patterns, spreading from the center of her eyebrows to every inch of her skin. Her delicate skin, like solidified fat, was breathtaking under the reflection of the dazzling divine patterns. The gray ripples are like water waves, lingering around Lin's body, and echoing every time she swept around. Lin's appearance changed amazingly. In less than a moment, Lin had become a naked baby girl, sitting on a pile of dresses. Her solemn light, her tender brows frowned slightly, and her small face was faintly painful. Bai Donglin was carrying his hands. His eyes permeated. His eyebrows were lingering, and his eyes were fully displayed. Unfortunately, Lin's body was isolated from a powerful and strange force, and he was uncertain. As if not here, he just wanted to help him. But in the face of this strange and weird power, he couldn't start, but he could only watch the change. At this moment, the gray ripples covering Lin's body suddenly stagnated, and began to flow backwards from bottom to top. After one circle, Lin's young body grew 1 year older at a speed visible to the naked eye. Bai Donglin frowned slightly, turned around, and on the palms behind his back, the laws condensed, and a deep, dark black hole emerged in the palm of his hand. A terrifying suction force erupted, and a faint gray ripple was sucked into the black hole. The strong white light in the eyes broke out, and the soul thoughts poured out, and even the sense of will also showed it together. Then Bai Donglin saw a trace of mystery of the gray ripple. This is the power of time. It seems to be more than that, although there are some guessing. He was deeply surprised in his heart. Time has always been his heart, and the powerful power that he could not help was extremely rare and profound. He did not believe that this was the power of Lin himself. Not to see her, but it can be seen from her strange state. This is obviously abnormal. Although he knew the nature of the gray ripples, he had no way to intervene. In his perception, the strange fluctuations on Lin's body continued to flow over and over again, and he didn't know how many times it had repeated. After a long time, the sky became clear, and a gorgeous morning light broke the sky. The strange fluctuation behind him finally dissipated slowly, and Lin's breath was stable. And then a stingy dress sound. I'm fine. Thank you for protecting me. Lin lowered her head. Her white fingers stirred the corner of her clothes, and her voice was unacceptable. Bai Donglin slowly turned his body, looking up and down with Lin, who had resumed the original. His white jade face was shrouded in a mask condensed by countless purple gold god patterns. Looking at the shy Lin, Bai Donglin hesitated for a moment, but couldn't resist his curiosity and asked, Lin, what happened to you just now? Could it be that Lin is practicing some weird martial arts, such as the I am the only one in the 8 desolations and 6 directions? Lin was silent for a moment after hearing this, then slowly raised her head and looked at Bai Donglin, with a hint of shyness in the depths of her eyes. She calmed herself down and explained, I think you should have guessed some. Yes, I am not the people of this era, but with the help of the ancient artifacts to sleep from other times. Bai Donglin nodded slightly. He had indeed guessed it. He could figure it out from Lin's special single-word name and the conversation between her and Jilu. The two of them had their sights, and then sat in the same insincerity. Bai Dong was listening to the quiet god, and Lin also flattened the ripples in her heart. I don't know much about what happened before Shinmian. I was only 18 years old at that time. In addition to cultivation, I stayed in the inspection department. Until one day, Lin talked with a tone, showing a memory in her eyes, as if returning to the long years. My father suddenly hurriedly called me. Shinting opened the 30-3 heavens in the real ancient weapon. Except for my father, my mother, and my friends, everything I knew has disappeared in the long river of time. Lin's eyes were slightly red, and her tone was full of sadness and loneliness. If you can choose, I would like to not have this place. Although this place is precious, my father also paid the price of horror. But I really don't be rare. Can you understand? Bai Donglin was silent, and Lin's father did this. There must be any incredible reason. Every step of the strong will not be targeted. But he also understands Lin's mood. No, even more experienced than her. Although Lin has crossed the endless years, at least there are father, God Ting, and employment division, which is at least in the only real realm that is familiar. And what about him? Everything he traverses is strangers, and the land of the blue star can only be buried deep in memory. Lin, which era do you come from? Bai Donglin suppressed his complicated thoughts, looked at Lin with shining eyes, and asked the doubts in his heart. 7th. The era of muddy heaven. This was after awakening, and I learned that it turned out that the era I was in was called by later generations. And the sky. Bai Donglin's eyes flickered. The Han Tian era really spanned a long period of time. When he thought that the woman in front of him was a person from 100 billion years ago, he couldn't help but feel a little unreal. This world is the 10th era to this day. Chaotic ancient times, no years. Ancient times. Ancient times. Dark ancient times. Kaiyuan. World chaos. Chaos of the universe. Devil's calamity. Empty disaster. New era, present world. The ancient times are the era of no civilized and disorderly existence. In ancient times, it was the starting point of the prosperous civilization of the world. Hundreds of flowers bloom, and various cultivation systems appeared. In all the records, the longest period of time, more than 160 billion years. As for other times, they are almost the same, only about 45 billion years. The name of each era is summarized by the following era, mainly considering the biggest characteristics of the previous era or the most far-reaching events. The new era, that is, Bai Dong's time now, Has been nearly 10 billion years since the time of the empty time. The peak of the times is approaching. If there is no accident, the title of this era will also be determined by the big events of the peak years. So your previous strange state is related to crossing the long river of time? Or is it a side effect of using the Jinni ancient artifact? A thought flashed through Bai Donglin's eyes. The gray ripples not only contain the power of time, but also other things in them. It might be related to the Jinni ancient artifact. That's right. Lin nodded, with helplessness flashing in her eyes. My original strength was too weak to break through the law, even if it was protected by ancient artifacts. It was inevitable that I was injured in a trace of time. I thought the hidden dangers in my body had been removed by my father. Lin suddenly frowned, looked up at the sky, sighed slightly, and said regretfully, "My father has sensed the turmoil of the wounds of time in my body. He will summon me back to the inspection department soon." Before he finished speaking, a huge formation diagram emerged under Lin's feet. Countless divine patterns flowed continuously, shining brightly. Countless colorful light spots emerged and condensed into a thick colorful light column, enveloping Lin's thin body. Bai Donglin, will we meet again in the future? Lin's figure was looming in the light column, and her voice came through the light wall with a slight distortion. Nature. Bai Donglin nodded affirmatively. The world is big, but we will definitely meet again one day. Go back and take good care of your injuries. Thank you. The first friend I met in this era. Bai Donglin's mind moved, and he flicked his fingers. A white jade pendant flew over the light wall and fell into Lin's hand. Oh! Why is Shuchia Go so generous today? It is too moving to take the initiative to send Miss Ben gifts. Thank you. Goodbye. Ha ha ha. The colorful light column suddenly shrank and turned into a ripple of light, shooting into the depths of the dimension and disappearing in an instant. Only Lin's clear laughter echoed in its place. The huge formation method slowly hidden, and Bai Donglin stood in the falling light dandruff, with a smile on the corner of his mouth. Friends. Chapter 323, Song's Stunning Glimpse. The split body of the obelisk given to Lin is different from the usual one. It can be said to be a pure version. It is just a simple split body. There is no power of inaction for the soul, but it can only be used as a coordinate that Bai Donglin unilaterally. It wasn't for him to treat it differently. It was nothing one of the hosts, who had also included in the space of the space. There was no harm to her. But the place she went to was the Shiting Inspection Division. And a coquettish father. He didn't want to cause unnecessary misunderstandings. So he just sent out the pure version. Given the special nature of the pointed monument, no one would notice it as long as he didn't open the passage. Now that I have finished my business, I should get back to work. Bai Dong frowned, stopped to enter the void, staring at the sky, and peeping into him with a glimpse. Move so fast? There was a flash of surprise in his eyes, and he took a step forward. His figure instantly appeared tens of thousands of feet in the sky. In the thick clouds, a black shadow was flying rapidly. Cry! The black shadow was a black eagle several hundred feet in size, with golden light shining in its eyes. It seemed to have noticed Bai Donglin's movements, and it flapped its huge wings, wanting to escape immediately. Humph! I peeped at you, and you wanted to run away. Come back here. Bai Donglin reached out into the void, and the lingering palms of the law instantly appeared above the black eagle, and turned into a giant palm. Alas! The black eagle struggled fiercely, but in the hands of Bai Donglin's hands, it was like a little chicken, and could not shake the point. The palm retracted, and the huge black eagle was tightly bound by the chains of laws, and suspended in the void. Winged God Palace. The means are really amazing. I found me so soon. Bai Donglin stared at the black eagle's golden eyes with cold eyes. The black eagle's body suddenly trembled, and then its eyes became dull and lifeless. Its sharp eagle beak slowly opened and closed, and a majestic voice came out. Bai Donglin, I have a thing to call you in the Winged God Palace. Limited to you within a month. Come to the Winged God Palace. Stop! Without waiting for the other party to finish speaking, Bai Donglin raised his hand to interrupt him, with impatience on his face. What the H.L. is this Winged Palace? I've never heard of it. And you want me to come and pay a visit in person? Who do you think you are? Stop talking nonsense and get out of here. He raised his palm blade, and a scarlet light flashed continuously, ready to cut the Black Hawk in half. Bai Donglin, you can't run away. The sky belongs to our Winged Palace. As long as you are under the sky, you can't escape our eyes. You can't escape. OM! Black Eagle, which was broken by the scarlet wire, was broken in the void. and the black eagle imprisoned in the void was instantly chopped into a blood foam. Huh? Winged God Palace. A big breath. Bai Donglin's eyes flashed with disdain. Who would not be bragging? And the entire sky belonged to you. And his skin was so thick. However, as long as they are monsters with wings, they are really under their control. The black eagle just now was just an ordinary monster. But they were able to drive it easily, and even control it remotely. A thoughtful look flashed across Bai Donglin's eyes. Although the eyes of the Winged Palace were all over the sky, he had just learned the news from Qing Lu and the other two. It was really a bit outrageous that the other party could find him so quickly. Are you playing tricks again? His eyes were low, and his eyes fell on the lucky ring on her fingers. Such coincidences could only be described as unlucky. Bai Palace and his party. He has overdrawn a lot of future luck. Although it seems that his butterfly just waved his wings. But he knew in his heart that the more than a dozen power of Bio Palace and hundreds of millions of subordinates died of him. It can't be said that the Bio Palace colludes the aliens. This has already attracted the attention of the audit division. It has been on the dossier. It is just a matter of time. It is just a matter of time. I just accelerated this process. Bai Donglin nodded slightly and affirmed his guess. If this is not the case, such a big cause and effect. His luck may be overdrawn. I'd better leave this place first. I can't afford to offend those old monsters in Bio Palace right now. With a thought, the scarlet channel of the low-dimensional world opened. He stepped into it, and instantly crossed many realms, and came to a remote small area near the boundless ocean. It didn't take long for Bai Dong to go in front of him. And the idea of a few breaths came to the banks of Taihu Lake. He swept back and forth for a long time before he was full of unwilling retreat. Standing on the steep cliff, looking at the turbulent sea. At this retreat for a while. 5 years later. At the end of this ocean. You can do it together, by the way. Now, we should practice hard and digest the massive amount of resources we have seized. Bai Donglin's expression is excited. Nothing. It can be more beautiful than improving strength. Gently jumped into the turbulent seawater. The body of the body entered the water. And sneaked towards the bottom of the sea. After bottoming out, it urged the soil and gold laws to rush to the depths of the ground. Oh! Isn't the Winged God Palace very good? 10,000 feet underground. Bai Donglin used hard metal, engraved with dense array runes, and built a safe house that could isolate all fluctuations of aura. He relied on devouring various cultivation resources for his cultivation, and did not care about the concentration of spiritual energy in the place where he practiced. He would not absorb it anyway. Take out a lingering yute. Put the futons made of purple grass on it. Ignite Qingming sandalwood. Nodded with satisfactory Bai Donglin. Then sitting cross-legged, closed his eyes. The idea is into the low-dimensional world. Tian Luo. The stronger and bright big light ball jumped out. And the soft female voice came out. Master, how are you? May I ask what you want? Bai Donglin nodded slightly. On this day, Luo's mouth was getting sweeter and sweeter. And the voice turned back to the business. How many Tian Luo hosts are there in the Winged Palace now? Master, according to your instructions, the choice of division is more biased towards the human race. So there are very few hosts of the Winged God Palace. Change the plan. Increase the penetration of the Winged God Palace. And do not need to consider the good and evil of the host. Clear. Tian Luo immediately agreed. No matter why Bai Donglin did so. She only needed to obey the command. She just wanted to be obedient. For fear of doing something wrong. And was thrown into jail. Well, there are a lot of strong winged gods. There are a lot of strong Winged God Palace. These hosts only need to use it at one time. So put it in a pure version. The number of hosts exceeded 1,000. And gave me 100 original bombs. Do you understand? Tianluo's heart was cold. And Bai Donglin was gently described. I don't know how many unlucky ghosts have turned into ash. Humph! But this Winged God Palace must have asked for it. If it didn't provoke the master, how could the master take action? Tianluo knows what to do. Master. Bai Donglin nodded gently. And his mind exited the low-dimensional world. He was still very assured of Tianluo's ability. Winged Palace? It's rude not to return the favor. I'll just charge you a little interest this time. He knew in his heart that although the original bomb was not weak, it was impossible to let the Winged Palace hurt the muscles and bones. It can only be said that it was disgusting to the other person. Stirred the water, so that their sight should not be stared at him all the time. Begin practicing. Bai Donglin was calm and calm. Cut off the messy thoughts. Waved out 38 empty crystal balls. Swept his eyes. And there was no wave. Among them, there was no rule that he valued. The soul and thoughts poured out, wrapping up all the seeds of laws and instantly absorbing them into the body. The spiritual orifice began to shine, and it divided and devoured the seeds according to their different properties. There were now exactly 90 laws in the body. Although these laws and spiritual orifices can greatly improve strength after being incorporated into the origin, Bai Donglin did not care much about it. The hidden spiritual orifices that will be opened up next are the main source of strength improvement. Breaking through the first realm will allow him to sense 5,000 hidden spiritual orifices. In the second realm, he could sense 10,000 hidden spiritual orifices. In the third realm, he could sense 20,000 hidden spiritual orifices. In other words, there are more than 30,000 hidden spiritual orifices waiting for him to open up one by one. What is the concept? Up to now, he had only opened up about 16,000 hidden spiritual orifices. But this time, the number suddenly increased by 30,000. Is the Weiable so amazing? Bai Donglin expressed his doubt about this, and he did not ask Senior Jiang. He felt that his situation was a bit special. The reason for everything should be related to the pregnancy god casting the demon scriptures. Moreover, he has made great breakthroughs in his practice of the scriptures recently, and should be able to break through to the next level soon. And by then, he will be able to open up a large number of hidden spiritual orifices. If these spiritual tricks are opened, and then swallow those resources, my strength is compared to now, and it should be able to increase about 5 times. Under the power. No more invincible. A hint of heat flashed in Bai Donglin's eyes. Realm became increasingly meaningless to him. It could be called the strongest realm of supernatural power in history. The thought slowly sank into the eternal immortal realm. The millions of demon corpses in the dark world were about to be devoured. All the converted energy was used to nourish this spiritual orifice. Now the eternal immortal realm had become even wider, and the speed of devouring and conversion had also greatly increased. I have collected so many resources without realizing it. Bai Donglin's mind instantly swept through all the supplies, and every detail was imprinted in his mind. There are 8 left of the Pulfic Ling Ling. After his research, in addition to the huge energy, the Vein Pilot Spirit also has other special effects. For example, the transformation of the beautiful treasure body. Yanling has been the main material. It was too wasteful to use it to convert energy, so he kept it all. The next thing was the medicinal mud scraped from the Bagua furnace. The quantity was extremely huge. He had too many resources recently, and had not had time to use them. There is also a huge spiritual vein excavated, and the massive resources searched from the Bio Palace treasury. Enough for him to use it for a long time. With a contented smile, Bai Donglin sank his mind deep into his body. His blood essence gathered and condensed, and the singularity explosion method was used. A hidden spiritual orifice was successfully opened up. 30,000 hidden spiritual tricks. It takes a lot of time. Bai Donglin was caught in the unforgettable cultivation. Hi. What exactly is here? A staggering figure was running hard in a pale world, looking back from time to time with a look of fear and panic. I am clearly cultivating. Why did I not know this goes place? The safety of the Saint section is extremely safe. Who dares to hurt me? Hateful. A fierce look flashed in the man's eyes. His muscles swelled, and he threw a punch surrounded by golden light. Boom! Hiss. With a muffled sound, a giant black snake formed by countless twisted black lines appeared out of thin air in the void. Go to H.L. Disgusting monster. Drink. The man's eyes were angry, and his feet stepped on his feet. The tragic pale ground was turned into a pink, and his figure shook, and he instantly appeared in the 7 inches of twisted monster snakes. After a long time, the smoke dispersed. The man panting appeared in the deep pit, and a trace of relaxation appeared on his face. The monster just now was completely blasted into nothingness. Hiss. The weird roar came again. The man looked around in despair, and saw all directions in all directions, and endlessly twisted the black snake, like a wave, rushing towards him. No! The sorrow is full of fear and despair. The extra-order Xingzong. The periphery area of 100,000 miles. Deep in the ground, in a damp cave engraved with strange runes, a giant snake with a golden crown on its head and twisted patterns all over its body was coiled on the ground. Its huge eyes were like 2 dark whirlpools that seemed to be able to swallow everything. After a while, the giant snake trembled, and the dark vortex in his eyes spread, revealing the color of pure gold. I see. These humans really have a big plan. Hee. Ha. I. Willy can. have done a great job this time. Which god is on? Eternal. Truth. The Viper. No. It should be Will Willican. Was twisting and squirming with excitement. And the golden light in his eyes was constantly flickering. No. I have to leave immediately. This place is too dangerous. Everything is just a side issue now. I must bring this news back to the Wushan realm. Veer Willikanda's expression was condensed. His huge body began to collapse crazy. A strong dark flame rushed out, covering all the whole snake body in it. Extinction. Extinction. Destroy. Roar. 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 In the painful roar, Veer Willikan's body was silent together with the soul, turning into a dark residue. The damp cave fell silent again. In the outside world, deep in the void of the sky, several obscure gazes saw through everything and took in the scene in the cave. Do you say, will the witch world hook it? Oh, why not? Song and Ming are present at the same time. 5 God Stone appears. Who can resist this temptation? Rest assured, even if they notice that they are wrong, they will jump inside immediately. Well, after millions of years of planning, it's better to be careful at the last moment. No accidents can happen. Where the bell is the master. We still have to see it first. Good. Thoughts faded away one after another, and any traces of existence in the void were quietly wiped out by a giant hand that appeared out of thin air. Chapter 324 The Book of Creation. A world within a world. The extreme clock. A chaotic and unknown place. In the huge square above the scarlet stairs, the clock keeper Xiong sat cross-legged in meditation. His towering body, like an iron tower, was like a sculpture. A vast and mysterious force spread down from the distant sky and enveloped Xiong's body, causing time to become disordered, slow and ethereal. In this situation, under endless years, it has remained unchanged in ancient times. Buzz. A buzzing sound suddenly appeared in the silent space. Ripples appeared in the void under the scarlet stairs. Several red light gates slowly emerged. Blurred figures with blurred faces stepped out one after another and raised their hands slightly towards the top of the square. I waited to meet the bell. The fierce and rough brows trembled slightly, and a slowly unpleasant eyes flashed in the eyes that opened slowly, silent for a moment, and said, "Come up, everyone." With the fierce opening, the speed of the flow of the whole body is slowly stagnant, and the disorderly time is corrected. It is remitted into the long river of time, and the vast mysterious power has dissipated. Several high level nodded slightly. One step across the square, seeing the meaning of the murderer. Everyone didn't care, and they sat on the ground randomly. Huh? The ancestors' plan started? Don't you go to watch? What do you come here? Break me? The fierce frown was slightly fried, and the words were very dissatisfied with the arrival of everyone. Several Shenzong Dali could only laugh at this. Adult, are you still angry with things? Xiong remained silent, turned his head to glance at the white crow on his shoulder. His attitude was obvious. Ahem. Adult, we know that you have a lot of dissatisfaction in your heart. But when this plan was set up 100 million years ago, it was a high-level decision by the Tianren. All the ancestors made together. You also know, this plan does not mean to anyone. It will enter the bureau. It is really surprising. A Xingzong Dekong coughed twice, and between his words, the hazy gods lingering on the face spread, revealing the beautiful and extraordinary youth face. Bright pupils, consisting of endless mirror. Each mirror, there was a complicated picture flashed. Accident? Lord Luanjuan, do you believe what you say? The Emperor of Rotation, the current director of the 10,000 Secret Realms Rotation Department, is in charge of all the secret realms of the Jidao Holy Sect, and is one of the 9 most powerful people in the Jidao Council. The adult who defended the bell invited the anger. It was the Rotary Emperor. From beginning to end, all of us were covered in the drums. The only ancestors of the people who were informed are the ancestors of heaven. And I couldn't interfere with it. Seeing a hint of anger on the fierce man's face, the Lord of Wanshan Realm hurriedly came out to smooth things over. His words were calm, giving people a sense of being simple and honest. I know it has nothing to do with you. Otherwise, how could my clan of bell keepers let it go? Humph! I am dissatisfied in my heart. I am dissatisfied that the ancestor pushed me into the game without authorization. As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere suddenly became stagnant. All the high-ranking officials of the Holy Sect quickly restrained their expressions, looked at their noses and their hearts, pretending that they heard nothing. The bell keepers can criticize the ancestor, but they dare not get involved. Although Li was accepted as a disciple by me on behalf of my master, I also trained him as the next generation of Bellkeeper. Now that he has fallen to this end, shouldn't I feel dissatisfied? Coincidentally, I have been investigated. Before I destroyed the reincarnation, I met Ancestor in the sky. Also, the Buddhist domain Moro, the knife domain knife, the sword domain sword idiot. These people also entered the game together. And had such a coincidence? Hee hee. He grinned fiercely. And the aura that emanated from him caused a large area of void behind him to collapse, slowly forming a huge black hole. Hey, adults, this is the end. And it is not good for it. We all understand that since this plan is aimed at the gods of the gods, these sacrifices are necessary. How can they be hooked without heavyweight chess pieces? The ancestors even used the real song as bait. So why would they care about the gains and losses of a few people? The fierce aura paused, and the fierce momentum slowly subsided. The other party was right. Under the general trend, personal gains and losses are no longer meaningful. The Book of Creation, a genuine ancient artifact in the hands of the gods, can reveal the only real-world line of 50 million years, and can see the inevitable result. This is a huge hidden danger for our human race, even if it's not for Ming, one of the 5 divine stones in the hands of the gods. We must eliminate it before the crest of the era begins. The Book of Creation is an extremely terrifying ancient artifact. Its greatest power is to see through the true results that are bound to occur in countless world lines. But the cost of using it is also extremely high. Every time it is activated, an ancestor-level strongman must sacrifice his life. And every time it is used, it will be dormant for 100 million years. Hundreds of millions of years ago, the ancestors set up the Twilight of the Gods plan, using Sin Realm B5173 as the chessboard, Song as bait, and countless lives as the price. Moro, Jianqi, Li, and others are all geniuses from various holy domains, who will surely break through to the 10th realm in the future real-world line. Only by paying such a huge price can we dispel the other party's doubts and enter the game without noticing when the world of gods activates the Book of Creation. The crime realm refers to the alien world that was completely eliminated by the human race to completely remove the high-end combat power, leaving only ordinary mortal people in the alien world. The eyes of the Wheel Emperor were shining, and the countless mirrors in his pupils were spinning rapidly, and the excitement in his heart was undoubtedly revealed. Haha. These disgusting rats in the world of gods have been hiding in the infinite dimensional space from ancient times to the present, using the power of ancient artifacts. They fight when they want to and retreat when they want to. They are so despicable. The Divine Stone Song has been left behind by many ancestors. They can't escape this time. In the world of gods. Hee hee. I'm afraid they would never have thought that song would become their death warrant. After this, the battlefield of the gods will disappear from the one true world forever. Several powerful men from the Jidao holy sect showed excitement on their faces. Being able to completely eradicate an alien force has been the wish of every human race strongman for countless years. They are honored to be able to participate in the Ragnarok project, the recent uproar over the alien invasions of the Weapon Alliance and the Alchemy Alliance, as well as the Ghost Mansion mobilizing everywhere to prepare for revenge. Is this also a step in the Twilight of the Gods plan? Xiong narrowed his eyes slightly. Although he had met the ancestor once, he was angry at the time and only had a general understanding of the plan. He didn't know much about the specific steps. The Lord of Wanshan Realm and several other powerful men looked at each other and nodded slightly. That's right. The ancestors have been planning for so long and have made up their minds to eradicate the world of gods in one fell swoop and completely eliminate the hidden dangers of the Book of Creation. To this end, no accidents can occur. Taking the opportunity to start a war is a lie. But it is true that we want to confuse the situation. We need to divert the attention of those alien races so that we can concentrate our strength on dealing with the world of gods. Xiong nodded slightly, was silent for a moment, and slowly said, I already know your intentions. The ancestor also informed me before. You can go back now. I know what to do. Several great men of the holy sect were delighted and quickly stood up, bowing slightly with their hands. Thank you, sir. After saying that, the few of them did not dare to disturb Xiong any further. They moved, crossed the red light gate, and left this world. Hey, junior brother. This is a matter of life and death for the human race. We, the Bellkeeper lineage, cannot stand aside. This is the highest rule and will of Jidao. Xiong sighed slightly, looking at the strange white crow on his shoulder with a complicated expression. Although he was dissatisfied in his heart, He could not act on impulse under the general situation. Humph. I hope the ancestor will keep his word and use the ancient artifact to help you afterwards. The fierce look became serious. He slowly stood up and walked towards the vast fog behind him. Crossing the fog, above the distant sky, a bright and dazzling golden light filled the entire sight. The golden bell is magnificent and majestic. Well, Jidao Zhong. Ah, Jidao Zhong. I have to fight for my life again. Xiong curled his lips slightly and walked towards the Jidao bell. Chapter 325 Bloody Massacre. The color is hazy, and beneath the huge Jidao bell is a strange space with a weird atmosphere and a gray hue. Xiong stood under the Jidao bell, looking up, a rare look of caution in his eyes. Li, you stay outside. Senior brother will be back soon. Ga. The white crow flapped its wings and flew into the sky, tilting its head and staring at the beast with its pale eyes. Don't worry. You won't die. He chuckled fiercely, raised his hand, and tore the black robe into pieces, revealing his muscular and strong upper body. On his skin, which was glowing darkly, countless densely packed, barely visible regular chains were entangled with each other, faintly converging into a strange pattern, covering his entire body. Boom! With a step of the foot, the void exploded, and the ferocious figure tore the space apart, instantly shooting into the strange space and time below the Jidao bell. On! Li! Roar! 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 Longing birds. The huge beast roar sounded. The four rough rules of the chains rang. The four saints of beasts slowly emerged. Hovering. The skulls were low, and the strange time and space below stared at the bangs. Silence. Dullness. An invisible pressure emerged inexplicably. Even the wind stopped its noise, and the laws fell silent, as if an unknown and terrifying thing was about to appear. After a long time, the atmosphere became depressing to the limit, and the white crow flapped its wings and retreated again and again. Boom! A huge, dull roar, as if a giant supporting the sky was stepping on the earth, resounded throughout the sky. Click! Click! Along with the sound of fine cracks. The boundary of the strange time and space was like a mirror, with a big hole appearing, and a thick thigh broke out of the hole. Buzz! Xiong took a step into a strange time and space. Stepped into the void. The terrifying gravity exploded, and the void collapsed and shattered. Amid the buzzing sound, countless colorful and solid chains of rules shot out from the soles of Xiong's feet, spreading across 1,000,000 miles of void, penetrating deep into the dimensional space, clinging to everything that could be attached. The chains of rules were stretched so tight that they barely stabilized Xiong's steps. Drink! Move! Boom! Amid the fierce roar, he took another step forward, and countless chains of rules shot out, connecting the endless dimensional void as a support. Bang! 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 After taking a few steps, Xiong's whole body finally broke away from the strange time and space. His strong body trembled slightly, and a dark light flowed on it. The regular pattern covering the whole body flashed violently. Xiong raised his arms high, carrying a huge bronze coffin on his shoulders. The bronze coffin was engraved with countless divine patterns all around. The many mysterious patterns were like living things, lifelike and slightly moving, thick and vast, quaint and quiet. The breath of endless years permeates and flows above the bronze coffin. Who? 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 He exhaled a few breaths fiercely. His eyes narrowed, and his trembling body took a few difficult steps again. Bang! 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 Time seemed to become extremely slow. After a long time, the evil spirit carrying the bronze coffin was only 100 feet away from Jidao Bell. Cough! 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 A trace of pain appeared in the fierce scarlet eyes. He coughed violently a few times, and a trace of golden blood slowly flowed down the corner of his mouth. The golden blood was extremely viscous, as if it was solid, and it instantly condensed into a round golden bead. The golden beads of blood rolled down, tearing the void and slamming heavily onto the ground. Boom! The solid ground shook violently, and the ground cracked and the mountains collapsed. Countless huge cracks in the ground spread wildly until they were thousands of miles away. When the smoke and dust cleared, a huge deep pit with a radius of thousands of miles appeared before their eyes. A drop of blood, which is heavy. Ga. The white crow flapped its wings and circled around the beast, and the movement on the ground below did not attract the two men's attention at all. Xiong looked at the anxious Baiya and forced a smile. He wanted to say something to comfort him, but he couldn't even utter a word. If he opened his mouth and lost his will, he would not be able to carry the bronze coffin anymore. Not enough. The fierce brows sank, and a shining star in the back appeared. The star river rolled up and turned into countless light spots into the fierce body. A horrible momentum was sparse. Xiong tightened his arms and moved his feet quickly, leaving countless afterimages. He carried the bronze coffin and ran wildly in the void. Oh! Wherever I passed, the void, together with the dimension barrier, burst into a sigh of breath, and ran out of hundreds of thousands of feet directly, completely away from the range of the atmosphere of the polar bell. Call! His ferocious look relaxed, and he slowly dropped into the air. The moment his feet touched the ground, he shouted loudly, Jian! The dark and rich regular fluctuations spread down from the toes, extending madly towards the flat land in all directions. Thousands of miles, tens of thousands of miles, and even millions of miles. Throughout millions of miles, the ground is all turned into dark metals, and the light shines. It can be seen faintly on the surface of the metal. Countless dense god patterns are intertwined into one, which is extremely hard and strong. Fall. Xiong's arms trembled, and he slowly bent his body. Veins bulged on his forehead, and his whole body burst into a dazzling divine light. When the bronze coffin was less than an inch away from the dark ground, Xiong directly loosened his hands. Boom! The horrifying roar spread throughout the world. The extremely hard black metal ground instantly cracked and shattered. The ground within a radius of 10,000 miles turned into powder in an instant. The huge cracks directly shattered the black metal ground within a radius of millions of miles. The bronze coffin sinks very quickly, and in a blink of an eye, it has sank hundreds of miles. Not good. The fierce look changes. And if this goes on, this world is afraid of being crushed. As soon as the figure shook, it appeared on the bronze coffin instantly. Jian! Firm! Earth seal! Heaven town! Stop right there! Boom! The murderer made all the best solutions, turning 90% of the world's regions into harder metals, condensed the power of carrier, and countless magic patterns were banned. After sinking thousands of miles under the bronze coffin, it finally settled it. Ha 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 ha! The fierce paralysis fell on the bronze coffin. Oh! His grandma is a bear. This breaking thing is really outrageous. 10,000 big sun stars add up. I'm afraid this is the case. He spit a spit, and finally slowed down. If it wasn't for his strength, there would be no way to carry this bronze coffin. The fierce line was low, and it fell on the bronze coffin. He knew in his heart that it was not the bronze coffin, but the one lying inside. After turning over, the eyes look at the bronze coffin. In the front of the many complicated god patterns, a small 4 characters were found. Ga. The white crow flapped his wings, passed through the deep pit of thousands of miles, fell on the fierce shoulder, and crooked his head and looked at the bronze coffin. Li, along with me, wake up the ancestors of the bell who guard the bell. Between speaking, the fierce look solemnly took out a small golden bell. The style and the pole clock were generally the same, and even the pervasive atmosphere was extremely similar. Slowly raised his hand and buckled the golden bell on top of the 4 characters. He chanted the extremely obscure and complicated spells in his mouth. A touch of golden light appeared, and the golden bell immediately became bright. The 4 characters quietly melted and turned into countless runes lit into the god pattern around the bronze coffin. The light shone, and all the god patterns came over, following the trajectory of the mystery, rotating quickly. Snap! The sealed, integrated bronze coffin made a strange sound, and a crack appeared on the edge of the coffin lid, and dazzling light gushed out. In the sound of hard friction, the coffin lid slowly moved away, and the fierce eyes narrowed. Looking at it, in the strong light, there is a corner of the void. A huge god wearing a gorilla anticipate armor and a tens of millions of miles, lying quietly in the void, surrounded by the sun, moon and stars around the body. The breath, endless years, and unchanged in ancient times. Clang! The murderous finger flicked the golden bell, and a ripple of bright golden light spread out, instantly sweeping across a corner of the void inside the bronze coffin. Kill and kill! The tragic killing sound boiled in the void. Without knowing it, the killing intention was empty, and the eyebrows of the huge god's body trembled, just like the eyes of the sun, and the moon slowly opened. Red and black pupils. Silence. Killing. In the fierce heart. A few steps back, and the two red and black columns contained endless destruction. They sprayed out of the bronze coffin, crushed the wall of the void boundary, and penetrated the dimension barrier. Clang! In the sky in the distance, the hanging bell hanging in the distance automatically sounded. The red and black column trembled suddenly, turning into countless light dandruff. And the horror atmosphere pervasive in the bronze coffin also converged. Singer, what is it now? An indifferent voice sounded in the deep pit. Xiong looked up and saw a young man in scarlet armor, standing on a bronze coffin with his hands behind his back, his red and black pupils looking him up and down. A smirk smiled, revealing the teeth of Mori. A slight hand. The 10th generation guardian. Fierce. I have seen the 4th ancestor. 4th. The Hadean age. The 10th. Have you been so long? Hee hee. I slept for 35 billion years. I don't know if those old friends are dead. Fierce. Let's talk about what happened in the future. You must go to the end of the kanji in this seat, and see a old man. The man in blood-stained clothes said this, and without waiting for a response from the villain, he took a step forward and disappeared in an instant. Yes, Ancestor Shui too. The fierce lips can only be agreed by the hand. According to the secret records, the 4th generation of the bell, the real name of the blood. It seems that the ancestor of this blood slaughter is not a stable guy. When I woke up, I thought about going to the dry frame. His grandma is a bear. Is I picking the wrong bronze coffin? Well, forget it. Now that things have come to this, we can't just push the 4th Hokage back, right? We can't defeat him anyway. The fierce shook his head, stepped out, and returned to the gorilla square, sitting cross-legged in meditation. The happenings in the outside world had nothing to do with him. He is just a bell. Chapter 326 The Demon Tribe's Thoughts. Dry is Tianong. Kun is the Yin. Yuan is the beginning and Mo is the end. One of the only two major points in the real world. The opposite side of the Qianyuan realm is also the foundation point of the birth of the ghost government. Unlike the Qianyuan realm is a huge mainland world. The end of the Kun is composed of 18 huge plain worlds, and the area is roughly comparable to the Qianyuan realm. There is no distinction between day and night in the end of the Kun. It is located in a remote place in the endless universe. There is only a huge dark star that exists in the depths of the dimensions of the dimension. This world seems to be small, but civilization is equally prosperous. Not only is the cultivation world, it is countless mortal people, but it still forms a unique ordinary dynasty. There is not much difference with the human race elsewhere, but the skin is extremely white, and the temperament is more cold. The equally complicated and huge monk forces have been rooted in the 18 in Noodle's world. The end of the kanji is more active in the rules of Yin. Dark, negative, and destruction. Deep in the unknown dimension of Kunmo realm, there is a strange, eerie and pale space, in which lies a huge continent, square and pitch black, covering an area of no less than billions of miles at a glance. The countless black palaces on it are tall and endless. The dark dots of the ant horn of the ants travel back and forth between the palaces. On the void of the mainland, thousands of paint-long black ships are hovering. It is larger than the golden battleship of the Ting Ting, and the breath is more scary. It is filled with a strong breath of killing. There are countless sharp spikes and bumps on it, showing a stingy. This is a war machine born for killing and destruction. Looking at it, the dimension space of each warship has been added hundreds of millions of times, and thousands of ships are looking at it a glance. But it is hundreds of billions of ships. The place where such a terrible war power gathered was self-evident, and it was naturally the Ghost Mansion and War Division. On top of the Dark Continent, there are 10 extraordinarily magnificent palaces, which belong to the 10 directors of the War Division. A luminous light broke through the void, falling outside the palace, standing straight, and said indifferently, "It is the director of the 7th Division. There is a close part of the God Court Evaluation Division, which requires adults to see it." Quack! The heavy door slowly opened a gap, and the dim dark star light was projected into the dark hall. The hall was dark in the hall. Only the light on the throne gathered. A strong shadow of a magnificent shore was slightly pouring, and God looked at the content of several jade tubes. Shinting Inspection Division? 3 treasure halls. These guys must have a mess to throw them to the division of the war. The 7th director toned slightly, looked up at the big man outside the hall, nodded and said, "Let's come up." "Yes." The big man's fingers bounced lightly, and a dark golden metal ball covered with magic patterns turned into a flowing light. "I'll take my leave." Boom! The heavy door slammed shut, and the hall was plunged into darkness once again. making the light from the throne even brighter. The seventh director's sight was low, and it fell on the metal ball. Oh! Let the seat look at. Which side is so unlucky? He knew in his heart that since it was found on the head of their war, there would be no other except killing. After all, they can't do anything else in addition to killing and destruction. When his eyes were condensed, he turned his hands and took out a seal. On the obscure seal, the word seventh was engraved. Click! Click! When the seal was pressed on the dark gold ball, the god pattern on the surface suddenly turned madly, split, bloomed into a lotus flower, and a white jade tube of a finger size was displayed on the flower heart. The soul thoughts were explored, and the huge information flow was instantly digested by the seventh director, and a clear color flashed in the deep eyes. Well, is the endless sea demon family? These beasts are really daring, but the means are good, making it difficult for the audit department to catch its tail. Unfortunately, my war is done. No evidence is needed. The beginning and end of the matter are also very clear. The sea demon family has the enemy of the enemy, but the evaluation department has not been able to master solid evidence. It is forced to do it directly, and cannot do it directly. Although the sirens are located in the most remote endless sea area of Qianyuan realm, and do not have close contacts with the three core forces of the demon clan, they are still part of the demon clan after all. If the inspection bureau takes forceful action to eradicate them, it will inevitably cause dissatisfaction among the demon clan. During the special period of the time of the times, the conflict with the alien races will only intensify, and it is still not possible to have a gap with the demon race. Whether or not he will be abandoned in the future is a matter for the future. Although the inspection department could not take forceful action, it could not tolerate the alien race sticking such a big nail in the throat of the human race. After all, it is the Qianyuan realm. One of the only poles of the real world is extremely important. It is clear that the hidden dangers are not allowed to exist. Therefore, this rotten stall can only be thrown to the warrior. It's quite simple. What crime should we charge them with this time? The seventh director showed his thoughts, and shook his head after a while. Forget it. Let's just follow the old rules. We'll kill them all first, and then throw out some of their bodies afterwards. We'll catch them red-handed, and no one will dare to talk back at my war department. The seventh director's expression was indifferent, and the fate of the sea demon family had been determined between the words. The destruction of countless life was not even fart in his eyes, especially these enemy forces. This kind of thing is not once or twice. After countless years, the Ting Ting Inspection Division and their Ghost Mansion War have formed a tacit understanding. On the night of the heavy moon, I remember the only ancestor of the Siren clan. Due to the characteristics of his bloodline, his strength would be weakened by 20% every night of the heavy moon. It seems that the inspection department has already planned it for me. I just don't know which ancestor was this time. The seventh director put away the seal and jade tube, and gently hit the case table. In the dark shadow of the main hall, a twisted black shadow slowly emerged, rolling, and instantly turned into a blurred figure under the throne. Grown-ups. The sound is hard and cold, without a trace of emotions. An air. Go and invite the fourth, sixth, and ninth directors. I have something to discuss with them. Yes. Darkness nodded slightly, and then turned into a shadow, and disappeared into the darkness. The seventh director slowly stood up, paced back and forth with his hands behind his back, a hint of thought flashing through his eyes. The demon race. There seems to be something wrong. Since ancient times, the sea demon family has been living in a long time. It has been honest for so many years. But now, he suddenly jumped out. He has to make people doubt whether it has been used as a gun. Is it a demon trial to test the people of my family? Since the time of several times, my family has to be suppressed by the demon alliance with the demon race from the siege of the alien. But my race has been developing rapidly. The power accumulated in several times has faintly surpassed the exotic people, and the role of the demon race is not great. The seventh director narrowed his eyes slightly. A cold light flashed across them. His guess was very likely that in ancient times, before the alien races launched a large-scale attack, the human and demon races had always been hostile to each other. That is, the relationship is not so good now. But under external pressure, it is forcibly twisted together. After the alien is completely eliminated, what will the demon race end? Faced with the powerful human race, the demon race became frightened and began to plan a retreat. But it was impossible, even in the end, completely falling to the alien side. Beasts are beasts. Non-my ethnic groups. Their hearts must be different. This kind of wall grass is better. The seventh director suppressed the murderous intent in his eyes, and slowly calmed down his thoughts. Since he could see these things, the ancestors of the heaven beyond heaven would naturally see further. It was not his turn to consider what attitude they should adopt towards the demon clan. From this point of view, destroying the Sea Demon clan still has to do a little more beautifully. This may be a test of the high-level 2 ethnic groups. Sea Demon. It turned out to be just a pawn. The seventh director's breath has been recovered, and he has seen through the bending around, and only to discuss with several other directors to prevent omissions. What is this aura? The seventh director looked at him with a look of darkness, and the darkness deep in his eyes was extremely deep. A red and black silk thread, through the dimension of the dimension space, screwed towards the bottom layer of the end of Kun. Silence, killing, and vague fluctuations made the seventh director's heart tremble. It's the breath of the human race. Such a terrifying and strange fluctuation. Which ancestors appeared? The seventh director narrowed his eyes slightly, and his figure disappeared in an instant. Chapter 327, The Non-Existent Plane. As we all know, there are 18 layers of plane world in the end of the Kun. However, only a few top strong people know that high-level human race knows that in the deepest part of the end of the Kunji, there is still a layer of the 19th level of planes that are not recorded. The ancestor of the blood slaughter across the boundless star domain. I do it know what channels passed, and came from the Qin Yuan realm to the end of the Kun in a short time. You know, on the surface, there is a terrifying distance of nearly 300 trillion light-years between the two worlds. Even if you use the transmission hubs of the Divine Court and the Ghost Palace to jump continuously, it will take a long time. Ancestor Shui Tu transformed into a red and black light, traveling through the dimensional space, quickly passing through the 18 planes of the world, and coming to a hazy place at the bottom. The ancestor of the blood slaughter stood in the void of the dimension, and a hint of memories flashed in the red and black pupils. For a moment, he turned his hands and took out a pale bone token, buried, the tomb of God and demon. With one hand, he pinched the magic formula, and the bone order was activated. A bright gray light flashed, and a huge portal slowly opened in the dimensional void. It was dark and deep, and could not be seen. Ancestor Shui Tu put away the token and stepped into the portal. Light and shadow flowed, and the huge portal shattered and dissipated in an instant like a bubble. Black, endless darkness, without a trace of existence. Silence is mixed. Aura, energy, rules, and even rules do not exist. Trample, trample. The blood slaughtering the old ancestor was quiet. A scarlet armor stepped on the hard ground, making a crisp sound. In the silent space, it was extremely harsh. There are no laws or rules here, but it can make sounds, which is extremely weird. Boom! As the blood slaughter ancestor stepped deeper, green ghost fires appeared out of thin air and burned fiercely, causing a ray of light to appear in the dark space. The light fell, illuminating the surrounding scene. Tomb! A huge tomb without a tombstone. The huge and majestic grave, as long as it is the place where the green light falls, is a dense grave. Looking at it at a glance, the end is not the end. Hey, young man, what brings you to the burial ground? It's a bit rude of you not to greet an old man like me first. An old man? As if the weak voice was about to break his breath, sounded behind the ancestor of the blood slaughter. Ancestor Shui Tu paused, narrowed his eyes slightly, and a faint red light flashed. He did not even notice the slightest abnormality. Even when the other party spoke, he still did not feel any fluctuation behind him. With his strength, even if this place is not existing, it should not be the case. Ancestor Shui Tu raised his brows slightly, slowly turned around, and lowered his eyes slightly. It was really because the other person's body was too short compared to his body, only reaching his waist. Short, old, with messy yellow and white hair, wearing a tattered and almost decayed ancient robe, cloudy and lifeless eyes, layer upon layer of wrinkled skin, dull and lifeless, full of death. Old man, who are you? The ancestor of the blood slaughter can be used by the ancestor, which can exist in this place. The other party is obviously not easy. He has never seen a living person before he sleeps. Is this old man who crawled out of the grave? Uh-huh. Young man, since you have entered the burial ground, but you don't know me? An old man? It seems that you got the god and demon order by chance. Right? The old man shook his head slightly, pounded the dry wooden crutch in his hand, moved his skinny legs, and walked towards the depths of the tombs. Are you here to bury the body? Or to dig it up? Ancestor Shwetu frowned, with endless information churning in his mind. He wanted to find a clue, but found nothing. He could only bury his head and follow. Old man, I buried a few friends here in the 4th era. I came here just to see if they are alive or not. Oh, the 4th era. That's a long time ago. If we're lucky, we should be able to survive. Let's dig and see. The old man tilted his head and thought for a moment. Then his cloudy eyes began to look around, as if he could see through the extreme darkness. Let me think about it. Where are the ones from the 4th era buried? This is not the place. This is the 5th era. This is not the place either. This is the 8th era. Yes, here it is. All the gods and demons of the 4th age are buried here. The old man took the blood-slaughter ancestor and wandered around in the tombs, crossing countless majestic tombs and coming to a dense and neatly arranged tomb group. A pale stone tablet stood, with 2 characters 4th engraved on it. How is it? Pretty neat, right? You little guys always mess up this place every time you come in, burying people here and there. I, an old man, have worked hard to help you move the graves according to different eras and bury them neatly. It will be more convenient for you to dig graves. Right? Ancestor Shwetu's brows trembled. Who is this old man? The secret of God seems to have obsessive-compulsive disorder. Old man? Who are you? Ancestor Shwetu bowed his head slightly and used honorifics for the first time. He didn't know much about this place. This mysterious old man seemed to have existed here from the most ancient times. Hey, me? The old man grinned, revealing his few remaining yellow teeth. I have forgotten my name, too. I only know that they all call me Old Man. Grey Keeper. Qian Yuan Realm. Ranhua Territory. Yulan Sect. Luo Qing'er slowly opened her eyes. A green light flashed, and her breath slowly returned to normal. He took the white jade bead in his palm and looked at it carefully in front of his eyes, with a thoughtful look on his face, and his mind slowly probed into it. Main mission. 1. The re-emergence of the fallen genius. Explore the secrets hidden in Xiaoran. Deliver him to the Tian Luo space, and receive the reward. Why? Luo Qing'er sighed lightly. Although she had relied on the Tian Luo space to obtain countless benefits over the years, including elixirs, magic weapons, and secret manuals of magical skills, his cultivation also improved rapidly. Not only did he successfully break through to the Yuanshan realm, he also became a true disciple of the Yulan sect, one of the top 10 sects in the Ranhua region. It can be said that she has transformed from a crow into a phoenix and soared into the sky. However, in the past 10 years, this main task has not been completed. At the beginning, the waste material Xiaoran had been retired after being divorced, and she did not know what to make it. The 5-year contract fought with her a draw, and confidently set the next 10-year appointment. As the day of the decisive battle draws closer, Luo Qing'er doesn't have much confidence this time. Xiaoran's progress is really too weird. Tian Luo. Do you have any way to help Qing'er? Qing'er really doesn't want to lose. Buzz. As if Luo Qing'er's prayers had taken effect, the white jade bead trembled slightly, and a red light shot into Luo Qing'er's soul. This is. Luo Qing'er digested the information. Her eyes suddenly lit up, and joy appeared on her pretty face. Unexpectedly, this Tian Luo space has opened up a new function. It only requires the consumption of spirit stones and other resources, and then taking a hair or a drop of blood. You can then turn on this function of hexagram deduce, and take a peek into the secrets of your future destiny. Luo Qing'er was shocked. What should I do if I want to defeat Xiaoran? He took out a pile of spirit stones, plucked a strand of hair, and sent them all into the Tian Luo space. After waiting for a moment, a red light shot out, and countless information poured into Luo Qing'er's soul. Ha! I see. That's how it is. Xiaoran. Humph. Let's see how you fight me this time. Luo Qing'er's eyes were shining brightly. She had seen the future clearly, and had a clear idea of how to take each step. She now has foresight, and knows that Xiaoran is destined to not escape from her grasp. At the edge of the boundless sea, 10,000 feet underground, Bai Donglin sat cross-legged. He had been in seclusion for 2 years. The 30,000 hidden spiritual orifices he sensed in his body, plus the 20,000 hidden spiritual orifices he sensed in the past 2 years. A total of 50,000 had been successfully opened up. He is now concentrating on devouring and transforming cultivation resources to nourish many spiritual orifices. At the same time, the trinity of spirits and souls was not idle either. It had new insights into the Xianqian Bagua Tai Chi diagram and had made considerable progress, so it could be used on a large scale. He had three purposes for opening the hexagram deduction function of the Tianluo space. First, by deducing for all Tianluo hosts and understanding the fate of all living beings, they can accumulate experience and quickly improve their understanding of this technique. Second, by selling this function, you can earn resources for cultivation. The third and most important thing is to steal the power of heaven and earth. That is the backlash of heaven and earth. If one changes the fate of others without authorization, he will have to endure all kinds of horrific backlash. The power of heaven and earth ignores the defense of his body and soul, so it can be said to be real damage. Is there a better way to gain enhanced energy than this? From now on, triggering damage reversal no longer requires consuming any energy. When he was trying to change the fate of the white fox, he had this idea in mind, and now it has come to fruition. At the beginning, the practice of this hexagram was just under the purpose of avoiding the fierceness for himself. Unfortunately, the reality is cruel. He is special, is a cross person, no true spirit, and does not exist in this world. Neither he himself nor anyone else can predict his future destiny. It can be regarded as a favorable disadvantage. The problem is not big. The prospect of hexagram deduction is very great, but it is not sophisticated enough at present. When it reaches a high level in the later stage, there is another method of use that remains to be tested, since you can't deduce yourself. So, how about the method I use to deduce my own skills? The true scripture of pregnant god and forged demon. Thinking leap. Control of the 8 divisions. Rather than deduction. It is better to say that you are bringing your own future insights in advance. There was a little smile in Bai Donglin's eyes, feeling that he would be bright in the future. Anyway, he was not afraid of anti-bullying. Every time he was deduced, he could make a lot of money and earn a lot of money, peep into destiny, and steal the power of heaven and earth. Ahem. I am really a big villain. I don't even let my future self go. I want to borrow some luck in advance and get a glimpse of his insights into the technique. What a sin! What a sin! Chapter 328, Numbed by the Thunder Tribulation. Deep in the earth, there are rivers of magma and fire energy that is extremely abundant, and the law of fire is condensed and manifested. In this boundless world of flames, a huge bird-shaped demonic beast spreads its wings and hovers, looking at the flaming magma as if it were nothing. Its body is blood red, and every feather is the embodiment of the law of fire, with divine patterns lingering around it. The breath is vast. Cry! The blood-red firebird raised its head and cried, and the flaming crown behind its head shone brightly. I sensed it. The opportunity for a breakthrough. Today is the day for me to break through to great power and enter the realm of gods and demons. Broken! The blood-red firebird roared madly, and its huge wings, with a wingspan of tens of thousands of feet, flapped wildly. The underground magma river with a radius of tens of thousands of miles was stirred, slowly forming a terrifying vortex with no end in sight. The laws were boiling, and endless fire energy was gathered and poured into the body of the firebird. Snap! As the blood-red giant bird roared, a mysterious wave inexplicably emerged from its body, sweeping across the huge demon pill in its body that was crystal clear and filled with red light. It gathers endless demonic power and is engraved with many laws. It is the core source of the firebird's energy and the hardest material demon pill in its body. Under the influence of the mysterious fluctuations, it shattered instantly and turned into countless scarlet light particles. Each particle of light shone with bright light, and the aura was mysterious and powerful. The shattering of the demon pill should have been the most feared thing for all demons. But the giant blood-red bird's eyes lit up, exuding a strong joy. The first step went smoothly. The next step is to fuse the divine power particles, forcibly suppressing the joy in his heart. The firebird's huge soul and consciousness poured out, carrying with it countless scarlet light particles transformed from demon pills, spreading in all directions within the body. Each scarlet particle, following a specific trajectory, vaguely coincided with a particle of flesh and blood. But between the two, it seems that there is an irreplaceable barrier, and it cannot be merged at all. The blood-red firebird's eyes were calm, and he knew the situation inside his body very well. He was waiting for the thunder tribulation to come. If you want to shatter the gap between the light dandruff and the particles, you must pass through the baptism of the force of thunder and cross the thunderbolt to smoothly integrate the divine particles. Cry! The firebird was crying, and the war was loud. Boom! In the boundless sea area, the waves are turbulent. In the sky above it, the dark clouds appeared out of thin air, covering the large sunlight, and turning the region of this square into darkness. Sizzle! Boom! The thunder rolled, the lightning appeared, and a horrible pressure was permeated. Different from the thunderstorm that naturally produced on weekdays, the breath of these thunder is unprecedented, containing no majesty, but the power of the heavens and the earth. The punishment of the heavens and the earth. As the dark clouds continued to roll and the thunder condensed, the pressure became more and more terrifying. Under the stimulation, countless lives in the sea below fled frantically, trying their best to stay away from this area full of destructive atmosphere. Boom! After a long time of brewing, the power of the thunder in the dark clouds has turned into a dazzling sea of thunder, and a few rough scarlet thunders instantly split. It exceeds the speed of light, with unfathomable power. Wherever it passes, the void explodes, and the sea water and rock formations turn into nothingness in an instant. The ground is 100,000 feet, and through the safe house blessed by Donglin's many arrays, it is unfortunate, just on the road of blocking the scarlet thunder. Boom! With a muffled sound, the formation of the safe house flashed violently, but failed to withstand the scarlet thunder. Countless runes shattered and melted away. At the same time, the power of thunder was also consumed by 10%. Donglin sat cross-legged in the center of the safe house, with a peaceful expression. The dark world in his body was doing its best to devour and transform the cultivation resources. 99% of the massive resources had been consumed. The many spiritual orifices in his body were shining brightly, like a vast galaxy. It doesn't take much energy to devour and transform energy, as it is all operated automatically by the dark realm. Most of Donglin's attention is in the Tianluo space, and he is still busy telling fortunes for the Tianluo hosts. There is no way. The function of the hexagram is really popular, and has been well received by all the Tianluo hosts, until the moment the scarlet thunder broke through the safe house. Donglin opened his eyes under his instinct, and the color of Aaron flashed in his eyes, was too late to respond. The speed of this thunder is really too fast, far exceeding the speed of light. From falling to splitting to Dong. There is no slightest gap at all. Boom! The scarlet thunder split in Donglin's eyebrows, as if he had found the goal. A few thick thunder pillars, a fierce contraction, not overflowing the split, and poured into Donglin's body with a thin body. With a trembling, the skin was faintly cracking, and the scarlet light pillar was sprayed out of the 7 tricks, and a black long hair exploded like a hedgehog. Sizzle! Sizzle! The safe house was filled with the burning smell of the air. The white Eastling robe was broken. The power of immortal recovery has grinded each other with the power of the thunderbolts. A huge reinforcement energy continues to emerge, and the soul whale is digested. Belch! After a while, Donglin opened his mouth and beat a separation, and a burnt black smoke was spit out. What? Donglin was confused. He looked up and saw a huge hole that penetrated the earth and sea water and reached the dark clouds in the sky. A mighty destruction atmosphere spreads and flows through the entire channel. Once the seawater approaches, it instantly turns into nothingness, and it cannot be closed. Sizzle! Boom! The thunder rolled fiercely in the dark clouds. The light shone, and the terrorist atmosphere continued to increase. Donglin frowned, thinking for a moment. His eyes lighted up suddenly. Is it because I accidentally changed the fate of a special fate of Tianluo? The previous backlashes all appeared silently out of thin air inside the body, and there was no such a big scene. Donglin nodded slightly, and had 7 or 8 points for his guessing. But which host was it? He exhibited tens of thousands of hexagrams during this time. Specifically, which host was so special? He couldn't take it for a while. The only true realm is too big. It is almost impossible for a single individual to affect the general trend, unless it is the tide of those times. The key figures related to the trend of the big event will cause a fierce reaction to the heavens and the earth against the fate of the big event. The vast majority of people are just a drop of small water droplets in the tide of the times. Even if the wings of butterflies are flying, it will not affect anything, and it will only be overwhelmed by the general trend. This is why Dong dares to be unscrupulous, and the reasons for the deduction of hexagrams in a large scale. He is very clear that some of the small-scale fluctuations in the Fate River have no effect on the general trend, and it is within its fault tolerance. Regardless, you will have the opportunity to find this special host in the future. Now, you should enjoy the fruit of victory. Ha ha ha. This thunder tribulation is all mine. Bai Dong's eyes flashed in the excitement. Crossing one step, and instantly appeared on the sea, under the clouds of thousands of miles. Follow the laws of heaven and earth. The eyes were bright. The magical powers exhibited. And the body rose crazy. Hundreds of feet. Thousands of feet. Until 2,333.33 feet slowly stopped. Snapped. The huge fists were clenched tightly. And the void suddenly exploded and shattered. And the palm seemed to be holding two huge black holes. I'm obedient. Am I so strong now? If you are sublimated by the exhibition, you must not take off directly. Boom! The horror of the thunder converges. And the desire is not descended. Bai Donglin looked up. And his bright eyes stared at the dark clouds. Drinking loudly. Come on! Do me hard. If you can't die today, don't you want to leave? Sizzle! There are dozens of feet thick. And the red thunder is lightning. Cross the void. And instantly split on the huge skull of Bai Donglin. Roar! Enough! Come again! Boom! Sizzle! Ah! That feels so good. Harder. Sizzle. Sizzle. Come on! Don't give up. Ollie! The ground magma river is boundless. And a large magma flame vortex that is extremely large. Stretching tens of thousands of miles. Blood-red firebird slightly shocked his wings. And it was deeply floating in the hot magma. A huge bird face with a strange expression. It was an expression that wanted to be big, but couldn't pull out the expression after sitting on the toilet. Obviously, the thunderbolt was above. But the thunder robber was like a coquettish lady who had just passed the door. His grandma did not fall. It's just so uncomfortable. Numb. Completely numb. The huge body of the firebird trembled slightly. And he was about to hold on. If the thunder robber would never come, he would soon be able to maintain the delicate balance in his body. The breakthrough fails. The consequences are serious. The firebird's huge eyes suddenly turned blood red, and it cried wildly. Cry. Chapter 329. I'm on the top again. Don't force me. Don't force me to take the initiative. Bai Donglin's huge body stood in the void. And his thick black hair completely became an explosive head. His top was completely burned. Only a pair of trousers were protected by him. And the secrets of blood armor continued to perform crazy. These pants are his last bit of dignity. In the huge eyes, colorful thunder flickered unsteadily. And it stared fixedly at the dark clouds in the sky, which had become very thin. This thunder tribulation doesn't seem to be very powerful. It looks like it's about to be drained dry. It has stopped sending down thunder. But it doesn't retreat either. I don't know what it's struggling with. Huh? I don't know what happened. Since I can't bear to leave. Don't leave. Bai Donglin snorted. Stepped on his feet. And the void collapsed and burst. Like the body of the mountain turned into a luminous light. And instantly shot into the sea of William Lei. Sizzle. Sizzle. Thunderbian seemed to be offended. The wide Lei Hai instantly boiled. And the colorful thunder lightning turned into a huge thunder dragon. Hovering. And wrapped around Bai Donglin. Well-timed. Dark world. Bai Donglin's eyes brightened and did not retreat. A mammoth pierced into the Lei Hai. At the same time, a dark black light appeared from his chest and spread to the Lei Sea in all directions. Although the power of thunder robberies is violent, swallowing and transforming is particularly difficult. But it is a bit of a little bit. It is not good to waste a little bit. Bai Donglin was in the ocean, and countless attacks made him like a big bulb. The whole body shone fiercely, and there was a large thunderous light in the Chichu. Despite the endless pain, Bai Donglin's strong will did not waver in the slightest. Only the huge energy that continued to emerge made him feel a little happy. This thunder tribulation attack is actually not weak. Any cultivator in the divine source realm would not dare to take it head-on, let alone go directly into the ocean of thunder tribulation, which would be tantamount to suicide. However, Bai Donglin didn't care. The essence of the flesh and the spirit in the body has been opened to 77,852, all of which have devoured massive resources. And it has been quite extraordinary. So many spiritual tricks not only gave him the power of terror, but also the defense that complemented it, and also reached the point of horror. Although he didn't want to admit it, his current physical body had indeed completely surpassed the power of his soul. In essence, one is the lower three realms of supernatural powers, and the other is the upper three realms of divine source. But the strength is vastly different. This is the pregnancy god casting the demon scripture. The unlimited spirit to open up the method of the law will come to this step, which is also the success of the water. Only now was he considered a true physical cultivator, rather than a strange physical cultivator whose spirit and soul were far more powerful than his body. At the current speed of cultivation, if the soul does not have any special encounters, it will be difficult to surpass the physical body in the future, even if he uses all his strengthening energy to strengthen the soul. Boom! It seemed that Bai Donglin swallowed up in the ocean of the thunderbolts, and the Wuyun, which spread thousands of miles, began to slowly dissipate. A strange, vital energy shot out from the depths of the Sea of Thunder and instantly penetrated into Bai Donglin's body. What is this? Bai Donglin raised a slightly eye-catching, feeling that many spiritual tricks in the body cheered. Crazy melon divided into the strange energy poured into the body, different from the energy that usually devoured it. After the spirit swallowed these strange energy, a strange transformation occurred. But Bai Donglin's Lingxiao is too much. These strange energy are divided into a little bit of spirituality, and each spiritual trick is divided into a little bit, and it becomes minimal. Is there any reward for resisting the backlash of heaven and earth? Bai Donglin frowned slightly, looking for the information in his mind, and did not find related records. He didn't think about it after shaking his head. Looking around, the dark clouds were less than 1,000 miles in radius, and the Sea of Thunder was gradually dissipating. Okay. Goodbye to see you. Bai Donglin's grin showed a bright smile. Waved his hand. A good person, helping others for no rewards. And he gave him strange energy. When the robbery is about to dissipate, the blood-red firebird in the magma and the Sea of Fire finally noticed that it was wrong. He hid in the stratigraphic magma river to cross the robbery in order to use the geographical interest and use the strong fire of the fire in this place to fight the horrible thunderbolt. Lei Jie can not only help the monks integrate the divine particles, if the cultivation is not enough, it is also a common thing. But now, as he perceived, the thunder tribulation seemed to be dissipating. The blood-red firebird was stunned. Where is my thunder tribulation? It's so huge. Cry. The huge eyes of the firebird stared at, and the hot god fire spit out, turning the magma in front of him into nothingness. The huge wings were shocking, and the birds turned into a scarlet light and shadow, crossed through the magma river, cut through the extremely deep strata, and rushed towards the sky. The magma rolled upside down, wrapped behind by the firebird behind him, and poured towards the ground together. Cry! Bai Donglin frowned and lowered his eyes. A huge crack suddenly appeared on the seabed. A red shadow shot out, and hot magma gushed out. The surrounding sea water temperature rose rapidly and evaporated. Water vapor surged, and bubbles rolled. Fortunately, all the lives in this area were scared away when the thunder struck. Otherwise, all lives would have been destroyed. The magma was sprayed to a high altitude, forming a dazzling scarlet inflammation column, flowing and spreading. A huge cone-shaped mountain peak slowly formed on the bottom of the sea. An underwater volcano erupted, and a giant monster bird spewed out. Bai Dong was scratching the messy explosive head, watching the scarlet bird shadow that shot into the dark clouds. No! Don't do that. My thunder tribulation. Why? Don't go. Don't go. Stay with me. Firebird's figure shuttled back and forth in the dark clouds, and even closer, his face closer to the thunderbolt that had been afraid of him. It is a pity that everything is futile. The scattered of the thunder robbery is inevitable. A trace of thunder that forcibly retained is just the barrier between the particles and the flames in the body slightly. Cry. After all, Thunderbion still dissipated. The sky was clear again, and the firebird raised his head to slander, and his voice was crying. Hee hee. Bai Dong smiled awkwardly, and instantly understood what the situation was. He shook his head, and was about to turn around. This is not to blame him. Who calls this old Ean so insignificant? It's you? It's you who ruined my thunder tribulation. The scarlet eyes of the firebird fell on Bai Donglin's body. At this time, Bai Donglin was too conspicuous. The huge body of more than 2,000 feet. The explosive head of the green smoke. It was difficult to cause attention. Moreover, within thousands of miles here, the second living creature cannot be found. I said this was a misunderstanding. Do you believe it? Bai Donglin's shadow stopped and turned slowly. He spread his hands innocently. The bad guys practiced, but the endless hatred, even if the other party was a demon. If there was no evil, he would not deliberately destroy the thunderbolt in order to strengthen his energy. This is immoral. Everything in heaven and earth is extremely difficult to cultivate to the robbery. He will compare his heart. If anyone does it like this, he is afraid that he must not dig out the 18th-generation ancestors. Unfortunately, things have come to this point, and I can only say it was a misunderstanding. Bai Donglin's lips, His eyes fell on the lucky ring. No. You blamed this unlucky thing. How can there be such a coincidence? After hiding for 3 or 4 years, it seems that I can't suppress my doom. It is you. When God Palace rewards the list. The top of the list is the east. The Firebird's eyes were bright, and the flames of the flames were full of fierce wings. Bai Donglin looked at his face, and the embarrassment on his face suddenly became arrogant and became arrogant. Okay. Suddenly, he was at ease, destroying the practice of others' practice. His eyes were cold, and he stared at the Firebird. Hee. 3 years. 3 years. 3 years and 3 years. Do you know how hard I am hiding? Your Wing God Palace really wants to kill all? Noth. I have nothing to say about you who are unmanned beasts. Fight! A light flashed in Bai Donglin's eyes, and his figure flashed, and he instantly appeared behind the Firebird. Kill! On the huge fist, scarlet threads gathered into a solid boxing glove, and countless thick chains of laws were wrapped around the body. A punch was thrown out at a speed exceeding the speed of light. The void was shattered, and black cracks spread thousands of miles away. So fast, the pupils of the Firebirds are shrinking into the tip of the needle, and it is too late to react. Like instinct, the color of the scarlet body, the thick shields of the colorful fire lingering, automatically emerge, and the death is against the back. The device of this destiny geofunction was shield. Clang. The sound of the golden iron strike sounded through the clouds. The shock waves were stunned. The void collapsed, and the clouds were all overwhelmed. Boom! The sea sank thousands of times, and the coast not far away was swept away by Yubo. The soil rock formation was generally turned into a powder, and an empty hemisphere is instantly forming a 50-100 miles of empty hemisphere. Snap! The scarlet shield trembled slightly, starting from the center, and several large cracks spread to the entire shield surface. What do you think? Can you withstand my punch? Which is the result of 30 years of hard work. Bai Donglin grinned, waved a huge fist, and was very satisfied with his power today. Puff! Cough! The Firebird's life weapon was destroyed, and it suffered a backlash. It violently coughed up a mouthful of golden red blood. The blood fell into the sea, and the sea water within 1,000 feet radius suddenly burned fiercely. How is it possible? In intelligence, you are still a magical power in a few years ago. Although the means are weird, how can it have such a terrible power? Firebird's horror is shocked. You must know that he was originally a goddess that was about to break through. Besides, at this time, his situation was special, and he was in a state of breaking unbreakable. It is even more powerful than the ordinary desperate means of breaking the demon pill. But the device, he made every effort. He couldn't hold the other person with a punch, which really made him unbelievable. There is nothing impossible. Crooked. Want to delay time? Do you think I'm a fool? The words did not fall, and Bai Donglin appeared in front of the Firebird in an instant, and his eyes were extremely indifferent. Die! The body surface is faintly floating in cash inflammation, and the scarlet fist appeared on a layer of dark world black light. The speed of Bai Donglin's power soared again. The speed was originally a strong Firebird, but it was impossible to lock Bai Donglin's figure at all. He is too fast. The Firebird's eyes showed despair, and its huge body was instantly covered by fist shadows. Inch by inch, it was shattered and destroyed at the particle level. The broken particles were silently swallowed up by a black light. In an instant, the Firebird's body and a large area of void disappeared together, and it died completely. Oh! Do you think I am a villain? Will you give you a chance to come back? Stupid! Bai Donglin sneered, shrank his body, opened the low-dimensional world, stepped into it and disappeared. It only took 3 breaths from the time the Firebird saw his face to the time he escaped into the low-dimensional world. He was sure that the powerful and mighty ones from the Wing Palace would arrive as soon as he left. Under normal circumstances, he could still have some luck. But the reason why he was so anxious now was entirely because of the lucky ring. His luck value was negative now, and all results would tilt towards his worst side. Tian Luo. Master, what do you want? A huge ball of light was suspended in the void, with soft light and warm sound. Bai Donglin smiled softly. His body was red and flickered, and the broken robe returned to its brand new. His messy hair also turned back to his original appearance. Search for me some monks or forces that have committed heinous crimes, breaking the customs today. I want to slaughter some dog cubs to help me. And by the way, add my poor luck. He paused. His eyes narrowed slightly, revealing an inexplicable look. as if saying, Tianluo, you know? Understand? Master, please wait a moment. Search. Screen. Target lock. Chapter 330, Exploration of Civilization. In the dark and deep underground passage, the light was dim, and the hard rock walls were covered with traces of knife and axe cuts. Ding-ling-ding. In the dark, the golden stone hit continuously. Ahem. Brother. I'm sorry. I can't escape with you. Master. Master. Little master. Sorry. It's incompetent in Yongyang. Can't get revenge for you. Cough. Brother. I hate it. A young man with a thin and weak face, lying down to the ground, and weak breath, like the bone's palm. He held a black crane mouth. Every time he said, it was accompanied by a fierce cough, as if exhausted his whole body strength. Yongyang. Look at me. You remember? We still have hope. We must escape here. You can't die before revenge. Chen was solemn, and his hands supported the teenager's shoulders tightly, and his eyes were firm and hidden. But my big brother. Don't talk first. Come. Eat this. Chen looked at the 4 weeks vigilantly, and saw that the black armored men holding the long whip in the distance did not notice their little corner. They quickly reached out, and quickly took out a honey pill. With a pinch of his fingers, the beeswax turned into crumbs and fell off, and a pill with a faint fragrance was stuffed into the boy's mouth by Chen. Brother. This is... Li Yongyang's eyes were filled with shock. It turned out to be an elixir. The long-lost spiritual energy spread in his mouth. Every cell in his dry body was roaring and cheering wildly. He didn't have time to think about it. Driven by his original intention, he swallowed the elixir directly into his stomach. With the digestion of the elixir, Li Yongyang's face appeared on a hint of light. The breath suddenly stabilized, and the dead body was much full. Hush. Don't sound. The time is not there. We need to endure for a while. Chen's eyes narrowed slightly, and the white jade beads slightly rotated in Dantian in the body. With a hot heart. This is his hope. 3 days ago, he was just like Li Yongyang, numb and desperate, waiting to use up his last bit of strength and die sadly in this dark underground mine. But now it is different. The strange white jade bead called Tianluo dug out of the ore gave him the possibility of turning over. In the past 2 days, many ores secretly intercepted, and several elixirs were exchanged from Luo Baozhu, which confirmed the authenticity of this orb. Hack. You are youth movements to Lao Tzu a little bit. Snapped. Crash. The big man, whose whole body and face were covered with black armor, lashed the rock wall with a whip in his hand. The rock wall suddenly broke, and among the falling rubble, there was a mineral with dim light and strange smell. Seeing this look, the hand took a few steps back, apparently scaring the ore. What are you doing? Come and clean it up. Huh? Damn the bug. The black armor snorted coldly, and the cold eyes glanced at the trembling miners around him, and then inspected other places. There are no tens of thousands of people like his supervisor in this huge hole in mine. Chen lowered his eyes to hide the murderous intent in them. It was not the right time yet. He needed to gather strength. He only had one chance to escape, but it can't be delayed for too long. This weird ore has too much erosion to the body. He no longer knows how many people who have seen have suddenly violently. You must know that these people are powerful monks. Ding ding dong. Amid the shouts and whipping of the black-armored men, the knocking sounds in the huge cave became more intense. If they failed to complete the daily quota, they would have no choice but to die. Although they knew in their hearts that they would die sooner or later if they continued like this. Their desire for life still allowed them to live 1 day at a time. Chen flew his arms, waved hard, sparking the sparks, sweat flowing from the corner of the eyebrow. His eyes were firm. While he had to complete the daily share, he also accumulated minerals to exchange treasures in white jade beads. In Chen's unawareness, the white jade beads that rotated in the Dantian Chi slightly stagnated, and a red mang flashed by Donglan across the low-dimensional world, and his body sneaked into the dimension space. The eyes of Bai Guangliu found it swept away, and there was nothing to do with it. Tianluo. Master. What do you want? A gentle female voice sounded in my mind. For example, there are more than 60 million losses today, all over the Qianyuan realm, and many star areas around. You also collect massive information day and night. During this period of time, I have destroyed many forces, and slaughtered no less than 3 million evil monks. Let me test you. Based on what you have seen and heard, Use your knowledge to judge the ruling strategies of the human race's top leaders. Bai Donglin's eyes narrowed and looked inexplicable. Under the situation of internal and external problems, the senior officials of the human race were allowed to exist in the dark side of all parties. Is there really no way to deal with it? He killed all the evil forces on his way here, as well as the prisoners in the prisons of major cities, and beheaded them all after searching their souls. There was no innocent person left, and he witnessed too many dark crimes. Bai Donglin had some vague guesses about this, but there was still a hint of fog in front of him, and he couldn't see clearly. Master, Tian Luo has seen some secrets in the ocean of the information. In the development of several times, the human race has made many explorations on the direction of civilization. The greatest and most far-reaching impact was during the Sixth Era. The human leaders at the time believed that with alien races around, there was no need for the human race to engage in meaningless internal friction, and therefore promulgated the most stringent civilization code. Tian Luo's tone was gentle, and he didn't even need to think before he slowly stated the conclusion he had deduced from the massive amount of information. The civilization code represents the highest will of the human race. All human forces must abide by it, and it is supervised by the Divine Court and the Ghost Palace. After the implementation of the code, the strength of the human race has indeed been preserved to a great extent. As a result, the alien races have been defeated step by step, and have lost their power on many battlefields. They even withdrew from the one true realm and hid in the infinite dimensional space, not daring to invade at all. But after billions of years, a huge hidden danger emerged. The alien races withdrew from the true realm to temporarily avoid the edge of the human race. The only true realm was peaceful and serene, and there was no more killing and disputes. As a result, the class of monks was completely solidified. Resources were monopolized, and new monks had no fighting spirit. They were all flowers in a greenhouse. The number of strong people decreased sharply, and a gap appeared. The alien race took the opportunity to launch a counterattack, and the rebellion of all realms broke out throughout the entire one true realm. At the most critical moment, the physical cultivators, with their weak dependence on heaven and earth, penetrated deep into the various realms and, at the huge cost of almost severing their systems, managed to quell the disaster. Taking this as a lesson, the human race's top leaders abolished the civilization code and allowed their internal forces to fight and oppress each other. After all, high-end combat power is the fundamental factor that determines the direction of the war. Bai Donglin nodded slightly, and Tian Luo said it was also one of his conjectures. Although the traces related to the era of chaos were intentionally covered by high-level people, if they intended to explore, they could still find some clues. The development of civilization is never achieved overnight, and it is inevitable that some detours will be taken. Ambitious people of the human race have been working hard to explore it. Wasn't Wandering Emperor's civilization experiment in the demon-suppressing temple an example? The unknown experiments do not know how much. After a long time, the formation of the current civilized structure of the human race must be the optimal result of countless tests. Therefore, the existence of dark sin cannot be completely eliminated. Tian Luo, what do you have in the statement of good and evil? The constancy of good and evil is the fundamental concept of the existence of the 7 prisons of sin. Human monks hold 2 different factions on this issue. Some believe that this is simply nonsense, while others regard it as a holy scripture. Tian Luo was silent for a moment, and then slowly said, Master, everything in the world is balanced. Whether it is life, death, yin and yang, bright and dark, or good and evil, since the human race spreads this concept, it must not be groundless. Tian Luo thinks that things are not as simple as the surface, and there are many places to explain it clearly. Those seniors seem to be interested in dispersing evil thoughts. Bai Donglin's eyes narrowed, which is also where he can't see. The horrible calamity broke out in the era of chaos. There should be other factors in it, but everything was wiped out. Without clues, he could not speculate. It's the reason for him. Anyway, I can't hold sand anyway. Who makes me unhappy? Just kill it. Oh. Good and evil? Bai Donglin's eyes were disdainful. And then, he didn't think about it. His eyes fell on Chen Chen. And Chen Chen, who was unaware of, was still waving his hand in his hand. Little guy, do you want to get revenge in person? The strange voice appeared abruptly in the small horns. And Chen Chen, who had been secretly heartbroken, suddenly shocked in his eyes. Who are you? Bai Donglin spanned the dimension, and the erect figure of Wei Shan appeared in front of Chen Chen. His eyes drooped, and a smile on his face was implied. I, a good person passing by. Chapter 331, a deal I can't refuse. Chen is very panicked now. The stinky tattered robe was soaked in cold sweat, and her slippery hands held the crane mouth tightly, and firmly blocked the thin Li Yongyang behind. What to do? The weird man in front of him. Why did he find him? There are millions of people in this acupoint mine. But there are millions of people. It is impossible to be so coincidental. Is it discovered by Tian Luo Baoshu and Dan Tian? Looking at the two little guys in front of him, Bai Dong touched his cheek silently. Isn't he like a good person? Every time he killed, he could use the fire to burn the sin in his body with a fire. Even if he was a power of Buddhism, he could not see that his hands were covered with blood. Hey! What are you kids doing there? Suddenly fell into the quiet little corner. But it was still attracted the attention of the black armor outside. He shook his long whip and turned around and walked over. Who are you? When the black armor saw Bai Donglin, his expression suddenly stunned. In this acupoint, except for those slave-dressed and stinky-minded slaves, they were their black armor supervisor, the upright man in front of him. Like a chicken group? Can see wrong? Oh no! There is an invasion! Drop. The black armor reacted instantly, and stepped on his feet, turned into a shadow to exit the corner, shouted loudly, and at the same time urged the token. In the entire acupoint in mine, a harsh alarm sounded. He is not a fool. This person can sneak into the hole silently through a heavy level, and it is obviously a master. He rushed up alone, only to send to death. Let the brothers go first. If the situation is not good, he can escape quickly. What a cautious guy. Can I still have to find out to you? Bai Donglin shook his head slightly, no longer ignored them, and walked towards the huge space outside. The black-armored supervisors were all monks who were practicing. They heard the alarm, but most of them gathered in a moment, and the dark was stood outside the channel. The sudden change in the dungeon made all the miners stop what they were doing. They looked in amazement at the black-armored supervisors, who were gathering like a stream of water. A hint of hope appeared in the numb and dead eyes of many miners. In this dark HL, no matter what kind of changes happened, their situation could not get worse. People with active minds could not help but feel a glimmer of hope at this moment. There was a flash of struggle in Chen eyes. He punched the rock wall hard and quickly followed Li Yongyang. He doesn't think this strange man can settle tens of thousands of black-armored supervisors outside. He even exhausted him. After all, the other party has a powerful Zungman to support it behind him. However, others will directly summon the strong to support it. Bold. Do you know where this is? I dare to break in without permission. And I caught my hands without having time. Let us do it. You must be tortured. The middle-aged men with scarlet lines engraved on the 5 black armor came out of the crowd. And the gas machine was locked with Bai Donglin. They are the heads of the place. And they are also the highest 5 people. Quack! Bai Donglin's eyes narrowed slightly. The killing was hidden, and he was too lazy to talk nonsense with these bugs. Under the bottomless hole, he was full of bones. And he complained about the sins of these people. There is no need for trial at all. As soon as Chen walked out of the passage, he saw a scene that made him unforgettable. I saw the weird man who claimed to be a good person, lingering with dense scarlet light spots on his body. Gather, condensed, buzz. In the dark hole, the dazzling red mang suddenly bloomed. Countless scarlet threads spurted out from Bai Donglin's body at such an extreme speed that it was impossible to capture their trajectory with the naked eye. They were like red meteors streaking through the pitch-black night sky, instantly passing through all the black-armored supervisors. Puff puff. Tens of thousands of black-armored monks, regardless of the height, were penetrated by the scarlet silk thread throughout the eyebrows. And a touch of light flashed on the silk thread. Boom! Chen sat down on the ground, his body trembling slightly, and his pale face covered with cold sweat. Horrible! So terrible! He was at hand, and felt the flashy atmosphere, as vast as the Xinghe, dead and cold. Ding-ling-dang. There was the sound of countless pickaxes falling to the ground, and the millions of miners who saw this scene all took a few steps back involuntarily, their faces trembling. Such a strong monk with such a heavy killing. They have never been heard, and have never seen anything. Even though the one who was killed was the black-armored overseer they hated, it did not stop them from feeling fear. This is an instinctive reaction of intelligent life. A primitive fear of top predators. How about it? Have you thought about it? Do you still want to take revenge yourself? Bai Donglin smashed the mouth. The energy of the tens of thousands of black-armored monks was added to the lower 3 realm monks in the sources of Shenyuan, and barely stuffed his teeth. Do he still have to choose? Chin Chin's pale face pulled out an ugly smile. Slowly getting up and respectful. And asked hard. Adult? What do I need to do? There will be no pie in this world. Even if it is his treasure pearl. The treasures of them have to change the materials. If you want to revenge yourself, you must pay the price. Very good. Bai Donglin nodded with satisfaction. Erected the palm of the red Meng. And instantly penetrated his chest and heart. And took out the strange skeleton villain. Like the blood-carved bones. The bones are covered with mysterious god patterns. And the cracks above the skull have healed only a few unsightly silk. And the breath becomes more weird. Gurgle. Chin Chin was shocked by Bai Donglin's movement. This person. Is his mind wrong? Do you can't afford the magic weapon of storage? What made him even more frightened was the weird scarlet skeleton. This thing seemed to be more dangerous. Bai Donglin's eyes were slightly bright. This little guy was a bit special. And he could feel the extraordinary bones. A good experimental subject. Bai Donglin held the bones in his hand. And said with a gentle tone, Are you ready? Accept this powerful force. A hint of hesitation flashed across Chin Chin's eyes. If he had not obtained the Tian Luo pearl, he would have agreed without hesitation. Even if there was an endless abyss ahead. But now there is Bao Zhu. He believes that as long as he gives him time, he will definitely become a real strong. And revenge is not yet caught. Why do you have an unknown transaction with the horrible and weird man in front of him? Brother. Let me come. Li Yingyang's tremor trembled and slowly came forward. Obviously, he was not scared by the slaughter just now. But the unbearable hatred in his heart had masked the fear. Nonsense. Chin Chin's face darkened, and he pulled Li Yongyang behind him. Yongyang was his only relative, and he would not let him take risks even if he died. You? Bai Donglin shook his head slightly. Give you a chance. But it's not for you to push it. Your will is not pure enough. And you almost mean? My lord. I have thought it over. Please grant me the power of revenge. Chin Chin knelt on his knees with a strong look. Very good. Bai Donglin raised his hand and waved. And the chain of two energy condensed tightly wrapped up the brothers of Chin Chin. And then stepped into the void step by step. Boom! Bai Donglin took the opportunity to dig out a rare and valuable mineral called Kuer, and put it all into his pocket. The huge underground mine lost its support and collapsed suddenly. The formation restrictions were also broken. And a huge hole went straight through the earth. The warm sunlight shone down, illuminating this dark and sinful place that had existed for tens of thousands of years. We become free. Alas. Cheers echoed throughout the dungeon. Chapter 332, Hard Changes and Will Changes. In a wide ground cave. The ground was forcibly flattened. And a complete metal was spread on the ground. Bai Donglin looked solemn. And raised his sword. The scarlet edge kept flickering. And many laws were condensed into bright runes. As the sword finger continued to carve on the metal plate. The law runes flowed like mercury in the complex divine patterns. Golden flames lingered on his body. Bai Donglin was moving at an extremely fast speed, leaving a trail of afterimage. An extremely complicated formation diagram was gradually engraved on the metal plate. The composition of the array map has long been developed in the soul. Under the perspective of Bai Donglin, an illusory array map is covered on the metal board. He only needs to portray it according to the established trajectory. View? Finally done. Bai Donglin wiped the non-existent sweat from his forehead. His expression suddenly relaxed. He raised his eyes slightly, looked at Chin Chin who was sitting cross-legged at the core of the formation diagram, constantly sweating. He couldn't help but shook his head, and said in a gentle tone of comfort, Relax and don't be nervous. Trust my skills. You won't die. Chin Chin's fingers trembled. Boss, it's not that I don't believe you. It's just that you're making too much of a fuss. And it's so weird. It feels like an evil cult. Alright. Calm your mind. I'm about to begin. Bai Donglin's expression became serious. He raised his hand and waved it. The little skeleton flew out, turned back to its original size, and landed in the center of another formation. He sat cross-legged, facing Chin Chin from a distance. The great formation of mind-transforming will. Start. He quickly made mysterious hand gestures and chanted incantations. After a moment, his rune-covered palm slammed heavily on the formation beneath his feet. Like a rock falling into water. The huge formation instantly caused violent ripples. Endless runes of laws flowed and shone. And colorful light illuminated the entire underground cave. Bai Donglin's eyes were stunned. Stepped into the void. His eyes drooped. White light fluid. And the golden light shone above the eyebrows. And the three souls opened the eyes of the broken deficiency at the same time. And even Tianluo condensed to white light eyeball. Several eyes were intently watching the changes in the formation. Countless law runes condensed and transformed into two huge dazzling light balls. Qin Qin and the skeleton boss were enveloped in them. The talisman culture is like a silk thread, tightly connecting the two light balls together. The auras converge, and the complex information and matter are alternately fused. Bai Donglin looked solemn as he tried his best to collect data. This is an experiment involving many things. The diversity of samples can give him more inspiration. Different data and more changes are all assists in locking in the truth. There is an exploration of the fourth realm of will. The composition form of the material divine power particles of the powerful and mighty divine body. A glimpse into one of the highest destinations of the law of destruction. The power of the rule of destruction. The control of the 8 parts provides auxiliary bonus to the all-change will. The influence of mental power on will. Regarding the possibility of revitalizing dead objects. The compilation of soul structures. The transition of thoughts, and the connection between dimensions. Waiting for many studies and explorations are reflected in this experiment. These things seem to be abrupt. But under his aggregation, there is a hint of connection. And all have been deduced countless times in his divine soul. But deduction is deduction. No matter how rigorous the logic is. It cannot create something out of nothing. Necessary experiments are still necessary. The data collected from an effective experiment is equivalent to more than 10 years of spiritual deduction. Experiment is practice, and the only criterion for testing truth. Fortunately, after the Black Prison, there were not many experiments that could make him spend a lot of time and effort on a large scale. After all, it was not easy to come across suitable experimental samples. Every strong person must learn and explore in the process of growth. It is not feasible to just follow the old path of predecessors. Those who learn from me will live. Those who imitate me will die. This is a saying that many old and powerful ancestors like to say. The truth in it is self-evident. The earnest teachings are to encourage the younger generation of cultivators to explore, think, and find new paths. Buzz, buzz, buzz. After a long time, the huge formation diagram trembled slightly, and the metal plates with a radius of thousands of feet turned into powder in an instant. The light ball where Qinshan was had disappeared, leaving only a scarlet light ball floating in the void, slowly rotating, with countless law runes flowing on its surface. The white light in Bai Donglin's eyes dissipated, and he nodded with satisfaction. This verification experiment was very successful, and he collected a lot of useful data. After digesting it, his strength would increase by another 10%. It doesn't matter what else. This is the power of knowledge. A comprehensive understanding of one's own power, and its advanced application. The essence remains unchanged. But the combat effectiveness is raised out of thin air. Wake up! The sound of thunder resounded throughout the entire cave. The scarlet light ball trembled slightly, and countless law runes suddenly shrank into the body. Snap! The scarlet skeleton arm moved slightly. A trace of breath leaked out, and the void suddenly shattered into pieces. In the original hole, there were 2 light balls condensed from countless runes. On the blood jade surface, countless colorful laws and divine patterns were flowing endlessly. I am. The scarlet skeleton spoke, but it was Qinshan's voice, with a hint of horror and fear. He was a living man, but he suddenly turned into a skeleton. He found it hard to accept it for a while. Not bad. Not bad. The experiment went smoothly. It was even more perfect than expected. Bai Donglin moved and instantly appeared in front of the scarlet skull, looking up and down, as if his vision could see through everything. What did you do to me? How did I become like this? Qinshan's fists were tight, and the void suddenly broke into a huge black hole. Qinshan reacted, and felt that the boundless, horrible power, and some inexplicable sword-like sword style in his mind, with a movement in his heart. Can he be able to defeat the weird man in front of him? He slowly raised his head, and the eyes condensed by runes met Bai Donglin's gaze. Qinshan's heart was shocked, and he quickly looked away. Behind the gentle gaze, he saw endless indifference, a look that disregarded everything. He had a hunch that if he acted recklessly, he would die miserably. Moreover, Yongyang is still in his hands. Don't let your imagination run wild. Even if you beg me on your knees, I won't give you this skeleton. After 3/4 of an hour, you will be free from this state and return to your original state. Bai Donglin was speechless. This guy really thought he was the son of destiny. He really thought that everyone wanted to murder him. If he knew that there were more than 60 million Tianluo hosts like him, what would his expression be? The power that I promised to give you for revenge has been fulfilled. Go ahead and destroy the power of your sect. It is in the northwest, 1,000 miles away. Chin Chin was slightly stunned, then nodded. As if by instinct, he stepped on the void and instantly appeared thousands of miles away. Who is coming? Boom. Chin Chin was venting madly, not knowing whether it was out of hatred or frustration. The scarlet palm, covered with colorful divine patterns, could cause the sky to collapse and the earth to split apart with every slash. Even the layers of protective sect formations could not withstand the blow. The sect that stretched for hundreds of miles was completely torn apart. Any counterattack could not hurt the scarlet skeleton at all. The strength was completely crushed. In just a moment, there was no one left alive. In the ruins, a faint black light flashed, and all valuable things, such as flesh and blood residues, sect treasures, etc., were silently swallowed up into the unknown world. Boom! Chin Chin knelt on one knee, breathing heavily, and the huge force pressed the ground into a deep pit. It is heavy. The scarlet bones on his body seemed like a mountain. Chin Chin felt as if everything about him, including his body, soul and consciousness, was about to be crushed. Ah! Endless pain surged up. Chin Chin roared to the sky, and the countless colorful divine patterns on the surface of the scarlet skeleton shone brightly. Buzz! Amid the violent tremors, the scarlet skeleton that was forcibly coupled with Chin Chin's will particles slowly separated, shook slightly, and instantly disappeared into the shattered void. Hoo-hoo! Chin Chin collapsed in a deep pit, his chest heaving violently. He was extremely weak, and the heavy rain pouring down from the sky made it impossible for him to open his eyes. Brother! Amid the sound of wind and rain, a familiar shout was suddenly heard coming from outside the deep pit. Chin Chin's eyebrows trembled, and he forced a smile of relief at the corners of his mouth. Yong. Sir, it turns out you didn't lie to me. You are indeed a very good person. Chapter 333. There are two suns in the sky. The intersection of the three realms of Holy Land Wing, Blue Sky Realm, and Flying Feather Realm is the base camp of Wing Palace, one of the three holy forces of the demon race. Tens of thousands of miles away, on the top of a towering mountain, Bai Donglin sat cross-legged and looked around, as if he saw countless flying birds soaring freely in the Wing God Palace. The Holy Land of the Wing Palace is very special. Within its territory that spreads over millions of miles, the rules have been reversed and gravity seems to have lost its effect on it. The entire territory is suspended above the sky. In addition to the core floating continent of 2 million miles, it is surrounded by countless small landmasses. A huge shadow was cast on the Qianyuan continent, and beneath its territory was a bottomless pit that stretched for millions of miles. The entire headquarters of the Winged Palace seemed to have been peeled off from the ground. Roar! 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 The roars of beasts could be heard from time to time in the vast primeval forest. Bai Donglin withdrew his gaze and looked around. Within the realm ruled by the three holy forces of the demon clan, it almost looks like this: endless forests, few traces of humans, and only endless demon beasts. Bai Donglin set his gaze on the dark and profound lucky ring, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. I've waited for so long. It's time to get some interest back. They even put me on some bounty list. Don't they know that I've always been a low-key person? This is really despicable. As early as 2 or 3 years ago, the invasion plan of the pure version of the golden and red-pointed monument split body had been completed, and the number increased from 1,000 to 10,000. The so-called pure body is a split body that does not contain Bai Donglin's power. This split body can only be used as the opening coordinate of the low-dimensional world and does not have the function of Tian Luo space. Hiddenness is extremely strong, with a high essence of sharp-cut monuments, and the possibility of being found is minimal. These split bodies may change into spiritual stones, or to cherish minerals. Through transactions, accidents, and other means, they were successfully brought into the base camp by the children of the Winged God Palace. Everything goes well. The reason why Bai Donglin is delayed is that the lucky ring is the absolute negative value, and he has no bottom in his heart. In addition, the Winged God Palace is different from those low-level forces, but there are many ancestors who exist, which has to make him very cautious. If it is unlucky, it will not be fun to attract the ancestor of the Winged God Palace. To retaliate, you must also be ready to do it again. During this time, the heroes were fighting around, and the last goal of the black or hole in the recently, the slaughter of criminals had reached millions. The luck of luck had been completely made up, and there was still a lot of money. At this time, he shot against the Winged God Palace. And he was a little down to earth. 10,000 hosts. All directions in the Wingshan Palace base. Each split body projected 200 original bombs. Just 2 million. Bai Donglin's eyes were low, and his expression was extremely indifferent. Today's original bomb is much stronger than before. After practicing the way of will, the fusion of the law and spiritual tricks is more handy. The biggest limit can already integrate 300 different laws and spiritual tricks. Although because of efficiency, the original bombs he stored were only 200 types of bombs. But Wei Ning should not be underestimated, far exceeding the one in the temple of the town. Moreover, those Winged Palace disciples, who have gained split bodies, are all younger generations. Are these cubs and monsters living together? Their strength is not strong, and it is impossible to carry so many original bombs. Huh? Even if the blood of the Winged God Palace is not broken this time, it must be painful. Bai Donglin was also a bit depressed, but he was baked a golden winged big pung bird, and he even gave him a reward. The gold content of the reward list of this winged god is not low. The person in power in the Winged God Palace is not from the Golden Winged Rock clan. Logically speaking, it was just a descendant who died, so there is no need to keep targeting him like this. Bai Donglin looked thoughtful, and suddenly something happened to him. Is it because of the little mother of the red cricket? When she accepted the vision on her body, and the weird soul, it seemed not easy. In this way, that bubble world should not be the treasure of the stray emperor. But the equipment burst from the little mother? Even if it is possible, the goal of the Winged God Palace is not me at all, but the bubble world. Bai Dong's heart must be in his heart, and he has certainly affirmed his own guessing. Only in this way can the reason why the Winged God Palace is so moving for the two deadly monsters. A rock is not that valuable. Haha. Great. You can still cause me trouble even after you die. Mei Hongying is worthy of you. I underestimated you. Pressing the rolling thoughts in his heart. The urgent work is to do it with a shot. With a stubborn look, the red lingering pawn knife was erected. The left arm was cut off, and the body began to die in the body. Suppressed the immortal recovery ability, and kept the arm in the broken arm. Picking up the broken arm, and looking at the lucky ring on the finger, Bai Donglin showed a smile in his eyes. This is not an ordinary broken arm. Its wounds are lingering. But not only the whole flesh and flesh, but even the soul cuts it inside together. This is why the lucky ring is still worn on the broken arm finger. The lucky ring did not use the instructions. Everything was his own exploration. After so long, he could almost figure out. Lucky luck is limited to distance. Not only is his hand to die, but the distance cannot be too far away. For example, during the Bio Palace, the demon clan he killed with the original bomb was not absorbed because of the two worlds. The same is true when destroying the Blood River sect. Over thousands of miles away, the lucky value of the absorbing is very small. It seems that in the process of metastasis, it has dissipated between heaven and earth. This time he was going to pierce a Winged God Palace. As one of the top forces, the Winged God Palace, the lucky value contained in his children was not comparable to those garbage he slaughtered. With such a huge benefit in front of me, it's impossible for me to refuse it. I never do business that will make me lose. Hee. Meaningless killing is always a little lacking in meaning. Bai Donglin couldn't help laughing, and praised his wit. His body naturally could not be close to the Winged God Palace. It was too dangerous, so he could only find a way to send the lucky ring in to attract luck. He has done experiments. This method is feasible. After the broken arm is destroyed, the characteristics of the unprepared ring of the lucky ring will automatically activate. After a minute, he returned to his hand silently in an extremely weird way. 1 minute hour is enough to complete the luck. The timing is here, and the split body is almost concentrated together. The base camp of the Winged God Palace is extremely huge, and the split body is very scattered. The lucky ringing is limited to the lucky distance. It cannot take care of all, which will cause waste. Through the low-dimensional world, Bai Donglin could vaguely sense the distance between those split bodies. During this period, he also figured out the pattern. Those disciples would gather together from time to time, perhaps to listen to the sermons of their predecessors, or for some other important gatherings. He doesn't care what the ghosts these little cubs are doing, and only know that it is good for himself. It doesn't matter right or wrong, have nothing to do with good and evil. Since I am hostile, then I will not have compassion. Life and death. Go all the way. The red light gathered in the depths of both eyes, And the killing intention was crazy. Low dimension. Open! The new generation of disciples of the Winged God Palace gathered together. They were all dignified and powerful. They were arguing about something. Without them noticing, the split bodies stored in various places silently cracked a scarlet crack. 2,000,000 points of light with obscure auras gushed out, among which was a broken arm surrounded by light. The middle finger was inexplicably raised, and the black ring worn on the bent index finger glowed with black light. Original at the beginning of Wanluan breaking realm. As soon as Bai Dong moved his mind, he detonated all the original bombs, and then opened the low-dimensional world entrance without hesitation. The corner of the eyes glanced at the rising and colorful sun above the sky. Alas! Cry. The moment the scarlet passage closed, a shrill cry of terror swept across. A bird-shaped shadow, with a wingspan of 1,000,000 miles appeared out of thin air above the Winged Palace. Its huge wings shook slightly, and the madly expanding colorful sun disappeared in an instant. The bird's head is low, like the huge eyes of the sun. The golden light is bright, and the 10 squares are scanned back and forth. Cry. The ancestor has issued a decree. Investigate thoroughly. Investigate thoroughly. At all costs. Bleak. Countless birds with huge body shapes cover the sky, and the wings break the void, and they are in all directions. The boiling anger reflects the sky red. Chapter 334. Intercepting the luck. Taking the low-dimensional world as a transit. Bai Dongnan spanned tens of thousands of boundaries in an instant, completely away from the area where the Winged God Palace was located. 17. 16. 15. Bai Dong was sitting on his knees on the thick trunk. His expression was quiet. His eyes fell on the left index finger that had grown again, and he thought about it. The hour time is fleeting. As precise as expected, a dark ring appears abruptly on the fingers of empty fingers, without any fluctuations, as if it has never left the fingers. It's big this time. Bai Donglin's eyes flashed a little shock. In the past, ordinary lucky rings were unlikely. At this time, it looked like a small silver-white chain, hovering on the ring. In the past, when this ring absorbed luck, at most it would flash a hint of black light. Now that such a big change has occurred, there is only one explanation. There are too many luck this time. Fortunately, this is just the name of Bai Donglin's personal preference. The monks in this world unified this kind of thing to be lucky. There is no difference in essence. Apart from the luck that comes with a cultivator's fate, there are only a few ways for him to improve his luck. The most common way is to join a powerful force. Top forces like the Winged Palace all have great luck, and have powerful treasures to suppress their luck. The luck of the disciples who join these forces is tied to them. Excellent disciples will enhance the fortune of the forces they belong to. Similarly, the fortune of these forces themselves will also be shared with the disciples. If a disciple dies or dies unexpectedly, the role of the treasure that suppresses his luck will be reflected. It can forcibly take back the luck that has been distributed. However, this lucky ring was simply against the will of heaven. It directly and forcibly intercepted the luck that should have been taken back, and also plundered the luck of the deceased himself. This is absolutely unbearable for the power of one party. This is why the Winged God Palace is mad. The disciples can be cultivated again when the disciples are dead. This is really gone. It is really difficult to recover. The loss of luck often represents the decline of the power. I have ruined their foundation. This time, I have completely offended the Winged Palace. Even if there were no previous incidents, there would be no possibility of easing the situation. But then again, Bai Donglin shook his head slightly, and suppressed the meaningless thoughts in his mind. Now he understood that the feud between him and Ishan Palace could not be avoided. As early as in the Ju Palace in the Sand Sea, he and Mei Hongying had their first feud, and their fates had been inextricably intertwined. However, he had not expected that Mei Hongying had such a special status in the Ishan Palace. He thought that this woman was just Jiaoyueji's mistress. It was really thrilling this time. Fortunately, I was cautious enough. There was a glimmer of fear in Bai Donglin's eyes. There was indeed an ancestor guarding the base camp of the Winged Palace, although he was just a clone of light and shadow. But in the heart of the Nine Rings, he was fortunate enough to witness the old ancestor named Neo take action. It was also just a clone. This made him understand the perverted nature of the world's most powerful person. Although the low-dimensional world is amazing, if you dare to use it in the eyes of the ancestor, it will be less likely to hide the other party. Although it was indeed a little risky, the gains more than made up for it. Haha. It's not a loss. If there is a chance, I will dare to do it again next time. Looking at the magical lucky ring on his finger, Bai Donglin couldn't help laughing out loud. And some of the worries in his heart disappeared. The biggest reason why he dared to do so was not because of the low-dimensional world, but because he had no true spirit in his soul, and was not within the operation of the destiny of this world. So he was not afraid of any deduction or spying. Unless he is caught in the act. Who can accuse him of doing it? Humph! Bai Donglin, am just a good person passing by. How could I have done such a cruel thing? Stop slandering me. Tian Luo. Master, what do you want? Open a random low-dimensional channel for me in Qianyuan continent. I want to see how good my luck is now. Okay. Bai Donglin calmed his mind, and did not desire anything in his heart. Instead, he let his own luck run its course. He also wanted to enjoy the treatment of a child of destiny. A flash of red light passed by, and Bai Donglin's figure disappeared in an instant. Qianyuan realm, the far north region, is located in the northernmost part of the continent. It is a large region of extremely cold permafrost, covered with ice and snow all year round. Although it is a large region, its area is not smaller than that of an ordinary holy region. The wind and snow misty, silver-wrapped. The dense forest is home to the most cold-resistant plants in the world. Except for their hard and strong branches and needle-like leaves, they are not much different from the plants in other regions. Rustle. There were large creatures running in the dense forest, causing the tree trunks to shake violently due to collisions, and the thick snow on the ancient trees fell down. Roar! 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 Big sister, there are too many soul-eating beasts. We are surrounded. These beasts are waiting for us to exhaust our strength. As the woman in white dress shouted, her expression suddenly changed. She turned around and swung the blue sword in her hand. A divine sword beam several meters long flashed, and a snow-white beast flying in the air was chopped back. Clang! The sharp sword light slashed on the body of the strange beast, making a sharp sound of metal clashing. Apart from being knocked back, it did not leave any injuries. The snow-white beast named the soul-eating beast was covered with long, white hair. When the hair fluttered, you could faintly see the extremely hard, silver scales underneath. Roar! Although it was not injured, the woman's counterattack made the soul-eating beast even crazier, and the bloodthirstiness in its eyes became more intense. The sword in the white-dressed woman's hand trembled slightly, and scarlet blood dripped down her arm and fell on the snow, like a blooming plum blossom. Junior sister, are you okay? A dozen women in white dresses slowly gathered together, back to back, their eyes vigilantly scanning the white animal shadows that kept flashing through the dense forest. Big sister, I'm fine. I just have some minor injuries. What should we do now? These soul-eating beasts are too fast. We can't get rid of them at all. The eldest sister, with the most profound cultivation, swept her eyes over the tired-looking crowd and felt a sense of powerlessness in her heart. They had been chased for 7 days and 7 nights, and their internal energy was about to be exhausted. Sisters, we can't sit still. As long as we have released this dense forest, we will be safe. There is the sphere of influence of the snow and snow palace outside the dense forest. These beasts dare not cross the border. After swallowing these pills, we will break out separately. The eldest sister's eyes focused. Now was not the time to be indecisive. She raised her hand and distributed her remaining elixir to everyone. Alive! Master and Sister Pei. Everyone took the Lingdan, and the decisive colors flashed in their eyes, and they directly swallowed into the abdomen. The surface of the body suddenly rose into a strong spiritual light, instantly turned into a light and shadow, and springs all the way in all directions. Damn beast! The eldest senior sister snorted coldly, and the long sword in her hand slashed out hundreds of sword beams, drawing the attention of most of the surrounding spirit-eating beasts to herself. Then her figure flashed, and she found a direction to escape quickly. Roar! The soul-eating beasts were stunned for a moment, then roared and began to chase in different directions. Most of them chased in the direction where the eldest sister fled. It seemed like a useful move, but the eldest sister knew in her heart that her fellow sisters couldn't even defeat a spirit-eating beast. So she was only doing this to seek psychological comfort. They had no choice but to gather together and face the siege, which would be a dead end. It is life or death, only to look at their own creation. Chapter 335. Lend me your skin. Amid the flying snow, a barely visible red light flashed. Bai Donglin took a step forward and stepped on the thick snow. Despite his huge body, he did not leave any trace on the snow. Let me see what good fortune will befall me. White light flowed in his eyes, and a huge soul and thought poured out. Just after spreading for tens of thousands of miles, Bai Donglin stopped moving. All the scenes no matter how big or small, were taken into his eyes. Far North region. A disciple of the Facius sect. The entrance examination of the ice and snow sacred palace once every 100 years. I see. Bai Donglin narrowed his eyes slightly, and his thoughts quickly turned to figure out the situation in front of him. He immediately realized why he came to this place after casually stepping into a passage. Luck and destiny are so mysterious. They are indeed powerful. There was a look of amazement in his eyes. It was like a wish coming true. He didn't even have to think about it. It was all thanks to the will of heaven. Polar Road Trial Task 5. Ice Muscle Jade Bone. Over the years, Bai Donglin has been collecting information about the trial missions. The so-called palace on the towering snow-capped mountains in the far north is none other than the holy palace of ice and snow. Now that he has come here, it means that the timing of completing this task has arrived. If you want to sneak into the holy palace of ice and snow, you have to go to the most important treasure place to take a bath. Do you want me to use that trick again? Bai Donglin looked extremely conflicted, his brows trembling slightly. He hesitated for a moment, sighed dejectedly, and his figure stepped into the space and disappeared. Well, let's do it. Let's do it first. Late step. The true spirit of that little girl will be digested. The cold wind blew up and opened the snow level of Bai Donglin's standing place just now, exposing a quaint white jade waist. The split bodies were scattered everywhere, and not all of them were obtained by the monks. In the dense forest, a spirit-eating beast several meters in size was lying on the ground with its eyes closed and sleeping soundly. The air from its nose blew up countless snowflakes. Scattered around it were a broken sword, torn clothes, and dotted scarlet plum blossoms. You beast. You eat and then sleep. You really know how to enjoy yourself. Bai Donglin crossed the space and appeared in front of the food beast out of thin air. Boom! The soul-eating beast was like a chick. It was whipped and rolled in the air for several times before falling heavily on the snow. Roar! 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 The soul-eating beast opened its scarlet eyes and was stunned for a moment. When it saw the black-robed man in front of it, it suddenly roared madly, leaped up, turned into a white light, and pounced towards Bai Donglin, reaching for his head with its bloody mouth. Bai Donglin did not dodge or avoid, allowing the spirit-eating beast to bite his head. Clang! The huge sound of metal clashing was deafening. Snap! The hardest teeth in the soul-eating beast's body could not even break through Bai Donglin's protective divine light. They shattered instantly and fell to the ground. Do you want to spit it out yourself? Or do you want me to do it myself? An indifferent voice sounded in the mouth of the soul-eating beast. The sound waves caused the soul-eating beast to roll its eyes. A fierce and cruel look flashed in its scarlet eyes. Its mouth opened wide, as if it was about to swallow Bai Donglin whole. Ha. You may not have much ability, but you have a big appetite. Bai Donglin was amused by the audacity of the soul-eating beast. He shook his head, raised his hand to press against the upper jaw of the soul-eating beast, and his other hand grew longer and bigger, reaching directly into its throat, deep into its abdomen, and groping for a while. Woo woo woo! The soul-eating beast's eyes were wide open, with torn corners of its eyes. It felt pain and nausea, making it feel like it was living a life worse than death. Its thick limbs struggled violently, digging huge cracks in the ground. But it still couldn't shake Bai Donglin at all. Hey! Found it! Bai Donglin laughed softly, shook his arm, and the soul-eating beast instantly turned into blood foam on the ground and died completely. Spreading out his bloodless palm, a broken soul on the verge of dissipation emerged, and traces of soul particles were irreversibly returning to heaven and earth. The ethics beast is a strange beast that is deeply disgusted. Not only is they addicted to kill, but they also like to swallow the soul. This is also the case. What is even more unacceptable is that they also swallow the true spirit in the soul. This kind of strange beast is hated by everyone. After continuous encirclement and suppression by human monks, it is rarely seen nowadays. I didn't expect that there is still a group of it alive in this remote dense forest. These disciples of Facius sect were also unlucky. They mistakenly entered this place while trying to take a shortcut. Many people died, and only a few disciples escaped. After swallowing the soul, the psychic beast was not able to digest it immediately, but was stored in a strange space in the belly. I wanted to take out the soul inside, or let the food beast spit it out, or while it was alive. It was forcibly found with the heaven. If the soul-eating beast is killed, the strange space in its belly will instantly collapse and disappear, and the soul inside will also disappear along with it, with no possibility of recovery. Unfortunately, you are a bit out of luck. There is no possibility of repairing your soul. You will definitely die. Bai Donglin's eyes flashed slightly, and he looked clearly at the remnant soul in his hand. After thinking for a moment, he was sure that even if the evil took action himself, he would be powerless to save the situation. Congeal. With a thought, colorful divine light surged out of his palm, transforming into countless threads of law, shuttling back and forth in the broken soul, forcibly stitching together the countless soul fragments. After a moment, a small, extremely weak soul floated above Bai Donglin's palm and slowly opened its eyes. Thank you very much for saving my true soul. I, Lanling, am grateful to you. The moment I opened my eyes, blurred my memory, and suddenly understood everything. There was a hint of regrets in my eyes. I already knew that my soul was about to dissipate. Now that the adult is forcibly gathered, I can only live more for a while. Well, there's no need to thank me. I saved you. So naturally I have something to ask for. Bai Donglin shook his head slightly. There was no need for him to play tricks on a dying man. He could just say whatever he thought. I wonder how I can help you. Sir? There was confusion in Lanling's eyes. She was just an ordinary woman, and she was in this state now. How could she possibly help the adult in front of her, who had unfathomable cultivation? Ahem. I would like to borrow your identity and true spirit. Bai Donglin hesitated for a moment, turned his will into a knife, and forcibly cut off the shame in his heart, and said with a wooden expression, he felt like he had lost all hope in life. In order to complete this crappy trial mission, he had broken his own psychological bottom line time and time again. Look! Look! The way this girl looks at herself has changed. Does she think I'm a pervert who likes to dress like a woman? No way. No way. Haha. Destroy this world. When I join the Jidao Council, don't let me find out who the bastard who proposed this task is. Or I'll give you 2 punches and that's it. He secretly made up his mind that he would dig out the hearts of these Jidao Xingzong's bigwigs and take a closer look. Is it really pitch black? Chapter 336 The Last Billion Times. Cough cough. Bai Donglin remained calm, coughed twice, and reminded the little girl in his palm to pay attention to his gaze. Sorry. Sir. I didn't hear you clearly. Did you say you wanted to transform into my appearance? Like wearing a long white dress? Lanling was stunned for a moment, then came back to her senses when Bai Donglin coughed, and confirmed with a strange look. Bai Dongling's fingers trembled, and his eyebrows twitched slightly. Did this woman say that on purpose? As expected, she must have done it on purpose. Hee hee. Woman, you still have a set of hurt people. Bai Donglin responded in a muffled voice, his eyes wandering, not daring to meet Lanling's strange gaze. Sir, can you tell me why you are doing this? If you want to use my identity to do something against the right path, I will not obey you. You can't judge a person by his appearance. Although this adult saved her, there is no guarantee that he will not do evil. If someone else were to use his skin to do evil after her death, she would rather die with her true soul destroyed. And Xian, I'm a good person. Why would I do something bad? Even if I want to do something bad, I don't need to dress up as a woman. Ahem. Let's not talk about this. The reason why I... Blab. Blab. Bai Donglin directly stated his purpose. It was just to take a bath. How could it be considered a bad thing? So this is all. There was a flash of understanding in Lanling's eyes. They were there to take part in the entrance examination of the Holy Palace of Ice and Snow. So they had some understanding of the 3 lights ice, soul, divine water. It was reasonable for this adult to have the idea of spying on it. If that's all, my lord, you can just take my skin and use it for yourself. Very good. I will not treat you unfairly. After the matter is accomplished, I will use the Supreme Buddhist scriptures to help your soul to be liberated and ensure that your soul can enter reincarnation smoothly. There is even a chance that you will be able to solve the mystery in the womb in your next life. Bai Donglin nodded with satisfaction and perhaps made a promise. Buddhism is best at the theory of reincarnation. With Jishan's current practice, he is not bragging. There is indeed a glimmer of possibility. Then I would like to thank you very much. Sir. Lanling bowed slightly, but her expression did not show much excitement, but rather a hint of worry. Bai Donglin was moved when he saw this, and asked, Do you have any unfulfilled wishes? My lord, I am very worried about my fellow sisters. I wonder if they have managed to escape. Well, she is a kind-hearted girl. Even though she is about to die, she is still thinking about her fellow sister. Of your senior sisters, only 5 managed to escape. The rest were killed by spirit-eating beasts. Bai Donglin was outspoken and told directly what he saw. When Lanling heard this, Her eyes darkened. A divine light flashed from the corners of her eyes, and a sense of sadness spread in silence. However, they are just like you. Although their souls are shattered, and there is no hope of resurrection, their true spirits have not yet been extinguished. After all, the true spirit is not something that is so easy to digest. Bai Donglin paused, looked at the sad Lan Ling, and couldn't help but add another sentence. Adult. You mean? Lan Ling's eyes lit up, and she looked up at Bai Donglin with hope. At this moment, she only felt that the man in front of her was emitting a warm light from head to toe. It is rare to have a good person in my heart. For this reason, I will help you. Evil. Hey. Leave it to me. The soul of the most evil being surrounded by pitch-black flames took a step forward from between the eyebrows and disappeared into the void. Hiss. Lan Ling trembled all over and couldn't help but shiver, crossing her arms across her chest. She seemed to feel a deadly natural enemy passing through the void. Adult? Is that just that? Don't worry. With the evil one here, none of your sister's spirits will be left behind. After a quarter of an hour, he returned to Evil. Here, there are 12 true spirits in total. All of them are here. Spreading out his hands, his true spirit was like stars, floating in the void, wrapped in strange energy. Hey, little girl. I also took care of those 100 or so soul-eating beasts. This can be considered as revenge for you. Shi grinned at Lan Ling. Then his figure flashed, stepped into the sea of consciousness between his eyebrows and disappeared. Thank you, sir. Lan Ling was excited and bowed respectfully to Bai Donglin. She sensed the aura of her senior sisters, and tears welled up in her eyes. Amitabha. Let me pray for the souls of these donors. Shishan stepped out of the sea of gods and sat cross-legged in the void. A golden lotus platform emerged under his body. There was a bright Buddha light behind his head. His expression was compassionate, and he recited the sutra of the past vows of Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva. Under the cover of the Sanskrit sound in Buddha's light, the 12 true spirits were suddenly covered in brilliant golden light, with countless Sanskrit words engraved on them. The true spirit trembled slightly, and each of the women's phantoms appeared. All of them were serene, and they were grateful to the goodness. Then they glanced at the blue spirit with great eyes. The phantom dissipated, and the real spirit that exudes the golden light flashed, disappearing, and belonged to the mother river. Senior sister. Lan Ling pursed her lips slightly, her expression no longer showing any regrets. Her soul, which had been forcibly gathered, began to emit a little light, and was about to return to heaven and earth. Sir! Thank you. You are a very good person. Lan Ling raised her little face and gave Bai Donglin a brilliant smile, then turned into starlight and disappeared. Only one is left, which is crystal clear and radiates warm light. Good person? He clenched his palm lightly and caught the brilliant true spirit in the void. What an amazing girl. She can face death so calmly. I might as well. Lan Ling's true spirit was different from any he had seen before. This one was the purest, without a trace of regret or confusion. She was fearless of the death in front of her and of the unknown reincarnation. The mind has nothing to cling to, and is free from worries. Because it has nothing to cling to, it has no fear, and is far away from all delusions, and ultimately attains nirvana. Lan Ling's pure spiritual state is the nirvana pursued by Buddhist monks. She is just a low-level female cultivator, but she can achieve this level. It can only be said that it is her nature. This is also the first time he said, I am not as good as her. This is not a false statement. He is immortal, but that doesn't mean he is not afraid of death. Sometimes he thought that maybe it was because he was too afraid of death that he awakened the gift of immortality. Have a safe journey, little girl. I should get down to business. Bai Donglin's expression became solemn, and he put away his messy thoughts. He stretched out his spiritual power, wrapped up Lan Ling's crystal clear true spirit, and put it into his sea of consciousness. In the sea of spirit and soul, on the black stone tablet, the spirit and soul merged into one, opened its mouth, and swallowed the brilliant true spirit. Bai Donglin had a solemn expression. He made mysterious hand gestures, recited Taoist scriptures. The fire of his will boiled and burned. His solid soul body trembled slightly, and suddenly exploded, turning into countless soul particles, like a dazzling galaxy. At the core of the galaxy, a bright soul was slowly rotating, emitting waves of strange fluctuations, faintly connecting every particle of the soul. A mighty voice sounded out of nowhere. The will is ever-changing. There is no God and no self. The spirit of the true self. Condense. Buzz. The brilliant true spirit trembled violently, and a strong strange wave swept across. Countless soul particles seemed to be inexplicably attracted, gathered, and condensed. The dazzling white light slowly dissipated, and a naked, slender soul body stood on the black stone tablet. Not bad. Not bad. Even more perfect than expected. With a wave of his hand, a men's robe appeared on the body of the soul. When he was in the black prison, Bai Donglin had many ideas about the research on the true spirit. But because of the ominous green hair incident that happened later, he became afraid of the Mother River, and put all research on the true spirit on hold. His original plan was to understand the essence of the true spirit, and then create a true spirit out of thin air to make up for his regret of not being able to become a chi cultivator due to the lack of a true spirit. However, a close contact with the Mother River made Bai Donglin sensed something was wrong. The true spirit did not seem that simple. Perhaps not having a true spirit was not a bad thing. He now uses his will as the basis to forcibly merge the true spirits of others with his own soul, which can be regarded as another path. It can even successfully absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth with its true spirit. It can be said to be the most perfect disguise. Those before it were just empty diagrams that could not withstand the prying eyes of the strong. This time we are going deep into the holy palace of ice and snow, and it is inevitable that we will come into contact with powerful people. So ordinary disguises will not work. Although the ice and snow holy palace cannot compare with those top holy places, it is also a strong force. After a long time, there are many powerful people, and there is even an ancestor. That's why he put so much thought into it. His perfect disguise was indeed powerful, but the conditions to be met were also very harsh. The most important one was the true spirit as the core. Only a pure and flawless true spirit can successfully merge with the soul. Otherwise, the huge repulsion will directly cause the soul to collapse. This is also the reason why he communicated with Lan Ling for a long time, trying his best to resolve her regrets and leave her with a pure true spirit. However, the little girl Lan Ling gave him a surprise. Originally, the true spirit only needed to be 90% pure, but her true spirit was 100% pure, making his disguise even more perfect. The peep of the power is easy. To be able to succeed in one go, it takes countless deduction experiments. This disguise is just a means. The way of will, and the decomposition and reconstruction of the soul are the key points. The path of will has made some progress in breaking through the fourth realm. The research on the soul will also be of great help to the future thinking lead plan. Very good. This time the harvest is not small. Bai Donglin showed a look of satisfaction, which was the satisfaction that came from endless knowledge and insight into the truth of the great Tao. His mind withdrew from the sea of consciousness, and he sensed that there was no life around him. Then he sat cross-legged on the ground with a vigilant look. When doing something like this, he must not let the news leak out. There was a hint of struggle on his face, and his eyes trembled slightly. The bold words he had said at the beginning seemed to still echo in his ears. TSK. What do you mean there are only 0 and countless times of wearing women's clothes? I don't believe that with my supreme will. I will be afraid of such a funny curse. No. I didn't want to dress as a woman. I only did it because I had no choice but to complete the trial mission. In fact, I was against it in my heart. This was not my intention. A flash of enlightenment appeared in Bai Donglin's eyes. He realized that he was obsessed. His clothes were just fake women's clothes. He was different from those slutty girls who wore women's clothes willingly, permanently. Bai Donglin suddenly felt at his heart. I swear, this is really the last time. As soon as the mind moved, the fire of will in the body burned fiercely, and the body turned into countless particles, which were decomposed and reassembled under the enormous power of will, with the cooperation of the soul that has been transformed. The transformation of the physical body is extremely smooth. The powerful physical power is restrained, revealing its weakest state. The Dantian Chi Si automatically operates, vaguely connected with the spirit of the soul. The true essence gathers, and the Yuan I condenses. Everything went extremely smoothly. A moment later, Bai Donglin, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, disappeared, and was replaced by Lan Ling, a frail figure in a white dress. Cough. Sword comes. Bai Donglin's expression became serious. He raised his hand, and the broken sword on the ground automatically fell into his hand. With a wave of the sword, the law of gold surged. Metal particles gathered and condensed. A few simple inscriptions automatically appeared on it, and the sword was instantly restored to its original state. His eyes focused across thousands of miles, and locked onto the Feishua sect disciples, who were anxiously waiting outside the dense forest. Then he stepped into space and disappeared. From today, Bai Donglin has died. Now I am disciple of Fishuzong. Lan Ling. Yes. Yes. This is the taste. Bai Donglin feels that he has entered the state. The acting skills of the multiverse-level actor are revived again. And this time, he will definitely play the role to the fullest. Chapter 337, Snow Mountain. In the dark night, the sun and the moon disappear. The starry sky is distant and bright, and the colorful aurora above the sky is floating and falling. At night in the far north, without the cover of the sun's rays, the temperature has dropped to the lowest level. Even a piece of hard iron can be frozen into powder. This is a temperature beyond ordinary people's imagination. Some low-level monks dare not expose themselves directly to the howling cold wind. A dozen miles away from the outskirts of the dense and vast forest, a dazzling fire flickered in the darkness. Crackling, the bonfire accumulated from a special oil, burning fiercely, and the golden-red spirit flames were scattered with hot and high temperature. The high-temperature particles that were fiercely rushed were bound to the 10 feet squares, and the external horror and low temperature were isolated outside the barrier. 5 Feishua sect disciples, who looked listless, sat cross-legged around the campfire with sad expressions. They all looked towards the dense forest in the distance from time to time, hoping to see a fellow sister come out again. Unfortunately, the reality is cruel. They have been waiting for 3 days, and no one has come out. Sister second. Sister. I saw that the eldest sister led away most of the spirit-eating beasts. Although the eldest sister has a high level of cultivation, facing the siege of those beasts, I am afraid that she will not be able to. The girl tightly grasped the sword in her hand, and fell silent as she spoke. Her eyes slightly closed to hide the sadness in them. The second senior sister seemed to hear nothing, and stared intently at the void in front of her. A talisman carved from top-quality white jade was slowly rotating with bright spiritual light. Every quarter of an hour, a strange wave would spread out in all directions from the talisman. This is a talisman used for detection and transmission of information. Any disciple of Feishua sect can sense the special fluctuations within a radius of thousands of miles. As the cold night slowly spent, the disappointment in the eyes of the second sister became more and more richer. For a moment of thought, the disappointment instantly turned into a firm color. The master is dead. As the second senior sister, she must bring the remaining 4 junior sisters to the ice and snow holy palace. This is our last spiritual firewood. It can't survive another cold night. When the sun rises, we will set out for the holy palace of ice and snow immediately. The second sister retracted her gaze and spoke in an unquestionable tone. No, I won't leave. I want to wait for senior sister. Senior sister and the others will definitely be fine. Wait a little longer. Wait a little longer. They will come out soon. Woo-woo. Yes, sister second. Let's say it. Join the snow palace together. The second sister's eyebrows trembled. Her slender hands tightly grasped the blue sword, and she felt a slight pain in her heart. Shut up. Do you want master and sister to die in vain? 3 days. 3 cold nights passed. Why don't you understand? Master, sister, and sister. They are already dead. The tearing of the sisters and sisters without mercy. The sad atmosphere became more dull, and the 5 were silent. Only the 7 teachers couldn't hold back the sobbing sounds, looming in the whistling cold wind. Crunch! Crunch! The sound of the snow surface was broken from far to near, and slowly passed into the ears of 5 people. The second sister looked at this footsteps. Not a monster. The true essence turned into a giant hand holding the bonfire. The 5 figures flashed and rushed towards the direction where the sound came from. The light drove away the darkness, and a staggering figure squeezed out from the shadows. Lan Ling's body was wrapped in thick monster fur. Senior sister. Boom! Lan Ling fell to the ground. Her long eyelashes hung with blue icicles, and a reassured smile slowly appeared on her purple face covered with countless fine cracks. Junior sister. Lan Ling, feeling himself being embraced in a warm embrace. Bai Donglin couldn't help but sigh in his heart. The tragedy of the world is happening all the time, and this is just a small part of it. Death is not the end. Morning. Your sisters and sisters have my surpass. Reincarnation. And reincarnation. The next life will be more exciting. 7 days later, under the sacred mountain of ice and snow. After a long journey, Fishuzong and his party faced the snow and finally came to the last stop, Bingcheng. The ice city is located at the foot of the ice and snow divine mountain and stretches for hundreds of miles. It is the largest city in the far north, with a population of hundreds of millions. almost all of whom are cultivators. Mortals are in the northern area without survival soil. Lan Ling and the 5 sisters are walking on the bustling, lively streets, looking around, very curious about the exotic style of the snow and ice. Woohoo! The sound of wooming came from a distance. A whole body was cast from the extremely cold-resistant blue metal. A total of dozens of trains, connected to a total of dozens of huge carriages, passed by the overhead of the crowd. There was a rune track under it, which was extremely fast. Sister Second. What is this? Lan Ling opened her eyes wide, and pointed at the dark blue train whizzing past. In the blink of an eye, the train turned into a blue shadow and disappeared. That's the Flowing Light Divine Vehicle, a means of transportation created by the Ice and Snow Holy Palace. The far north region is very special. The teleportation array it built consumes several times more energy than other realms. So, generally speaking, if there is no emergency, all cultivators in the far north region will ride the Flowing Light Divine Chariot when traveling. The second sister held Lan Ling's little hand tightly, and explained carefully that the sadness between Fishuzong's 5 people's expression was already unpleasant. It was the last appearance of Lan Ling, which broke the sadness in their hearts. In fact, the bigger reason is by Donglin, which is the will of his unconsciousness, which affects their emotions. Let's go! We also need to take the Flowing Light Divine Chariot to the test site. Even though the Ice and Snow Divine Mountain is right in front of us, it's actually still far away. This is the highest and largest sacred mountain in the far north. Several people nodded, then accelerated, and walked into a towering strange building. This cylindrical building has a wide platform hall in the middle with openings on all 4 sides. It is crowded with people, no less than tens of thousands, all of whom are monks waiting to ride on the Flowing Light Divine Chariot. Woohoo! The divine car ran very frequently, and the crowd did not have to wait long. After paying the spirit stones, the 6 people smoothly boarded the flowing divine car bound for the foot of the Ice and Snow Divine Mountain. The appearance is only a 12-foot carriage, but there are chinquin inside, and the space is expanded. Each passenger has a box of about 100 flats, which is extremely luxurious. Bai Donglin narrowed his eyes slightly, and his divine sense had silently covered everything in the divine car, instantly taking in the information of all the passengers. 99% of them were young monks like them, and as expected, they were also going to take the entrance examination of the Ice and Snow Holy Palace. The ethics of the 100-year assessment of the Holy Palace is also the biggest event of the young monks in the polar northern area. As long as you are a little pursuing young people, you will not be able to touch your luck far away. This is the case with the disciples of Feishua sect. Feishua sect is located in a small area next to the far north region, and is one of the many eyes of the Ice and Snow Holy Palace. These dozen or so disciples are the most outstanding and talented disciples in the past 100 years. They were originally escorted by the elders of the sect, but unfortunately they encountered a hostile sect on the way. After a fierce battle, they fled in panic into the dense forest where spirit-eating beasts existed. Fishuzong is the eye of the Ice and Snow Holy Palace. It has a fixed number of appraisal places. Like the female disciples only accepts the female disciples. The Holy Palace also recruits only female disciples. This is why Bai Donglin has to be a last resort, and can only become a blue spirit if there is any possibility. He doesn't want to wear women's clothes. Lan Ling, you are the best talent in us, and you are most hopeful to pass the Holy Palace assessment. Taking advantage of time. Hurry up. Hee. Yes. A little sister. If you successfully pass the assessment, we cannot be a formal disciple, and we can borrow your wind. Be a disciple of an outer door. Several people looked at the tender Lan Ling, and could not help but make fun. In fact, their talents were not bad. After all, they were a boundary in one side. The genius searched out in a century. Although the assessment of the Holy Palace is difficult, it is far less than those of the real Holy Land forces. Well, don't worry, sister. I will definitely pass the assessment. Bai Donglin nodded seriously, but muttered to himself in his heart. With him taking action, there would be no entry test in this world that he could not pass. He also had no plans to bide his time. From the intelligence he had gathered, he learned that ordinary disciples did not have the opportunity to enter the temple to bathe in the holy water. Only the top 10 in the assessment would be granted the opportunity. After a while, several people slowly closed their eyes and fell into cultivation. Woohoo! The Liudi Shenxian turned into a blue god light, whistling along the rune track, wearing the windy snow, and approaching the towering gods at the end. Chapter 338. Excessive Force. North of the North. The end of the north of the Qianyuan continent. The snow and snow god mountains are towering. And the snow god is lingering on it. So high. How majestic. The Lugua car arrived at the station. And the crowd surged down. The first thing that almost everyone did was to look up and looked up. And then set a sincere emotion. A faint white light flashed in by Donglin's eyes. And he took in the main body of the ice and snow mountain. When he was about 100,000 miles away and close to the top of the mountain, a force of isolation appeared in front of him. He did not touch it rashly, and quietly withdrew his gaze. The area where the holy palace of ice and snow is located has an extremely special space. Like the dimensional heart in the heart of the Nine Rings and the Taoist Kunlun Mountain, the dimensional space is extremely high and far away, which is different from the normal sky and void. This Shishan is really not small. It is among the peaks of Kunlun Shinshan. Bai Donglin's thoughts were divergent. But his footsteps kept constantly. This period has always been like this. Bai Donglin also resisted, but failed. This second senior sister seemed to treat him as her spiritual support. Or perhaps she felt she owed Lan Ling, and she always kept him by her side, as if she was afraid that he would get lost. Arrive. The 6 people stopped, and they were endless in front of them. Everyone was very honest and lined up quietly. The patrol officers passing by from time to time made these proud and talented girls dare not do anything out of line. The preliminary review of the assessment is in the hall at the end of the team. One is to verify the identity, and the other is to confirm the cultivation qualification. We know. Sister second. Under the foot of the mountains of the snow and snow. The palace is endless. It is the peripheral area of the ice and snow sanctuary. And it is also the place where the disciples of the outer door. Only when it becomes a formal disciple can they be qualified to reach the top of Shinshan. The crowd was divided into dozens of columns and moved very quickly. In just half an hour, the Feishua Sex group entered the hall. At the end of each queue is a yute, with a round crystal ball hanging above the yute, carved on the inscription of mystery. The test is very simple. You only need to press the palm on the crystal ball to measure the qualifications of the monk. The first green skirt girl in the queue tensioned out of her small hand, pressed lightly on the crystal ball. The inscription flashed, and then the crystal ball began to bloom with a green light. Disciple Luo Zonzong. Feiying. Jinling Quality Green Products. Soul Child in Class B. Pass the test. You can participate in the next round of assessment. The next? Yeah. The girl in green jumped up with excitement, took a jade token amid the envious gazes of many people, and ran out of the hall excitedly, skipping and jumping, full of high spirits. Lan Luzong. Cuckoo. True spirit aptitude. Bai Donglin was mixed in the queue. His eyes flickered, and the crystal ball seemed through instantly. It turned out to be the same as measuring the stone. It was the same as the material of the second brother to test the quality qualifications. But this crystal ball was obviously more advanced, more accurate, and more comprehensive. Bai Donglin nodded secretly. This is the test method of Qixio's consistent use. Needless to say, from low to high, red-orange, yellow, green, blue and purple. The true spirit is the most important core of Qi cultivation. Giving it the authority to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is only the foundation. The subsequent nurturing of the primordial fetus and the condensation of the Dharma image are all closely related to it. It can be said that, to a certain extent, the true spirit determines the future achievements of Qi cultivation. God's affinity is not the power of the test and appraiser, but refers to the affinity of heaven and earth. That is, the affinity of the law. In simple terms, it is the so-called insight. The soul can become powerful through cultivation, but its affinity with the laws is very difficult to improve. Souls at the same level who are naturally more affluent will always have an advantage, whether it is Qi repair or physical repair. This is very important. The law of perception, the law of inscriptions, and the rule of integration. Each step is closely related to it. Special constitution is more important for physical repair. For Qi repair, it is icing on the cake. It is better and can add a lot of points. But there is nothing. As long as the first two are excellent, they can pass the assessment and testing. Next. Soon, the 5 senior sisters of Feishua's sect Lan Ling all passed the test. And it was Bai Donglin's turn. The second senior sister and the other 4 did not leave immediately, but stood aside, looking at Bai Donglin with encouraging eyes. Bai Donglin gave them a bright smile, stepped forward, stretched out his fair little hand, and slowly pressed towards the crystal ball. According to the information I got from Ji Luo, the inspection department, there is less than a year left before the Ghost Mansion starts to exterminate the sea monsters. I don't have much time to waste. If the sea monsters are exterminated, where can I find the sea monster prince? The trial mission will fall into the embarrassing situation of being unable to complete. The procedure for entering the God's Pond is extremely complicated. If we follow the rules, we don't know how long it will take. It could take several years. If we want to break the rules, we have to shock the high-level officials of the Ice and Snow Palace and attract their attention. So, I can only be arrogant for once. Everyone please stand back. High energy ahead. I'm going to pretend. Between the thoughts and electricity, Lan Ling's little hand was pressed on the test of the crystal ball. A strange wave invaded by Donglin's sea of consciousness, instantly swept through his soul, and reached the deepest and crystal-clear true spirit. Bai Donglin's spirit was sitting cross-legged on a black stone tablet with 5 hearts facing the sky. There was a bright light in his eyes, and his spirit and soul were filled with a mysterious, hazy and vast aura. The strange fluctuations in the soul trembled slightly, endangered, and Bai Dong frowned slightly, quickly suppressing the rising breath. It was a close call. I almost broke this thing. Buzz buzz buzz. On the outside of Yute, the measured crystal ball trembled, and the inscription on the inscription shone fiercely. Chant. Purple light. Rich to the extreme. With a golden purple light, suddenly blooming in the core of the crystal ball. The entire hall was instantly shrouded in the gorgeous purple light. Click. Click. The spirit-detecting crystal ball was covered with cracks, and lasted only a moment before exploding into countless pieces of light. A thick purple beam of light spurted out, piercing through the dome of the hall, and disappearing into the clouds. Well, this force is still too hard to pretend. But this thing is too fragile. Bai Donglin looked embarrassed, slowly retracted his white hand, looked around, ready to face everyone's shock, envy, and jealousy. Quiet. Everyone opened his eyes, and looked at the thick purple light column in front of him, as if he was caught in a magic stun. Ahem. Bai Dongling clenched his fist, put it to his mouth, and cleared his mouth a few times. The crisp sound was extremely harsh in the quiet hall. This is... The examiner behind the jade platform was the first to come back to her senses. She pointed at the thick purple light column with a trembling voice. After all, her cultivation was not weak, and her will was even more resolute. After a pause, she smoothed her breath and said with a shocked look, a disciple of Feishua's sect, Lan Ling, with a true spirit aptitude of the purple rank, soul affinity of the A class, special grade. His special physique is unknown, and indescribable. This is really incredible. The assessment officer accepted the news of the assessment center, and the report of the 151st report. The shock in his heart became more and more intense. For so many years, she has not known how much the assessment she has hosted, and she has encountered it. But it is unheard of monsters, like such a monster that cannot even thoroughly be thorough. Didi discovered the world-class demon genius. The established procedure triggers. The information has been reported to the Holy Palace High Level. The defense array has been automatically opened. Holy order. The examiners present should ensure this person's safety at all costs until the high-level officials of the Holy Palace arrive. Buzz. The entire hall shook violently, and the dense formation hidden deep inside emerged, turning into an extremely thick light shield. Countless runes flowed on it, falling upside down, instantly enveloping Bai Donglin. The dozens of assessment officers present changed at the same time, and the figure swayed, surrounded the mask group, leaning against the mask, and the legal power in the body condensed and boiled. His eyes watched the appraisal disciples around him vigilantly, and even the assessment officer who had been with each other for many years. In their eyes, everyone present, except themselves and Bai Donglin, was suspected of being a foreign spies. This is the weight of the Holy Palace's holy order, and they dare not be careless in the slightest. Bai Donglin forced an awkward but polite smile on his face. I was just pretending. Really? I haven't pretended for a long time. I am a little rusty, and I don't have the right rhythm. Looking at the disciples around him, who were huddled together with fear in their eyes, Bai Donglin couldn't help but shake his head secretly. Failure. Such a failure. Okay. Lift the alert. A gentle female voice suddenly sounded in the hall, and then a petite figure stepped out from the void, eyes filled with divine light staring at Bai Donglin in the light shield. Greetings, sir. The examiner's expression suddenly relaxed, and the boiling energy in their bodies slowly subsided. There is no need for further assessment for this little girl. I will take her away first. The woman with her face was shrouded in the light raised her hand, and the mask was hidden, and Bai Dongling's body could not help floating to him. Wait! Those are my same sister? Bai Donglin pointed at the 5 people of Fei Shuazong, and the woman turned her eyes and glanced at the assessment officers below. Sir, we know what to do. Very good. The woman nodded slightly, took Bai Dongling's hand, stepped into the void and disappeared. The crowd in the hall was relieved. The adult's gas machine shrouded them. Majestic and terrible, like death. After a moment of silence, the hall was finally boiling noisy and spread out quickly. Just now they were just shocked and confused, but now they are sober and finally understand what happened. Fei Shuazong's 5 people looked at each other and looked unbelievable. Second senior sister. Is that really a blue spirit? I remember that junior sister's true spirit aptitude is cyan. Uh-huh. The second sister changed her look and quickly covered her mouth with her hands. Don't talk nonsense. Junior sister's true spirit aptitude has always been purple. We just kept it secret for safety reasons. Do you understand? The second sister's eyes flickered slightly, although she didn't know what was going on. But the result is always good. Chapter 339 Virtual Personality. The light and shadows circulated. The eyes were recovered in an instant, and the feet were trampled on the field. Looking back, there is a cliff on the side. Below it is endless clouds, and above it is the extremely high sky. Bai Dongling's eyes flashed slightly. He just clearly felt that his body passed through a thick layer of defense barrier, with extremely high strength and deep into the dimension space. The woman holding Bai Dongling's hand had a soft divine light on her face, making it impossible to see her true appearance. She was wearing a waisted dark blue dress with twinkling starlight. Her slender waist was less than the size of a hand, and her figure looked extremely petite, even shorter than Lan Ling. Although it seems weak, Bai Donglin did not dare to have a lot of great careers. This woman is obviously a great monk who is home to one realm. He has been noticed that he has been cut off all the messy thoughts in his heart. Lan Ling followed closely, letting him lead her forward. Feeling that the atmosphere was a little dull, Lan Ling blinked her big eyes, looked well behaved, and asked in a pure voice, Senior, I am Lan Ling from the Fei Shuaz sect. May I ask how I should address you? The woman paused slightly, turned her head, and glanced at Lan Ling, as if she was surprised that this little girl was so brave. But when she saw Bai Dongling's big blinking eyes, she shook her head slightly and said softly, I am Su Huan, the 9th great elder of the Holy Ice and Snow sect. Well, you can call me Elder Su Huan, or the 9th great elder. Whatever is fine. After saying that, he ignored the innocent Lan Ling and continued walking forward holding her little hand. Lan Ling has seen Su, but also Elder. Lan Ling nodded seriously, as if she knew the other person's name. The two of them were acquaintances, and she couldn't stop talking. Elder Su Huan. The Holy Palace of Ice and Snow is located at the top of the sacred mountain. How come it is not cold at all? It is as warm as spring. The top of the mountain is so flat, as if the top has been cut off. Isn't it said that there is an ice and snow temple on the ice and snow mountain? Why can't I see it? Elder Su. Your skin is good. Your hands are soft. Warm. Elder Su. What perfume do you use? It smells good. Bai Donglin. Or Lan Ling's virtual personality. Once she started talking, completely ignored the other party's identity as a powerful man, and kept chattering and asking questions all the way. Even when Su Huan ignored her, she continued to talk. Although Bai Dongling's ego consciousness was extremely ashamed, he did not interfere forcibly, and could only let it play out. What is camouflage? What is acting? Bai Donglin has now fallen into a state of selflessness, forgetting his true self. He is now Lan Ling. Arrive. Elder Su Huan finally spoke for the second time, her tone a little heavier than before. It was obvious that the chattering of curious baby Lan Ling had some effect on her mood. Lan Ling closed her mouth and looked around. She could not see the end of the lake. The azure blue lake in front of her was shrouded in thick fog. There was not a ripple on the lake's surface, just like a sapphire mirror. The fog passing ahead is the ice and snow holy palace. After Elder Su said, he took Lan Ling and stepped on the lake. Tick! Like 2 drops of water falling. The two people stepped steadily on the sapphire blue lake. A ripple slowly spread out from under their feet. When Bai Dong saw this, his mind could not help but condense. I'm coming! It seems that this is the last test of entering the ice and snow sanctuary. Without stopping, Bai Donglin lowered his eyes and saw his clear reflection on the lake below. It was not his physical body, but the reflection of his soul. It was so detailed that even the crystal clear spirit in the deepest part of the soul was reflected on the surface of the sapphire lake. Bai Donglin remained calm and composed. Any force with a bit of background would have this kind of thing. Just like the penetrating gaze that descended from the sky when he first entered the Jidao holy sect. Although each force has different methods, their purpose is the same, which is mainly to investigate whether the disciples are spies from other races, and whether they have malicious intentions in their hearts. It is possible to see through whether a cultivator has the aura of an alien race, or even more powerful, to directly see whether he has a causal connection with the alien race. The lake that reflects the soul is really powerful, and even the true spirit can peek. But Bai Donglin has a well-deserved asking. He had nothing to do with the alien races, and he was not afraid of inspection at all. His true spirit was true and true. It's just that after his cultivation, his aptitude has been slightly improved. With his research on true spirits, he is not afraid of being discovered. Confidentiality. Calm. Bai Donglin's gaze moved slightly and fell on Elder Su Huan. But he did not see a clear reflection. Only a vague human-shaped divine light. Extremely shining. There was a touch of disappointment in his eyes. There was no accident. And went smoothly through the blue lake, walking in the fog for a while. And the eyes were suddenly bright. And the palace covered by God's light appeared in Bai Dong's eyes. All the palaces are made of dark blue ice crystals, carved with intricate divine patterns, and slightly transparent. The sun's rays from the sky fall down and project onto the main body of the palace. The light refracted back and forth in the dark blue crystal, and the color spectrum was unfolded one by one, transforming into endless colorful divine light, enveloping the entire palace complex. What a beauty! At this moment, Lan Ling's personality instinct erupted. Kazalin's big eyes sparkled, and she stared stupidly at the magnificent palace in the distance that looked like a miracle, with just a trickle of liquid almost flowing from the corner of her mouth. Bai Donglin's ego nodded slightly. It was indeed very beautiful and gorgeous. It was much more beautiful than the palaces of the top forces such as Jidao and Daomen that he had seen, although it is far inferior in terms of heritage and the aura of time flowing through the ages. In terms of style, the Ice and Snow Temple of the Ice and Snow Holy Palace is more impressive. Is it worthy of a strange creature like a woman? Even the founders of the Ice and Snow Holy Palace, whose cultivation was unfathomable, still incorporated things that women liked, such as beauty and sparkle, into the temple. No wonder the female practitioners in this area in the northern area are so eager to worship the Snow and Snow Palace. And the Supreme Taoist method is one of them. Elder Su Huan nodded slightly, confirming that Lan Ling had successfully passed the test of the Blue Lake, and slowly let go of Lan Ling's hand. Lan Ling, the palace elders are waiting for you in the hall behind the square ahead. You can go there on your own. I'm leaving first. Before he finished speaking, Elder Su Huan's figure turned into a ray of light, shot into the void and disappeared. Just go like this. I thought the elders, you will accept me as a disciple. Well, it's Lan Ling who is useless. His aptitude is low, and he can't catch the eye of Elder Su Huan. But Lan Ling won't give up. Lan Ling will work hard to cultivate and achieve great power as soon as possible to repay the Holy Palace for its kindness. Lan Ling muttered a few words in a low voice. Then her tone changed and her expression became excited again. Her little fists clenched tightly, looking like a passionate girl. The performance of Lan Ling's personality has made Bai Donglin's own consciousness show the color. It has not relaxed his vigilance because of his return, and still performing skills. It is indeed him. Bai Donglin knew very well that he was now in the base camp of the Ice and Snow Holy Palace. If nothing unexpected happened, there were countless eyes on him at this moment. These old guys. Chicken thieves. The same is true of Elder Su. From beginning to end, holding his little hand tightly, not afraid that he would lose. But under the reflection of the blue lake, if there was a trace, he could kill him on the spot. Even he felt ashamed of himself for being so cautious. After showing some loyalty, Lan Ling's face was solemn and walked towards the square. If my guess is correct, there should be another test ahead. Above the void, several powerful ideas hidden in it touched slightly and communicated with each other. Well, this girl is pretty good. Don't fight with me this time. I see the sneezy. You? Humph. I also want to accept a disciple to inherit my legacy. Haha. Then it all depends on your ability. Good. Chapter 340. The square, carved from a single piece of dark blue crystal, is extremely large and luxurious. Lan Ling stepped on it. Her reflection was clearly visible, and the reflected colorful divine light enveloped her, as if she was walking in a fairyland. This dark blue crystal should be the extremely cold ice soul, an extremely rare mineral. The ice and snow holy palace uses it to pave the ground. Isn't it too rich? The heart was amazed. His fingers faintly itchy, and he tried to suppress the thought of mining on the spot. If my guess is correct, these extremely cold ice souls should be related to the three lights ice soul divine water. To be so extravagant, the ice and snow holy palace should control a spring. Bai Donglin's eyes flickered. His thoughts rolled, but his feet were not slow. After a while, he came to the center of the square. Frozen, Bai Dong stopped, and a tall goddess statue suddenly appeared in front of him. He visually could not be tens of thousands of feet. Such a big thing. He did not consciously before approaching, until he came to the statue. He appeared fiercely. Has the perception being blinded? A trace of strangeness appeared in the heart, and Bai Donglin's powerful will trembled slightly, feeling the disturbance from the statue, and the mind turned around. Instantly, Mingwu was a test of this. He quickly curbed the will to boil, let go of everything, and fully accepted the strange disturbance power in the body. Lan Ling's eyebrows trembled. Her body seemed to lose control. Her expression was blank, and she slowly raised her head to look away. The goddess statue suddenly became clear and lifelike. And it was lifelike. It was like a living goddess. His huge eyes were deep. The light was looming, and the blue spirit was flowing. Buzz! The consciousness rose across the long river of time and space, and instantly did not enter a glorious temple. The temple is shrouded in endless light. It is extremely high and extremely large. There are sun and moon stars around the inside and outside. At the end of the hall, on the throne, a magnificent light and shadow of human shadows are sitting. The shadow is blurred and bright. Looking down, gazing at the blue spirit that was as tiny as a speck of dust, the boundless majesty was overwhelming. Lan Ling. The sound is bright, just like Tian Yun. Disciple is here. The blue spirit looks solemn and gives a slight hand to salute. What followed was a question and answer session. The human-shaped light and shadow asked a question and Lan Ling answered it, answering fluently and meticulously. This ice and snow palace is really good. It's just a statue, but they really made it so interesting. Deep inside Bai Donglin's body, the terrifying will that was close to the fourth level gathered into a tiny spot of light, protecting his ego consciousness firmly within it. Under his control, Lan Ling's personality did not reveal a single flaw. Fortunately, he was well prepared and had many tricks up his sleeve. Otherwise, he would have just destroyed himself and escaped. He just wanted to take a bath. It is really more difficult than Deng Tian. Perhaps, he did not find the right way. He didn't have too many trial tasks to set up another strange path. It is also why he has too many means and too strong. He always wants to come directly, and push all the way. From the opening of the trial to the acceptance of the task, for 9 years. For such a long time. The trial tasks formulated by the Polar Council must have been carefully considered and carefully demonstrated. Each task has its significance. And there is also a way to pass. Although it is extremely difficult, there is still a glimmer of hope. This holy palace of ice and snow has only recruited female disciples from ancient times to the present day. But he, a grown man, wants to go deep into their lair to take a bath. The person who can come up with this task must be a weirdo. Bai Donglin suddenly had an idea, and a glimmer of enlightenment came to him. In his wild thoughts, he seemed to have grasped the true meaning of this mission. If you want to enter the ice and snow holy palace to take a bath, you have to get past these powerful women. It's definitely not possible to force your way through. They are also one of the top forces. And there are countless strong people among them. If hard tactics don't work, I can only use soft tactics. How can I make them take the initiative to bring me to the holy palace to take a bath? Unless these women have lost their minds. In the lingering temple of Xinguang, the question and answer continued. And Bai Donglin's consciousness lurking in the wonders of his will. But he was caught in self-doubts. How to make a woman lose her mind. Love. How to make a strong woman lose her mind. It's hacking love. Hack your grandma's love. Bai Donglin's face turned dark. And he immediately understood that someone from the Jidao Council actually wanted him to use such a shameless method of picking up girls. If his prediction is correct, and he can come up with such a bizarre idea, then he should have implemented it himself and must have succeeded. Otherwise the Jidao Council would not have allowed this mission to pass. When will the pickups become the characteristics of the strong? Humph. Bad taste. Very good. I'll remember you. I didn't expect that there is such a strong man with evil taste in Jidao Holy Sect. It seems that his status is not low. Playing tricks on him like this has created a grudge between them. Bai Donglin silently pulled out a notebook and wrote down a paragraph with a dignified expression. Buzz. After the question and answer session, the brilliant temple disintegrated into countless specks of light. Bai Donglin's consciousness fell from an infinite height and returned to his body. Lan Ling came back to her senses in a daze, with a hint of doubt in her eyes, as if she had no idea what had just happened. She blinked her big eyes and continued to walk towards the hall. Those who passed the 2 tests smoothly. No more obstacles. Lan Ling came directly to the main hall, with a small face and a slight shot. Disciples of Fishuzong. Lan Ling. Please meet. Crunch. The tall and heavy door slowly opened, and in the spacious hall filled with colorful divine light, people were everywhere, and all their eyes were on Lan Ling. Enter. Lan Ling entered the hall in accordance with the words, and the black and white eyes rotated back and forth, curiously looking at the shadows of people sitting around. Unfortunately, she was too low to repair, and she couldn't see the cover methods of everyone. Lan Ling, can you be willing to worship my ice and snow holy palace and cultivate the supreme way? Although both sides understand their own intentions, the necessary procedures still have to go. A shadow of the hall asked, and the voice was soft. Disciple is willing. Lan Ling's agreed hand agreed, and his look faintly flashed with excitement, and he looked like he wanted to cover up but couldn't suppress it. Good. As soon as he finished speaking, the divine light that enveloped the figures disappeared, revealing their shapes and appearances. Lan Ling's eyes moved around, taking in a dozen or so women with powerful auras in the hall. They were all beautiful women around 29 years old, with graceful figures and skin as white as cream, with a divine aura flowing on them. Some are pure, some are charming, some are cool, some are gentle, and so on, each with its own characteristics, competing with each other for beauty. Lan Ling only felt that her eyes suddenly became brighter. This is what is called dazzling. Listening carefully, even the wind outside the hall had stopped its noise, for fear of startling the beauty. I realize. Why did that evil-minded sect master fall to this point? It's not because he's so weird. It's because the women in this holy palace are too outstanding. All of them are extremely beautiful. Speaking of which, Jidao is a physical cultivation sect. There have always been more men than women. And if there's not enough food at home, they naturally have to go out to find food. Haha. I see. I thought you were some romantic hero. But it turns out you can't compete with your peers in this sect. You're nothing special. After a moment of silence in the hall, the woman headed with a soft smile and continued to say, Lan Ling, you are extraordinary. You should obtain the identity of a true disciple. And you can choose one person as your master. More than a dozen great masters in the Gi realm all stared at Lan Ling with burning eyes, as if to say, choose me, choose me, choose me. This is the treatment that genius should have. Bai Donglin was very pleased. The regret he had left in the Jidao Holy Sect was finally made up today. Take a good look. I am also a peerless genius that can lead to the high-level scramble for Zoman. This is the correct way to join a sect. It is not like Jidao, who just lets things run freely and acts as if it's up to you to join or not. This made him feel very disappointed for a while. Lan Ling raised her little head and blinked, looking silly. The seniors are so beautiful and powerful. Let Lan Ling choose a master as a master, which is too difficult. I heard people say that only children make choices. Can I have them all? The hall suddenly fell silent, and everyone's eyes showed something strange. Bai Donglin's original consciousness was pumped. This really had nothing to do with him. It was the automatic operation of Blue Ling's personality. He did not intervene. Is it because I accidentally added something strange when I was shaping the virtual personality? Chapter 341. So domineering. I like it so much. Choose the grass. In the end, it failed to meet Lan Ling's wish, and failed to satisfy her little greed. In the end, she only chose one master. Elder Yufeng, Lan Ling's current master, is different from Elder Feng Huan, who is the supreme elder. He is just an ordinary elder of the Ice and Snow Holy Palace. His status, seniority, and strength are far inferior to those of Feng Huan. Master, where are we going now? Yufeng smiled, held Lan Ling's hand tightly, and walked out of the hall. as if she was afraid that someone else would snatch her good disciple away. Good apprentices. Master takes you back to the palace where the teachers returned. And by the way, you will introduce you to your two sisters, so as to let them take you to the inside and outside of the holy palace. Out of the hall, Yufeng permeated the light to wrap the blue spirit, step into the void step by step, and instantly came to another palace. Humph. I don't know where these two girls have gone crazy again. They are so unruly every day. Yufeng did not sense the presence of his two disciples in the palace, and could not help but snort in displeasure, then turned to Lanling and said, So, wait for them to come back and introduce you to know you. Now, let's talk about things about you in the future. Blue Spirit looked well. Good, master. Giggle. Really good. Yufeng covered his mouth and laughed, stretched out his white fingers and squeezed the soft cheek of the Blue Spirit, and walked towards the inner hall with the Blue Spirit. Disciple, the technique you are practicing now is too superficial. This is a huge waste of your talent. From now on, you must switch to practicing this treasure book. The Bingwang Dominier's True Scriptures is one of the three most high treasures of my ice and snow holy palace. Bai Dongling's eyes flashed slightly, and he had no doubt about Yofeng's words. There was no shortage of various true scriptures and wonderful techniques in this world, and he had a deep understanding of this in the Jidao holy sect. Whether it is the boundless inheritance of the inscription forest in the monument world, or the scripture cheats in Shushan, it can be seen, after many times, the long-time development of this world has reached its peak. There are so many geniuses and powerful people who have left behind countless inheritances as vast as the ocean. Any force that has a little bit of fame will have a few secret treasures. No matter how good the cheats of God Gong, you still have to look at the individual of the practitioners. The number of true scriptures in the mind of Bai Dong's mind is placenta. But he chose to cultivate very few. But he just studied them thoroughly, and then turned into his own avenue. It is simplicity, taking its essence, endless knowledge, and raising his own way. This is the practice method he is pursuing. Good apprentice. Calm in mind. This is to make you the book. Yofeng's voice was soft, and the power of people's heart was calm instantly. Master, the apprentice is ready. Yufeng nodded slightly, stretched out her jade-like fingers, with a bright white light lingering on her fingertips, and slowly pressed them on Lanling's brow. Boom! Lanling only felt a loud thunder in her mind, followed by a faint whistling of cold wind, and followed by countless dark blue runes, which condensed into a huge ice phoenix that swooped down towards her soul. Frost formed on the soul. A hint of coldness flashed. The ice phoenix merged into the soul, and countless mysterious characters appeared faintly on the surface of the soul. Call. Lanling slowly opened her eyes. A faint blue light flashed. She opened her mouth and exhaled, and tiny icicles fell. Yes, it is indeed the soul of Grade A Special, and the understanding is amazing. It can fully accept the inheritance in such a short time. A little surprised in the eyes of Yufeng. With such disciples with such a demon talent, she also saw only in her life. Master's reputation. Lanling smiled shyly, completely different from her previous carefree attitude. Her well-behaved appearance made Yufeng like her even more. For a moment, Yufeng decided to help his good apprentices. So he said, Axe, the Shinshi of my holy palace is about to open up. Now you have to revise the exercises, recast the foundation, and think for the teacher to think, and only in the Shinshi to be the most perfect. Lanling has such an extraordinary talent. If there is even the slightest flaw in his practice, it would be a huge waste. She, Yufeng, would definitely not let her disciple suffer such an injustice. Bai Dongling's eyes lit up when he heard this. Here it comes. It's finally here. He didn't expect that before he even opened his mouth. This beautiful master of his would come to his door on her own initiative. Well, the quota for entering Shinshi has been set. But the next time I have to wait for 3 years. I entered with the top 10 disciples of the Zongzong. But giggle. But I can't let my good apprentices wait for 3 years. My disciple, you should first study the true scriptures in the temple, and wait for the smooth transition to cultivation. I will go and get a place for you now. Overbearing. But it's really comfortable. Bai Donglin secretly sneered. Is this the pleasure of existing privileges? Not like the extreme. Everything is described by the rules. And Tian Wang Lao Tzu has to do things in accordance with the rules. He also always thought that this was the correct power structure and admired it. But when the privilege used himself, he knew how beautiful it was. Maybe this is the dual standard. Bai Donglin thought without knowing it. Thank you, Master. Lan Ling will definitely study the scriptures carefully, and will not let you down. The blue spirit looked grateful. He planted into Yofeng's arms, and his head was arched and provided. Sweat. Bai Donglin covered his face. What is the problem of this virtual personality of Lan Ling? Oh. Okay. It's okay. Let's go first. Yufeng patted Lan Ling's little head lovingly, not disliking her intimate gesture. Then her figure flashed and disappeared into the void. Lan Ling's body is positive. His eyes are closed, and the innocence of the innocents opened again has dispersed, and it is replaced by deep dark indifference. Lan Ling's virtual personality was hidden, and Bai Donglin's own consciousness took over the body. Unexpectedly, it was so smooth that it really was different. With a slimmer hand, there is a dark ring that he can see on the white index finger. Even if one completely reverses his life form, he cannot escape the bondage of the lucky ring, whose power is unfathomable. Well, this virtual personality is used for the first time. Although there are some flaws, the flaws are not covered, and the effect is still very good. At least, these ghosts who have not seen a trace. There was a hint of pride in Bai Donglin's eyes. Originally, he wanted to rely on his incredible acting skills to fight hard. But after spending a few days with the second senior sister and others, he found that he couldn't do it. After all, he is a grown man, and no matter how good he is at acting, he still lacks a bit of femininity, which is something that cannot be concealed by appearance. When facing cultivators with weaker cultivation than him, he can still use his will to influence their perception and erase this slight disharmony. But he was not completely sure about the powerful ones. So in order to avoid being exposed, he created this virtual personality of Lan Ling. The method of creating a virtual personality was a byproduct produced when he was deducing the thinking leap, and it happened to be used in this action, which complemented each other. Pressing his thoughts, Bai Dong sat in his knees and began to enter the practice of cultivation. He just looked at the Bingwang Dominier's true scripture, and he had already realized it. If he can do it, Lan Ling will also be able to do it. So there is no need to waste time on these boring things. One day later, Yufeng came back and brought him good news. The place had successfully settled, and he could enter the Shinshi later. Time flies. Half a month has passed, and Bai Dongen has been staying in the palace to practice. From time to time, Yufeng will give pointers to him. As for the so-called two sisters, I don't know where to run, and never come back. As a result, Bai Donglin was often the only one in this huge palace. After these days of understanding, Bai Donglin finally understood why the top of this snowy mountain was so sparsely populated. This ice and snow temple is not allowed to live. In addition to those high levels, only the core real disciples can live here, and other disciples are living at the lower mountainside. And the disciples from the foot of the mountain are progressing upside down, and the levels are strict. Lan Ling, you come out for me. I know you are inside. Don't be a turtle. I thought it was a peaceful day, but it was broken by the shouting from outside the hall. Bai Dong frowned slightly and slowly opened his eyes. He was about to achieve his trouble. Since you dare to do it, don't hide from Tibet. Come out for me. Lan Ling. Well, it seems that it can't be avoided. After shaking his head, Bai Dong went up and opened the door of the inner temple and walked out. Senior sister, what do you want to talk to me about? Bai Donglin gave his hand slightly. His tone was calm, and he did not urge the blue spirit personality. Oh, who is your sister? Don't climb the relationship. Don't think that you have a little talent. You can do it wrong. You, a shameless woman. Even let Elder Yufeng grab the quota. You are shameless. The woman in the red dress was extremely conspicuous in the dark blue palace, and her face, which was red with anger, was even more red. Bai Donglin's breath stagnated, and the anger he was about to vent was immediately deflated. Oh my god. It turned out that the real boss came to visit. He was indeed in the wrong, but it was not appropriate to argue with her. This sister, please ask me to discuss if you have any questions. Although this is because of me, it is not what I can decide. Do you understand? I don't listen. Give me a place. Otherwise, I will make you look good. The woman in red yelled, and the energy in her body was flowing, and she seemed to be about to do it. Bai Donglin's eyes turned cold, and he said in a lowered voice, You want to take action in the temple? The woman's breath was stagnant, and she was suddenly sluggish. Huh? Lan Ling, you are fine. Indeed, we are the same disciples, and I can't help you, but I have already checked it out. You are a country woman from Fei-Shu's sect. You still have several senior sisters taking the assessment at the foot of the sacred mountain. Right? Listen. If you don't return the quota to me, I have 10,000 ways to make your Fei-Shu's sect disappear completely. The woman's eyes were sharp, and it was obvious that she was not joking. As a true disciple, it was not difficult for her to do this. Bai Dong's feet slowly turned back, looking at the woman who threatened his red skirt. His eyes were indifferent. Woman, do you know you're playing fire? Huh? How about playing fire? Are you afraid you can't you? The woman held her head high and did not retreat an inch. Boom! Bai Donglin's body appeared in front of the heroine, raised his hand tightly holding his slender neck, and then retracted back to the inner hall instantly, closing the door. You? What do you want to do? Holding his neck by Bai Donglin, he felt that his palm volatile fluctuations, and the woman's face was pale. How is it possible? Bai Donglin's eyes were slightly combined, and it was obviously inappropriate. The matter has not yet reached the step, which cannot affect the task. Hey, what do I want to do? Bai Dong sneered twice, turning the woman on her legs, showing a tall buttocks. Snapped. Ah! It hurts. Bang bang bang. Ah! Still arrogant? Dare to threaten me? Bai Donglin continued to move and slapped him several times. Bang bang bang. Ah! It hurts. It hurts. It hurts to make a bold smile. And there is a faint red light on the palm of the palm. It is the law of pain. Do you know you are wrong? I am right. Bai Donglin. Chapter 342 Opening the Temple. In the dormitory of the old palace of the Snow and Snow. The two were opposite, and the embarrassing atmosphere spread wildly. Bai Donglin was silent for a moment, then withdrew his hand with an embarrassed look and put the girl in the red skirt off his lap. What is your name? Which elder disciple is your elder? Looking at the girl kneeling on the ground, her hands covered with a shameful face. Bai Donglin flashed a helplessness in his eyes, and his heart rose. My name is Yen. I'm 19 years old. I'm a disciple of Elder Feng Lan. My family lives at the foot of the Ice and Snow Divine Mountain. I was brought back to the Holy Palace last year. I've been waiting for a long time for a spot in the bathing divine pool this time. It took a lot of effort. And Yen opened a gap slightly with the palm of her face, and her eyes looked at Bai Donglin timidly through their fingers, and her mouth kept talking. Shut up. I didn't ask you. What do you say so much? What are you reporting to the account? Bai Donglin's face was cold, and he interrupted Enron's words rudely. To deal with this kind of little girl with special hobbies, it still had to be overbearing. Woo. Don't be fierce. I'm sorry. I know wrong. I just wanted to scare you. The Holy Palace was the right way. How dare I dare to destroy the people? And Fei-Shuzong is still the eye of the Holy Palace. If things are revealed, I will finish it. And Yen had a sad look on her face. She was so scared by Bai Donglin's roar that she immediately shrank back, but accidentally touched the wound on her back. She shivered in pain, and her little face looked even more aggrieved. She did not lie. She did have these thoughts before. She wanted to use Lan Ling to enter the ancestors. She did not understand various rules. Scared her. And then recaptured her quota. But the development of things was unexpected. This blue spirit Shio said higher than her. And her personality could not be inferior. You are only 19 years old. Young. What are you anxious? Isn't it a place? After waiting for 3 years. My master is the elder. Will you not give it to you? After listening to the explanation, Bai Dong's face was slightly cold on his face, and his tone was much softer. He just released the power of his will, silently enveloping Yen. Under the influence of his will, every word Yen said was her true thoughts from the bottom of her heart. You are not. You seem to be only 16. Right? And Yen curled her lips. And when she saw that Bai Donglin's expression had relaxed, she became a little bolder. Bai Dong frowned. I'm sorry. I was wrong. You can take this spot. It's not difficult. It's not difficult. And Yen nodded affirmatively. She now has a handle in Lan Ling's hands. If Lan Ling tells the thing just now, how can she have a face to see people? Bath in the sacred pool and wait another 3 years. Since you are so sincere, I will accept it, so that you won't accuse me of being ungrateful. Bai Donglin nodded with satisfaction, turned around, and then said, however, my Lan Ling first arrived, and it would not take advantage of your cheapness. For 3 years, I will compensate your losses. And Yen looked up suddenly, and the light flashed in her eyes. What treasure would Lan Ling took to compensate her? It seems that this sister is not so bad. And Yin couldn't help raising a hint of expectations. Well, hold. Bai Dong was spreading his hands, and passed a piece of spiritual stone. A common part of the lame stone. The smile that had just appeared on Yan's face suddenly froze. And her expression became dull. Why? Not enough? No. No. Thank you. Junior sister. And Yin quickly reached out to pick up the spirit stone. Solemnly accepted. And then carefully said, Sister Lan Ling. Then if it's okay, I will go back first. And just now. Don't you tell others? Bai Donglin nodded slightly. And Yin was relieved. And slowly got up and walked out of the door. Etc. And Yan's figure trembled. Turned his head. And laughed with a strong face on his face. And asked softly, Sister, what else? My 5 senior sisters are still taking the test at the foot of the mountain. I can't get away right now. So I'd like to trouble you to help look after them, and let them enter the inner gates smoothly. Senior sister Anyun shouldn't refuse this little thing. Right? No problem. Leave it to me. And Yin Yang quickly agreed. And then hurriedly opened the door, and turned into a red light instantly. Bai Donglin waved his hand casually. The door closed, and the light in the bedroom dimmed again. Since he has borrowed Lan Ling's identity, it's okay for him to help her senior sisters. They are just small things. And there is no need to worry that he will affect the disciples of Feishua's sect after he succeeds and escapes. With just a little thought, the Lan Ling alias can still be retained. After all, the Ice and Snow Holy Palace is a strong force. Just like Nyukong of Taoism. Leaving a nail behind may come in handy in the future. We have put so much thought into this infiltration. It would be a shame if it were abandoned. Putting his thoughts aside, Bai Donglin continued to immerse himself in his practice and comprehension. There were still a few seeds of laws that he had planted last time that had not been incorporated into the origin of life. Half a month later, the sacred pool opened as scheduled. Bai Donglin awakened the Lan Ling's personality and was taken by Yufeng. Deep in the back of the previous square of the square, there was a towering temple in the depths of the sky. A good apprentice. This temple in front of us is the Ice and Snow Temple passed down from the ancient years before the ancient years. These palaces are actually expanded from generation to generation. And its value cannot be compared with it. Yufeng held Lan Ling's little hand and looked at her curiosity. So she explained, this Shenqi is among them. You remember that the number of times our sanctuary monks entered Shenqi are limited. Every time. It is particularly precious. You have to stay in it as long as possible. The longer the time, the greater the benefits of you. Master. I understand. Lan Ling nodded obediently and snuggled up to Yufeng. Her eyes moved back and forth, taking in the 19 women with varying strengths around her. These disciples, like her, are the ones who will enter the divine pool this time. There are 20 of them in total, and they are all true disciples with extraordinary talents. The so-called true biography is that in the future, there will be a great chance of breaking through the disciples of the return. It is the pillar of each force. The time has come. Open the temple. For face shadows appeared before the gate of the temple, and the palm of the white hand stretched out from the long sleeves, each holding a bright blue token with a bright light. Wind. Snow. Take my command and start. The white palm blossomed like a lotus, and the mysterious and complicated spells were quickly chanted. A trace of strange waves enveloped the token in the hand. The dark blue token trembled slightly, and automatically floated in the void. Chant. The tokens hummed softly, and each of them emitted a beam of light condensed from countless runes, shooting straight to the 4 corners of the temple gate. From the corner, the colorful light shone fiercely, and the complicated god pattern on the door quickly spread until it gathered in the center of the portal to form a huge rune-like group. Snap! Snap! With the continuous reversal of the rune optical troop, the heavy door turned into countless blue fragments and collapsed around. The light was hidden. Remember the sacred rules? Not everything in the temple. Bathe in the divine pool until you can bear the limit. Then you can withdraw at your own will. One of the 4 people holding the token glanced at the 20 disciples below and spoke slowly with a majestic tone. Disciple obeys your command? Lan Ling also learned the people beside him. Respectful. And looked extremely well behaved. Buzz. The vortex channel trembled slightly, and 20 thick beams of light gushed out, covering Lan Ling and others, pulling them in and suddenly retracting into the channel. The divine light disappeared, and peace returned to the outside of the temple, leaving only a few elders behind. Yufeng, I heard you have received a good disciple? The elders around, as well as the 4 officers in charge, all set their eyes on Yufeng. Uh-huh. No, I'm not as good as you say. My qualifications are just okay. Most importantly, I'm a well-behaved person, which makes me like me very much. Everyone was speechless, shook their heads slightly, and looked away. Yufeng raised his head with a hint of pride in his eyes, and thought to himself that he hoped his good disciple could absorb more of the holy water. The future path of cultivation will be smooth sailing. Chapter 343, 3 Lights Ice Spirit Divine Water. The light faded and vision returned. Bai Donglin looked around and found himself in a strange space. His senses were obscured, and he didn't know its size. The surroundings were filled with faint blue light, and colorful streams of light passed in front of him from time to time, dragging long tails of light. It is like a dream and a fairyland. Under my feet, I felt an extremely hard blue crystal, which was faintly transparent and had a clear reflection. Sisters, please follow me. This is my second time entering the divine pool. Just follow me. A disciple with a stable expression and the most powerful atmosphere spoke softly and pulled everyone's attention back. Thank you, senior sister. Everyone looked grateful, saluted, and then followed the woman, slowly walking into the dark blue mist ahead. Bai Donglin nodded slightly. The atmosphere in the ice and snow holy palace was still very harmonious. People helped each other, at least when there were no conflicts of interest. Lan Ling's eyes flashed slightly. His feet moved slightly, and he followed the end of the crowd. His head looked around, curiously looking at everything around him. Not long after they walked, they faintly heard the sound of disturbed water waves. They were all shocked and their pace quickened a bit. Wow! It's so beautiful! Is this the legendary divine pond? It is indeed extraordinary. After passing through the dark blue mist, the scene in front of his eyes suddenly became bright. Lan Ling's gaze passed over the crowd and fell on the pool not far away. The stairs, delicately carved from dark blue crystal, extended downwards in a semicircular arc, surrounding the sacred pool in a circle and spreading to both sides into the dark blue light mist, with no one knowing how long it was. The water in the Shinchi is slightly rippling, and in the absolutely bright and transparent water body, countless dense blue light spots, like a living body, shuttle back and forth in the transparent water body. It is gorgeous and dazzling, like a galaxy falling into this place. Bai Donglin's eyes trembled slightly, and he hid Lan Ling's personality, allowing his ego consciousness to take control of the body again. The Shinchi of this ice and snow god is really not simple. Before the Songguangbingxing Shinshui accepted the task, he had never heard of it. After taking a sip of water vapor, the spiritual tricks in the body suddenly cheered, and the flesh and blood particles shuddered slightly. The whole body was filled with hunger and thirst, and he couldn't wait to swallow this holy water. Sisters, let's get started. Everyone should work hard. The longer you persevere, the more benefits you will get from practicing. After speaking, the sister-in-law's sister unbuttoned the belt. The long skirt slipped, revealing the white body of Myomanian. The arms blocked the chest horizontally. Smiled, gently jumped into the god pool, stirring a little bit of water, and countless brilliant lights sputtering on the void. Giggle. Sisters, let's go down too. I can wait for a long time on this day. Amid the noise and laughter, the true goddesses of the holy palace of ice and snow took off their long skirts one by one, and their charming white figures appeared vaguely in the dark blue mist. The little barefoot children stepped onto the dark blue steps, and while playing and pushing each other, they all stepped down the curved stairs and slowly walked into the sacred pool. Bai Donglin frowned. His expression was solemn. His eyes fell on the long skirts scattered. These ladies in the holy palace are just like this. So sloppy. It's shameful. Good sister, what are you still doing? Hurry up. The last woman to enter the water saw Bai Donglin still standing there in a daze, so she kindly spoke up to remind him. Well, Haole, I will come soon. Bai Donglin agreed casually. At this point, the task was within reach, and he was not too anxious to complete it. She slowly untied her dress, looked serious, folded it meticulously, and placed it properly on the steps away from the water. Crash! The figure flashed and jumped into the pool in an instant. A strange chill surged into his heart, and Bai Donglin couldn't help but shiver. When he opened his eyes, he saw countless blue dots of light dancing in the transparent water and swarming into his body. His petite, white body seemed to be covered with a layer of dark blue gauze. This feeling, Bai Donglin was shocked. sensing the spiritual orifices in his body that were frantically competing to devour the blue light spots, all bursting out with brilliant divine light. And traces of strange changes emerged in the spiritual orifices. Most of the blue spots were swallowed up by the spiritual orifice, and some that slipped through the net were captured by the soul, spirit, and flesh and blood particles. The entire body, from the inside out, is submerged in the divine light. The light of the origin of life automatically emerges and flows endlessly, and the endless vitality becomes increasingly intense. His body is sublimating. This is a qualitative change, a process of life sublimation that should only occur when one breaks through to the divine source realm. Bai Donglin suppressed the shock in his heart. He did not expect that the three lights being by divine water would have such magical effects. These big forces indeed had a deep foundation. With such a rare item in their possession, their power would naturally prosper. No wonder this holy water feels so familiar to me. It is very similar to the strange energy effect I obtained in the Sea of Thunder and Lightning before. Bai Donglin stretched out his hand, his eyes shining as he stared at the blue light lingering around it. What exactly is this energy? After thinking for a while, Bai Donglin didn't figure out anything, and shook his head slightly. His cultivation level was still too low, and he didn't understand many things thoroughly enough. But now is not the time to think about these things. I have finally entered this treasure land, and I must make a fortune to make all my efforts worthwhile. Bai Donglin surfaced, and his heads looked around. Those disciples of the Holy Palace had already swum deep into Shinchi. The water surface of the Shinchi was lingering with the fog. The deeper inside, the blue light fog became more and more rich. These Holy Palace disciples do not run blindly, but look for a waters that suits them best according to their own strength. According to Yofeng's instructions to Lan Ling, the effect of this sacred pool is not uniform. The deeper you go, the better the effect on cultivators. But what comes with it is a more ferocious chill. This is the power of the three lights ice soul divine water. If you want to gain the benefits it brings to you, you must endure the biting cold. Yu Feng repeatedly told Lan Ling to act within her capabilities, and not to be greedy or reckless. In the history of the Holy Palace of Ice and Snow, there were many disciples who did not know their own limitations, and were frozen to death in this sacred pool. It seems that the source of the three lights ice soul divine water is at the deepest part of this dark blue light fog. With my terrifying number of spiritual powers, these outer areas cannot satisfy me. Bai Donglin revealed a hint of a smile. The spiritual orifice in his body was too overbearing, and his soul, blood and flesh particles had no chance of competing with it. He was so angry that he was jumping up and down. As for the chill, he now felt it was minimal, and was far from being an obstacle to him. Before that, let me see if it is as Yifeng said, with a low eyes. As soon as you move it, you must urge the eternal immortal world. Sure enough, the ancestors of the Holy Palace are not fools, and they will not leave such a large loophole. Among the Temple of Ice and Snow, all the laws of space exist, whether it is storage magic weapon, or space supernatural spells, etc., cannot be performed. The essence of eternal immortal realm is closely related to the space, and it is reasonable to be imprisoned. He tried it, and whether he could drill emptiness in the dimension space. The result failed, and it also shows that the Snow and Snow Holy Palace is still a bit of something. Not so simple. Bai Donglin didn't care too much about this. His eternal light realm was still too weak. As he grew up in the future, he would naturally not be in such a situation again. Putting his thoughts aside, Bai Donglin turned into a ray of divine light and dived into the depths of the divine pool. His body was already starving and thirsty, and since he couldn't pack it up and take it away, he might as well swallow it. His belly is very big. Chapter 344, Human Glory. The Temple of Snow and Snow. In Sanbuang Ice Soul God Pond, the disciples of the Holy Palace were covered in dark blue gauze, naked, and curled up like babies in the mother's womb, floating in the transparent water. Outside their bodies, countless blue light spots were rotating to form whirlpools. These women were closed tightly, frowning slightly, and horrible chills frozen their hair frozen blue eyes. Bai Donglin's sight has been swept away one by one, and the speed is not diminished. Through these true disciples, their cultivation can only stop here. He is still early. Only closer to Kuan Yin can you get greater benefits. It is already on the board to complete the trial task. You only need to stick to it for 7 days. Now his attention is all on this different three light ice. After a while, Bai Donglin no longer knew how far it was swimming. But the Shinchi, which was shrouded in the fog by the blue light, seemed to have no end. Bai Donglin raised his eyebrows. feeling that the horrifying chill that had invaded his body had changed again. As it swam over, the chill was permeating throughout his body, trying to freeze every spiritual orifice and every particle of his flesh and blood. After deep into this water, this chill has begun to spread to the soul. Bai Donglin can clearly perceive that his own thinking and consciousness is a little stagnant than ever. First, the body's spiritual orifices are frozen. Then the soul and mind are frozen. So what's next? Bai Donglin's eyes showed thoughts. But the speed still did not slow down. And he wanted to go deeper. Is it will? There was a hint of light in his mind. And Bai Donglin was in secret for a moment. And he became more and more affirmed. Sanguang Bing Soul God Water. The so-called Sanguang originally refers to this. The monks in this world all agree that the human body is a huge treasure. And its core is that it possesses 3 brilliant rays of light. The light of life in the physical body and spiritual orifice. The light of the soul thought soul. Also known as the light of wisdom. And finally, only those who are strong enough to be great will be able to awaken and open the light of will. First, I was tempered by the fire attributed Samadhi true fire in the 8 trigrams furnace. And then I was tempered by the water attributed 3 lights ice soul divine water. Now I have all the true fire and divine water. Wow! This extreme council is really interesting. There was a smile in Bai Donglin's eyes. And he understood the meaning of the 3 light ice and the water. He had no worries in his heart. And the speed accelerated a little bit. When it comes to the cultivation of the way of will, even compared with those powerful men, he did not expect that he would fall behind. As my thoughts surged, I couldn't help but think of the conversation I had with Old Man Jiang a few years ago. Bai Donglin's cultivation in the way of will made rapid progress, which made Senior Jiang, who he thought was extremely unfathomable, look shocked from time to time. So one day when the two were chatting, Bai Donglin couldn't help but ask, Senior Jiang, is it difficult for the way of will? You seem to be surprised by the speed of progress? The old man Jiang heard his expression stagnant and looked up at him with strange eyes before he slowly said, It's difficult. Of course. It is difficult. The old man thought you could break through the first situation by yourself so soon. It was already exhausted. At your own limits. But I didn't expect. Holding his head gently, his old man stared at his eyes, looking at Bai Donglin as if looking at a monster. The way of will is the power that can only be understood when the monk breaks through the 9th realm. The power of this will be the power of the monk through the thunderbolt and the transformation of the life level. As for you, kid, you ignited the fire of will by yourself. But the speed of your progress is really weird. Bai Donglin frowned slightly, thought for a moment, and then asked, Since the path of will is so difficult, why would the Supreme Council assign me this task? You should know that I am only at the divine ability realm. I am still 2 realms away from the 9th divine and demonic realm. How do they know that I can ignite the fire of will? This is putting me in a difficult position. Old man Jiang couldn't help but smile when he heard this, and said unhappily, Your kid is cheap and sells well. Because you are the time when you are the peak of the times. The first disciple to open the polar trial in nearly 30 million years is of great significance. So you can have such a big benefit. This may seem like a test, but it is actually a reward for you. Why do you think your Jida Saint sect would let you fish for dragonfish? And why did they take so much trouble to let me guide you? Although you are at the level of supernatural powers, I am confident that I can ignite the fire of your will with my personal help. Bai Donglin's eyes moved. He didn't expect there was such a reason. He became more curious and couldn't help asking again. So, what method did you prepare to help your juniors ignite the fire of will before you are old? Old man Jiang did not answer immediately. Instead, he slowly stretched out his withered palm and reached into the void. A bright, dreamy light band appeared on his palm. The breath is beautiful. And the mysterious is mysterious. Bai Donglin tried his best to sense what was going on, but couldn't figure it out. Look! While old man Jiang was speaking, he stretched out 2 fingers, picked up one end of the light strip, connected the ends together, and formed a closed halo. If I want you to ignite the fire of will, it's very simple. Just like this, I'll cut off a section of your timeline and let you experience death over and over again in this closed time loop. Naturally, you will be able to grasp the true meaning of eternity and ignite your will. If 100 million times doesn't work, then 1 trillion times. 1 trillion times. As long as I die enough times. Even if I'm just a pig, I can successfully ignite the fire of will. Bai Donglin's expression froze, looking at the smiling old man Jiang. He couldn't help feeling a chill in his heart. After figuring out the cause and effect, Bai Donglin also understood why he was able to practice the way of will so smoothly. This was all thanks to his immortality talent. In the closed-loop timeline, although the death is real, after refreshing, how to retain the previous experience, if the consciousness is overwhelmed, how to make herself not collapse. Although the old man Jiang did not say clearly, it must be difficult to do this. Although this method is a shortcut, it also has its drawbacks, and the effect is far inferior to his immortality. The way of will is so difficult. Bai Donglin sighed in his heart, and his emphasis on willpower suddenly increased infinitely. He was also glad that he did not have to go through the horrible torture of old man Jiang. His thoughts turned back to his previous state, and Bai Donglin dived a long distance further. His speed gradually slowed down, and thick blue frost condensed on his body surface. The scene inside his body became even more terrifying. Every spiritual orifice and particle of flesh and blood was wrapped in dim blue light, and their movement was slow and stagnant. The soul sitting on the black stone tablet in the Sea of Gods had turned into a blue ice sculpture. I feel it. His consciousness was frozen, and Bai Donglin's thinking became intermittent. But, freeze, the strange chill of will. With a thought, the spiritual orifice of the law of fire flickered slightly, and a thick and rich purple-red flame emerged in the body, bringing a hint of warmth. But the effect was minimal. The chillness of the three lights ice soul divine water, and the coldness in the ordinary sense were two completely different things. Even though he used all his strength to activate the spiritual orifices of the laws of fire, light, and yang, it only made his thoughts flow a little more smoothly. No, it's not enough. Although I have confidence in my will, the chill from this depth targeting my body and soul is becoming more and more terrifying. My body and soul are far inferior to those of a powerful person. The fact that I can walk here now is entirely due to my powerful spirit and deep physical foundation. If I were an ordinary divine source realm great perfection body cultivator, I'm afraid I would be frozen into powder in an instant here. Bai Donglin's eyes flashed slightly, and the blue light spots in the water body were sensitive. The strange energy here is thousands of times stronger than the periphery. Just practice here. This intensity of strange energy is enough to satisfy me. After thinking about it for a moment, Bai Donglin stopped flying, and his knees were hanging in the same place, suspended in the transparent water body. However, there were countless light spots gathered in an instant, forming a huge vortex, covering Bai Donglin in it. And the energy of the bright light spot was poured into the body crazy, and it was swallowed by the spirituality and flesh soul. The fair little face beneath the dark blue ice crystals couldn't help but reveal a satisfied smile. In the sea of souls, the souls that turned into ice sculptures had 5 hearts facing the sky. Their hands were pinching mysterious magic formulas, and their expressions were solemn. Under the ice crystal, the golden red sharp corner monument, which was tightly wrapped around by a hair, did not know why, automatically emit a trace of red light. With a slight tremor, the light disappeared. Chapter 345, Deep into the Spring. 7 days later. Buzz, sitting cross-legged in the sacred pool, Bai Donglin, like an ice sculpture, floats up and down in the whirlpool of water. Exactly 7 days had passed since he stepped into the sacred pool, when his left wrist began to vibrate and hum, and a 9-segment halo slowly emerged. There was a colorful halo surrounded by flowing light, and there were 2 extremely bright and dazzling light bands with magical patterns on them. One was a red bagua furnace, and the other was a golden dragon fish. The 9 halos rotated slightly, and a strange wave that was impossible to see flashed by. Another section of the light band became brighter, and a pattern slowly emerged above the light band. It was a dark blue temple. Bai Donglin's eyebrows trembled slightly, and he woke up from his cultivation. He lowered his eyes, and watched the 9-segment halo that was gradually disappearing. 3 of the 9 trial tasks have been completed, and the task of hunting down the Siren Prince is also about to be completed. In just a few years, half of it has been completed. This speed, it deserves me. With a smile on his lips, Bai Donglin closed his eyes slightly, and prepared to immerse himself in cultivation again. His body was not completely saturated yet, and he could continue to absorb this strange energy. According to the rules of this holy palace, these true disciples can bathe in the sacred pool once in every major realm. There are 2 reasons. The 3 lights ice soul divine water is so extraordinary that it cannot be given away easily. Even true disciples have to compete for a spot. Another reason is that the body's carrying capacity is limited. There is an upper limit to the amount of strange energy that can be absorbed each time. Only when a great realm is broken through, and the essence of life is transformed, can it be absorbed again. Bai Donglin's body contains nearly 70,000 spiritual orifices, all of which are infinite space spiritual orifices with the highest potential. He also has 3 souls, and they are all extremely powerful. This is not easy to feed him. What's going on with this golden and red pointed monument? Bai Donglin's eyes, which were about to close, suddenly opened again. A hint of doubt flashed across his eyes, and then he sank all his thoughts into the sea of consciousness. Click, click. The soul opened its eyes and struggled hard, shattering all the dark blue ice crystals on the surface of the body, which turned into light particles that floated down. Her long black hair fluttered slightly, bringing the pointed monument tightly wrapped around it to her front. She frowned slightly, looking at the monument that was faintly flashing red light, not knowing what to do. This situation was the first time, and in the past, it flickered red light, because he was urging, but now it shines automatically, which makes Bai Donglin puzzled. This ice and snow temple isolates all spaces, including dimensional space. I cannot open the low-dimensional world here, nor can I get in touch with Tianluo. Could it be that something happened to the split body outside? Buzz. While Bai Donglin was frowning and thinking wildly, the red light shining from the pointed monument wrapped around the tip of his hair became stronger and stronger, and even trembled slightly. Huh? Do you want to go out? Feeling the struggle of the pointed monument, Bai Donglin's eyes flashed slightly, and his expression became serious, and he finally realized that something was wrong. There is something in the sacred pool that is attracting the pointed monument. What could it be? His luck will not be so good. There was no point in thinking too much. Bai Donglin moved his mind and sent the pointed monument out of the sea of souls. As soon as the golden red pointed corner monument appeared in the outer divine pool, it suddenly became extremely active, turning into a red light and shooting towards the deeper parts of the divine pool. Good guy. There are really unexpected gains. Bai Donglin's eyes lit up, and he had no time to continue absorbing the strange energy. His figure flashed, shattering the ice crystals on his body surface. His naked white body turned into a stream of light, following closely behind the pointed monument. After 7 days of devouring, his physical body, spiritual orifices, and soul have become much stronger, especially against the coldness of the 3 lights ice soul divine water. He has a high resistance to it, so temporarily going deeper is not a big deal. The pointed monument moved faster and slower, as if it was sensing something. After a long time, Bai Donglin followed the pointed monument and dived a long distance, and the terrifying coldness increased several times. His grandma's legs. How far? How far? Think. Don't you want to freeze to death? Dark blue ice crystals condensed on Bai Donglin's body surface again. The color became deeper. His thoughts and consciousness were intermittent and extremely slow. It seems that I have to use. Killer. Bai Donglin's eyes focused and his expression became solemn, compared to what the pointed monument might be able to sense. Absorbing this strange energy could temporarily delay it. Although his mind was frozen, he could still distinguish between what was important and what was not. Extremely. Sent. In addition to the spirit of the eternal and immortal world, the minds are urged. Raging. The hot and strong golden inflammation rolled up, driving the weird chills in the body instantly. And the soul and the surface of the body were burning. So comfortable. The chill went all, and the warmth of the inside of the body made Bai Donglin could not help but vomit the turbid air. The chills of the 3 light ice and the water are not the ordinary cold concept, but the strange cold of the 3 light of the human body. Temperature is essentially nothing more than the movement of particles. But the cold and cooling of the Sanguangbingxing water is not the case. Therefore, the use of ordinary flames, light and other methods cannot effectively alleviate this chill. And Bai Donglin's extremely sublimation. The golden flame is not the flame in nature, but the soul of the body's souls is cashful after the body's spirit is burned. Golden flames are the brilliance of Sanguang. The 3 light in the burning body is naturally the best way to restrain the 3 light ice souls. Only he can use this method. After all, not no one has the talent of immortality. In order to resist this chill, he completely burn himself and die. After the use of extremely sublimation, everything in Bai Donglin's body was boiling, and he could no longer absorb the strange energy in a trace of God's pool. This is why he did not use this method before. But now for the discovery of the sharp-cut monument. It is indispensable to let go of the exaggerated energy for the time being. With cold, Bai Donglin's body suddenly became extremely active. Soaring speed, and the shaking of the figure turned into a luminous light, and instantly caught up with the sharp corner monument in front. Oh! Your speed is still too slow. Let me take you. Bai Donglin, whose body was surrounded by golden flames, smiled gently, stretched out his fair little hand to grasp the pointed-cornered monument, followed its guidance, and quickly fled to the depths of the sacred pool. This is the end of Shinchi? After flying for a long time, Bai Donglin finally stopped. Looking up, he saw a pitch-black crystal wall with no visible edge in front of him, and a dark and deep hole on the crystal wall. Bai Donglin secretly estimated that he had traveled hundreds of thousands of miles to reach the end of the sacred pool. It was not surprising that there was such a wide space inside the ice and snow temple. As it could be named a temple, it should not be underestimated. In the demon-suppressing temple, it is a piece of cake to put down a corner of the galaxy. Even though this ice and snow temple is far inferior to it, it is reasonable that it has such a wide space. What really surprised Bai Donglin was the depth of this god pool, and it spread hundreds of thousands of miles. The power of the Sanguangbingxing Shinshui was still so powerful, which was incredible. The chill in this place, I don't know where it will be against the sky. If you stop the burning of the 3 light in the body, I am afraid it will be frozen here instantly. Pressing his thoughts, Bai Dong's vision was low. Looking at the dark cave above the crystal wall, he could clearly perceive the flow of water waves. There is no doubt that the 3 lights' ice soul divine water gushed out from here. This should be the spring. Buzz! The sharp-cut monument in his hand trembled fiercely. And it has become red? Dazzling red in the dark god pool. Like a red day. Do you want to go deeper into this spring? Bai Donglin frowned, and a hint of hesitation flashed on his face. He could come to this step, and he was about to break through the security cordon in his heart. To be honest, he feels very insecure now. He is walking on thin ice. His current situation is very dangerous. In this situation, he did not experience it. Back then in the Black Prison, he spied on the true spirit, which brought bad luck and caused the sun to fall. He almost died in the ocean of the sun's divine fire. The great sun divine fire burned the space, making it impossible for him to use the A world away technique to escape. If he was in the depths of the ocean of divine fire, he would be burned to death the moment he was resurrected. The result would be that he would be trapped in the same place over and over again, endlessly rotating between life and death. Only when the great sun divine fire is completely extinguished will he have a chance to escape. How similar is the current situation? It's just ice and fire. If he stops the ultimate sublimation, then he will be finished. After resurrection, he will not be invincible or dominant, and there is no chance of burning again. After thinking for a moment, Bai Donglin's expression became serious, and he thought of a foolproof plan. As soon as the figure was shining, the body was raised instantly, and the Lonling's skin was restored to my true body. And the same as the soul. He can't make a mistake now. Lonling's health is good, but he still does not use himself. Bai Donglin looked down at the lucky ring on his left hand, and he had all the smooth desires in his heart, and at the same time sank into the soul. Wu Wei, you take over the body. Can, Wu Wei responded, which was extremely rare. He slowly opened his eyes. In those eyes filled with surging golden flames, there was endless indifference and absolute rationality, without a single emotional fluctuation. This extreme situation is not to be able to do a little bit. It is naturally more appropriate to handle it to inaction. And he is the real owner of the golden red shark-cut monument. Bai Donglin looked indifferent as he tightly grasped the pointed monument. The golden flames on his body surged even more violently, sublimating to the utmost and running at full power, forming an absolute balance with the Immortal's recovery speed, without any difference. Buzz! In the buzzing sound of the sharp horns, Bai Donglin turned into a golden light instantly. Chapter 346. What are the 8 divisions? Fall. Fall. The moment Bai Donglin entered the eyes of the dark spring, a powerful force was on his body, and the speed was not controlled. Boom! After a while, Bai Donglin smashed it on the dark crystal floor. There was no panic in his indifferent eyes. Only rationality remained. He slightly adjusted the burning speed in his body to strike a balance with immortality again. After his injuries recovered, Jin Yin became strong again. He slowly stood up and walked out of the huge pit under his feet. The fall just now almost killed him, and even the extremely hard black crystal was smashed directly. Chant. Jinhongyan Klain made a groan, broke away from restraint, and shot towards a distance. Bai Donglin looked down, glanced at the palm of his skin, and did not care. And his figure followed. Not far away, the front suddenly became bright, and a dark blue divine light spread in all directions. The terrain gradually rose. Bai Donglin raised his eyes slightly, and saw a dark blue throne on the high platform. The divine light was emanating from the throne. The pointed monument transformed into a stream of red light, and was now circling around the throne on the high platform, emitting bursts of clear sounds. With a flash of his figure, he stepped onto the platform in a few steps, and came to the front of the dark blue throne. Bai Donglin frowned slightly. A woman sitting on her knees on the huge throne. Her eyes closed, wearing a simple palace costume, and the long blue hair behind her moved slightly with the water waves, and a little starlight flashed. An extremely beautiful woman. Bai Donglin has seen countless beauties in his life, but none of them can compare to the one in front of him. Unfortunately, this is a dead woman. Bai Donglin did not feel the slightest life at all on this woman. The strong can completely cover the breath fluctuations, but this woman is obviously not, because in the chest, there is a bowl of mouth-sized holes directly through it. The wound was extremely smooth, and the intricate patterns on it could be clearly seen. Bai Donglin frowned and slowly took 2 steps back. He sensed a strange aura on the wound, and a warning sign rang in his heart that there was a great terror. Is this strange text? Battle. And sure enough, is it the strong of the mysterious war clan? Bai Donglin's sight was slightly moved, and it fell to the woman's eyebrows. There was a bright rune there, which was complicated and mysterious, but it made people look at it. This rune means war, which is the same as the font on the residual page that God has nothing to obtain. War clan. A clan that controls extremely terrifying battle formations. Where exactly did they come from? Why can't I find any information related to them? Bai Donglin's gaze was slightly condensed. After obtaining Jinhongjian Monument from the military world, he also paid attention to the warriors who were shocked by inheriting the light and shadow, but unfortunately found nothing. But according to his inference, mainly from some information obtained from the pointed angle monument, the military strategist who was highly respected by the cultivation world should have only obtained some inheritance from the war clan. The origin of the way of battle array should be the right of war, not the soldiers. This war family did not leave any traces in any era. Is it from before the ancient times? Bai Donglin's mind moved, and some guesses emerged inexplicably. In the ancient times, there was no order and no civilization. It was a chaotic and confusing time, and no records were left behind. The situation of the war clan was vaguely consistent with this. There is a slight possibility, but we can't jump to conclusions. Bai Donglin shook his head slightly, pressed these meaningless thoughts, and once again fell attention to the woman who was on the throne. So, you are the source of the 3 lights, ice, spirit, divine water. In his perception, a strange energy he devoured was extremely similar, but he did not know the strange fluctuation of geometric geometry. He slowly overflowed from the large hole in the woman's chest, incorporated into the transparent water body, and spread to the outside world. There is no doubt that this woman is an extremely horrible strongman. The trace of energy over the wounds has created a powerful force. The Snow and Snow Holy Palace also exists in the ancient forces of several times. In such a long time, the strange energy in this female corpse has not been exhausted, which is really horrible. Jin Hong, do you want to fly all the time if you want to do whatever you want? We have no time to delay in this ghost place. Bai Donglin frowned and whispered. Seeing that there was no danger here, Wu Wei had disappeared, and his ego consciousness took over the body again. Chant. The golden red tip of the horn sounded lightly, turning into a red light to the abdomen of the female corpse, and he instantly disappeared. When Bai Dong saw this movement, there was the location of Dantian Chihai. It seems that the sharp-cut things are in the Dantian of this female corpse. It is really amazing. After so long, Dantian did not break. Could it be that it has been opened up into a world of its own? Although he was curious, Bai Donglin still didn't dare to approach easily and always kept a safe distance. The strange aura on the wound made him very fearful. After waiting for a while, a divine light suddenly appeared on the abdomen of the female corpse. Buzz! The void trembled slightly, and the red light transformed from the pointed monument flew out again. At the same time, there was a quiet blue light, surrounded by the sharp-cut monument, and flew out together. Bai Donglin's eyes lighted up, and before he had time to react, the sharp-cut monument shot into his sea of God with the blue light of the blue light. The idea sinks into the soul, and the soul of the body, with the golden flames of the bear, has just opened his eyes. A golden red, a faint blue, and the 2 sharp horns with the same shape have been suspended in front of him. Turning slightly, and the light shines. Bai Donglin slowly stretched out his palm and held the young Jianjing corner. In the next moment, countless complicated and mysterious runes information, like Tianhe inverted, all poured into his divine soul. Compared to the low-dimensional world, the inheritance of acceptance is not weak, equally huge and vast. But his soul is now much stronger than before. He could accept it easily before, let alone now. It is extremely easy. Not long after, the inheritance information was transmitted, and the dark blue pointed corner monument trembled slightly, broke away from Bai Donglin's palm, turned into a stream of light, and flew into the void, colliding with the golden and red pointed corner monument with a loud bang, but without making any sound, like two drops of water from the same origin, instantly merging together. Chant. The pointed horn monument shone brightly, and on the golden body of the monument, in addition to the previous scarlet divine patterns, there appeared dark blue divine patterns, alternating between red and blue, which was extremely magical. After digesting the huge amount of information, Bai Donglin slowly opened his eyes. Countless runes were flowing in the depths of his eyes, and a hint of joy appeared on his face. It is you. One of the 8 divisions of the Supreme Battle Formation. Light. The light of the 8 parts. This is the inheritance of the Yuan Jiajin beauty. In addition to these, Bai Donglin has a little more understanding of the specific information of this battle formation. The name of this terrifyingly powerful battle formation is still unknown. All we know now is that it is divided into 8 parts. 4 inside and 4 outside. Inner Yu. Light. Tong. Dust. Outside, wind. Forest. Fire. Mountain. Yu Guang Tongchen. Does the meaning of the same thing as light with light? Bai Donglin's eyes flashed with enlightenment. The 4 inner parts of controlling light and being one with dust have multiple meanings in this battle formation, which are not competing, containing the edge, being harmonious, being the same, and defending but not attacking. The 4 foreign wind forest volcano is just the opposite of it. They are all the ways of killing. One of them contains the front and summarizes all the way. Excellent. Excellent. Bai Donglin showed admiration on his face and clapped his hands involuntarily, impressed by the exquisiteness of this battle formation. It seems that I have underestimated this battle formation before. It is more profound than I thought and worthy of my careful study. This is not just a battle formation. Each part of it can be called the supreme scripture. He is now holding the 2 of the 8 parts, royal and light, and the royal, which is all heterogeneous energy and laws in the body. Light is about the light of life, the light of the soul, and the use of the light of will. Pressing his thoughts, Bai Donglin fell his eyes on the sharp-looking monument of the appearance, and nodded with satisfaction. You have done a great deed this time. You have merged with Yulan. It is not appropriate to call you Jinhong anymore. I should change your name. Bai Donglin revealed his thoughts. And his name has always been his strength. Considering that there may be a new color to join in the future, he cannot be named by appearance. I got it! Bai Donglin's eyes lighted up. From now on, you will be called the Monument. This supreme battle formation has already won his respect. Since it comes from the War Clan, it should be named after war. Return to the world with the glory of your people. Chant. The battle monument hummed violently and shone brightly. Chapter 347 Colorful Crystal Flower. Essay. In the dark sacred pool of the ice and snow temple, a golden ray of light streaked across the transparent water, stirring up countless blue light spots at an extremely fast speed. This light naturally belonged to Bai Donglin. He had successfully walked out of the spring. After obtaining the dark blue pointed horn monument, he did not delay in that dangerous place for long. Nor did he think about exploring the female corpse. There must be a big secret on the female corpse. And there may be amazing treasures and massive resources in Dantian. But the unknown crisis should not be underestimated. The suppression of the 3 lights ice soul divine water on him is too strong, and his immortality is greatly restricted. Bai Donglin was not in a hurry, as he was the only one who could enter the spring by burning the 3 lights of his human body. When he could withstand the coldness of the holy water in the future, it would not be too late to explore again, and any treasures would all be his. Huh? What is that? The golden light of the flying stagnation was stagnant, and Bai Donglin's figure appeared, and his body was lingering with the bare golden flames. Hanging in the water body, the golden light shone in the eyes, looking down below the Shenqi. Just now, he seemed to sense a faint breath of life, which flashed away. Frozen. He just flew out more than 20,000 miles. This area is still deep in the absolute Shenqi. It is a horrible life-restricted area. When he came, he had never seen any living creatures. After thinking about it for a moment, Bai Donglin sneaked down. The coldness of Shinshui here is a little weaker. He can resist for a moment. Enough to ignite the 3 light twice. In the end of the dive, Bai Donglin came to the bottom of the dark Shinshi and stepped on the strong dark crystal with both feet. The golden flames made him look like a human-shaped torch, and the Biong square was bright. He glanced at the endless crystal pool beneath his feet, and a hint of regret flashed in his eyes. These dark crystals were precious treasures, 1 level higher than the dark blue crystals used to build the temple complex in the holy palace of ice and snow. Without the storage space, he was not easy to dig out. Shook his head slightly and pressed his mind, and followed the induction just now. Boom! Another fluctuation sounded in the perception of Bai Donglin. Rippled, and his eyes brightened. This time, he felt clearer. He was a sound of hard fighting, with a very weak life atmosphere. Speed up, turning into the place where the light is instantly reached the place where the perception is locked. Bai Donglin's eyes condensed. This is a naked, beautiful woman was lying at the bottom of the pool. Her body curled up, her skin covered with dark icicles, and between her tightly furrowed brows, there was an awe-inspiring aura that revealed her authority without even being angry. What kind of baby is this? You will be reluctant to let go if you are about to freeze to death? Bai Dong was surprised and his eyes moved. The woman's white jade held a colorful crystal flower on her hands and guarded her chest. Looking forward, watching the motorcycles for a while, he still did not recognize the origin of the colorful crystal flowers. And there was no record in his vast memory. This woman's hard resistance to Shinshui can come to this depth. It is undoubtedly a powerful person in the 9th realm, so that a great power cannot let go. You can know that this crystal flower must be a good baby. Bai Dong's eyes appeared hazy white light, staring at the woman, and found that the 3 light in his body was like a candle in the wind, and it would go out at any time. In the light of his will, Bai Donglin sensed a strong sense of unwillingness. This is a mystery in the 8 light, which can peep at the human body. This woman should be the senior management of the ice and snow holy palace. It takes danger to go deep here. Just for this colorful crystal flower? Bai Donglin saw the cause and consequences at an instant. This Shinchi is the supreme holy relic of the snow and snow holy palace. According to the rules of the holy palace, the person who cannot have a trace of it, the person who enters the Shinchi cannot carry any foreign objects except his body. Forget it. I have gained so many benefits this time. I am indebted to you for the favor from the holy palace. I will help you. The reason why it is a helping hand rather than saving a life is because this woman is a powerful one and cannot die. Even if she freezes to death here, she can still be resurrected in the outside world through the backup plan she left behind. He was trying hard not to give up, just because he was reluctant to part with the colorful crystal flower in his hand. He leaned forward and gently picked up the curled-up woman. The black crystals slowly melted when they came into contact with the golden flames on his body. When their skin touched each other, Bai Donglin was shocked. I didn't expect it to be you. Above the new river, there was a bronze box, a cross-border passage, an evil alien warrior, and the sky-covering finger that finally fell from the sky and wiped out everything. The intimacy of skin allowed Bai Donglin to clearly sense the woman's breath, and the fluctuations of breath hidden deep in his memory matched his own. It's fate that brings us together. I didn't expect to meet you here. You helped me solve a problem back then, although I was killed by you once. Helping you this time means I understand the cause and effect. Bai Donglin smiled slightly, secretly marveling at the ingenuity of fate. He moved his body, turned into golden light, and fled to the outer area with the woman. Huh? What is this? So warm and comfortable. Why? Wasn't I looking for the 7 souls divine flower in the divine pond? And then I got trapped in the restricted area and was about to freeze to death? Hateful. I was reluctant to find it if I couldn't find it. But what is this warm feeling? Is it an illusion before death? Bai Donglin's eyebrows twitched slightly. The woman in his arms rubbed her cheek against his chest. One hand touched here and there, but the other hand, which was tightly holding the colorful crystal flower, did not move at all. Hee. Woman! The speed suddenly increased a bit, and after escaping tens of thousands of miles again, the terrifying coldness in the holy water weakened a bit. Bai Donglin lowered his eyes, and there was a hazy white light floating in the depths. He looked at the 3 lights in the woman's body that were reviving and nodded slightly. With this position, she should be able to withstand it with her cultivation level. He loosened his hands, pulled apart the woman's limbs that were wrapped around him, and let her fall to the bottom of the sacred pool. Without hesitation, Bai Donglin's figure flashed and fled to the outer area. As he walked, His figure twisted and changed, and he was once again covered with Lan Ling's skin. He had to hurry and absorb the strange energy. It would be best if he could go out with those true disciples, so as not to stay too long and attract too much attention from the top leaders of the Holy Palace. 1 month later. It's reached its limit. The spiritual orifice, the particles of flesh, blood, and soul have all reached saturation, and can no longer absorb a trace of strange energy. Click. Click. Bai Donglin slowly opened his eyes, and the dark blue ice crystals on his body shattered and fell off. A terrifying aura that was nearly 70% stronger than before spread out, instantly shattering the vortex of light spots that enveloped his body. The strange energy in this divine pool is different from the energy he normally uses to nourish his spiritual acupoints. Otherwise, there would be no upper limit to his infinite spiritual acupoints. Rather, it is a peculiar force of evolution, which is extremely similar to the strange energy that allows monks to improve their realm and make a leap in the level of life. In just over a month, our combat power has increased by 70% out of thin air. This time we've made a fortune. Bai Dongling clenched his fists, feeling the terrifying power surging in his body, as well as the spiritual particles filled with divine light, and a look of satisfaction appeared on his face. Well, as expected, the blue spirit disguise cannot be abandoned. After breaking through the divine source realm, I can come in and devour it again. He suppressed his thoughts and fled to the periphery, passing by several true disciples who were immersed in cultivation on the way. The strange energy in this outer area is extremely thin, and their physical fitness is not as good as Bai Dongling's, so they can only absorb it slowly and carefully. So it has not reached saturation yet. Crash! Lan Ling surfaced, her long black hair clinging to her fair body. She slowly stepped onto the crystal steps. The true energy in her body boiled, evaporating the water stains on her surface, turning into a hazy white mist that lingered around her. Oh! Junior sister, are you okay too? Lan Ling turned her eyes and saw the senior sister who had led them in earlier, already dressed neatly on the shore. Lan Ling has met senior sister. Junior sister's body is already saturated and can no longer contain a trace of divine pond power. Lan Ling smiled sweetly and answered obediently. At this time, Bai Dongling's ego consciousness had disappeared, and it was Lan Ling's personality that was controlling the body. Well, junior sister Lan Ling, please wait here with me for a while. When the other junior sisters come out, we will leave the temple together. Okay, senior sister? Lan Ling nodded in agreement, found her neatly folded dress, and put it on swiftly. After waiting for another 3 days, all the disciples came out of the divine pool and, led by their senior sister, chattered all the way out of the temple. Inside the bedroom, Yufeng looked at Lan Ling expectantly and asked, "My dear disciple, what did you get this time?" "Master, please look." Lan Ling's eyes focused, and her aura instantly became extremely cold. Mysterious divine patterns appeared in her eyes, and a dark blue ice phoenix appeared out of thin air behind her, spreading its wings and flying. Cry. Great. You are worthy of being Master's beloved disciple. Well, that's really great. Yufeng looked surprised and pinched Lan Ling's face lovingly. Hee hee. It's all thanks to Master's good teaching. I dare not take credit for it. Lan Ling looked obedient, then changed the subject and continued. Master, you should know that when I came to the Holy Palace, 5 senior sisters came with me. I haven't seen them for such a long time, and I miss them so much. Disciple, can I go find them? Yufeng was silent for a moment after hearing this. Her disciple was still young and had just arrived in this strange place, so it was normal for her to be unable to let go of the sisterhood. But now the identities of the two are as different as heaven and earth, and the gap will only grow bigger in the future. Cultivation is an endless journey, and companions who cannot keep up will eventually drift away. Yufeng couldn't explain these things directly. She believed that Lan Ling would understand them in the future. Well, that's fine. Your sisters have already joined the inner sect and are now in the mountainside area. You can go find them on your own. If there is anything you don't understand about cultivation, remember to come and find me. Here, take these things. After Yufeng finished speaking, he raised his hand and waved it, and several objects suddenly appeared in the void. A dark blue armor surrounded by divine light, a crystal sword, a token with the holy rune engraved on the front, and a storage ring. This is the sect's holy decree. With it, you can enter and leave the mountaintop freely. Also, remember to carry this with you. If you encounter danger, you can use it to save your life. Yufeng took out another dark and deep jade token from her arms and placed it solemnly in Lan Ling's hand. Thank you, Master. Lan Ling's face was full of gratitude as she reached out to take all the items. Bai Donglin's ego nodded slightly. This Yufeng was really nice to Lan Ling. If he was not mistaken, that black token should contain a clone of Yufeng sleeping inside it. This thing is very difficult to make, and its value is immeasurable. With Yufeng's permission, Lan Ling could not wait to transform into a stream of light and fly out of the Yuan Palace complex. Holding the sacred order in hand, he passed through numerous formations and headed towards the inner gate on the mountainside. Chapter 348. Inside the inner gate of the Holy Palace of Ice and Snow. In a huge mansion, Lan Ling successfully met the 5 senior sisters. After a round of greetings, she immediately set her sights on the only outsider in the hall. Sister and Yen, you have a bother to work this time. No. These are just trivial matters. Junior sister Lan Ling's senior sister is naturally also my friend. And Yen, these are what I should do. And Yen waved her hands. These were really nothing to her as a true disciple. She could move freely in the inner sect and help these Feishua sect disciples. It only took her a word. And naturally people would rush to help her. Good sister. That matter. And Yan's expression became a little uneasy. And she looked at Lan Ling nervously. Don't worry, senior sister. I have already forgotten about that matter. By the way, I have already mentioned it to my master. I will give you a place in 3 years. Really? Thank you, junior sister. And Yen was shocked and expressed gratitude repeatedly. If Elder Yufeng did not return the place to her, she really would have no other choice. After expressing her gratitude again, and Yen achieved her goal and left the house contentedly. After all, she was just an outsider, and it would not be appropriate for her to stay any longer when the good sisters were getting together. Sister second, you hold this thing. Lan Ling flipped her hand and handed over a dark blue jade token, which was the split body of the war monument. Little sister, what is this? The second sister reached out to take it, her eyes full of curiosity. Although their identities were now very different. Privately, they were still used to the way they got along with each other before. Sister, and Yen should tell you, during this time, I have entered the cultivation of the Holy Palace Shenqi. This jade token can be used to contact me. If there is anything, or if my master wants to find me, you can activate the jade token to notify me. Second senior sister. Lan Ling looked calm as she carefully explained to second senior sister how to use the jade token. She then took out some cultivation resources from the storage ring that Yufeng had given her and distributed them to the 5 people. After settling everything, Lan Ling flashed and entered the secret room in the mansion, which was filled with isolation and defense formations. His eyes closed slightly, and all the innocence disappeared, turning into deep indifference again. And Bai Donglin's ego consciousness took over the body. In this way, this operation has come to a perfect end. I can keep the Lan Ling alias until I enter the God's Pawn next time. The only things in this holy palace of ice and snow that could attract his attention now were the strange energy within the sacred pool and the female corpse in the spring. A monk would go into seclusion for 3 to 5 years at most. With the low-dimensional world as a transit point, he only needed to take a moment to pee every few years to show up. And it would not arouse the suspicion of the holy palace. With second senior sister Lan Ling helping to pass on the message, there is no need to worry about delaying anything important. After thinking for a moment and finding that nothing was missing, Bai Donglin's eyes focused, and his will as solid as substance poured out, spreading over his body's surface. And he sensed it carefully. This is another way of perception besides his supernatural vision and soul thoughts. Using will as the medium. It is currently his only power that can compete with powerful monks. He can clearly sense whether there is a strong person spying on him. After a moment, Bai Donglin withdrew his will. His figure flashed, and he instantly shot into the scarlet passage that appeared out of thin air and disappeared. Boom! The sea is boundless, with countless amounts of water surging and rolling, and the noise from the collisions is deafening. Bai Donglin took a step out of the void, stood on the cliff with his hands behind his back, and looked towards the end of the sea. The wind howled, blowing the long black hair like a dancing mad snake. The place where he was at this moment was a small island with a radius of 1,000 miles. It was the outermost island of the Qianyuan continental island group. It was far away from the mainland and close to the endless sea. There is only half a year left until the night of the full moon, and he decided to set off for the endless sea immediately to make preparations in advance. With the Ghost Palace War Department taking action, the demise of the Siren clan is already doomed. He only needs to take the opportunity to kill a Siren Prince when they collapse. This trial mission doesn't have any particular meaning. It can be seen from the content of the mission that it is simply a test of his combat power and ability to survive. Hunting down the Siren Prince. Taking his head. Hanging it for 9 days, as a warning to others. It would be fine if he just killed the powerful prince. His head will also be hung for 9 days. Isn't this killing the demon and destroying his heart? It is conceivable that such an action would undoubtedly attract a frenzied siege from the Sirens. Without the Ghost Mansion's genocide operation, this would be an impossible task. So, the big guys in the Jidao Council have someone working in the inspection department? Is it possible that during the operation of the Ghost Mansion, a few sea monster princes were accidentally let go? Bai Donglin thought for a moment, and saw through the hidden information in this task. Only in this way could this task be suitable for him. But he couldn't wait any longer. Instead of searching the world for the hidden remnants of the Sirens in the future, it would be better to solve the problem now. Suppressing his thoughts, Bai Donglin withdrew his gaze, slowly stretched out his palm, and a crystal clear, shining true spirit slowly emerged. It was the true spirit that Lan Ling lent him. Such a beautiful true spirit is really rare. I am a little reluctant to release it back to its mother river. The brilliant light of the true spirit dimmed slightly. Ha! I was just kidding. Teasing you. How could I go back on my word? You helped me a lot this time. And I promise to return the favor to you. Bai Donglin, will naturally keep my word. Before he finished speaking, a brilliant light appeared between Bai Donglin's eyebrows. A soul surrounded by black and white air. A soul with golden Buddha light rising. And action and supreme goodness. Stepped out of the sea of consciousness together. Send Lan Ling's true spirit into reincarnation. Bai Donglin raised his hand gently, and his brilliant true spirit slowly floated into the void, emitting crystal light. Amitabha. Good. Wu Wei Shishan nodded slightly, then sat cross-legged in the air, pinched the mysterious magic formulas with his hands, and recited the supreme scripture for salvation. Shishan recites the secret Buddhist treasure, the Sutra of the Past Vows of Ksitagarbha Bodhisattva, the secret record of Taoism of Wu Wei Nian, the Sutra of the Great Yi Tianzuan for the rescue of suffering and disasters. Countless black runes and golden Sanskrit scriptures emerged from the sky, gathered and condensed, turning into 2 bright light bands, flying and circling, tightly wrapping around a real spirit in the void. The brilliant true spirit was shrouded in the supreme scriptures of salvation, and its aura suddenly became magical, with a sense of great freedom and transcendence that made Bai Donglin look sideways. The light radiated, the light spots condensed, and Lan Ling's figure gathered with the true spirit as the core. Grown-ups. Lan Ling smiled brilliantly. Her eyes curved into crescents. Her long skirt fluttered, bringing up specks of light as she floated down from the void in front of Bai Donglin. She opened her slender arms and gave Bai Donglin a big hug. Big brother. Thank you for everything you have done for Linger. Big brother is a very good person. Linger will never forget you. The little head resting on Bai Donglin's chest was slightly raised, with a bright light in his eyes. Big brother. Goodbye. Lan Ling's figure turned into scattered light particles, and the extraordinary true spirit flashed slightly, disappeared in an instant, and returned to the mother river. Am I a big brother again? Bai Donglin shrugged slightly, looking indifferent, with his hands behind his back, looking up at the sky. Lan Ling, you are really a rare and extraordinary woman. Such a special true spirit. Goodbye? Indeed. In the future time and space, we will definitely meet again. His tone was firm, as if he had already seen the predetermined outcome. You are such a good person. Bai Donglin shook his head slightly, his eyes becoming darker and deeper, with an extreme indifference in the depths of his eyes, causing the sunlight to dim slightly. Mother River. This is my first test of you. Are you ready? The unknown events of that day are still vivid in my mind. The Mother River, according to legend, contains all time and space, destiny, cause and effect, and reincarnation. It is the origin and final destination of all life. You are so high and mighty. Why do you block all living beings from peeking at the true spirit? Why have countless powerful people throughout the ages kept silent about the Mother River and were extremely taboo about it? Bai Donglin closed his eyes slightly to hide the divine light flowing in them. He was still too weak now. But in the future, he would definitely have contact with the Mother River. His most fundamental pursuit is to become stronger, to climb infinitely and never stop. And this Mother River is the most supreme power in the world as far as he knows. Is it an enemy or a friend? I don't know. But when he grows to a certain level, the interactions with him will only become more and more intense. He has to start making moves no matter what. He doesn't want to face something he knows nothing about in the future. Whether this thing is good or bad, or has consciousness or not, it is not a reason for him to ignore it. After a moment, the divine light in Bai Dongling's eyes disappeared, and all the distracting thoughts in his mind were cut off by the blade of will. He returned to being an ordinary, elegant man. There's no use thinking too much. Anyway, it's been a while since I killed a puppy. What a hand I have. But it's itchy. Bai Dongling grinned, revealing his sharp white teeth, with murderous intent in his eyes. He took a step forward and disappeared into the void. Advance at full speed towards the distant endless sea, where the sirens gather. The murderous intent is getting more and more intense. Scarlet will infect the sea. Chapter 349, Retreating to the Inner Realm. Qianyuan Realm. Endless Sea. Ripples appeared in the void as Bai Donglin, dressed in a black robe, stepped out from the space between the two spaces. His feet stood on the rough sea surface. His body as thin as a feather, rising and falling with the waves. Closed the eyes for a while. Slowly opened his eyes. According to the star orientation calibration, the location is correct. The Siren Empire is beneath this sea area. He traveled non-stop for several days, before finally arriving at the location described in the intelligence. This damn place was so far away and remote that even the spread of the war monument's fragments had not yet reached this place. The endless sea is extremely vast, forming a circle that covers the entire Qianyuan realm. This is an area where there are no land islands. No human forces have ever set foot here. They are all deep-sea monsters. The Sirens are just one of the many deep-sea monster clans. To some extent, they are all affiliated with one of the three major monster forces. The Wanlong Valley, the leader of the scaled monsters. However, because the deep-sea monsters are all located in the most remote endless sea area, far away from the Qianyuan continent, the connection between them and the Wanlong Valley is not as close as imagined. It has always been just a nominal relationship. Boom! The climate in the endless sea is extremely harsh. The dark clouds in the sky do not allow a single ray of light to penetrate. Countless thunder dragons are roaring and galloping. Like of ghosts. It's the same old rule. Sneak in and investigate first. Then make plans based on the situation. Bai Donglin lowered his eyes. His figure flashed and disappeared into the sea. His body blending with the laws of water and moving at an extremely fast speed and in a stealthy manner. As he moved forward, the fire of Bai Dongling's will burn fiercely, and endless particles filled with divine light separated and reorganized. In the blink of an eye, he turned into a strange fish with a pitch-black body and a hideous face. Even the soul in his body was the same. The strength of the sea demon family is not weak. It is a powerful force that has the existence of the ancestors. The old nest must be indispensable for the ninth realm. The necessary camouflage still needs to avoid the grass and snake. As he got closer to the seabed, countless complex fluctuations of breath appeared in Bai Dongling's perception, which was a manifestation of the gathering of a large number of life forms. Between the fishtails, the cricket's head was explored from the law of water. The dark big fish eyes flashed strange light. And a huge underwater city was included in the eyes of Bai Dong. The entire city is pitch black, with walls that are thousands of feet high stretching for thousands of miles. The huge city is square, with many entrances on each side. Densely packed with strange-looking sirens line up in long queues going in and out, making the city extremely prosperous and noisy. Bai Dongling's eyes flickered and slowly retracted his eyes. He just glanced at the scene of the giant city, and did not peep at the city, because there is a thick light shield hanging upside down right above the city, covering the entire city. The bright runes are stacked layer upon layer, entangled and condensed, forming a very powerful isolation and defense formation. It's amazing. A city is an empire, so prosperous, it can be regarded as a peculiar submarine civilization. The power structure of the sea demon family is the form of empire. It can be seen from the distinctive title of the prince, which has a prince. Unfortunately, no matter how prosperous, the team has to be reduced to gray. Bai Donglin moved and dived behind a queue. His slender fish body shook. His fins turned into hands and feet, and his tail shortened. When he landed on the seabed, he had turned into a mermaid that walked upright, with black scales all over its body and a big fish head on its head, in a slightly human-like shape. He glanced at it just now that the monsters who lined up outside the city have humanoids and have certain cultivation. The fish monsters that are not turned into the city cannot enter the city. This was not a difficult task for him. It just took a thought. mixed in the demon group. There are noisy voices in the ears. It is a unique language of the deep-sea demon. For Bai Donglin, who is proficient in tens of thousands of languages, it is not difficult to understand. But it is all useless information. Where are the delicious fish swarming? Someone accidentally discovered an ancient shipwreck and became rich overnight. Someone's wife gave birth to a baby with 5,000 eggs. Bai Donglin shook his head slightly, blocking out the noisy noises. His figure moved slowly with the team, with a thoughtful look in his eyes. If he wanted to complete this task successfully, there were two most critical points that he had to do. His time must be after the ghost mansion. Only those who are strong are dragged. Can he hunt wantonly? But the situation is bound to be very chaotic. So he must ensure that he can lock the location of the Sea Demon Prince or his escape route. This is the first point. The second reason is that he needs an identity to avoid misunderstandings when meeting people from the ghost house. He doesn't want to be entangled by the monster of the War Department. Identity is very easy to solve. I have been in contact with Lin's inspection law before, which can be forged out, although it cannot be exactly the same. The monks who have deceived under the power are still fine. As for how to lock onto the Siren Prince, between Bai Donglin's thoughts, the queue has been in front of the huge gate, and the black armor on both sides guards the scarlet with the sight of the eyes, and looks at the demon clan waiting to enter. Hurry up. The movements are a little bit linger. What are you grinding? The back of the identity voucher is prepared. His grandma. All of which are rammed. The city guard officer cursed, snatched the token from the leading fish monster, took the small bag of spirit stones handed to him, and swept the token over a strange magical weapon. Pay 10 low-grade spirit stones, and you can stay in the city for 10 days. After 10 days, the certificate will automatically become invalid. Do you understand? Yes. Yes. Sir. I understand. Get lost. Next. The queue continued to move forward. Bai Donglin, who was behind, saw this and his eyes flashed. He instantly saw through the internal structure of the token and the magic weapon. And the manufacturing techniques and operating mechanisms were all entered into his mind. He closed his eyes slightly and clenched his hands gently. Countless metal particles automatically gathered under the guidance of the laws. Runes were generated, and a token was created in a breath. Next, Bai Donglin stretched out his hand and handed to the token, and threw it over a lame stone. The city official took over the spirit stone. The look on the face of the fish was slightly gentle, and the rude tone was much softer. One high-quality spirit stone. Fellow Taoist, you can stay in the city for 3 full years. If you want to stay longer, you can go to the city office to pay the spirit stone. Bai Donglin nodded slightly, took the token and strode into the city. 3 years would not take that much time. But having said that, this sea demon family alone collects the city fee. I am afraid that they have made a lot of money. And it is also a rich flow of oil. In my heart, if you have a chance, you can see if he can get his treasure house. And his cultivation resources can be consumed quickly. After entering the city, looking around, there are all types of shops on both sides of the streets. Except for the architectural style and the replacement of humans with hideous and ugly sirens. Other aspects are not much different from human cities. According to the rules of the rivers and lakes, collect information, and go to the restaurant. Bai Donglin showed a smile in his eyes, reached out and grabbed a passing sea demon at will, pinched his neck, and mentioned in front of him. Well? Oh! His mother. What are you doing? Dare to move, Lao Tzu. Can you not want to live? Bai Donglin frowned. He originally wanted to spend some spirit stones to ask for directions, but he didn't expect these sea monsters to be so violent and cursed at him, which made him unhappy. A divine light flashed in the depths of his eyes, and he instantly read out the memory of the mermaid's soul. When he withdrew his mind, he randomly stirred it, and its soul immediately shattered and dissipated. You are an accomplice to the evildoer. You have done a lot of evil things even though your cultivation is not high. I hope you can be a good demon in your next life. Throwing away the monster corpse, Bai Donglin fled towards the center of the city in a flash. The surrounding monsters turned a blind eye to his behavior. They saw this scene countless times every day. Unlike human cities which have strict rules, cities belonging to the demon race generally do not prohibit killing, as long as no damage is caused to the city, and no killing is done indiscriminately. The city guards will not pay any attention. After all, they are still demons, and their brutality is difficult to tame. In the past, cities that have banned demons have issued strict bans, but they have had little effect, and some even led to the decline of the city. So they had no choice but to give up. Leeching Restaurant. The most expensive, highest restaurant in this city. Bai Donglin sat by the window. The table was filled with strange and special foods. With the mentality of trying something new. He moved his chopsticks slightly, then shook his head and put them down. It's really disgusting. Although the quality of the ingredients is not low, the cooking method is extremely crude. Maybe this is the racial difference. With the wine glass, Bai Dong's eyes were empty, ignoring the many line-out methods. And all the conversations in the whole restaurant had all the revenue. It is worthy of the most expensive restaurant. The monster people who enter and exit are a bit capable. And the things they are talking about are also valuable. However, in a while, Bai Donglin got a lot of information. This huge imperial city is mainly divided into two areas. The outer area is the activity range of ordinary deep-sea monsters. And the management is extremely loose. As for the inner area, it is completely different. It is heavily guarded and belongs entirely to the Sea Monster clan. The core of their entire clan gathers in the center of the city. Especially recently, the defense of the inner domain has been strengthened. And the Siren clan has confined all members of the clan to the inner domain and prohibited them from going out. Could it be that the Siren clan has noticed something? Bai Donglin narrowed his eyes, and then shook his head slightly. It shouldn't be the case. With the ability of the inspection department, how could they make such a low-level mistake of alerting the enemy? He was able to learn the news of the genocide attempt through Lin from Jilu. Jilu was a powerful figure in a high position of authority in the inspection department. And Lin's identity was also very special. Apart from him, it was not easy for others to obtain this information. Especially the Sirens. Since this is not the reason, is it because of the night of heavy moon? Bai Dong moved in his heart, thinking for a moment, and felt that this guess was very likely. The night of the moon is unique to the unique Tianxiang of the Qianyuan realm. The Qianyuan realm is very huge. The ordinary sun and moon and stars are compared to the same dust. The ordinary sun cannot sprinkle the whole world at all. Therefore, the main day and 3 rounds of the Qianyuan realm are the same as the dark stars in the end of the Kunji. They do not exist in the void of the universe, but in the dimension space. Only in the dimension of the dimension to carry such a huge celestial bodies. And it can sprinkle its power through the dimension space. The big sun that is against the sky is not talking for the time being, which shows that the month. There are a large 2 small 3 rounds in the Qianyuan world, and its operating trajectory has no regularity. From the perspective of Bai Donglin, this is a bit like a 3-body movement. The night of the double moon is when the 3 bright moons will overlap accidentally and irregularly. This is just a peculiar phenomenon in the sky. But it is not the case for the Sirens. Anyone who possesses the blood of the Sirens will have their strength inexplicably suppressed on the night of the full moon. This secret can be said to be related to the survival of the clan. And the Sirens have always tried their best to conceal it. But I have to say that the audit department is worthy of being the audit department. I don't know how they managed to get a glimpse of this secret. Well, that should be the case. No one knows the coming of the night of the heavy moon better than the Siren. Being prepared in advance should be a fixed operation all along. TSK. This is really troublesome. My plan to sneak in has been ruined. Bai Donglin gently put down the wine glass. He had already thought of a plan, which was to sneak into the inner realm and find a way to get some body tissues of the Siren Prince. Whether it's hair, scales, or blood, it's all fine. With these media, he can use the hexagram deduction to locate his escape route on the night of the full moon. But now not even a fly can enter the inner domain. If there were a split body of the war monument in the inner domain, he could still take a risk. Unfortunately, there is none. If he only relied on his current understanding of the dimensional space, he had no confidence at all that he could sneak in successfully. The inner domain's defense barrier undoubtedly extends deep into the dimensional space. It is extremely powerful and has no loopholes. Don't worry. There is still time. I don't believe that there will be no loopholes. All the solutions are thought of. Absolute perfection. How can it exist? Bai Donglin picked up the wine glass, looked out the window at the inner area in the distance with a dim gaze. Chapter 350. The medium is in hand. Time flies. 5 months later. There is less than a month left until the night of the full moon. Bai Donglin, wearing the skin of a blackfish monster, wandered aimlessly in the outer area of the giant city. He had carefully observed the inner area, but still could not find a chance to sneak in. The Sirens were indeed cautious, completely cutting off the flow of people inside and outside the clan and prohibiting all entry and exit. But it is understandable. For such a major event concerning the ethnic group, it is never too cautious. Moreover, For a cultivator, a mere 1 or 2 years is nothing. It can be regarded as just a retreat. Uncle, you're here? Still at the same seat? The waiter outside the Regent restaurant saw Bai Donglin's pitch-black fish head from a distance, and hurriedly trotted over to greet him warmly. This gentleman is a big customer. He was extremely generous, and he dared not be negligent. Yeah. Old rules. Bai Donglin nodded slightly and walked upstairs. Okay. A private seat and a pot of good wine. After drinking a glass of fine wine, Bai Donglin's expression eased a little. Things had not yet reached the worst point. If things really didn't work out, he also had a backup plan. He just doesn't want to cheat. His sight fell on the palm covered with pitch-black scales. On the lucky ring that only he could see was lingering black light. The trip to the divine pool of the holy palace of ice and snow had almost used up all their luck. The lucky ring played an important role in his ability to retrieve the blue-pointed monument from the female corpse so smoothly. Without the support of tremendous luck, he would have found it difficult to survive. If I force it to start again, I will definitely overdraw a lot of my future luck. If the god of bad luck possesses me, there may be accidents in the future hunts. This is not good. Shaking his head slightly and looking away, he found that he seemed to be a little dependent on this strange lucky ring. He couldn't help but think of the warning given to him by Wandering Emperor. It is indeed difficult for ordinary people to resist this temptation. If all else fails, we can only use the original bomb to clean up the place. There was murderous intent in Bai Donglin's eyes. The number of original bombs he had stockpiled was terrifying. They could completely cover the entire inner area. When the ghost mansion took action, he would just detonate them indiscriminately, and that would be the end of it. His eyes flashed. Then he shook his head slightly, immediately rejecting the idea. That doesn't seem to work. This crappy mission requires the other party's head. If they are killed by the primordial bomb, there won't be a single hair left. Woohoo! Bai Donglin's expression moved, and the faint sobbing and crying sounds coming from the street outside the window attracted his attention. On the street, a huge team was seen passing by, led by a beautiful woman in white, holding a spirit tablet in her hand. Behind her followed a large group of servants. Some were holding spirit tablets. Some were holding plaques. Some were leading white silk. And some were scattering paper money. The most spectacular thing were the dozens of heavy black ice coffins. It's actually a funeral. With such a large scale, it is obvious that this is a wealthy family, and their status in the Siren Empire is probably not low. But having dozens of people buried at one time was really strange, and seemed inconsistent with his high position and power. Bai Donglin shook his head slightly. It was just a few monsters that died. It had nothing to do with him. Just as he was about to look away, he was stunned by the sudden heated discussion in the restaurant. Hey! Isn't this the eldest lady of the Marshal's mansion? I had the honor of meeting her once before. What's going on? What big event happened in the Marshal's mansion? Unexpectedly, so many blood relatives are attending the funeral. Shoo! Keep your voice down. Do you want to die? You don't even know about such a big thing? Good brother. I just came back recently. Please tell me about it. I will treat you to a drink. This matter is still related to the 9 princes of the Siren clan. Bai Donglin's eyes lit up. When he heard the word prince, his attention was immediately drawn, and he listened carefully to the conversation between the two. This is something I said. And it's not something you heard. Please don't spread it. You know, my eldest aunt's second uncle's third concubine's sister's husband is a cook in the Marshal's mansion. According to him, a year ago, before the inner domain was sealed off, the 9 princes of the sea monster suddenly came to visit the Marshal's mansion. The Marshal's mansion naturally did not dare to neglect them and warmly entertain them. But in the end, an extremely evil thing happened. Alas, as you know, the women of the Marshal's family are all fair-skinned and beautiful. I don't know what has gone wrong with these 9 princes. They actually raped and killed more than 20 women in the Marshal's family. While doing this evil thing, they shouted something like before the confinement, "Let's have a good time." Hiss. The demon who called himself his younger brother trembled his fingers, took a breath of cold air, and said quickly, "How is this possible? The Marshal's mansion is loyal to the Siren clan and has made great contributions. 9 princes are doing this. Aren't they afraid of something going wrong? Humph. Something happened? No matter how powerful the Marshal's mansion is, it is still an outsider." The generals of the Marshal's mansion were extremely angry at the time, and immediately captured the 9 princes, and went directly to the inner domain to ask for an explanation. Guess what happened? In less than half an hour, All of them turned into corpses, and were sent back to the marshal's mansion. Now in the marshal's mansion. Except for the eldest lady. All the direct blood relatives are dead. Hey. I say. How could the Siren clan be so treacherous? Moreover, these 9 princes are all pure-blooded and of noble status. How can an outsider from the marshal's mansion defeat them? Look at it now. The madam of the marshal's mansion has waited for such a long time for the rumors to pass. The Siren clan has now sealed off the inner area before she dared to hold a funeral. Oh! How miserable! How miserable! Boom! The wine glass fell on the table, without a drop of wine spilling. And Bai Donglin's figure disappeared without a trace. Hundreds of miles away from the west of the city. Deep underground, in the clan tomb of the marshal's mansion family, dozens of black ice coffins were neatly arranged. And spirit tablets were placed in front of the coffins, with dense text engraved on them. You all go out. I want to be alone. A beautiful woman in plain clothes knelt on the ground, throwing piles of paper money into the brazier with a blank expression. Yes, madam. Many servants saluted respectfully, then put down the objects in their hands and retreated quietly. Hate. I hate it so much. Siren clan. This feud is irreconcilable. The eldest lady clenched her fists, not even noticing her nails digging into her flesh. Her scarlet eyes were fixed on the flames rising from the brazier. I want revenge. Even if it means paying any price. Even if it means eternal damnation. A strong hatred filled the air, making the cold tomb even colder. You want revenge? I can help you. An elegant and easygoing voice suddenly sounded in the tomb, which was extremely abrupt, and made the eldest lady's expression change. She must not let the mermaids know what she was thinking. Otherwise she would never have another chance. Who? The eldest lady shouted coldly, and the energy in her blood boiled. She was also a master of the divine source realm, not a powerless woman. Don't be nervous. I'm just a nice guy passing by. I'm here to help you. Bai Donglin's figure stepped out from the void and stood in front of the eldest lady, with an elegant and gentle look on his face. You don't believe it? Look what this is. Seeing the eldest lady's face full of doubt, Bai Donglin shrugged indifferently, reached out, and took out a golden token and threw it in front of the eldest lady. God's might is as great as a prison. Inspecting the universe. Are you from the inspection department? The eldest lady trembled all over and stood up at a loss. She looked at the magical token on the ground and did not dare to touch it at all. My lord, please forgive me. I am a fool and I have no vision. No problem. Bai Donglin waved his hand and raised his hand to take back the token. He spent a lot of effort to make this counterfeit, and the effect seemed to be quite good. The Siren clan incident has been exposed. I am here on behalf of the inspection department to collect evidence of their crimes. Your revenge will be avenged in a month. Sir, are you telling the truth? The eldest lady's eyes turned red and tears appeared faintly. Although she said that she would take revenge at all costs, she knew in her heart that the chances were slim. Nature. Bai Donglin nodded affirmatively, then changed the subject and continued. However, I need your help to fill in the last piece of the puzzle for the Siren clan's evidence of guilt. Please give me your orders. Sir, I am willing to do anything. Looking at the madam's determined gaze, Bai Donglin looked a little embarrassed. He coughed twice and said word by word. Ahem. It's nothing. I just need to collect some traces of the murderer from the victim's body. Madam, please rest assured that I will not destroy the remains. My lord, please go ahead and do it. As long as we can get revenge. What use are these skins? Even if they are completely destroyed, I believe they will agree. Very good. Bai Donglin nodded with satisfaction. Since he had obtained the host's consent, he did not hesitate any longer. In fact, the process was not complicated, and it was an easy task for any cultivator. He raised his hand and waved it, and the laws passed by, and 9 different auras were extracted from the ice coffins. Bai Donglin's eyes narrowed slightly. He didn't want to touch these things. With a flick of his finger, 9 magical copper coins that had been prepared long ago were shot out, each absorbing a breath from the void. They shone with golden light, and the densely packed mysterious runes on them were immediately activated and started to run wildly. Bai Donglin sat cross-legged, making hand gestures and chanting obscure spells. Golden flames burned above his soul, and he used all his strength to perform the hexagram deduction. After a moment, he slowly opened his eyes, and a bright Bagua Tai Chi diagram flashed in the depths. Haha. This time it's settled. I've gathered all 9 Siren princes at once. You bastards. Let's see where you can escape to. There should be a place for you in the prison of time.